Basically a rock song that depended on the vocalist to employ screaming to sing the song. It could be seen just how hard Zhou Danian was trying. In just a short while, his forehead was dripping with beads of sweat. Ha Chi-Chi was already in no mood to listen anymore. She wanted to go up to call a stop to it, as she was worried that, before the voice could even start broadcasting, news of a contestant dying of cardiac arrest would make the headlines first. But somehow, Zhang Ye was listening to it in a most serious manner. Not only was he serious, his eyes appeared increasingly brighter by the moment. This old man really sang very well. Although his voice sounded somewhat dry and the high notes cracked at certain parts, it didn't matter since it was rock and voice cracking was allowed. Other than those points, the old man did not have any other problems in his singing and was even quite remarkable. His outburst of emotions was full on, and almost every verse of the song poured his feelings out. Of the song's rhythm, it might not seem difficult to a younger person, nor was there anything to pick on, but for a 60-year-old man, Zhang Ye was more particular about the contestant's sense of rhythm. He felt that this contestant had done very well in this area and was definitely comparable to the young ones. In fact, parts of the lyrics and high-pitched singing, if sung by a younger person, would have just been that. But when it came out from the mouth of a 60-year-old man full of life, experience, and wisdom, it sounded particularly different. The impact of those lyrics was much greater. It was more intense. What a surprise. This was really another unexpected surprise. This rock song sounded better and better as they listened. When the performance was over, Zhou Danian was panting heavily, though he looked to be fine and still in high spirits. He said, "Teachers, did I do well? Do I qualify?" Zhang Ye suddenly asked, "How is your condition and health?" Zhou Danian answered, "No problems at all. Don't try to brush it off. I want to know the specific conditions you have," Zhang Ye said in a serious and firm voice. Zhou Danian replied honestly, "I do have slightly high blood sugar, but other than that, I'm doing well. My blood pressure is stable, and I've been jogging every day to increase my lung capacity." Ha Chi-Chi didn't know how to react. "Grandpa, you're already so old. Why do you still think of coming to take part in this talent show? If we had known you were already at this age, we wouldn't have asked you to come to the auditions." Wu Yi was already thinking of getting him to hurry back home. Seeing him rocking to a song like this, they were all trembling with fright that he would just faint right there and then. Zhou Danian was having none of it. "So what if I'm at this age? I'll tell you something, young lady. Why don't we compete on our lung capacities? I believe that many of you here would not be stronger than me in terms of our lung capacities." Ha Chi-Chi did not know how to react to this. She just knew they had to reject him. Have you ever seen any other talent show with a 60-year-old contestant before? Wouldn't this be crazy? Although their program did say that age didn't matter, it was possible to be too old as well. Someone in their 40s would have been fine, someone in their 50s would be pushing it. But you're already close to 60 now, and half your hair has also turned white. Who would risk letting you compete in their talent show? No matter how you put it, it was still ultimately a stage for the youngsters. How should they reject him? He's already at such an advanced age. So would it be all right to tell him as it was? But he looked so confident. If they straight told him, would it deal a blow to him? He had better not get a heart attack from the rejection. Whatever, the dirty work of rejecting the old man should just be left to Zhang Ye to handle. He's the executive director anyway. Ha Chi-Chi kept quiet. The other program team staff all looked at Zhang Ye. Sure enough, only Zhang Ye stood up to say something. He told the old man, "Grandpa, you're much older than my father, and our competition is really quite physically demanding too. I think you'd agree you can't handle it." Ha Chi-Chi nodded inside her head. "Right, just refuse him mildly and not be too direct with the rejection." Zhou Danian immediately responded, "Physically demanding? It's no big deal to me at all. I'm still going strong, and whatever a youngster can do, I can do it too. I have never once thought that I'm older than any of you. So no matter how intense the competition gets, I can get through it. It's not a problem at all. Oh, come on. You're still refusing to take our advice?" This old man was being too stubborn. Ha Chi-Chi and the others were all wondering, if Director Zhang's mild rejection did not get through to him, then how should it be handled? Was it better to just put it plainly to him? As expected, Zhang Ye gave it to him very plainly. Zhang Ye stayed standing and said with a smile, "Grandpa Zhou, since you claim that your body is fine and that you can get through this intense competition, then I have nothing else to say. I hereby formally announce, You've passed the auditions and I insist that you join our competition, the Voice of China. On behalf of our program team, I welcome you. Zhou Danian stumbled back a bit and immediately broke out into a big smile. I've qualified? Ha ha ha. However, the program team staff were all astounded. They were so shocked they felt like just laying down on the ground under the tables. What? The old man qualified? What the F***? K? Ha Chi-Chi nearly vomited blood. Wu Yi and the other staff's eyes shrank. Director Zhang, weren't you going to refuse him politely? Yet it turned out that you were not going to reject him. It turned out instead to be that you were only asking the old man to be clear about his condition and health issues before allowing him to proceed to the televised blind auditions round. But this is an old man who's 60 years old. Have you ever seen an old man taking part in any singing talent show before? We're holding selections for the Voice of China, not the Old Man of China. What sort of mess are you trying to create by getting an old man to join the competition? Chapter 651 I Teach Physical Education. Collapse. The old man was taken away to fill out some forms. Left at the scene of the audition were a group of people from the staff of The Voice, all looking shocked. Ha Chi-Chi could no longer just sit around and keep quiet anymore. She knew of Zhang Ye's temper and also knew that he was the executive director. Even if all the decision-making in passing or failing a contestant was up to him, she still had to say something about it, because if this was not handled properly, it could turn out to be a very serious problem. She asked, Director Zhang, are you really serious about letting the grandpa onto the show? Why don't you reconsider? That really isn't doable. He's too advanced in age. If anything happens, the people responsible will be those of us at Central TV. You should know that Central TV Department 1's broadcast coverage is nationwide and even airs on some overseas channels. So this pressure is not something that everyone can take. I've even seen many youngsters who look very healthy and strong faint during program recordings due to anxiety. This has happened so many times just in Central TV alone. And they're even young people. So let's not mention what would happen to a 60-year-old grandpa. Wu Yi wiped away his sweat. Yes, Director Zhang. Assistant Director Zhang Zhua also came over to the audition venue after finishing his work. When he heard that Zhang Ye had let a 60-year-old grandpa through the auditions, he too very nearly fainted. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Teacher Zhang, you must never, ever do that. If something happens, then it will cause big trouble. Zhang Ye laughed. That's why I asked him about his health first. Ha Chi-Chi immediately interjected. He might have said that he is all well and good, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Aren't there exceptions? Zhang's was said in panic. We can't take such a risk. That's really too dangerous. What's so dangerous? Are you all taking the elderly to be too weak? Zhang Ye disagreed. I agree that being cautious is correct, but an elderly person is still a person. They have things they like as well as dreams to chase after. No one has the right to take that away from them. You guys have seen it for yourself too. The grandpa isn't in bad shape at all. He's still very strong and able. How could he perform a rock song like that otherwise? So why don't we not take Grandpa Zhou to be just the typical old man, all right? Ha Chi-Chi replied. But there's never been any case of an old man on a talent show before. When she said that, many of the program team staff at the side couldn't help but snigger. Zhang Ye chuckled. If other programs don't have that, then we'll have it. The programs I make have never aimed to be the same as others. To me, there's no difference whether it's an old or a young person. Since we've already said that we would not look at their ages, then we shouldn't judge them based on that. Ha Chi-Chi. Zhang's. No one else said anything. Zhang Ye added, I don't see a problem with Grandpa Zhou. In fact, I think we should give him more focus. I believe that all of you were too concerned with his age earlier and did not listen to his singing, right? Grandpa Zhou's style of rock, that scream, that attitude to life. Those are all things a young person can express through their singing. The feeling it gives to me can only be described as shocking. It was that great. Ha Chi-Chi wondered, was that so? I didn't notice it. Wu Yi and the others also weren't listening attentively back then. That performance was recorded. I'll show it to you all again later. Zhang Ye said, but for now, let's not talk about it. We'll just settle it this way. With those words, it didn't matter if there were any more objections. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others could only look at each other helplessly. They knew better than to say more. Whatever, if it's settled, then it's settled. We'll just do it however you decide, Hai Qian Pingfan, Sun Dashwan, Zhou Danian. In the first round of the preliminary auditions, 3 people had qualified for the next round. At this time, Hachichi thought of someone else who had come. She said, "Oh right, Director Zhang. Didn't you bring a woman here earlier? Is she a contestant too? How's she?" Zhang Ye smiled and answered, "You'll know when you hear her sing." Little Wang blinked. "Then should I?" "Call Teacher Luo in," Zhang Ye said. Little Wang went out to get her. She knew that this person was brought here specifically by Zhang Ye, so they might have known each other beforehand. Because of that, Little Wang was more polite to Luo Yu than she was to the other contestants. The door opened. Luo Yu walked in with a gust of wind following her, because she was fat. Faced with a contestant like that, with looks that wouldn't have passed most auditions, the program team staff no longer cared anymore as they were already numb to it. In the past, they used their own understanding and expectations when it came to such kinds of auditions. But today, after Zhang Ye had overturned their cognitive understanding over and over again, they were no longer bothered by any surprises. Even if a mute person walked in now for the auditions and was given a pass by Zhang Ye, they wouldn't have any reaction. Because to them, Zhang Ye's criteria for picking a contestant was really not something that they could understand at all. Luo Yu looked to the left and the right, then said, "Teacher Zhang, what now?" Zhang Ye said, "Oh, you may begin singing. Now." "All right then." Luo Yu did some warm-ups by flexing and stretching her arms, and then by kicking out her legs a few times. Zhang's Hachichi was wondering to herself what was up with this person. Warm-ups? But these warm-ups were too much, weren't they? Were you getting ready to sing or to throw a shot put? Does singing require this kind of warm-up? All the other staff also came to a conclusion. As expected, it was another odd one. Other contestants might clear their throats or do some light singing to open up their throats. But Luo Yu was different from other people. Due to her profession as a physical education teacher, she was more used to such a way of warming up. Perhaps for her, this was a way to relieve the stress, to move around a bit more to take the edge off and get into the best condition. So whether she was going to sing or throw a shot put, this had always been Luo Yu's standard warm-up routine. Exhaling, Luo Yu said, "The song I want to sing is Wishing We Last Forever." This song again. There were already 4 or 5 people who had sung this song today. No one said anything and just sat there quietly, ready to listen. They were curious about how different this contestant who Teacher Zhang Ye had brought would be. Then Luo Yu started singing. When her voice came out, everyone immediately understood how she was different from all the others. "When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky in the heavens on this night." It turned out to be such a raspy and rough voice. The roughness and friction that her voice brought out gave people goosebumps. This woman was actually singing in an old man's voice. Luo Yu's voice was the direct opposite of Qian Pingfan's voice, although still with some differences. Qian Pingfan was a male singing in a female voice, and his singing was much better than a woman would have sung. But Luo Yu was different. Her voice was very deep and very rich. It sounded like a male voice, yet there was still a hint of a woman's charm in it. On top of that, the emotions in the voice were no doubt a woman's. As long as their eyes were closed, they could still tell that it was a woman singing, only that her voice was somewhat rough. Hachichi gave a long sigh. "I knew it, I just knew it." Wu Yi also facepalmed himself and rubbed his forehead for a long time. Why? Why was it all these kinds of people? "Teacher Zhang, can't you find someone normal? Just one will do." A man singing in a woman's voice, a burly man singing a soft love song, an old man rocking it out with his performance, a woman singing in a man's voice. This was a competition of who was the strangest. But Zhang Ye quietly listened in appreciation, as though he did not notice the speechlessness of those around him. He really liked Luo Yu's singing, not only because of her extremely unique voice, but also the way she handled the song. Even if her voice was raspy, she was able to keep the softness and delicate feel of the song and expressed it in her own way that was different from others. Voice, singing, emotions, all of these were flawlessly expressed. It was like an uncut piece of jade, devoid of any complex singing techniques, but leaving people very comfortable listening to it. This was what you'd call a good contestant. In the future, for whichever coach chose her, she would definitely be one of the key members of that team. Yes, even Qian Pingfan and Zhou Danian were the same, but as for Sun Dashwan the train driver, He still wasn't quite as good compared to them, but he was still good anyway and would definitely pass the blind auditions. On this first day, 4 seeded contestants had qualified. Looking at the statistics, it might look like a poor qualification rate, but Zhang Ye was already extremely satisfied with the outcome as he had uncovered some gems. To him, the numbers did not matter. What was important was their quality. If he had wanted to just make up the contestant numbers, he could easily get it done, but to have found these red flower contestants, it was really 1 in a million. Each and every one of them were treasured finds. And just like Zhang Ye had predicted, although there were some differences in this world's recognition of what a good singer was, there were still some good voices in it. There were still talented people around, which made Zhang Ye hopeful and expectant of many hitherto undiscovered prospects. Right now, Zhang Ye could finally thump his chest assertively, knowing that the voice he had brought over and reproduced from his previous world would really have no problems at all. Luo Yu finished singing. Everyone stayed silent for a long time. Luo Yu seemingly got hooked on her own singing, even suggesting to do another one. Why don't I give Woman Flower a try too? Zhang Ye laughed and said, Teacher Luo, there's no need. I hereby announce that you have passed the audition and qualify for the next round as our 4th seeded contestant. Congratulations, Luo Yu said happily. Then does that mean I can appear on television then? Zhang Ye gave her confirmation. We will be starting the program recording in some days. With regards to Zhang Ye's decision this time, Ha Qiqi and the rest did not find it surprising at all. They knew at this point that they just had to go along with whatever Zhang Ye decided. But hearing Zhang Ye's words, Ha Qiqi got a hint of surprise and immediately asked, Director Zhang, this teacher Luo is? From a school? Or? Hearing Director Zhang address her as a teacher, Ha Qiqi's first thought was that it was her profession. Zhang Ye affirmed, Yes, she's from a school. She's a teacher of a relative of mine. A real teacher? That's great. When everyone in the program team heard this, they finally managed to regain some of their composure. A music teacher from a school, no matter what, would still be considered a professional musician. At last, there was a professional, even if her voice was a little. Well, regardless, at least she had given the program team a shot of confidence. Compared to those other contestants who had qualified, Luo Yu's profession as a teacher was really comforting and reassuring to know. Ha Qiqi casually spoke. Teacher Luo, you'll still have to teach normally, won't you? Our program recording schedule can take up to a day sometimes. Hopefully it won't delay your classes and inconvenience the students. Luo Yu laughed and replied, I'm not too busy usually. Zhang Ye smiled and said, That's true. A music teacher has a lighter workload than a teacher teaching the sciences. Hearing that, Luo Yu was taken aback. Huh? What music teacher? Ha Qiqi was also a bit stunned. Aren't you teaching music at the school? Luo Yu nearly fainted. What? I teach physical education. You teach physical education? Everyone. Hashtag $% and asterisk. Teacher. A respected teaching professional had finally joined the competition, but how the F***K did it turn out to be a physical education teacher? At this moment, only the image of a beautiful creature called the grass mud horse one could be used to describe everyone's feelings. They could no longer see the future of their new program, as it became enshrouded in pure darkness. Chapter 652, The 4 Wonders. Later that afternoon, after the first round of preliminary auditions ended, Zhang Ye gathered Ha Qiqi and the others and started going through the demos sent to them with email. Although today's audition had ended, they were still going to have another round tomorrow or the day after, and thus needed to sort out the contestants to notify them to come for the auditions. For those candidates who lived further away, if they really had the potential to qualify, the program team would have to be responsible for their plane or train tickets, covering their return trip as well. Come, everyone have a look at this. I will be in charge of these 100 candidates. Leave this page to me. All right, if there's any demo that's good, let me know. I'll listen to it as well. Hey, Teacher Zhang, this one sounds good. Come and listen. Let me take a look. Will this person do? Sounds quite good. Notify her. Director Zhang, I found one who's quite good as well. Coming. They kept busy for a full 2 hours and only managed to go through about a fifth of the applications. There was nothing they could do about it, as there were far too many candidates. If it was said that people did not have much optimism for the Voice of China before, but after landing the Brain Gold title sponsorship, and with the 4 famous music coaches coming aboard, the applications increased several-fold. It was an unprecedented number 3 or 4 times more than those of other similar talent shows. This was due to the fact that none of them ever had such a prestigious lineup of coaches and such an astronomical title sponsorship. Fee. The first move made by the Voice of China had already cast all thoughts of other similar talent show programs far from the minds of the audiences. Ring, ring. A phone call came in. Zhang Ye answered. Director Jiang. On the line was the Deputy Director of Central TV Department 1, Jiang Yuan. He said, Little Zhang, why did I hear that you have chased away 4 of the music consultants I appointed to your team? Zhang Ye laughed and replied, Director, it wasn't that they were chased off. It's just because we did not see eye to eye with the concept and requirement, so they were not of much help in the picking of contestants. Since it was that way, I thought that it would be better to just handle it on my own. At most, I will have to attend every round of the preliminary auditions and spend a little more time. It's not a big deal. Jiang Yuan could not say anything to that, so he just told him, All right then, I won't be bothering with this matter then. But I'll still say the same thing. I want results. And that means the viewership ratings. Zhang Ye said, I understand. How many people qualified from today's auditions? Jiang Yuan asked concerned. 4 contestants, Zhang Ye said. Jiang Yuan reacted in shock. So few, Zhang Ye said. But they're all the most excellent ones. Jiang Yuan said, Fine, I will just wait for your good news. After hanging up, Zhang Ye looked at his watch and gathered everyone again. He said, Let's stop here for today. It's about time to leave anyway. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Hugh, it's no trouble. It's our job, Director Zhang. Everyone could finally take a breather and relax as they got ready to leave work. Zhang Ye was a workaholic, and in other times, he wouldn't even be getting ready to knock off at 7 p.m. Sometimes he would even work until 8 or 9 p.m., but today, he was the first to leave. 20 minutes before the official end of work time, Zhang Ye had already left. This was because there was still a little one waiting for him at school. He had to rush to the experimental primary school to pick up Qinshin. If he were late, she would surely be unhappy. When Zhang Ye left, everyone started talking to each other without needing to hold back anymore. Zhang's was sighed. Tell me honestly, do you guys think that these contestants can make it? Wu Yi gave a forced smile. I don't know, but I suppose Teacher Zhang has his own considerations. I don't know what to say anymore. Ha Chi-Chi said while pinching her brow. I just hope it works out by some miracle. Having said that, even she did not believe that this miracle would happen. Everyone was looking at each other with worried faces. Some of the program team staff even had expressions that seemed to say, we're screwed. With regards to the chosen contestants today, everyone had great doubts. They'd seen odd ones, but never such strange ones before. Qian Pingfan, Sun Dashwan, Zhou Danian, Luo Yu. These 4 wonders, each one more amazing than the other. After work, the lights in the office of the Voices program team blinked out as everyone dispersed and proceeded downstairs. In the elevator, Assistant Director Zhang Zhe bumped into a friend from his previous program team. The 2 of them had known each other for quite some years now. That person greeted, Old Zwa. Zhang Zhe said, it's old you. That person asked, how's it going? Have you finished busying yourself with the equipment work yet? I heard that your program team has spent more than 20 million on purchasing new equipment. Zhang Zhe said, Yeah, we bought a bunch of equipment. They should be delivered within the next 2 days. That person said, your team is really rich, but that can't be helped with a 100 million title sponsorship. Even if you all just spend it recklessly, it would take a long time to deplete those funds. Just look at the program team that I'm in. They're so petty. We only exceeded the budget by tens of thousands of yuan, but the leader has already curbed our spending with immediate effect. We're not as lucky as your team, getting whatever you want. Then he paused before suddenly asking, Oh right, didn't they hold auditions for your program today? When he heard that, Zhang Zhe's expression changed into something slightly unnatural. He replied, Yeah, I guess it was. That person asked, What do you mean by I guess it was? How did it turn out? How many good ones were there? When I walked past the venue earlier, I spotted a very pretty one. She was dressed in red and had big, round eyes. Did she get through to the next round? Zhang Zhe said no. That person asked, Then which ones did you all choose? Zhang Zhe mumbled, I'm not in charge of that. So I'm not too sure either. That person didn't believe him. You're an AD. Even if you weren't in charge of that, you would still know something, wouldn't you? Zhang Ye coughed. I really don't know. Elsewhere, below, at the bottom of the television station tower, Wu Yi ran into an old colleague from his previous department. That woman greeted. Wu Yi, you're off work? Yes, Wu Yi said. The woman asked, you all held auditions today, right? Wu Yi said, was there an audition? I'm not sure. The woman rolled her eyes. Who are you trying to bluff? The entire Central TV staff knows auditions for The Voice were held today. It was even reported on the news. Hurry up and tell me a little about it. How many people were chosen? How did they do? You should know that I love watching singing talent shows the most, right? So how were the contestants you all chose compared to the contestants from the other satellite channels? Wu Yi suddenly said, you bought a new pair of shoes? Yeah, they look good, right? Hey, I was asking you about the contestants. Why did you talk about my shoes instead? The woman was almost at a loss for words because of that. Wu Yi lied, not sure. I wasn't at the venue. Somewhere else. Little Wang got on her bicycle and was preparing to ride it home. Behind her, one of her university schoolmates came up to her. They had graduated together and come to Central TV to work at the same time, so they'd always had a pretty good relationship. Wang, I've been looking for you the whole day. Looking for me? I wanted to ask you about the auditions. I'm really curious. Does your executive director Zhang really not choose the contestant based on their looks and only listen to their voices? What do the contestants who qualified for the next round look like? Did you take any photos? Show them to me. What are you hesitating for? I'm asking you, did you get any behind-the-scenes videos? Show them to me first. Recently, there have been so many people who pay attention to this new program of yours. Even many of us in Central TV are guessing what kinds of contestants you all selected. Just today alone, I've heard 7 or 8 people discussing it in the office. About this. Weren't you at the venue? Tell me about it. No, I can't. Director Zhang has told us to keep it confidential. F***K. What's there to be so secretive of? I really can't say. Just tell me a little, won't you? We're close friends, aren't we? I really cannot. Well, then, I'll go off first. See you tomorrow. Hey you. Wait. Why are you rushing off? The same situations were playing out for every staff member of The Voice. At the moment, there were a lot of discussions about The Voice. The internal staff at Central TV were also very concerned and curious about how the program was progressing. Some of them even wanted to go and observe the auditions, but due to regulation, non-related staff were not allowed to enter the venue. As such, without an answer to their curiosity, they could only wait until it was time to knock off to find someone they knew from The Voice's program team, whether it be friends, ex-classmates, or ex-colleagues, so that they could get an update on the status of the program. But without exception, none of them managed to find out anything. Not one of the staff members from The Voice's program team leaked any news or information at all. It was as though they had all discussed beforehand to keep it a secret. Some of them even acted dumb by saying that they were not present at the auditions even though they were there. Did they really not know anything? Did Zhang Ye really ask them to keep it a secret? Actually, there was nothing like this at all. When did Zhang Ye ever ask them to keep the details of the audition under wraps? As long as no video clips leaked, why would such small matters require them to keep it a secret? However, no one said a thing. Not a single person. Because the staff of The Voice's program team basically did not dare tell anyone. They were too embarrassed to do that. Tell them? Nonsense. How should they tell them? Your sister. Look at the singing talent shows on all the other satellite channels, including those that aired in the past 10 years. Counting all of them, which one did not have contestants who were either handsome guys or beautiful women? Which one of their contestants were not in the peak of their youth? Pretty boys, pretty girls. They were everywhere. But for their chosen contestants from the preliminary auditions, a bruiser, a skinny and ugly man, a woman weighing between 80 and 90 kilograms, and there was even an old man. But that was not the weirdest yet. The weirdest things about these people were their occupations. In the other talent shows, what did the handsome guys or beautiful women do for a living? They were either students from a music college or musicians who had graduated from performing arts schools. There were music teachers, piano teachers, guitar teachers, backup singers, independent musicians who composed their own songs, and even rookies who had just signed with a media agency. They had either already debuted or were working in music-related jobs as industry insiders. Their professional quality was for all to see. However, when you looked at the chosen contestants for The Voice, a train driver, a physical education teacher, a bicycle repairman, and there was even a 60-year-old retiree. How could they compare? How could they say anything? When comparing their program with other programs, the contrast was vastly different. Even if they were thick-skinned enough, they still would not have dared tell anyone about the backgrounds of their program's contestants. If they did, they would surely become laughingstocks. Chapter 653 Countdown to the Recording. 2 days later, the second round of preliminary auditions began. Contestant number 1, please come forward. You may begin singing now. Stop, that will do. Sorry, but you did not qualify for the next round. Next contestant. The contestants came into the audition venue one by one. Most of them could not qualify for the next round. Only a few people passed Zhang Ye's strict criteria, but the program team staff still didn't think too highly of them. They knew that Zhang Ye's appreciation of aesthetics and selection criteria were different, so they did not say anything. Basically, the more they thought that a contestant was not up to mark, the more Zhang Ye liked them, while the more they liked a contestant, the more Zhang Ye had his doubts. They were basically at odds with him on this matter. At this time, the 28th contestant was being called in for her audition. From outside, a young and glamorous woman walked through the door. She was dressed in Western fashion and looked very confident. From the way she moved, it was obvious she carried herself quite well. The eyes of the program team staff lighted up, but immediately turned to size. Ha Chi-Chi scanned her over. Please introduce yourself. The young woman said in a crisp and clear voice. Hello, teachers. My name is Yuan Tong, and I'm 24 years old. My occupation is, I guess you can say that I'm a white-collar worker. White-collar? Ha Chi-Chi repeated. Yuan Tong said, yes, I work at my parents' company. Oh, an affluent second generation? One. Ha Chi-Chi said, all right, you may begin now. Yuan Tong smiled and said, then I will be performing Blooming. Duh. Yuan Tong was lightly snapping her fingers to create a rhythm. After a few beats, she started to sing softly, and her beautiful voice resonated. Flowers bloom on the windowsill. But you aren't here. Remembering that spring, when you were still beside me. These petals and your smiling face. With a sudden change from her soft singing, she launched into a soprano. The flowers have bloomed. But I'm crying. She could reach a very high pitch and still have her singing sound full, without much vibrato in her voice. Her lung capacity was also very good as she held the notes for a long time without fading. So that was something worth mentioning. The song ended. Yuan Tong bowed and then said, I've finished performing. Ha Chi-Chi also felt that she was really good. She was beautiful, had a good aura, and sang well. But regrettably, she had come to the wrong place because their executive director was unlike other people. If this were a different program, the producers would definitely be fighting for her to be on their show. Unfortunately, their executive director preferred those who didn't look good, had vocal deficiencies, and worked low-level jobs. Hi, what a waste of a promising contestant. As a result, Ha Chi-Chi said, I'm sorry, you did not meet our requirements. Yuan Tong was a little surprised. The other staff members of the program team already understood what made Zhang Ye tick. They knew that if it were someone they fancied to be good, Zhang Ye would definitely not bat an eyelid at them. Wu Yi also said, please go back. Helpless, Yuan Tong could only reply, thank you, teachers. But this time, Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. Please go back for what? Ha Chi-Chi looked at him stunned. Wu Yi and the others also stared blankly at him. Zhang Ye was baffled, so he asked, this contestant sang very well, so what's there to question? Of course she has qualified. What do you all mean by not meeting the requirements? What kind of standard do you all have? He even sounded a little angry at them. This bro had it so difficult trying to make this program work. Yet you guys weren't only not helping me, but instead making me even busier? When Ha Chi-Chi and the others heard that, they nearly vomited blood. Didn't you dislike such contestants? Why did your attitude suddenly do a 180? Ha Chi-Chi said. Then what about Chang Si from before? Zhang Ye remarked. Which Chang Si? Oh, I remember. That contestant didn't hold a high pitch stabler than her, and is also not as beautiful as her. We definitely need more focus on good looking. Contestants who can also sing well. How did it end up with you all trying to eliminate her? Then he turned to the young woman and said, "You've qualified for the next round." This was the contestant Zhang Ye was most satisfied with today, although her singing wasn't exactly the best. But it was still considered quite outstanding already. At least compared to the train driver of the Four Wonders, her singing was a bit better. The key here was that she was also very beautiful and good-looking, so that too naturally qualified her as a key contestant. Yuan Tong was so delighted it showed. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Can I also make a small request?" "What is it?" Zhang Ye asked. Yuan Tong said, "I would like your autograph. The 2 songs you wrote for Teacher Zhang Yuanqi have always been my favorite songs. I play them on repeat every day." That's great." Zhang Ye did not say anything and just have her his autograph. Ha Chi-Chi and the others looked at each other. They finally understood that their auditions were never based on fundamentals or criteria, that there were no rules for whether a contestant performed below standard in this area or did well in another area. Whether they qualified or not was all down to the executive director alone. If Zhang Ye said they met the requirements, then they met the requirements. If he said they weren't up to standard, then they weren't up to standard. In meeting such an executive director, this was as difficult as it could get. Everyone on the program team thought that Zhang Ye chose the contestants based on his mood, but in fact, that was not true. They had arrived at such a conclusion simply because Zhang Ye had a different way of looking at things than them. Ha Chi-Chi and the others were not exactly professionals in the field of music and could only be considered observers. They were only looking for someone who, ideally, was good-looking, or they liked a performance because of their own subjective tastes, while those music professionals who had been asked to leave were all looking at singing skills or if the contestants were from a performing arts college. But they were too traditional in their judgment of a voice and could not accept voices that sounded new or odd to them. It could be said that these 2 groups both had their limitations. Compared to them, Zhang Ye looked for something much complexer. When judging a contestant, he was looking for their overall qualities, whether they could sing well or not, uniqueness of voice, whether their occupations were worth hyping, and even if the contestants could become subjects of conversation. These were all the factors Zhang Ye was considering. He rejected good looks? Who said so? If the contestant could sing well, had an extremely unique voice, and was especially beautiful, only an idiot would reject her. It's not like you could find such a contestant if you went out to specifically look for one, so why wouldn't she qualify? Half a day passed. The second round of preliminary auditions ended. Zhang Ye inquired, "It looks like several of the candidates we picked as potential contestants did not turn up. Why didn't I see them?" There were a few candidates whom he was rather looking forward to meeting based on their demos. Ha Chi-Chi answered, "They did not come. There's one who needs to go to school and does not have free time, while another one needs to work overtime. Although I did mention that our program team would reimburse the cost of her return flight, the entire trip and audition would still take 2 days minimum. She probably feels that her work is more important and did not want to risk taking time off, since she might end up getting rejected by us, as well as losing her job. Her boss at her workplace must be a really difficult person to deal with." They were finally seated in front of the computer again, sorting through all the demos that were emailed to them. The number of applications was getting increasingly higher by the day, but the quality of the candidates was not as uniform as the increase. There were hardly any good ones. Zhang Ye thought for a long while before finally deciding to change the way the auditions were held. He would hold the auditions just like how the original The Voice of his previous world held them. "Sister Chi, how about this? Tomorrow, we will hold one more round of preliminary auditions here. Then after that you will choose some staff members and send them to various key cities in the country to carry out the additional preliminary auditions. If there isn't enough manpower, we can hold the preliminary auditions one at a time in each city. Otherwise, we will hold them simultaneously across several cities." Ha Chi-Chi was taken aback by this suggestion. "Won't that cost a lot of money? If we need to mobilize an entire team, the hotel accommodations, audition venues, equipment, and publicity will all cost money." Zhang Ye said, "I'll allocate 5 million to you first. Will that be enough?" Ha Chi-Chi suddenly became more spirited, and she readily agreed. "Sure. See, money talks." They had seemingly forgotten that their program had a production budget of over 100 million and was unlike the other talent shows on rival satellite channel stations that scrimped and saved on every penny. The voice did not want for money at all. Wu Yi said worriedly. Director Zhang, if we expand the auditions to cover so many places, then without you leading the selection, how will we know which contestants qualify? Zhang Ye delegated his authority and replied, as long as you all find them to be good, just send them my way. Those contestants I previously approved are all going to be the seeded contestants and the ones I like best. They are the red flowers of our show, but the only reason they can be that is because they will have some green leaves to make them stand out. So I want to reassure everyone a little here. Don't worry too much about who is good or bad. As long as you all unanimously agree they are good, send them my way. We'll sort them out after we know the number of contestants who passed. Those words reassured the team a lot. If they really had to apply Zhang Ye's selection criteria in choosing the contestants, they wouldn't know how to judge at all, since no one understood his selection criteria. Zhang Ye asked, have you already found the music arrangement teachers? Hachichi nodded. Director Zhang has arranged for 2 music arrangement teachers and a band to be transferred to our program team, but there won't be a music director or music consultants due to that day's NC. Zhang Ye understood. There's no need for a music director. It will only be more troublesome with them around. We only need the music arrangers. Regarding the already qualified contestants, inform the music arrangement teachers to start helping them with their song arrangements today. Otherwise, once the number of qualified contestants increase, they will become too busy. For those seated contestants I mentioned, I want to spare no effort when it comes to their arrangements. They must be done to perfection. As for the non-seated contestants, of course we will still do our best for them, but make the appropriate adjustments. Hachichi said, I understand. Zhang Zhua came over from the other side. Director Zhang, all the new equipment has been delivered. Zhang Ye immediately brought everyone to the recording studio and had a look around. Then he said to Zhang Zhua, has the design for the custom chairs been confirmed yet? Zhang Zhua replied, we've already placed an order. I've also hounded the workshop for progress. They are currently rushing the job, but because this design has a certain degree of difficulty to make, they told us it would take half a month at the quickest. How about the stage? Zhang Ye looked to the stage, which was piled with construction materials. Zhang Zhua answered, we are setting it up according to your request. We started working on it yesterday. As for the contestants' waiting area and the second studio, the workers have also started work on it. Zhang Ye urged, hurry up. Try to get it done as soon as possible. Zhang Zhua said, I understand. I'll get them to hurry. How about the website? Zhang Ye asked. The staff member who was in charge of the website details immediately answered. Director Zhang, the website has been completed after we worked on it overnight. The latest news, promotional news, and other related information can be added onto the website at any time. Well done, Zhang Ye said. Have we contacted the publicity department yet? A female editor responded. I've already contacted them. Central TV Department 1 will allocate a total of 75 seconds of promotional airtime to us. How we use this 75 seconds is up to us, but other than the weekend primetime slots, we are free to choose whichever time we want to air it. Zhang Ye nodded. Then we will make them 15 seconds each. Each of the 4 coaches will record a video clip. We'll also do a group promo with them. Every aspect of the program's production was progressing very quickly and already put into motion. As of now, the countdown to the recording had already began. Chapter 654, Arrival of the Voices theme song. On this morning, the freshly published morning newspapers went on sale. The Voices Nanjing editions overwhelmed by applications. A 100 million title sponsorship. Is it worth the money? Results of a public survey. Less than 50% of the public thinks that The Voice will do well, with more than half of industry insiders and the public still doubtful. Zhang Ye appears at Shanghai's audition venue yesterday for a promotional campaign of The Voice. Can The Voice possibly overcome the industry downturn of talent shows? The singing show industry faces a crisis, plagued by signs of fatigue. Overcrowded market for singing talent shows attracts strict control from overseeing authorities. The Voice to become final straw in an overcrowded singing talent show market. The entertainment headlines of various newspapers and online news were all giving continued coverage and tracking of news concerning The Voice of China. Even though many people did not think that The Voice would achieve much in the viewership ratings, since it was a mega-scale production costing a large sum of money to produce, along with the addition of The heavenly queen to the coach's list, the 100 million renminbi title sponsorship fee, and being Zhang Ye's reputed production, this topic was naturally more widely discussed. The media was certainly more than willing to report about it. There was no lack of news in the entertainment industry, but a sustainable, news-generating program like The Voice was missing. With the appearance of The Voice, it could be said that it helped thousands of journalists keep their jobs. No longer would their mothers have to worry about them lacking news to write about. Past 7 a.m. Shortly after Zhang Ye sent Qinshan past the school gates, he received a call. It was Zhang Yuanqi. "Where's my song?" "What song?" Zhang Ye replied instinctively. Old Zhang said, "You're asking me what song?" "The song you owe me. Didn't you say that you would write a theme song for The Voice?" "Well, give the copyright to me, and we'll be even." Only then did Zhang Ye remember that he made such a promise some days ago. Since he still owed Old Zhang a song, and The Voice was in need of a theme song too, he decided to simply just write a song for Old Zhang that could also be used as the theme song. But he had been too busy recently, flying to Shanghai for the preliminary auditions and a promotional campaign, then flying back on the same afternoon and rushing to pick up the child from school. With so many things to handle, he had already long since forgotten about this matter. He immediately said, Oh, about that. How would I forget? I've been writing the song for the past few days and even stayed up for a few nights over it." He bluffed his way through. Old Zhang said, "Is that so?" Zhang Ye replied, "Of course, I definitely keep your matters in mind." Old Zhang said, "Then have you finished writing the song?" Zhang Ye said, "Yes, I've finished writing it." Old Zhang said, "Okay." Zhang Ye said, "When you're here at Central TV, I'll pass you the score, and then the four of you coaches will have some rehearsals to sing it. After the recording is done, we'll then use it for the intro theme song of the program." After hanging up, he drove towards Central TV. When he reached the recording studio, he started another busy day of work. With one hand, he was remotely controlling several auditions being held at other provinces, while with the other hand, he was giving instruction for the stage layout and planning the progress for the presentation of the promotional clips. The recording of the promotional clips for the four coaches were done in succession. The edited clips of Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, and Fan Wenli were thus the earliest to be put out and broadcast to the public on Central TV Department 1, with each clip lasting 15 seconds. Due to Zhang Yuanqi's busy schedule, her recording had only been completed yesterday. As Old Zhang had the biggest reputation among the coaches, her clips certainly had to be broadcast with the best timing. All of these matters had to be arranged and planned by the executive director, Zhang Ye, just like everything else here that also needed his attention. As for the executive producer, Fu Sihong, except for the beginning when Fu Sihong objected several times to Zhang Ye's proposed plan for The Voice, there were no signs of Fu Sihong appearing around here after that. Central TV Department 1 had sent Fu Sihong to supervise the team. As long as production was on track with no issues, Fu Sihong would not need to meddle in anything. It did not matter to Zhang Ye whether Fu Sihong was here or not. But without him here, Zhang Ye could afford to do his own job even better without any apprehension. Luer. Director Zhang, you're looking for me? Is the voting system ready? 1. We haven't ordered it yet. It's not needed yet, right? Even though it will be only used in the finals, don't delay. Get it done quickly. Understood. I will contact them and order immediately. We can borrow it from the other Central TV program teams if they have prepared systems. Little Zhou, come over here for a while. AI Director Zhang. I'm here. The 75 seconds of promotional airtime that Central TV allocated to us will certainly not be enough. Get in touch with other media, such as those large video hosting websites, and buy some commercial airtime from them. Sure, I'll get it done. Don't be afraid to spend money. Buy more. Aren't we running low on money? Even if it's low, we still have more than 10 million renminbi. For other talent shows, 10 million renminbi might already be their entire budget for production, but this amount is just the leftovers of our budget, so there's no commercial we can't buy. Advertising is the most important activity of all. We must make sure to successfully get across the concept of voice to let the people understand and accept it. To achieve all these, it's never too much no matter how much we spend. I understand, Director Zhang. Please wait for my good news. Zhang Ye had to keep everything under control, so he had to handle every detail diligently. As he had already been appointed executive director for about 10 days, He was becoming more and more like one now. Brimming with the air of an executive director, he spoke increasingly firmly, assigning tasks with greater clarity. Zhang Ye was also growing together with the production progress. This role as executive director was very important to him, as it was a very valuable experience for his future success and irreplaceable with any amount of money or popularity. One of the reasons why Zhang Ye accepted Jiang Yuan's offer to join Central TV Department 1 was it because he was promised that he could be the executive director of such a big production at an important channel like Central TV Department 1. He needed this sort of life and work experience. This growth would give him a foundation for future endeavors. Compared to when Zhang Ye was the executive producer and director of Zhang Ye's talk show, it wasn't the same level. The talk show only had Zhang Ye himself on stage since it centered around him as the host and the main focus of his performances. His role as the executive director was just a name and would not compare to directing a large-scale talent show on Central TV. Time passed quickly. It was already noon. Zhang Ye had a quick and simple lunch before returning to continue instructing the production. Suddenly, Assistant Director Zhang Ye walked hurriedly into the recording studio to where the stage of the voice was. Director Zhang? Where's Director Zhang? Little Wang pointed somewhere not far away. He's installing the chairs with the workers. Zhang Ye exclaimed and ran over in a hurry. Director Zhang. Why do you have to handle this yourself? Just leave it to the workers. Only then did Zhang Ye reluctantly put down the chair and tell the workers with a worried voice. Don't place the 4 chairs too far from each other. Put them slightly nearer so the coaches can hear each other without the microphone. A bit closer. Yes, okay, that's good now. This guy was a perfectionist. The word adequate didn't exist in his dictionary, so it developed into a bad habit of his. Zhang Ye was never comfortable if he only left it to others to do the work. Zhang Ye said, Director Zhang, they've arrived over there. Zhang Ye turned around. He panted, Who have arrived? He dusted off his hands. Zhang Ye blinked and replied, Sister Zhang and the rest of the coaches have arrived. Should I bring them over, or will you be going to the television station tower? Zhang Ye was taken aback. The coaches? What are they here for? Zhang Ye helplessly expressed. You were the one who arranged it. Didn't you say a few days ago that you were writing a song and wanted the 4 coaches to come in this afternoon and do a simple rehearsal of the intro theme song? Have you forgotten about it? Was it today? Holy shit, I was too caught up in work. No wonder old Zhang called me so early in the morning to ask me about the song. Zhang Ye nearly fainted before he recovered. They're already here? Zhang Ye said. Yes, they've already arrived. Let's do it this way. Don't let them come over here first. Try to stall them and make them wait a while. Zhang Ye immediately stated. Zhang Ye became confused. Why? What should I say to them? Zhang Ye answered. Just tell them that I'm not around, and then bring them over after half an hour. Having said that, Zhang Ye quickly walked away. Where's the music arrangement teacher? Where's the music arrangement teacher? Little Wang said. He's helping the contestants with the arrangements. Zhang Ye hastily ordered. Tell him to put that on hold for now and to come look for me. Okay. Seeing Zhang Ye so anxious, Little Wang double-timed and went to get the music arranger. In a recording studio, Zhang Ye went inside with a youthful music. Arrangement teacher. Director Zhang. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? The music arrangement teacher wondered. Are we going to do the music arrangement for the theme song? I'll arrange the music first, and then let the 4 teachers sing it. Zhang Ye did not say a word. The music arrangement teacher said, Then can you give me the score? Let me have a look at the song first. Zhang Ye remained silent. At this moment, the music arrangement teacher finally realized something and was shocked. Could it be that you have not written it yet? Weren't we supposed to have the rehearsal today? Zhang Ye coughed. We can still make it if I write it now. The music arrangement teacher nearly fainted at this response. Holy shit, you really didn't write it? What kind of song do you think will be most suitable as a theme song? Zhang Ye made a hasty last-minute effort to do something about it. The music arrangement teacher didn't know what to say. But haven't the 4 coaches already arrived? It's too late to write the song now. Actually, there are all kinds of theme songs for these types of talent shows. But I personally think it's best to be in line with the theme of the competition, like how to express one's dream, something inspirational, so that it can easily blend into the talent show's atmosphere and highlight the contestants and stage. Besides, such songs have to reflect positive energy and have a sunshiny feel, so it shouldn't have any lyrics that talk about a reflection on life or words like that. That would complicate things and make it less outstanding. I guess that would be suitable as a theme song. Dreams? The stage? Positive energy? Contestants? Talent show? After hearing that, Zhang Ye nodded. Do you have a pen and paper? The music arrangement teacher was stunned, then looked around for a bit before handing one to him. Zhang Ye immediately picked up the fountain pen and started to write the lyrics on the paper. As he wrote it, he spoke, I'll sing it once for you now, so help me write the score and arrange the music as well. The music arrangement teacher said, dumbfounded. Why, you have already thought of a song? F***K. It's only been a few seconds. I had just finished describing what kind of song was suitable for the show. At most around 10 seconds after that you have already finished writing it? That's impossible. The fastest lyrics writer in the industry would not have a speed like yours, even if you multiplied their speed by 100 times. No one could be this fast. He did not believe it, but he grabbed an empty score and got ready to record it. The next second, Zhang Ye started to sing with his terrible singing. I want to fly to the sky, walk beside the sun. The world waits for me to change it. Never been afraid of others seeing my dreams. Here, I can make it happen. Laughing loudly, let's walk side by side. Isn't happiness everywhere? Casting off all worry, I stride forward. Bravely. Now I am taking center stage. The music arrangement teacher was dumbfounded. You really could write it out in a little more than 10 seconds? What the F***K? Are you on stimulants? Chapter 655 The Speed of Zhang Ye's Songwriting. Zhang Ye sang, and the music arrangement teacher wrote out the simplified notation one on the fly. Once. Again. A long time passed. After singing and going through the song several times, the notation was finished and the lyrics were added in, completing the song. Perfect. Zhang Ye's hands trembled as he held the score. The music arrangement teacher was also fatigued and profusely sweat. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked, Teacher Zhang, can we do this ahead of time in the future? Rushing like this is really scary. Our program team has spent a lot of money to invite the 4 coaches to join us with figures that even the public might not know about. If they find out, it will surely cause an uproar. The 4 coaches are big-shot celebrities in the music industry, and we were the ones who arranged for them to come over today. If we were unable to produce a song for them to rehearse with, it would have become very embarrassing for us and make it look like we thought they were fools. They were not ordinary celebrities. If they turned hostile and threatened to not record the program or rehearse the song, their program team would be in big trouble. Zhang Ye pretended it was nothing, then just smiled and said, But we managed to finish it, didn't we? The music arrangement teacher had no words in response. Indeed, this song only took 20 minutes to finish, but excluding the time taken to compose the simplified notation, Zhang Ye had only taken less than a minute to write it. It felt like he finished as he was writing and singing. The music arrangement teacher could swear that, in all these years he had worked in this industry, he had known countless lyricists and singer-songwriters. When it came down to songwriting speed, Zhang Ye was absolutely ranked number 1 among all the people he had ever met. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Ye full of admiration. He only started writing the song when the coaches were already at the doorstep, yet he still managed to finish writing the song. In the entire industry, only Zhang Ye would risk doing it this way. Other than him, no other person could achieve it. No one would believe this even if it were revealed, but whoever did would surely have to bow down to him. As for the quality of the song, the music arrangement teacher had not really listened to it carefully yet. First, he was in too much of a rush trying to fill in the simplified notations, and his mind was not focused on the melody and lyrics. Second, Zhang Ye's singing ability was just average, nothing special. Third, it would be difficult to judge just from hearing him sing without music and instrumental accompaniment. Outside, someone was knocking on the door. Dong dong. Dong. Before Zhang Ye could say anything, the person had already pushed open the door and come inside. It was Deputy Director Zhang Zhua who said anxiously, Director Zhang, I can't hold them back anymore. The 4 teachers can't wait any longer and are already making their way here to look for you. Zhang Ye nodded. It's been hard on you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Zhua had really put in a lot of effort to make up lies and find excuses to delay them, but the 4 coaches were all big shots and extremely famous, and even the least popular among them was a national bel canto singer. Every one of them possessed a great aura, so it was considerably stressful for him to deal with them tactfully. At this moment, some voices came from outside the corridor. Little Zhang. It was the voice of Grandma Zhang Xia. And then he seemingly heard Zhang Yuanqi asking someone, "Miss, where is your executive director?" That female staff exclaimed and then muttered, "I don't know either." Zhang Xia said, "I know he must be here. Ask him to come out. He scheduled us to be here for the recording, and we're already here, yet he's avoiding us. It's almost been half an hour, so why has he still not shown himself?" Zhang Ye hurriedly walked out the door while holding the score. He looked to the end of the corridor and walked up to them, laughing. "Grandma Zhang, Sister Zhang, Brother Chun, Sister Fan, you're all here already?" Chen Guang said in a speechless manner, "We arrived long ago." Zhang Yuanqi looked toward where he came out, then smiled and said, "So you were hiding in there?" Zhang Yi said, "No, I wasn't hiding. It was just that something had cropped up suddenly over here, so I couldn't get away." Turning to Zhang Zhua, he pretended to be angry and scolded. "Brother Zhang, why didn't you inform me that the teachers had already arrived? If I knew they were here, I would have dropped everything and gone to receive them. What can be more important than the teachers?" Zhang Zhua could only think to himself how he was told by Zhang Yi to delay them, but he just said, "I'll pay attention to this next time." Zhang Yi reminded him, "Next time if the teachers come and look for me, make sure to inform me immediately. Look, I very nearly got misunderstood by the teachers this time." Zhang Yuanqi looked at him, "But I don't think it's a misunderstanding." Zhang Yi coughed. Zhang Xia criticized, "You were too much. How could you let us sit around and wait for more than 20 minutes? At least you should have given us the score to take a look at first." Zhang Yi also felt a little embarrassed, since he was the one who arranged the meeting, yet he totally forgot about it. It was unacceptable. "Grandma Zhang, you're right. This time, it's my fault, so you can just blame me." Fan Wenli blinked. Becoming sharper, she asked, "Is there some problem with the theme song?" Zhang Yi immediately let out an uncontrolled laugh and started lying without any guilt. "How could there be any problems? Actually, I've already finished writing it, and it took me a whole week to perfect it. The lyrics and melody were carefully deliberated and meticulously scrutinized upon. I've already made it into absolutely the most exquisite song among songs. Here, see? The score is right here. I've been waiting for all of you to arrive since long ago. Spent a whole week. Meticulous, scrutiny, carefully deliberated." The music arrangement teacher stared in silence at the ceiling. Zhang Xia and the rest of them walked up to him. "Is that so? Let me take a look." Zhang Yuanqi took the score from him. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli also stood beside her and looked at the score. They started humming along to the lyrics. "I want to fly to the sky, walk beside the sun." As they were unfamiliar with this song and had never heard it before, their humming was also intermittent. They were only reading the simplified notations as they hummed along, but it didn't sound too coherent. At this moment, the music arrangement teacher was also seriously savoring the song for the first time, since he did not listen to it earnestly before. Fan Wenli was a music teacher in the past, and had previously taught students to sight-read music scores, so she was skilled in this area and adapted much faster than the others. She was the first person to sing the song in its completed form. "Never been afraid of others seeing my dreams. Here, I can make it happen." Laughing loudly, "Let's walk side by side. Isn't happiness everywhere? Casting off all worry, I stride forward bravely. Now I am taking center stage." On seeing Fan Wenli singing so fluently, the other three coaches stopped their singing and listened quietly to Fan Wenli singing the entire song. The more they listened, the more their expressions changed. Zhang Zhua was the first person to be shocked. He did not know music, nor melody changes, nor treble and bass. He only knew this song was very nice to listen to, and was the type of work that could make people excited after listening to it just once. Moreover, the lyrics were also very encouraging. The dreams people have, they can make it happen here? Wasn't that exactly the message they wanted the voice to portray? Didn't they want to provide the platform for people to realize their dreams? This song matched perfectly. The next person to be shocked was the music arrangement teacher. Originally, he thought Zhang Ye was only messing around as he had no choice but to randomly write a song because the four teachers had already arrived at their doorstep. He felt that the quality of the song couldn't possibly be any good, because how good could a song that only took 1 minute to write be? To even be able to write it out was already a miracle. But when the music arrangement teacher finished listening, he knew that he was wrong right from the start. This song was too awesome. How could this be a haphazardly done piece of work? Honestly speaking, if the music arrangement teacher had not witnessed Zhang Ye composing on the spot, he would not have believed what was unfolding in front of him no matter what. It was written so quickly, had a high quality, a good tune, and was even in line with the concept and vision of the program. The music arrangement teacher knew that what had happened today was truly an eye-opener for him. Fan Wenli finished singing the song. Chen Guang had long since forgotten about the displeasure at waiting for half an hour for Zhang Ye. He even gave a thumbs up to Zhang Ye after listening to the song. Zhang Xia nodded furiously in appreciation. Great song. Fan Wenli was also very satisfied with it and commented, "This song is really tailor-made for the program." Teacher Zhang really took great effort in crafting the lyrics and melody. Zhang Yi laughed gently while waving it off. "That's not true, though I did use 8 or 9 days to write it." Chen Guang lamented, "You're already so busy with stage and preliminary auditions, yet you took the time to finish writing such a good song in just 8 or 9 days. Teacher Zhang Ye's talent is indeed extraordinary." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "No matter how busy and tired I am, it's all part of my job. I'm the executive director after all." But suddenly, Zhang Yuanqi, pinching the score, slightly rubbed the last parts and asked, "Why is the ink on this score not dry yet?" Upon hearing that, Zhang Yi broke out in cold sweat. Fan Wenli came up and took a look. "Oh, it's really not dry yet." Zhang Xia also reached out to touch it and then looked at Zhang Yi. "Little Zhang, you got your people to hold us back and delayed us for more than 20 minutes. Could it be that you forgot to write the song and ended up writing it only just then?" Chen Guang stared with eyes wide. This song was just written." Zhang Zhua also jumped up in fright as he knew that Zhang Ye had asked him to hold back the 4 teachers for a reason, but he did not expect this to be the problem. The music arrangement teacher also did not know where to look, so pretended to have not heard anything. Zhang Ye immediately answered, "How is that possible? How could I have forgotten such an important matter? I had already finished writing the song long ago, but after discussing with the music arrangement teacher earlier, we found there were some problems with the notes on the score, so we got it changed. Then we copied it again. That's why the ink was still wet." Chen Guang found fault with his words. "Didn't you say you had already written out the score earlier and was busy with other things just now?" Did I say that?" Zhang Yi said. Fan Wenli also exclaimed, "You can't really have just written it last minute, could you? In only 20 minutes? How can that be? I got my team to write a song with a specific set of requirements, yet the quickest they could do it in was still more than half a day. The quality isn't even guaranteed to be good." Zhang Yi made up another story. "That's why I didn't forget." Zhang Xia exposed Zhang Ye's secret to the husband and wife. Little Zhang is best known for his fast songwriting speed. At the last Spring Festival Gala, the song Woman Flower was written in the blink of an eye. At most, it only took a minute or two. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and chimed in, "It's the same for Wishing We Last Forever." Although the lyrics were written by him earlier, the music was composed by him on the spot. It didn't even take a few minutes. Chen Guang. Fan Wenli. It was only then that they found out that Zhang Yi had such stories surrounding him. Could it really be that Zhang Yi had waited until they were right at the doorstep of Central TV for the song rehearsal before he took his time to compose a song for them? If that was so, then speaking from a certain angle, he was truly a god. Chapter 656, The Little Leader of the Program Team. Collapse. Afternoon. In the music recording studio, the 4 coaches started familiarizing themselves with the song. Zhang Yi got the music arrangement teacher to stay behind and found another 2 staff members to come over to help with setting up the equipment. Then he finally said, "You all can start rehearsing. I need to leave first as there are a lot of things to handle at the stage." Zhang Xia put down the score. "Wait a moment, little Zhang." "AI, Grandma Zhang, what is it?" Zhang Yi asked. "Just now, when we arrived, we heard that there are contestants who've already qualified from the preliminary auditions and are secretly rehearsing and having their songs arranged over at the other studio." Zhang Yi said, "Yes, they started rehearsing a few days ago. The main issue is with the screen time. It's impossible for every song to take up 4 or 5 minutes, so we had to make appropriate adjustments. Besides, every one of them is a talented singer, so they have higher standards for themselves. Likewise, our program has high expectations of them. That's why the songs have to be rearranged to suit them. The workload for that is very heavy. We've been working on it several days now so that everyone can get a once-over of the process. Zhang Ye requested, after we've finished rehearsing this song, we want to take a look at the contestants. Zhang Ye did not have this request, as she was standing apart from the others, taking a call, which was probably work-related. Zhang Ye blinked a few times. All of you are so busy. Why would you all want to see them? They are still in the transitional phase, so you all won't be able to see much anyway. Fan Wenli smiled and replied. What Grandma Zhang meant was that we would like to have a look at the conditions and quality of the contestants. The rumors in the media and outside world are rife with the preliminary audition process, with so many of them irrelevant and baseless. So we'd like to see for ourselves. To understand the situation regarding the contestants in order to mentally prepare for the recording with them. Chen Guang agreed. Yes, I'm really looking forward to seeing them for myself as well. Zhang Ye shook his head and rejected. No, that's not allowed. Chen Guang asked. Even we aren't allowed to have a look? Zhang Ye said. That studio where they are rehearsing is a secure environment. Other than our own program team staff, no one else is permitted to enter. We'll just stand far away and watch for a while. Zhang Xia said. Do you think that we would leak information? Zhang Ye waved his hands. I really cannot allow that, Grandma Zhang. If you saw them now, there would be no more suspense. When the program's being recorded, there won't be the impact of seeing the contestants for the first time either. They tried to argue about this matter for a little longer, but Zhang Ye did not agree to their request. There wasn't even room for negotiation. Actually, at this moment, no one knew what the final presentation of The Voice was going to be like and the sort of stage setup the program was going to have. The kind of lighting? The kind of contestants? The hosting style? Nearly everyone didn't have a clue, including the program team staff. The only person who knew was Zhang Ye. As the executive director and overall producer of The Voice, he knew what sort of news to release to hype up publicity and the sort of news that needed to be kept confidential. There must be some suspense. Everything could only be revealed on the day of the program's recording and not a day earlier. They were just like important cards held in Zhang Ye's hand. If he used them up too early, it would become meaningless. Outside, after he came out of the music recording studio, he quickly headed toward the stage of the main recording studio. As the four teachers were already veterans in the music industry, he was only responsible for providing the song and could not help in any other way. The moment he left, text message appeared on his cell phone. DD. Old Zhang, where did you go? She was probably done with her call. Zhang Ye replied after reading. I left. Have to help out in the main recording studio. Old Zhang, this song doesn't count. Write me another. Zhang Ye was confused. Why doesn't it count? Old Zhang, it doesn't suit me. Zhang Ye typed. Heh, this song isn't divided between gender or age. If you don't like it, I'll give it to someone else. I noticed Chen Guang's eyes were gleaming when he listened to the song, but since he heard I had written it for you in advance, he didn't try to snatch the song away. Old Zhang, I'll keep this song, but you have to write another for me. Zhang Ye replied, Impossible. I endured so much pain just giving this song to you. Are you treating my songs like they are cabbages you can get from the market for next to nothing? This is art and needs to be treated with great care. Anyway, I don't have any songs available now. We can talk in the future if there's a suitable song for you. Let's stop talking. I still have a lot to do here. There were no more replies from her after that. Zhang Ye exited from the messages interface and saw 2 missed calls. One was from an hour ago while the other call was half an hour earlier. As he just caught up with work, he hadn't heard them. Both calls were from Qinshin's physical education teacher, Luo Yu. He thought for a moment and decided to call her back. Do. The call connected. Luo Yu said, Teacher Zhang, you finally called back. Zhang Ye said, What's the matter, Teacher Luo? You were looking for me. Luo Yu said, There are no classes in the afternoon today at experimental primary school. All the parents have already picked their children up, but I saw that Chen was still at school, so I guessed that you probably forgot about her. When I tried calling you, you didn't pick up either. In the end, I decided to act on my own and brought Chen to Central TV along with me. I am rehearsing with the music arrangement teacher in the studio now, but I've handed Chen over to AD Hachichi. They're over at the stage area. Zhang Ye exclaimed loudly. How absent-minded could I get? I forgot it was Friday today. Thank you very much, Teacher Luo. Sorry to have troubled you. It's nothing. I was coming to Central TV anyway, Luo Yu said. Then I'll go look for the kid. Zhang Ye hurried up and headed to the main recording studio. At the recording studio, dust filled the air. This place was not much different from a construction site right now because Zhang Ye had requested that the stage and the audience seating undergo a major overhaul. Everyone was very busy with their tasks. Without any effort, Zhang Ye found Qinshan immediately. He saw the little kid standing in the middle of the crowded stage, waving her small arms around like Zhang Ye and taking charge of the current work. Little Wang, why are you on your cell phone again? Qinshan said in her childish voice. Little Wang almost cried at this. Young ancestor, I was just looking at the news. Qinshan pointed to a place nearby. They're moving those boxes over there. Go over and help them now. Little Wang said helplessly. All right. Qinshan swept her gaze around and found another person. She rudely addressed. Wu Yi, go and take charge of the workers. They're not doing anything at all. Wu Yi glanced to the corner, and sure enough, there were a few workers lounging around and smoking. He immediately went over. Stub out your cigarettes. Smoking is not allowed here. But Qinshan still wasn't done. She called to a youth, Little Li. The youth rolled his eyes. Qinshan said, have you finished compiling the statistics Zhang Ye told you to do last week? That youth looked like he was both crying and laughing. He replied, I submitted it to Director Zhang on Monday. Qinshan nodded her head like a little adult. Okay, you've done well. A female editor in her 30s jokingly asked her, Little leader, I have completed all my tasks at hand. What should I do next? Qinshan said, nothing. You may have a 10-minute rest. The female editor said, that's great. Thank you, little leader, hee hee. During these past few days, Zhang Ye had been bringing Qinshan along to Central TV with him to work, and she began to become well acquainted with everyone on the program team. This little kid was really getting a kick out of being a leader, and from time to time, she would take charge and give some instruction. In the program team, Zhang Ye was known as the leader, while Qinshan was affectionately known as the little leader. Zhang Ye walked up to her with a straight face. Leader, Director Zhang, Teacher Zhang. The people who were nearby greeted him when they saw him. Noticing the situation, Qinshan also stopped ordering people around and slowly walked toward the audience seating. But before she could get away, Zhang Ye dragged her back. You little imp. Zhang Ye glared and said, why are you making trouble around here again? Qinshan argued with reason. I was helping you supervise them. Zhang Ye said, who are you supervising? I've already warned you not to do so, yet here you are, getting a kick out of ordering people around, aren't you? Go into my office and do your homework there. I'll take care of you later. Qinshan smirked and walked away quite carefree. Zhang Ye barked at her as she walked off. I'll check on your homework in the afternoon, so you better do it well. A female director standing off to the side laughed. That kid is so cute. Oh, you think so? Zhang Ye was tickled. Even she can be considered cute? She drives people nuts. You might not know, but I feel my head will explode at any time. That kid's way of thinking and train of thought is completely different from normal kids. You never know what she's thinking. Chapter 657, The Unsellable Advertisements. Countdown to broadcast. 20 days to the broadcast of The Voice of China. In the early morning, upon reaching his office, Zhang Ye did some calculations regarding the production timeline and felt that they were ahead of time, since all aspects of their preparation were already underway. In the coming days, they could officially start the program's recording. Except for an equipment order that had been delayed for a week or so, generally not much time was wasted and everything went according to plan. The construction of the stage was almost complete. The auditions held in other provinces were also wrapping up, while the contestants were busy rehearsing their performances and the coaches rehearsed their songs. The staff were also learning how to operate the new equipment. Everything was going smoothly. The only part with slow progress would probably be the case with the advertisers. Dong dong. There was a knock on his door. Come in. Zhang Ye looked up. Little Wang pushed the door open and entered. Director Zhang, they're here. Zhang Ye acknowledged her and then stood up to welcome them. 4 people stepped in from outside. There were men and women in the group, ranging from their 30s to 40s and dressed in suits and business attire. They were all advertisers' representatives or executives and had come to discuss the advertising rights fee. Because a consensus could not be reached previously, Zhang Ye made an appointment with them to discuss it again. Teacher Zhang, we meet again. Secretary Li, please come in. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Director Su, have a seat. Zhang Ye invited the four of them to take seats and had little Wang pour them some water. Then, he said to them, we're already counting down to the airing of the program. It's only 20 days away. Since the recording will certainly be done several days in advance, we don't have much time anymore. I urge every one of you to please reconsider. A woman from Plum Soy Milk Company said, your asking price is too high. Zhang Ye shook his head. To be honest, it's not an excessive asking price at all. An advertising rights fee of 3 million renminbi is totally incomparable to the 100 million title sponsorship from the Brain Gold Company. If we went by the usual ratio of the advertising rights fee to the title sponsorship fees, even if we asked for a 5 million renminbi advertising rights fee, it would not be too much. But, based on the market situation, we deliberately took a step back and lowered it by almost half of the original asking price. Moreover, our program allocates very good placement for our advertisers and will even repeatedly mention them immediately after we advertise for the title sponsors. For example, we promote our advertising partners in the host's speech, after every advertisement break, and also at the ending credits of the program. All of these are extremely good placements. The middle-aged man from Red and Blue Pharmaceuticals said, actually, a 100 million renminbi title sponsorship fee is not reasonable at all as it is way beyond the industry standards, and is likely going to be a bubble. Let me say this, Teacher Zhang. For other similar singing talent shows in the industry, the title sponsorship for a program is only around 10 to 20 million, while the highest advertising rights fee is only around 1 million. Some programs would even settle for 700,000 to 800,000. Yet here you are, asking for an excess of 3 million, and that the price is non-negotiable. We will not accept such a price. My best offer stands at 1.5 million. Zhang Ye looked at him and said, if you want to compare us with the other programs, fine. We were able to invite Grandma Zhang Xia to join us. Can the other programs do the same? We have the Cheng Guang couple joining us as well. Are the other programs able to do that? We even have the Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanxi on board. What about the other programs? I'm not saying all this just for showing off. What I'm trying to say is we have spent a lot of money to invite 4 big shot coaches to join us, so we also have pressure on our expenditure. The 4 coaches are able to bring in a great deal of publicity and viewership ratings, so the advertising effects will be much greater. That is why our asking price for the advertising fee is also higher compared to the other programs. Another executive, this time from Hehe Dairy Industry, said, it's exactly because of this reason that we were willing to increase our offer. Teacher Zhang, let me tell you this, no matter how much the other companies offer, the highest Hehe Dairy Industry is willing to offer stands at 1.8 million renminbi. I have already drawn up the contract, so if you feel it's fine, we can sign the contract immediately. Zhang Ye waved it off. No way. The women from Plum Soy Milk Company said, Teacher Zhang, I heard that your program only managed to secure one advertiser to commit to the advertising rights. If you still insist on 3 million renminbi and not lower it, it will be very difficult to sell the rights. In the end, it will just be a waste of resources and you will incur the losses. The executive for Hehe Dairy Industry followed up, if you insist on 3 million renminbi, we certainly won't buy it. There isn't any other company that has the resources or desire to buy the first-tier advertising rights from you anyway. At most, they can only afford the second or third tier of ads. Thus, if some of the slots for the first-tier ads are left empty, won't that be a waste? If it can be lowered to 2 million renminbi or less, your program will immediately get a large amount of advertising fees injected. But if you insist on adhering to such an unreasonable price of 3 million, it will be difficult for us to continue the discussion. In the end, your program will miss out on nearly 10 million renminbi of first-tier advertising rights fees for nothing. Is that worth it? The other advertisers were also thinking the same. They were waiting for the Voices program team to cave in first and lower the asking price themselves. Otherwise, without too many days left until the program started its broadcast, even if the team wanted to sell the rights then, they couldn't do so and would end up as the biggest losers. However, Zhang Ye did not see it that way. These people were seemingly right, but were in fact just bullshitting. I'll stick to what I've said. The minimum price I can accept is 3 million. Our production costs are clear for all of you to see as well. The executive of He Dairy Industry frowned. Let's go back to the basic points and talk from there. The Voice has yet to start its broadcast, so no one knows how the viewership performance will be. Besides, from the evaluation of the public and media, it doesn't seem too optimistic. By purchasing the advertising rights, we are also taking a risk here with our expenditure. Teacher, Zhang, I'll take another step back. How about 2 million? All right, the highest offer we can make is 2 million. I'll discuss with the company about this. They somewhat should be able to accept it. At this moment, the two people who did not say much finally opened their mouths. Actually, the few of them had already communicated beforehand and discussed how they would handle this meeting. Actually, what Zhang Ye said was right. The Voice was the first variety program with a production cost of more than 100 million renminbi in the industry. With the inclusion of Zhang Yuanqi, Chen Guang, and other big-time coaches, it could be said that this was a really unprecedented setup. Even if many people and industry insiders were not feeling optimistic about it, they were still willing to purchase the Voice's advertising rights. Because of this, they were able to accept double of the industry's average price of 1 million, offering the highest at 2 million renminbi. However, they could not accept a price that was 3 times the industry average. The four of them looked at Zhang Ye and waited for him to back down. Zhang Ye also looked at them, then picked up the desk phone and spoke on the intercom to the outside office. Hello, Little Wang. Come to my office for a moment. Yes, right now. Dong dong. Little Wang knocked on the door and entered his office. Director Zhang. Zhang Ye bluntly said, please help me escort our guests out. The four of them were stunned. Escort us out. Little Wang was taken aback, but then looked at the four of them and stated, everyone, this way please. One of them said, I advise you to reconsider. Another person said, no one will buy it for 3 million RMB. Zhang Ye said, please leave. Our fees are all clearly priced. Even if no one purchases them, we will stick to this price. Then forget it. Goodbye. Goodbye. When the four of them left, they felt a tinge of anger. How could you be so arrogant? For a lousy program like that, you might not even get 0.5% viewership ratings. So what makes you think that your advertising rights fee is worth 3 million renminbi? Only an idiot would buy it. Just wait and perish together with the ads at your own hands. When that time comes, you will be the ones making a huge loss. After they have left, Zhang Ye called Zhang Zuo and Ha Qiqi over. As the tasks they were responsible for were largely progressing well, they had managed to free up a lot of the time for themselves. Director Zhang, you were looking for us? Zhang Zuo asked. Ha Qiqi blinked. I saw the advertisers leaving. Did we get more advertising fees already? Zhang Ye smiled and said, no, we didn't manage to seal the deal. They couldn't accept the price of the first-tier advertising rights fee and are not interested in the second and third-tier ads. Ha Qiqi wondered, we didn't lower our asking price? It's still 3 million. Zhang Ye retorted, why should we lower our price? Ha Qiqi. Zhang Ye said, for any future advertising contracts, the two of you will assist me in handling and discussing with any advertisers coming to talk about the advertising rights fee. The price of the first-tier advertising fee will be 3 million yuan and not a yuan less. We'll discuss with this price in mind, so if they don't accept it, so be it. Right now, he was exasperated by these advertisers and could not be bothered to talk with them any further. As such, he simply delegated this matter to Zhang Zuo and Ha Qiqi to handle. Ha Qiqi said, to my knowledge, if we don't lower the price, it could become extremely difficult to sell. After all, the industry average for advertising fees, if they remained unsold, then our losses will. Zhang Ye said, it's not that I don't want to sell the rights or lower the prices, but rather that they simply can't be reduced at all. We have already sold one of the first-tier advertising rights before this, and there's also the 100 million title sponsorship fee from Brain Gold Company. If we reduce the fees for the other companies, how will the company that purchased the advertising rights from us think? How will Brain Gold, who had supported us in our most difficult times, think of it? They had given us assistance when we were down, but we are going to treat them like suckers. Zhang Zuo nodded. That's very true. Ha Qiqi sighed. But if the ads are left empty, the losses we will incur. Zhang Ye said, we'll only lose 2 ads at most, so this is not a big deal at all. Moreover, I will tell you this. The ones who will suffer the loss is not us. it will be those 4 companies that'll regret later on. However, this is something that will only be revealed at a later time. Chapter 658. The broadcast of the program moved up ahead of time. On the same morning, one after another, several people tried persuading Zhang Ye. The first person to approach Zhang Ye was a staff member from a related department who was probably responsible for advertising sponsorship in Central TV. He said, "Little Zhang, your asking price for the advertising fee has a serious problem and deviates far beyond what the market can bear. Many people have already come to us to reflect on the situation. Although the advertising sponsorship for your program is handled by you guys in the program team and not my department's responsibility, I still have to advise you. If those advertisers were already willing to settle for a higher than average amount, what more do you want, right? Let's just secure those sponsorships first. It's better than ending up with nothing." "No way, little Zhang. The price is already fixed. Why can't you be more flexible? Besides, even if your program team is not lacking any money, Central TV Department 1 lacks it. The Voice will certainly make money, but the way to make money is not just limited to the sales of a few advertising rights. That is only a small amount of money while the big bucks will be earned. In the future, if we make those previous advertisers who have already signed with us feel disappointed because of this small amount of money, then we will lose our reputation and a lot of chances at money. Wouldn't that end up making us lose more than we gain? Please give it some consideration." "There's no need to consider it further. Chief Zhou, please return." One after another, people came to persuade Zhang Ye. Nobody knew who told them to come. Maybe it was Central TV Department 1's Deputy Director Zhang Yuan, or the other leaders from Central TV Department 1. Could it even be the station head of Central TV? Finally, the executive producer of the program team, Fu Sihong, also came to Zhang Ye's office. He pushed the door open and entered. "Little Zhang, the boss of Hehe Dairy Industry, has worked with Central TV before. I also know him personally. Why don't you just reduce the asking price to 2 million and sell them the advertising rights they want? As for the other company that have already signed, they won't know our agreed-upon price with the other companies. We can keep the information confidential within our internal department, and the details of the contract won't be made public. If that doesn't work, we can also give them a slight compensation by placing that company which spent 3 million ahead of the other companies, or handle it some other way." Zhang Ye retorted, "Just a slight difference with the appearance order, and it can have a difference of a third of the advertising fee." Fu Sihong said, "Let me tell you this, every program does it like that. It's not possible that every advertiser will buy an advertising spot for the same price. There are definitely going to be some fluctuations." Zhang Ye replied, "I don't care how others do it. I only care about what I do. Since I have already set a uniform asking fee for everyone, then that is the fixed price." "Little Zhang." Fu Sihong became slightly angry. Zhang Ye gave a wave of his hand. "Don't say any more, Brother Fu. I will not agree with this way of handling the issue." In the end, even Fu Sihong was rejected as he left with a blackened face. Fu Sihong was just the executive producer of The Voice in name and was sent by Central TV Department 1 to supervise this program and had very high authority. If Zhang Ye was still the newcomer at the beginning, it would be uncertain who would be the final decision-maker for the asking price of the advertising rights fee. After all, Zhang Ye was still a newcomer when it came to Central TV. But in all these days of the pre-production work for The Voice, from the program planning to the setting up of the stage, to the invitation of the coaches, to the securing of the title sponsor, and even to the picking of contestants, all of these were handled by Zhang Ye alone. Fu Sihong did not even help much and could not be seen around at the program team office either. Perhaps he had other, more important work at the other departments. But because of that, faced with the current advertising rights fee issue, it could be said that Zhang Ye was already in full control of the situation. Of course, he did not need to give in to anyone over this. Regarding how the pricing was set or what rules to enforce, he had the final say, as this was a program he had poured his blood and sweat into to create. People who were outsiders or did not help out much in the production, usually even disappearing when they were facing difficult times, were not going to have any influence over the decisions. Now that they heard that there was a lot of money involved, did they think they could just come here and dictate right and wrong? Bullshit. They only knew how to make trouble. Zhang Ye was not in the mood to argue over such pointless issues with them. To be honest, he was not concerned about such a small amount of money. To him, if he had the time, he He would rather go out onto the streets to canvass for some contestants with nice voices than waste time arguing with Fu Sihong over those advertisers. To get some peace, he decided it would be better for him to go downstairs to the recording studio. After supervising the work for a while, he found a quiet place to write down delegations for the next tasks. For example, the template of the recording for the contestants' video clips and the Voices program logo, etc. Some of the tasks progressed smoothly. On the matter of the advertising rights fee, it was really just a small bump, and essentially harmless. But then, just when everyone in the Voices program team was busily making preparations for the program to be broadcast 20 days later, bad news arrived without any warning. Zhang Ye was the first person in the program team to learn of the news. Then, one after another, Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhua, Wu Yi, Little Wang, and the rest also received this stunning notice. The Voices broadcast schedule was going to be moved up ahead of time. The new time for broadcast had been set for next Thursday. Upon hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. By next Thursday? Our studio's layout has not even been fully completed yet. At a floor of Central TV Department 1's offices, in the Deputy Director's office, Zhang Ye was a little shocked. Director Jiang, what's the meaning of all this? Jiang Yuan was looking very depressed as this matter had also caught him off guard. Can you start the recording of the program by this week? We must broadcast the program on time by next Thursday. Zhang Ye didn't know what to say, but still replied, when I took over this program, the production time was set for 1.5 months to around 2 months. But now, after only half a month, you're telling me we have to start broadcasting? If it was brought forward by 3 days, I wouldn't have said anything. If it was a week, I would also accept it. But moving it forward by nearly a month? We haven't even finished preparing much yet. So how are we going to be able to broadcast? Anything, Jiang Yuan said. We've also just received the news. The program you were supposed to replace still had about a month before they would finish initially. Counting everything, there were still going to be 4 or 5 episodes of recording for that program, and the plan was for you guys to take over the slot when their program ended. But right now, there are some problems that have surfaced. The host of that program, Zhao Yuzhuang, has had something happen in his private life. You will understand once you check the internet. But for now, Central TV has decided to temporarily suspend him and take him off television for at least a year. News. Private life? Zhang Ye took out his cell phone and browsed through several pages before he found it. A selfie showed a woman dressed in a bathrobe and laying in bed. Beside her, Central TV host Zhao Yuzhuang was sound asleep and did not know anything about his picture being taken. His lower body was covered with a blanket, but his upper body was naked and the woman was obviously not Zhao Yuzhuang's wife. Zhang Ye immediately understood. Although these photos could not fully depict what was going on and could have been real or a setup, but as a host of Central TV, with such unglamorous pictures exposed in the media, there would usually be adverse effects. If it were other television stations, they might have tolerated this, but Central TV was definitely less forgiving. No matter how much money a host earned or how high their viewership ratings were, it was all secondary in Central TV. What Central TV emphasized most was political effects. Zhang Ye put down his cell phone. Can you schedule another program to fill the vacancy? There's no other choice, Jiang Yuan said. Recently in Department 1, only The Voice is slated to replace another program's time slot, so there's no one else who can take over. It will be too late even if we made a last-minute effort to produce a program to try to gloss over this situation, Zhang Ye said. But we also can't make it in time. Well, meaning, Jiang Yuan said. You all have already been preparing for half a month now, and I know that time is very tight. I also know that no one has ever managed to prepare and produce such a large-scale singing talent show in half a month, but there is no other choice. Whether the program is fully prepared or half prepared, even if it has an incomplete stage or no contestants, we have no choice but to put it out and give it a try. The time is too tight. Our stage, the contestants' rehearsals, the video clips, the program's publicity shorts, and a series of other things all aren't completed yet. Zhang Ye said, half a month? Even a month's time was insufficient. Like the voice from Zhang Ye's previous world, from the preparations to production to finally getting broadcast, all of that would take about 6 months, or even longer. Zhang Ye had directly pulled the voice in its entirety from his previous world, and that helped. Him saved the time for planning and conceptualization and allowed him to speed up the production timeline for the program. But that was as far as it went, since the time needed for stage setup, production of the publicity shorts, and selection of contestants couldn't be skimped on at all. There was no way it could be saved. Zhang Yuan said, "I know all about your difficulties, but this is the situation we're in right now. So no matter what, you all have to do it." Little Zhang, what others can't do, I believe you can. You are a legend in the industry, and anyone would give you the thumbs up if you get mentioned. You certainly can do it. I have faith in you and confidence in your team. Whoa, don't try to suck up to me when there's a situation like this. Previously, didn't you mention that my temper was bad? Yet you're now giving me the thumbs up? Zhang Ye repeatedly emphasized. It's too difficult. This is too difficult. Zhang Yuan stared at him and said, "Right now, all the station and I want is one word from you. Can the Voices program team fill the vacancy?" Zhang Ye kept quiet. Zhang Yuan said, "We will provide anything you need, including equipment, manpower, even Central TV Department ones and other channels resources. As long as you ask, I will help you to get it even if it means that I have to plead with the others." Oh right, about the advertising resources that we previously allocated 75 seconds of free publicity airtime to you all after the meeting. Regarding Zhao Yuzhuang just now, the station also mentioned that if necessary, we can still allocate another 75 seconds of airtime to you all as compensation. You don't need to worry about where we will get this advertising airtime from. We'll arrange it for you. You only need to submit the publicity clips and give us a time and date for when you want them to be aired. What do you think? Zhang Yuan said. Regarding the station's request for your program's viewership ratings, they are also willing to lower their expectations. So long as it hits 0.7%, that will be enough. When we broadcast a hastily made production, we understand that the viewership ratings will certainly be affected as well. We have already considered such situations knowing that we have no choice but to rush it out for broadcast. Zhang Ye realized that Central TV had no other way out. They couldn't even give his team another day for preparations. No one could have expected such a situation to happen all of a sudden. So no matter how he considered what was happening, there really wasn't anything Zhang Ye could say to this, could he? He could only clench his teeth and agree. Okay, but I can only say that I will try my best. However, Zhang Yuan said, I don't want to hear that. What I want to hear is a firm answer. Can you do it or not? Zhang Ye contemplated for a long time before finally committing. Yes. Although he hesitated for a long time, the moment he said yes, he did so with determination. Zhang Yuan said loudly. Good. That was what I wanted to hear from you. When he left Zhang Yuan's office, Zhang Ye knew that this truly was an unforeseen disaster. The preparations were making good progress and all aspects of the production were going smoothly as well, but somehow, an incident like this happened. But Zhang Ye was not planning to give up yet, otherwise he would not have agreed. Since he agreed, he would certainly have to do it. By next Thursday, only 6 days left. Zhang Ye was counting the time he had left, going through every detail in his mind, and thinking which part of the production could be sped up or which tasks would need more manpower and overtime. As for cutting corners, Zhang Ye never even gave this a thought. The Voice must never have any discounts. This was Zhang Ye's principle and also his bottom line. Chapter 659, A Bold Decision. At another place, in the program team office of The Voice, executive producer Fu Sihong was not around, but everyone else had already returned to the office from the main recording studio. Without definitive knowledge of the current situation, some were anxious, some were angry, and some were feeling depressed. Everyone was talking about the news they heard about from the station as they waited for Zhang Ye to return from the leader's office. Is the rumor true? I'm afraid it is. Yeah, the news has already reported on it. Old Zhao's photos have also been released. So what are we going to do now? How are we supposed to handle this? It's impossible to bring the broadcast up to next Thursday. Yeah, we won't even be able to get it ready in time for broadcast in 2 weeks, let alone next week. AI Director Zhang is back, he's back. With that heads up, everyone did not wait for Zhang Ye to step into the office and headed straight for the door instead, surrounding Zhang Ye as he was about to come into the office. Ha Qiqi anxiously asked, Director Zhang, what did the leader say? Zhang Zhua, who was sweating in anxiety, asked, they can't really be asking us to rush the broadcast out by next week. can they? Director Zhang, you have to speak with the leader. Little Wang was also getting very anxious. Zhang Ye looked at everyone. Let me go inside first. And close the door, we'll discuss this among ourselves. Outside, there were already quite a number of staff from the other program teams of Central TV Department 1 looking at them, clearly having heard about the news of the voice being brought forward for an early broadcast. Inside, the office door closed. Zhang Ye caught his breath before telling everyone, I've just returned from Director Zhang's office. The station's meaning is for us to bring our broadcast forward to next Thursday, and they have already decided. There's no chance of changing their decision at all, but there's a reason for this, of course. Right now, we're the only ones who can fill the slot. We have no choice, other than to do as we're told. Ha Chi-Chi said, but, Zhang Ye interrupted. The station will also compensate us with an additional 75 seconds of promotional airtime, together with additional personnel to make up for the manpower our team lacks. We will also get a free pass to do anything we want, and everything will be given the green light, giving us the advantage of convenience now. I understand that everyone is quite opposed to this, me included. I also wish that they would give us another month or two to work on this program that we have been preparing for half a month to perfection, but there's no 1 or 2 months anymore. Right now, time is not on our side, and the circumstances are placed before us, so no matter how opposed to it we are, it won't help the situation at all. Everyone was silent. AI, yes, the situation has been set in stone, so what else could they do about it? Could they possibly refuse to adhere to the orders? That was surely out of the question, Zhang Ye said. Just now, I expressed my stand to the boss. Regarding this situation and the mission we've been given, we must complete it. Not only that, we must also complete it beautifully. Doesn't everyone else think we can't do it? Then we must surely do it to prove to them what we're capable of. Show them the fighting spirit of the Voices program team. Zhang Zhe asked, but how should we do it? Wu Yi said, there's definitely no enough time. Zhang Ye spat out 2 words, work. Over time, everyone looked at each other, only to hear Zhang Ye add, I will take the lead on this. From today until next Thursday, I will live in the office. No matter what happens on set, I will be the first to get there to give instructions. I will also share a load of the work that every one of you have on hand. So please look for me at any time. You want to live here? For 6 days? Everyone was stunned. Seeing this, Ha Chi-Chi also bit the bullet and expressed her stand as well. If the executive director was willing to go this far, then what reason did she have to grumble? She said, since Director Zhang has already put it this way, then I have no reason to not fight alongside with him. I don't know whether the program will be produced and made ready for broadcast on time, but at least I'll know that I tried my best to make it work. Since I don't have much to do at home for the next few days, I don't mind going home late. I will come to the office early and work until 11 p.m. at night. Other than sleep, I will be spending most my time in the office. Everyone, let's do this together. Seeing the situation, Zhang Zhe also said, I have no problems with that. Even if I have to work till midnight, I should be able to take it. Little Wang said, I can work until 9 p.m. Wu Yi said, I am fine with working until 11 p.m. A female editor said, I won't be able to work overtime at night, but I can come in early at 5 a.m. every day. It's only for 6 days anyway, so let's do this. Count me in. And me too. Me 3. It's just overtime anyway. We've already poured so much sweat and blood into this program. We can't just let it go to waste like that. Right? It's not like we've never worked overtime before in the past. Let's do it. With someone leading the way, everyone responded. Seeing that, Zhang Ye felt very pleased. He said, thank you, everyone. I promise all of you that our efforts will not go to waste. When the program starts broadcasting, the market and the audience will certainly give us their approval. Our difficult situation now is the last hurdle as we sprint toward success. It's the final obstacle between us and the fruits of victory. As soon as we can get over it, victory will belong to us. By that time, the harvest will reap and our growth of experience will definitely be many more times than before. But right now, we need to finish this task that looks insurmountable to everyone else. We mustn't lose faith before we even begin giving our all. Right. Director Zhang is correct. We will surely get it done. That's right. Who says that we won't be able to do it? We have Director Zhang leading us. So we'll surely be able to create a miracle. Well said. Everyone responded loudly in turn, their morale boosted by Zhang Ye's words. Zhang Ye did not let up and said, "Beginning now, I will start with the stage setup job. Sister Chi, you'll have to arrange for the clips of the contestants to be recorded today. Shoot a few more angles and interviews, especially for those seated contestants. Keep me updated on this as we go along. I will also be following up with you on the progress and helping out as necessary. The deadline for that will be 2 days later. As for the contestants, I want to go through every one of them once more. If there's not enough manpower, tell me. Let me know what people and how many you need. Then I will go and request them from the station." Ha Chi replied immediately, "Understood." Zhang Yi said, "Brother Zhang." Zhang's was said, "Please give me your instructions." Zhang Yi looked at him and said, "We cannot afford to delay any more on the stage construction. Get them to work on it through the night. Give the workers more money, but I want it done before Monday. The equipment testing also has to be completed before Tuesday." Zhang's withdrew in a deep breath. "The stage can be finished if we work overtime on it. But for the equipment, as they are all the highest end available in the industry and many of our staff are using it for just the first time, we're still learning about it. There's even 2 sets of equipment that we have not finished adjusting and are getting outside advice on how to deal with them. Regarding that, I really am unable to do much or guarantee anything. If it's fast, maybe we need just 3 to 4 days. But if there's a delay, it might even take up to a week without getting fixed. That," Zhang Yi said, "I want it settled Wednesday by the latest." When Ha Chi heard that, she asked in surprise, "Then when will we start studio recording? The broadcast is slated for Thursday night, don't you know?" Everyone did not expect that Zhang Yi would push for everything to be ready by Wednesday, because then, how would the studio recording be done? Actually, Zhang Yi had already thought of it. This was also one of the boldest decisions he had ever made. To give them all the longest duration to finish with their preparation work, he surprised everyone when he explained, "The program. We will record it on Thursday itself. We will finish the recording before 6 p.m., then edit and do the post-production, adding captions, and getting it approved. Then at 9 p.m. sharp, we will go ahead with our broadcast. We can definitely meet that deadline." That caused an uproar. Recorded on the day of? Broadcasting almost immediately after recording? That was way too hasty. If they did it that way, then wasn't it basically no different from a live broadcast? What if a situation occurred during the recording? What if a problem happened during the editing and post-production stage? If anything even went wrong at any stage, they would not be able to meet the evening deadline for the broadcast. This was as good as tempting fate. At this moment, they all knew just how bold Zhang Ye could get. Everyone was at a loss of words at this, yet they had no choice but to admit that having been forced into a corner, if they wanted to rush the program out for broadcast, this was the only way left. Chapter 6, 60 Blue-Collar Worker Zhang Ye. At night, around 9 p.m., other than those working overtime or those doing night recording, everyone in the television tower had already gone home. The offices on the different floors had already turned off their lights, as more than half of the tower was empty. However, the Voices program team office and recording studio were still brightly lighted, with many people streaming in and out. There were sounds of construction and equipment being moved, while some people were also discussing work with urgency. There were even the loud shouts of some managers, repeating their orders to the workers. "Put that here. Okay, Sister Chi. Over there, hurry up. We have to get the lights installed before 11 p.m. Director Zhang, we will definitely get the lights up before tomorrow afternoon. We still have other tasks to handle tomorrow afternoon. If we can save some time here today, we must do so. I want it done by 11 p.m. at the latest. At 11 p.m., I will come and check the results. Okay, we'll try our best. It's hard on you all, I know that. After we're done with tonight's tasks, supper's on me." At this moment, a female editor came over looking very tired. She waved her cell phone at Zhang Ye and said, "Director Zhang, my husband is nagging at me again, so for today?" Zhang Ye replied, "Go home quickly then." The female editor said, "Okay, I will be here early tomorrow. Be careful going back," Zhang Ye said with concern. The female editor turned around and saw little Chunshin sitting sleepily in the audience seating in the recording studio and said to Zhang Ye, "I drove here today. Why don't I help you send Chunshin back?" Only then did Zhang Ye remember Chunshin. "Oh, it won't inconvenience you. It's fine. The female editor replied. So Zhang Ye asked Chen, shall I get Auntie Yi to send you home? Chen looked at him. Are you going back too? Zhang Ye said, I can't leave yet. I have to live here in the office for the next few days. Chen grunted. Then I will also stay. Zhang Ye said, what are you saying? There's no suitable place here for you to sleep at all. I'll get someone to take you back. If you're afraid of being at home alone, why don't I call my parents and inform them? You can go over to stay for today, or I can get them to take care of you for the next 2 days. Chen did not say a word. Chen, I'm talking to you, Zhang Ye said. Chen ignored him and continued doing her own thing. Zhang Ye was helpless at this and could only say to the female editor, you go home first. Since she doesn't want to leave, I'll have to let her stay here with me. There's no other way around it. The female editor suggested, there's a big sofa behind the makeup and rest area. There are also pillows and blankets upstairs. Although the conditions are not too good, it's still fine to sleep in. Okay, thanks, Zhang Ye said. Turning around, Zhang Ye reverted his attention back to his work. Not only was he taking control of the overall situation by giving out instructions to everyone, he also involved himself in the details of the tasks. He was helping out wherever he could, even to the point of climbing up the ladder to handle the lighting setup. He was even oblivious to the fact that he had dirtied himself from head to toe while doing so. When an executive director like Zhang Ye got down to this state, seeing this, the workers also spared no effort and put more strength into their work. No one lazed around, and some of the workers who had initially intended to leave at 10 p.m. did not feel it was right to simply leave now. They just held back their tiredness and worked on. If the leader did not complain about being tired, how could they have anything to complain about? At around 10:30 p.m., Chen could not stay awake any longer. Her eyelids drooped down heavily as her body swayed left and right as she walked toward Zhang Ye's side. Zhang Ye, I'm sleepy. Take me to bed. Zhang Ye did not even turn around. Little Zhao, help me bring Chen to the rest area. AI coming. Little Zhao set down what he was working on and hurried over. He said kindly, Chen, let's go. Chen glanced at Little Zhao and then laid her eyes back on Zhang Ye and pushed him on the back. Zhang Ye, you take me. You have to sleep too. Zhang Ye said, how can I sleep? It's almost the deadline, and I'm already planning to work continuously for the next few days. Just be good and let Uncle Little Zhao get you a blanket, then go to sleep. Chen yelled, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye ignored her as the installed lighting seemed to have a problem. He rushed up and asked, what happened? Wasn't it checked before the installation was done? Chen got angry. Little Zhao looked at her and said, there have been some changes recently, and Director Zhang is the most anxious out of everyone on the program team. He has the most pressure on him, and all he is thinking of now is how to get the voice broadcast smoothly without any incident. So why don't we not give Director Zhang any trouble? Otherwise he'll be even more tired. Though he was unsure if Chen understood that, she still slowly walked away with Little Zhao. Just before she left the recording studio, she turned her head suddenly and said loudly, Zhang Ye, you come and sleep soon as well. Zhang Ye acknowledged, all right. Only then did Chen finally leave the recording studio. However, once he became busy again, he worked until 12 a.m. After they ordered and finished their supper, all the workers left. More than half of the staff also returned home. Only 3 to 5 members of the program team staff stayed with Zhang Ye to continue working. They were all the younger male staff members and physically fitter, while another female staff member did not want to leave either, saying that she wanted to stay and continue working. However, seeing that it was already very late, he still made her go back, thinking that it wouldn't be safe if she went back any later than that. Director Zhang, let's continue. Can you all still take it? Yes, I can still take it. I'm fine too. I don't usually sleep until much later than this. Okay, we only have a little more to finish up for today's tasks. Let's get it done quickly so that you all can go home and rest well. Another round of work began once more for them. Moreover, the effort needed to work after midnight was much greater compared to normal working hours in the daytime. Even though the workload was more or less the same, during daytime they were in a better state of mind and had plenty of rest beforehand, so they could easily complete their tasks. However, after midnight, they were in an entirely different state of mind and fatigued after working more than 10 hours. Coupled with the feeling of sleepiness, their efficiency rapidly declined as well. They only managed to stay awake with great perseverance and physical strength. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from the rear, swaying unsteadily and walking toward them. It was Qinshan. She was wrapped in a thin blanket and found Zhang Ye in her half-asleep state. Her eyes could barely stay open, and it was only through the slits of her eyes that she saw him. She then plopped herself heavily onto the coach's chair closest to her. She adjusted herself in the seat a little and covered herself with the blanket before dozing off again, breathing quietly through her mouth. Zhang Ye did not notice her, but a few of the staff members discovered her in the chair a moment later. Ah, Director Zhang, Qinshan is here. Zhang Ye turned his head around and saw her. Huh, why did you come out here? The place is such a mess, and you're sleeping here? Hurry up and go back into the rest area to sleep. Qinshan was woken by this and opened her eyes, only to glance at him for a moment before shutting them and falling back asleep. Zhang Ye quickly went over and tugged at her. Go, go, go. Be good and listen. If you're disobedient, I will get angry. Qinshan lay sprawled out on the chair and mumbled a few sleepy words. But as to what she was saying, no one could make out a word. Zhang Ye was left with no choice and could only tell the staff. I guess that's it for today. We're almost done anyway. Thank you for the hard work. Now go back home and sleep well. All right then. Then we'll be going. Director Zhang, you rest early too. The several of them were indeed feeling dead tired and knew that it was time for them to go home as well. Zhang Ye poked Qinshan. Come, let's go to sleep. Qinshan whined but did not move. Zhang Ye could only helplessly bend over to pick her up. A child 7 or 8 years old was already considered somewhat heavy. Zhang Ye could not single-handedly carry her like the landlady did and could only hold her with 2 hands, carrying her to the rest area and putting her back onto the big sofa. Go to sleep, Zhang Ye whispered. Without needing him to say so, Qinshan was already fast asleep. Zhang Ye pulled the blanket over her, but did not leave. He knew that Qinshan could not sleep well if she was alone and needed someone beside her. He was afraid that if Qinshan didn't fall into a deep sleep, she would go out looking for him again. So he laid down beside her and closed his eyes for a nap, but not fully falling asleep. After about 20 minutes, he sat up and studied Qinshan before carefully getting off the sofa and returning to the recording studio to work. Come, it's time to continue. He was the only person left in the huge recording studio, so Zhang Ye went over to the control room to test out some of the equipment he had knowledge on. For instance, the hanging ceiling microphones he had requested. Then, item by item, he finally got to testing the lighting rig, tinkering with the movement controls. Next, he began to fiddle around on the computer and printed several hundred audience admission passes, as well as making the contestant passes. Then he created a short publicity video explaining the competition's rules for the program. Due to his experience from making advertisements, such tasks were not difficult at all for him, and he could do it by himself even if no one was helping him. Although it took much more time doing it alone. On top of that, he also did the voiceover for the video explaining the competition's rules. Time was ticking away. Zhang Ye was so absorbed in his work that he had long since forgotten all about the time. He now regarded himself as a blue-collar worker and ordered himself around as such. Titles of program executive director or famous host were all useless at this point in time. All he wanted to do right now was ensure that the quality of the voice would still be retained even if he had to rush it out before the deadline. Other than that, everything else was pointless and in vain. He went all out. It was a race against time. Chapter 661. What do you do when you catch a cold? The next morning, the sun rose. It was not the time for most Central TV staff members to start working yet. However, 7 or 8 people had already arrived at the outside the TV station tower. They did not go upstairs. They instead headed to the basement recording studio. Sister Chi, you're this early? Little son, you're here too? Yeah, I left early yesterday, and so decided to come earlier today. Seeing Director Zhang and the others work so hard, I felt quite bad that I went back home to sleep yesterday. Achoo. Yo, Sister Chi, you caught a cold? Probably caught it yesterday. Me too. I have a cold as well because I didn't sleep well. As they were talking, they made their way to the recording studio of The Voice. But, the moment they stepped in, every one of them were shocked by what they saw. The place was brightly lighted with many of the spotlights switched on. The stage also appeared quite different from when they had left yesterday. A lot of the lighting equipment had already been installed, and the area was cleaned up too. except for some construction waste that was left at the corner. The entire recording studio looked very clean and orderly. There were also some newly made admission passes placed on the audience seats, though they were not placed in plastic holders with a lanyard attached yet. But it was as good as done. This progress was too fast. This change had left them a little unable to react to it. But what surprised them most was that the recording studio was not empty. Someone was still working busily. Executive Director Zhang Ye. Director Zhang. Teacher Zhang. Only then did Zhang Ye, who was still busily doing some work on the computer, react and raise his head. When he saw them, he asked in surprise, why are you all here so early? Did you all sleep? Ha Chi-Chi, who had caught a cold, said in a nasally voice, How is this still early? The sun has already risen outside. Is that so? Zhang Ye looked at his watch and realized that it was already 6 a.m. As they were in the basement, there were no windows, so after working for the entire night, he had lost track of time. An editor said, Did you? Little son said, Did you not sleep the entire night? Zhang Ye said, I rested my eyes for a while, so it's fine. Then he called them over and said, You all came at the right time. I'm working on the publicity video right now and need some help. Let's make the most of today and get it all done. Ha Chi-Chi ran up to him. Quickly rest for a bit first and leave the rest to us. Zhang Ye did not argue with that. He really was unable to endure any much longer, so he said, All right. If there's anything, call me. I will be in the back, at the makeup area. Okay. Quickly rest then. After everyone began working on their tasks, Zhang Ye was finally able to leave and rest. When Zhang Ye went backstage, he found Chun-Chun still sleeping soundly. He pulled the blanket back over her and then laid down on an adjacent sofa. He found a shirt to use as his blanket and pulled it over himself before falling asleep almost immediately. 1 hour. 2 hours. After a little more than 2 hours of sleep, Zhang Ye woke naturally without an alarm. He looked at his watch and got up to go back to the recording studio, showing the Iron Man side of him once more by continuing to direct the work environment. Director Zhang, why aren't you sleeping more? I've slept enough. But it's only been a short while. No problem. 2 hours of sleep is good enough. I have to continue with work. But, Little Wong, give me the details that I requested. Fine. A new day had dawned, meaning that the deadline to broadcast was closer by another day. T-5 days. Actually, at this time, it was supposed to be the period when they all went full speed ahead with the preparations. However, possibly due to overworking yesterday, everyone's energy and spirit was depleted. Along with those who had worked late into the night and did not get enough rest or sleep, it had caused an incident which affected many people. 3 of the staff were out with a cold, another one was having gastric problems, and yet another one was sent to the hospital for an 4-drip due to fever and had to take half a day off. Finally, as it approached noon, everyone could no longer hold back their tiredness, and another 2 staff members caught the cold. Although it did not affect them badly, there were still symptoms of dizziness and a heavy head. It affected the progress of their work, and looking at it, it would become worse by tomorrow as the cold virus spread. Seeing that they couldn't take it any longer, Zhang Ye halted work and shouted, Everyone, stop what you're doing and gather. I want to say something. Little Wong, I remember that there are some disposable face masks in the rest area. Can you get them and bring them here so that everyone can use them? This was meant to restrict the cold from spreading. If everyone had ample rest like they usually did, then there would be nothing to worry about. However, for today, it looked like every one of them would catch the cold since their immunity levels had dropped. The face masks were brought over and distributed to everyone. Then Zhang Ye said, I know that everyone is feeling very tired, and there are a lot of you who caught the cold. It's the same for me. If you give me a bed right now, I really wish that I could sleep in it for a full day without waking up. But we know that's not possible since we still have a mission to complete. Our program team even bears a heavy responsibility. Right now, anyone can fall except for us. Zhang's was said. Director Zhang, we understand. Wu Yi, also one of the people with a cold, said, Right, we can bear with it. Zhang Ye then related an incident to everyone. In the past, those who know me would know that when I recorded my talk show in Shanghai, due to various reasons, I had to finish recording the entire season's episodes in a short period of time. At that time, I also felt that I couldn't finish it on time. Other people's programs could only record 2 episodes a week, but I had to finish 50 episodes in 4 days. 4 days? 50 episodes? Everyone listened to him seriously. They'd heard of this incident before since they were all industry insiders, so there were guaranteed to be some rumors and news going around. But they did not know the details, and this was the first time they were truly hearing about it. 50 episodes in 4 days. This scared the shit out of everyone. As industry insiders, every one of them found this truly unbelievable. Zhang Ye said, I was in a really terrible state at that time and had a lot of stress. I thought to myself that it was impossible, that I couldn't do it, yet I'm sure you all know what the outcome was. That's right, I finished recording all the episodes. I managed to do it. I recorded the program from morning until night. Then the next day, I did the same again. Every day, the audience in the studio kept changing, wave after wave, taking at least 3 or 4 groups of audiences per day. The staff were also on shift duty, resting a day and taking over duties from the other group the next day. Only I did not have a replacement to switch with. I couldn't rest, but I persisted all the way and finished recording. Do you know how I did it? I think it was due to my determination and perseverance. Regarding something like perseverance, it can really be a wonderful thing at times. If you didn't have it from the beginning, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. But if you did not doubt yourself from the start, then you could definitely achieve it. Human beings are the strongest animal in this world, so don't ever look down on humans. Don't look down on yourselves. Everyone's potential is far greater than what you can imagine. Everyone nodded again and again. Zhang Ye looked around at all the gathered men and women. I'm saying this because I want to tell everyone that we cannot stop, that we can still make another push. Understood. Received. We have such willpower. Don't worry about it, Director Zhang. We guarantee that we will complete this mission. Everyone made their stand. Zhang Ye nodded satisfied and asked, So, what do we do if we catch a cold? Ha Chi-Chi sniffed in her mucus and answered, Bear with it. Zhang's was said, Hold it back with willpower. Wu Yi said with determination, Use our perseverance to fight the disease. Each person sounded more determined than the previous. But Zhang Ye was slightly shaking his head. Was it wrong? Everyone was feeling unsure. What were they supposed to rely on? Tenacity? Character? With that very breath that existed deep in the bottom of their hearts? Zhang Ye declared, What else can we do when we catch a cold? Of course we have to take our medication. How can you persevere when it comes to such things? Everyone collectively fainted on the spot. Oh, and there you were talking about perseverance and determination for an entire day. Yet when it came to the question, it totally had nothing to do with it at all. Chapter 662 The Voice starts recording. T-4 days. The selected and backup contestants for the blind auditions were finally settled upon. This was from the selection of the contestants who had qualified through the preliminary auditions earlier. T-3 days. The progression of the intro recordings for the contestants was 25% done, but due to the task being rather heavy and a lack of manpower, they could not do it as fast as they had planned. Because of this, Zhang Ye made some changes to only record the intro. Clips of the contestants who were due for the first episode's appearance. The other contestants would do theirs on another day since all they needed now was to meet the demands and requirements for the first episode's recording of The Voice. Once that was done, they would have another week to prepare. T-2 days. The construction of the stage was completed. T-1 day. The equipment was almost all set up and adjusted to be ready for the studio recording. And then it was the day itself. At 12:30 p.m. on Thursday, the day The Voice was to be broadcast, they were 8.5 hours away from the scheduled broadcast timing of 9 p.m. In the recording studio, every staff member from the program team was gathered together. Zhang Ye was confirming all the final tasks for everyone. Staff passes, audience admission passes. It's all done. They're all placed into the plastic holders with lanyards. Post-production on the intro shorts. Director Zhang, it's all done. The captions and BGM have been added in as well. How about the lighting? Testing is complete on them. The equipment? A-okay. The coaches and contestants. The 19 contestants appearing in the first episode are already in the waiting area backstage. 3 of the coaches have already arrived and are having their makeup applied right now. Only Sister Zhang is not here yet, but we called and confirmed that they're already on the way, about 10 minutes away from Central TV. Her manager says that Sister Zhang's makeup is already done, so we don't need to factor in the time for that. When the coaches are all here, we can begin the recording. How about the audience? They're all here. We're verifying their identities and distributing the admission passes to them. After Zhang Ye confirmed the last item on the list, he heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, he felt his legs turn to jelly. He quickly took a chair which was just beside him and sat down on it heavily. Everyone on hand also fell silent for a good 3 or 4 seconds before they broke out into cheers. Heavens! We really completed all our preparations. We made it. We really made it. We did it. We really did it. Everyone was feeling extremely excited and unable to hold back their emotions, including little Wang and a few other female staff members. They even had tears rolling down their cheeks. Even Assistant Director Ha Chi-Chi had to turn her head around to quietly dry her eyes. It had been too difficult. For the past 6 days, they'd all had it too difficult. Within the program team, every one of them had really given it their all. The exertion of working from early in the morning until late at night was simply unimaginable by anyone from the other program teams in Central TV. Ha Chi-Chi and 5 others had a cold for the past 5 days, but continued working despite being sick. Little Zhao from the equipment team was involved in an accident in which a plank fell from high up onto his leg. He suffered a sprain, but continued working without taking any time off from work. The editor, Sister Liu, who was a mother to 2 daughters, had even given her family duties to her husband and mother. For the past 6 days, she did not take her children to and from school or had dinner at home with them. Other than sleep, she spent all her time working at the office. This was the result of everyone's sacrifices. This was the miracle that happened as a result of everyone striving together toward their goal. That was why, at this moment, many of them were crying with joy. They could only express their feelings right now with tears and shouts. No one in Central TV had expected that they could complete this task without sacrificing the quality of the program. But they used the most practical approach and showed them they could do it. Zhang Ye suddenly announced, "I suggest we give ourselves a round of applause." The next moment, thunderous applause sounded and filled the entire venue. Screams, cheers. It was a scene of passion. Too awesome. We're all great. Creating a megascale singing talent show in 20 days is virtually unheard of in the history of the television industry. Even overseas, this was unheard of before. Up until now, many of the program team's staff were actually still in disbelief that they did it. Zhang Ye was right. The unrealized capacity of a person was limitless. Many things they thought impossible to complete actually weren't impossible. They were simply much stronger than they thought themselves to be. At this time, Zhang Ye walked off to a corner to call the Deputy Director of Central TV Department 1, Jiang Yuan. "Director Jiang, our preparation work is all complete." When Jiang Yuan heard this, he said, "Great, you've done admirably. For other tasks that still need working on, let's just ignore them first and finish recording the first episode. We have to rush to get the recording done in time for the broadcast. When everything is done, you all can continue to complete the stage construction and equipment tuning, but it doesn't matter if it's not perfect now." But Zhang Ye replied, "It's not that, Director Jiang. I don't think you understood me properly. I said that the preparation work is all complete. The stage, equipment, and music are all completed and ready." "What?" Jiang Yuan was stunned. Zhang Ye repeated, "It's all completed." Jiang Yuan said in disbelief, "How did you all do it?" Zhang Ye laughed, "We just did. Everyone worked overtime and gave it their all." Perhaps to Jiang Yuan and the other people of Central TV, the fact that the team for The Voice could rush in time to let the program make it to broadcast was already a miracle in itself. But they didn't expect that this was done without sacrificing quality or missing out on some aspects. This outcome came as quite the pleasant surprise to Jiang Yuan. "Good, good. I knew that you, little Zhang, would surely have no problems." Zhang Ye dismissed. "I'm not superhuman. I couldn't have done all this by myself. It was really down to everyone's team effort. Regarding the bonuses, I don't mind if I don't get any. But when the time comes, Director Jiang, you know what to do for my team staff, right? Everyone has worked themselves to the bone. Because they were willing to put in so much effort to help him, Zhang Ye also knew to fight for the interests of his program team. Of course, no problem." Jiang Yuan agreed with hesitation. "Tell everyone that their month-end bonuses will be quadrupled. The performance bonus in the middle of the year will be calculated separately, and for next year's salary adjustment, The entire team will be promoted to the next tier of their basic salary. Zhang Ye said happily. Fantastic. Jiang Yuan asked, what are you all planning to do now? Zhang Ye said, we are doing the audience admission now. The coaches have already arrived, and we'll start recording very soon. Jiang Yuan said, all right then, I won't hold you back from your work. My request is still the same as before. Make sure that the post-production and captions are all finished before the broadcast and after the recording is finished. Remember, the program's viewership ratings must be at least 0.7%. That is the lowest viewership rating that the station can accept. So if the first episode receives less than favorable views, the program's scheduled time frame might end up getting adjusted accordingly. The original plan for a show that is 3 months could end up being cut to 1 or 2 months only. Of course, if the viewership ratings are favorable and exceed 0.8%, the bonuses will be raised accordingly. The station will know what to do. The call ended. Zhang Ye went back with this news from the station and informed everyone. When everyone heard about the bonuses and salary increase, they all became even more excited. Zhang Ye said, it's not time to celebrate yet. We still have to do our preparations properly and fight this last battle, which is also the most critical battle. This is the last critical point in our advance, so let's not screw it up. Understood? No problem. Director Zhang, just instruct us on what needs to be done. We will listen to your commands. Everyone answered him with excitement. Zhang Ye voiced his approval. Would the departments get ready? It's time to let the audience in and start recording. Chapter 663, a shoddy program? At Central TV Tower. Many of the other departments and channels of Central TV also heard about this news. What? The Voices program team managed to meet the deadline? God damn it, they're way too amazing. They could even meet such a deadline? What a bunch of monsters. In just slightly more than half a month's time, they started with nothing and created a stage that is for a large-scale singing talent show, regardless of the program's viewership ratings. That kind of a work efficiency is quite incredible. This group of people must have worked crazy hard. Yeah, they must all be on drugs or something. A good leader can bring about a good team. Zhang Ye truly has a few tricks up his sleeves. Many of the staff members of other program teams in Central TV were thinking to themselves, if such an urgent task was handed to them instead, and they were told just 1 week before the broadcasting deadline, or even told right from the beginning when the program team was formed, they would not be able to do it. Completely setting up such a large stage in just 20 days, and even accomplishing the onerous tasks of holding the preliminary auditions, coaches' invitation, pulling of sponsors and advertisers, all at the same time. Just hearing that alone would lead them to find it hard to imagine. As fellow colleagues of Central TV, they were indeed impressed by the program team of The Voice and changed their opinions of them. But as for the program, most of them were still skeptical of it. They might have met the deadline to get the broadcast out, but surely they can't meet the targeted viewership rating that the station set, right? That's an unknown. I've heard that the station has already lowered their expectations to 0.7% for the average viewership ratings, but that's still going to be tricky. I guess we'll find out tonight. We don't even know if they can finish recording or not. After all, time is really tight, and that would contribute to possible mistakes. If it affects the broadcast quality or contributes to a broadcast mistake, then the consequences would be terrible. Meanwhile, the outside world was not tranquil either. All across the nation, in the streets and alleyways or in offices, discussions among the citizens were widespread. AI, the broadcast of The Voice, is starting tonight. What? Today? I thought there was still a month until its broadcast. That's old news. The promotional commercials were already changed since last week, didn't you see? The program that was slated to be replaced has had their host suspended over some incident, so The Voice was pushed ahead of schedule to fill the slot. Whoa, isn't that going to be a rush job then? That's true. A program that's been rushed out like this will definitely be of terrible quality. Yeah, even with ample preparation time, this program might not be good, not to mention that it has now been forced by the situation and pushed ahead of schedule. Surely the quality of the program would be affected, no? I think this production fee of over 100 million renminbi is definitely going to go down the drain. They're not likely to do any better than the other similar talent shows that are airing now. So what if they have an impressive lineup? So what if their equipment is the best? It still boils down to the contestants. It's not going to be of any help even if Sister Zhang is holding down the fort. The audience won't watch the show from beginning to end without changing channels just because of her, right? No matter what, the coaches are really just the supporting cast of the show. That's what I think too. On the internet, topics regarding The Voice were rife. They're starting the broadcast today. It's too soon. I only saw the promotions for it a while ago, and they're already broadcasting it today? Will this short amount of time be enough for them to make the show good? I quite like Zhang Ye, so I'm really worried for him. Could the fairy tale of Zhang Ye's miraculous viewership ratings come to an end just like this? Legends don't last forever. They always get disproven someday. But that can't be blamed on Zhang Ye, who asked that host to be involved in an affair and even get into trouble after photos were published. Otherwise, The Voice would not have been so hastily pushed to begin its broadcast. This was all destined. Teacher Zhang's luck this time was really terrible. Yeah, he was pretty down on his luck for this incident. I was initially quite looking forward to Teacher Zhang's new program, but now this has happened. I don't feel too good about it anymore. Just thinking of how the program only had a preparation period of 20 days, I doubt it'll be any good. The only objective of this program now is to fill the hole in Central TV's programming lineup, so I just hope that this is not a stopgap measure. At the very least, if they let the program come closer to completion, I'll be very satisfied. Teacher Zhang is really unlucky. Just as he was getting things going, he had to meet with such a situation. Some comments were still considerably positive, but the comments from some others were full of malice. This lousy program would not have been good anyway. I've never thought that it would perform well, so it's definitely going to be worse now. Zhang Ye is really stupid. He had a rather interesting program, but he sold it to Beijing Television instead and left himself with such a broken talent show to produce. He's even pulling such silly gimmicks like claiming that the program will be judged only by listening to one's voice. What is that? What's so interesting about it? For all the other talent shows, not only are the contestants good-looking, they can also sing well. But what about The Voice? The only feature is that the contestants will need to sing well? No matter how bad-looking they are, it won't matter? Then why would we want to watch your program? I'd rather watch someone who is pretty and can sing well. Well said. Zhang Ye doesn't want to walk a proper path, but rather insists on walking into a dead-end alley. Besides, Zhang Ye seems to have the intention to move from fronting a show to working behind the scenes. Oh, why do you say that? Just take a look at the past programs that Zhang Ye did rather well with. Those programs all involved heavy participation from the host, or even depended fully on the host to make the program interesting. Like Zhang Ye's talk show and lecture room, both these programs needed the host, Zhang Ye, to present the show from start till end. It all depended on the capability and talent of his mouth to make it work. He knows what others don't. He can say things that others can't. It's like he's the type of host no one can replace by simply replacing his role. But what about the singing talent show? For this genre of program, the host doesn't play a big role in it. What could the host add to the program? All they do are the announcements, present the advertising slogan. What else? There's basically nothing else. The review of the performances and mingling with the contestants are all up to the coaches, while singing is the job of the contestants. All of these have nothing to do with the host at all. So now do you all understand why people are not that optimistic about The Voice? Zhang Ye has thrown away his biggest advantage and relegated himself into becoming a supporting character. No, it's more like he has given himself the most trivial of roles. That sounds right. When you analyze it that way, it really makes sense. This type of program could use anyone for its host, and nothing would change. Anyone can do it. So the value of the role is not that significant at all, right? Even I could do it. Saying something on stage would only take a few lines. It seems like Zhang Ye might really be intending to retreat behind the scenes. Zhang Ye's new program was a jump too far from his usual style. It's full of contradictions and has so many inexplicable issues. I really don't understand how a professional like Zhang Ye could make such a mistake. Could it be that Zhang Ye has been used to working at low-level places like those local channels or online television stations? But when he arrived at the biggest television station in the country, he could not acclimatize to the culture and workings of it, and that affected him so much that he could not bring out his usual standard? Or could it be that this was his standard all along? It was just that all of us had imagined him to be too awesome in the past, always expecting that Zhang Ye would be able to create the next miracle. I I guess no miracle will be happening no matter what this time. Yeah, a miracle is only called a miracle because it doesn't happen easily. At this time, Zhang Ye's old bro, old classmate, and old colleagues all started standing up and speaking for Zhang Ye. Crosstalk actor Yao Jinkai posted, "Never, ever look down on Zhang Ye. Sometimes when it comes to things people don't feel optimistic about, my old bro Zhang will end up doing it better. That's what my past experiences tell me." Peking University's Chinese department teacher Su Na. It hasn't even broadcast yet, so nothing is set in stone. Beijing television host Dong Shanshan. Based on what I know about Zhang Ye, when the voice gets broadcast, it will definitely turn out different from what everyone is imagining in their minds. Believe me, I guarantee it. So let's wait and see. Zhang Ye has never disappointed everyone before, so I don't think he will this time either. Songstress Zhang Xia. Little Zhang is the most hardworking person I've ever met. For this program, Little Zhang has given a lot, so much so that no one could possibly start to imagine. I hope that everyone can be a little more tolerant of Little Zhang. As being the executive director, executive planner, and host of The Voice, he has had it very difficult in recent days. Singer Chen Guang. Please give your support to The Voice of China. Singer Fan Wenli. Tonight at 9 p.m., let's meet on TV. Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fang Weihong, also posted out of the blue. Having worked with teacher Zhang Yi many times, it has always been a very enjoyable experience. Even though Sister Zhang has never agreed to join such talent shows in the past, she decided to join this time because the program team has given us an offer we couldn't reject. We were also attracted to the show because of Zhang Ye's reputation, since we know what he is capable of, and therefore, we trust him too. Here's something that I can reveal at the moment. For tonight's broadcast, there will be a theme song for the show that will be performed during the opening. Although the song is going to be performed by the four coaches, the lyrics and melody were all created by executive director Zhang Ye. Wow, there's going to be a new song. That's true. We should at least watch it before judging. Right, we'll only know if it's good or not if we watch it. It's still too early to say anything now. We should stop scolding Zhang Ye. I heard that he has not returned home for the past week and did not sleep much either, all because he was busy rushing the new program to make the broadcast deadline. Grandma Zhang is right. We should all be more tolerant of Zhang Ye. Although the clown can be quite infuriating at times and often offends others. Haha, it's exactly because he has offended too many people, so whenever anything happens to him, many people come to doubt and criticize him, never missing out on an opportunity to do so. Actually, those people are just hoping to see Zhang Ye fail for once. They really want to see Zhang Ye make a fool of himself for once. Yeah, countless people have already been slapped countless times by Zhang Ye. They are all hoping he will make a spectacle of himself one time so that they can remember that look of his when it happens. The situation with his new program right now is the most likely chance that it will ever happen. With so many celebrities supporting Zhang Ye, the discussion surrounding the topic once again blew up. This could also be considered as the last round of publicity bombardment before the broadcast. As the four coaches were under the payroll of the program now, they of course had to do their part and speak up for The Voice. As for Yao Jinkai and Dong Shanshan, needless to say, it was because they had a very good relationship with Zhang Ye. Yes, by rights, as Beijing television's host, Dong Shanshan should have been more careful with some of her stand on things. Logically, it was also not good of her to help a central TV host promote their show, but Zhang Ye and Beijing television station also had a good relationship, having fought, gotten embarrassed, and even helped each other when there were difficulties. So even though Dong Shanshan had helped Zhang Ye do some publicity, it was nothing improper. With the added relationship of old classmates between the two of them, the station would not use this as an excuse to criticize her. It should also be mentioned that Dong Shanshan was getting popular at the moment and was already moving up toward the D-list celebrity rankings, so she could no longer be considered the same rookie she had been when she first joined the station. Chapter 664, Zhang Ye's Rebuttal, Admiring the Mountains, 1. The discussions did not die down. Some of them were even contributed by people who were employed by the Voices program team to drive discussion. If they had their way, this atmosphere would probably have lasted all the way until the broadcast at night and would have definitely boosted the viewership situation. However, at this moment, a certain northern television station's program team's supervisor suddenly said something. Without Holding back, he unexpectedly posted, "A program like The Voice whose act of inflating the joining pays for the guests can only be described as despicable. This has already negatively impacted the normal operations of the other program teams of the television industry." Just a short moment ago, a celebrity who had already agreed in principle a month ago that they would be joining our reality television program backed out of the deal. I won't reveal who it is, but that person asked us, why was The Voice able to pay their guests who were only be doing judging duties a sum from 10 to 40 million renminbi as joining pay, but your program team can only give 7 million? I did not know how to answer that. I totally didn't know how to answer that question. The coaches' joining pays were public knowledge since the beginning, not because the program publicized it since it was meant to be confidential, but because it was leaked by someone. From the content of that person's rant, it could be deduced that the celebrity who had backed out was likely a B-list celebrity who was as popular as Chun Guang and Fan Wenli, or possibly even more popular. But having been promised a joining pay of only a little more than half of the couples, the celebrity was probably felt it was unfair. That was of course understandable, since competition in the entertainment industry was quite strong, and such comparisons were also very common. If you drove a 1 million renminbi car, then I must drive a 2 million renminbi. 1. If you're wearing a low-cut evening gown, then I will wear a transparent one. In any case, no one wanted to be outshone by others, and all these outward comparisons were not only down to gratify their vanity, but also a tactic for them to gain more fans. Of course, the joining pays were also considered as such. Oh, our popularity is more or less on the same level. So what do you have that you deserve 10 million while I only get 7 million? If the joining pay became publicized, then the celebrity would also suffer a loss of face, so they might as well not join at all. This Weibo post caused quite an uproar, so much so that even the poster did not think that there would be so much response. Following that, countless other industry workers surprisingly said something too. A certain Southern television station's program team's manager posted, "It's the same for us. In 3 of our programs, there were 2 celebrities who backed out of their contracts at the last minute and caused a serious delay in the program's production progress. Now that we have to find other people at the last minute, when many of those celebrities heard about the joining pay we were going to offer, they all felt it was too low." I would like to ask Zhang Ye right now, and ask the Voices program team too. Based on what reason did you all pay out twice the price of the industry average? I would also like to ask the regulators, when it comes to such bad-intentioned acts to raise the joining pays, shouldn't someone be held responsible? Seeing this, a CEO of some program production company also stepped forward to give his point of view. Ever since the Voices for celebrity guest coaches joining pays were revealed, every talent show domestically has seemingly been negatively affected. Regarding such misconduct, there should be a serious crackdown on such behavior. It needs to be strictly boycotted. The market for variety shows is basically at a low point. With the advancement of the internet, invasion of foreign programs, and the existence of many forms of other types of entertainment, it has caused this embarrassing situation that the variety shows are faced with. The glorious days are just a thing of the past now, and under such circumstances, variety shows are difficult to do in the first place and not earning money. Yet Zhang Ye is still trying to raise the prices? Isn't he just making the waters murkier? Another television industry personnel also said angrily, "Zhang Ye, we won't stop you if you're in this alone. If you screw up your show, it has nothing to do with us. But don't you drag us in either. Don't drag us from the variety television industry with you into your grave. The market was spoiled by people just like you." Yeah, we feel the same. Things are getting more and more difficult to do now. Right. Whenever any new program wants to invite a celebrity as a guest now, nothing can be worked out at all as they're all looking at joining pays in the region of those given at The Voice. Their expectations have all been raised. If the fluctuation of the pay is just around 10%, it's fine. But in just such a short period of time, they're expecting an increase of 60 to 70%. That's unacceptable. This is truly an act of destruction. Just why are all you from The Voice paying such a high fee? You're only making a normal and overdone singing talent show. It's not like it'll be some world-class program that will get crazy high viewership ratings. Appealing for all industry insiders to boycott such behaviors. That's right. We have to boycott such behavior. If this is going to be a popular variety show that gets 1.2% in viewership ratings, then the joining pay of $10 million for a B-list celebrity would still be a fair deal. But the issue here is that you're not. Everyone in the industry has already analyzed and considered your program and said that the hosting won't be anything special. It's even overused content and the type of show that will only attract the minority audiences or a cult following, thus only possibly getting a 0.6% viewership rating tops. Even the majority of the viewers are probably only going to be pulled in by Sister Zhang and the married couple. Can the regulators set a standard for the norm? I suggest banning on the broadcast of The Voice. I've already made a report to the regulatory department. Me too. If it's just the few of us doing so, we won't be able to do much, so let's do it. Together, everyone. Right. Although it might not be of any help and the regulatory department might not have handled an incident like this before, we must still stand together and boycott such behavior. Countless industry insiders were galvanized, feeling that the offenses were too numerous to record and were calling for strong action to be taken on The Voice and Zhang Ye. Basically, they knew that the regulators were not likely to take any action. After all, the contracts had already been signed and the show approved beforehand too. At most, they would give a warning to Zhang Ye and his team, but not take any realistic control of such matters. But no matter what, they still collectively called for a boycott because they needed to get it off their chests and were jealous of Zhang Ye getting a 100 million title sponsorship so easily. They all wondered why such a lousy program would be worth such a large sum of money. They were essentially refusing to accept this fact. The negative voices were growing louder and louder. This incident was growing bigger and bigger. Admittedly, no matter if they were positive reviews or negative voices, as long as the topic surrounded it and had a certain degree of interest, then it could be hyped up and helped bring more attention to the show. However, this was on the premise that the negativity of the issue couldn't be more than 80%, or it would affect the program's reputation. If that happened, then it would not increase the popularity of the program, but lead to a huge loss of potential viewers. As expected, with the constant talk on this topic, a poll regarding The Voice posted on Weibo earlier was already showing uninterested to be leading interested by a long shot. Uninterested, 70.5%. Interested, 27.4%. The rest of the votes were for unsure. The snowball was gathering into an avalanche as the negativity became increasingly apparent. At Central TV, in the recording studio of The Voice, the audience was progressively entering the studio using their entry passes and getting seated. Already a third of the audience seats were taken up, and among the coaches, Chun Guang was the first to be ready and had already come to the stage to take his seat in his coach chair. A staff member was explaining to Chun Guang the functions of the chair and what he needed to take note of. As they were rushing for the past week, they had yet to let the coaches test those functions. Zhang Ye spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Has Sister Zhang arrived?" A fuzzy voice came from the other end. "She's already here. I repeat, she's already here." Zhang Ye acknowledged, received. "Please inform the other 3 coaches to come to the stage once they're ready. We need to get them familiarized with the equipment first and test the earset microphones." Their communication ended. At this time, Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and a few others ran over to look for Zhang Ye. When they found him, they said, "Director Zhang, something's happened." "What happened?" Zhang Ye asked, looking very worried. Ha Chi-Chi pointed to her cell phone screen. "A staff member from the publicity team just informed me that many industry insiders have denounced and called for a boycott against our show. It seems they've brought this matter up to the regulatory department. They're complaining that we inflated the joining pays and spoiled the market." Zhang Zhua angrily said, "The regulators will surely not bother themselves with this matter. Those people really have nothing better to do. It's easy for them to say, but in getting someone like Sister Zhang who doesn't ever take part in talent shows to join us, we definitely had to spend more money to be able to persuade her. Don't we also wish to be able to do it with just 20 million? But is that even possible?" Little Wang added, "They're purposely saying damaging statements about us." Wu Yi said solemnly, "We need to issue a statement to fight back. With the fuss that they've kicked up, it won't do for us to just keep quiet. Everyone is going to see how we respond to this." Many of the program team staff were feeling extremely indignant. In the past, when everyone was doubting that their program, they did not feel much, probably because they had not developed a sense of ownership of the program yet. But now, having worked day and night to crunch the production to meet the broadcast deadline. They had all developed deep feelings for it. This was the result. All of them had made by fighting together for many days. But now that they were being spoken badly about and boycotted, of course they would not take it lying down. Director Zhang, what do we do? Say something. Everyone said, one after another. Many of the staff who were busy with other work had also come over. Zhang Ye looked at them. What else can we do? Just handle well the tasks you have at hand and create a great show that will leave everyone speechless. That's the best response we can give to those skeptics. Just leave everything else to me. Quickly prepare for the recording already. It's about to begin. Seeing his response, they finally dispersed and went back to their tasks. Zhang Ye took out his cell phone and browsed to where all those denouncers were talking about his program. After scrolling through all the comments, he knew that he had to say something and couldn't just stay silent. As such, Zhang Ye responded. Before this, it had almost been a month since he had last said something online. So this was to be the first Weibo post he was going to make ever since he started production on the new program. Offstage, some of the eagle-eyed audiences saw it. What's Zhang Ye doing? Quick, look. That looks like the interface of Weibo. Did Teacher Zhang just update his Weibo? Quickly go and take a look. He must be giving his response to those industry peers. Do you know how many people from other television stations are scolding him? Online right now. Many of the audience members who were already seated rapidly took out their phones to check Weibo. Chi and Zhang Zhua might have been busy with their work, but they also secretly took out their phones to see what sort of a response Zhang Ye gave. At the same time, many people had noticed Zhang Ye's Weibo being updated. Fan Wenli, still backstage, looked at her phone and quietly exclaimed. Yao Jiankai was with a filming crew, swiping his thumb down to refresh his Weibo feed. Qinchin's form teacher, Zhao Mei, also launched Weibo on a school computer when her colleagues mentioned it to her. Those variety show industry peers who collectively condemned Zhang Ye, the media reporters, and those citizens who liked or disliked Zhang Ye were all paying attention to Zhang Ye's Weibo, which had been updated at a sensitive time. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were all focused there simultaneously. All of them thought that Zhang Ye would explain why their program team raised the joining pays to such an astronomical sum, to clarify the difficulties that had made them come to such a decision, to explain that their program was deserving of the 100 million title sponsorship. But the truth was that Zhang Ye did not want to explain anything. He didn't write a single word of explanation at all. Under everyone's scrutiny, he posted a poem that would infuriate his industry peers, leave the Voice's program team staff in shock, and stir up the blood-pumping passion of his fans. How to describe the revered peak, too. Towering over all Shandong with endless green. Heavenly, beautiful splendor nature gathered. The shaded north side cut off from the south side sheen. Clustering clouds cleanse the cracks in the heart. Eyes strain watching homebound birds fly through the ravine. Someday I shall ascend your highest heights, to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. Chapter 665 Fighting with his peers again. In the recording studio, the audience members who had already entered the venue were seething with excitement. Quick, go and take a look. Quickly look at Zhang Ye's Weibo. Oh my God, Teacher Zhang is still not afraid of offending other people. Chi-Chi's hand holding her cell phone was trembling as well. Zhang Zhua and Wu Yi also turned around and looked at Zhang Ye with stunned expressions. This poem was going viral. Right after it appeared on Weibo, numerous netizens got goosebumps. F***K. Where's the interpretation? There's no interpretation. This poem is way too elegant. The first few lines were still fine, but that last line really took the cake. That's our Zhang Ye. That's right. That's the Zhang Ye I know. Awesome. It's fine if Teacher Zhang doesn't make a move, but when does, it's always earth-shattering. This is as good as trampling on all his peers' shows. This is declaring war on the entire variety show industry. In the entire entertainment circle, only Zhang Ye would dare say such things. When Teacher Zhang disappeared from Weibo for such a long time, I thought that his character had changed for the better. But when I saw this poem today, Zhang Ye is still the same Zhang Ye I knew from before. After reading this poem, many of the netizens felt quite shocked. Zhang Ye had not written a poem in a long time, but now that he unexpectedly came out with one, it immediately shook the literary circle. Everyone was familiar with Zhang Ye's poems, having seen his love poems with deep emotion and his sharp and sarcastic poems. But for old-style poems like this one, people had hardly ever seen Zhang Ye writing them. Today was indeed another eye-opener for many of them since they got a chance to witness it. Zhang Ye really could write any kind of poem. Zhang Ye was never a person who did things by the book. The more people felt he would do something a certain way, the more he would not. Give an explanation of the situation to you all, clarify the reason to you all. There was no need for something like that. But most of them did not see much of this style of ancient poem written by Zhang Ye. This was a very famous poem set, Admiring the Mountains by Du Fu from Zhang Ye's previous world. It was comprised of 3 ancient poems in total. Zhang Ye took one of them, the one that was the most well-known and famous to everyone in his previous world. This poem of Du Fu's was probably trying to express a different meaning. But in this moment and situation Zhang Ye used it. It delivered yet another meaning. It was the air of defiance and domination. Just this passage of the poem was enough to surpass thousands of words. What Zhang Ye wanted to say and express were all in the poem. Whether you all are collectively boycotting or denouncing me, my new program and I are destined to reach to the highest peak in the variety world from where we can look down on all of you. Someday I shall ascend your highest heights, to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. Very powerful. Brilliantly said. Teacher Zhang, we're cheering you on. Zhang Ye, you have our support. A bunch of buffoons. Haha. Teacher Zhang basically did not think of them as a threat to him. Zhang Ye's fans had all been jolted out. Similarly, those peers who were calling for a boycott of Zhang Ye exploded with rage. They thought that Zhang Ye would issue a clarification or just remain silent all the while. But who could have expected that he would directly throw out such a defiant old-style poem, not showing a shred of respect for his peers? To see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene? Zhang Ye, your words are too arrogant. You all should be content if your new program can achieve at least 0.6% viewership. Such an abruptly broadcast program is likely to be full of mistakes, so there might not even be a 0.5% viewer rating. Yet you still want to reach the top of the variety world? And you even want to look down on all the other variety shows? Are you still dreaming, or what? Can't you have just a tiny bit of objective judgment toward your own show? A simple analysis easily shows that The Voice of China is only going to be a cult TV show that the majority of the citizens won't be able to accept. Zhang Ye, don't be too conceited. That's a bold claim. Let's see what you're going to do after today's broadcast. I admit that your previous shows were very special and the viewership ratings were also very high, but The Voice will absolutely be your worst failure. You want to ascend to the highest heights? Alright, since you don't believe me, just wait and see. I want to see for myself just what kind of viewership rating this show you're so confident of can get. Let's see if The Voice's viewership ratings can surpass my show first. Director Zhao, your show's viewership rating is 0.75%. How the heck could he surpass that? He is only good at talking and spouting empty talk. I feel very amused that he's now being so fearless. We're veterans who have spent many years in the variety circle. The more experienced we are, the more we should be in awe and know our own weaknesses and limitations. Zhang Ye is not considered a newcomer anymore, but why is he still so overconfident, thinking he can ascend to the highest heights? As the host of a singing show, your job is only to make announcements and present the advertising slogans. So what heights are there for you to ascend to? This bastard is really annoying. Don't just talk. Use your viewership ratings to show us what you've got, right? Aren't you thinking of looking down on all variety shows? Then let's compare our viewership ratings. Zhang Ye's peers were initiating waves of accusations and criticisms at him. After reading the poem, some of those who had not participated in the boycott of Zhang Ye previously became so angry that they came out to boycott him as well. The flames of war were spreading fast. Zhang Ye had poked on a hornet's nest. At a different place, Little Wang said indignantly, Director Zhang, this poem is just too impressive. Zhang Ye laughed. It's passable. Chen Guang, who was testing his microphone on the coach's chair, also saw the poem on Weibo. He raised his head, looked at Zhang Ye from afar, and gave him a thumbs up. From backstage, Coach Fan Wenli came out. Director Zhang, you wrote another poem? Zhang Ye responded, You saw it? I saw it when I was having my makeup applied. The more I read the last line of the poem, the more I like it. Your literary talent is definitely in the country's top 10, Fan Wenli commented. If not for your young age and the many literature masters still alive, no one would say otherwise if we proclaimed you as the country's best in literature, in the poetry and couplet domains, and among those authors and poets who were still alive. If Zhang Ye said he was number 2, probably no one would dare say they were number 1. However, since literature was still dependent on the accolades that you had, not only did you need to have qualifications, your own works, and have received a prize at some point, you also needed to have an authority to back you. Zhang Ye indeed did not have much to show for in his prose, since Ghost Blows Out the Light and Legend of Wukong were just web novels. Having only just debuted as well, he had not received any prizes yet, so his qualifications were naturally considered little. Fan Wenli rating him in the country's top 10 was already great praise for him. Zhang Ye waved it off. I don't deserve that praise. However, Ha Chi-Chi had an expression of immense concern. When she saw those fellow peers slandering the voice and demanding their program be suspended from broadcast, she felt very angry and wanted to join in the scolding as well. Although she was angry, she did not expect Zhang Ye to compose such a poem on the spot. This was no longer just a retaliation. Instead, it was a declaration of war against all variety shows. Director Zhang, if you say that, don't you think we will offend too many people? Would it? Zhang Ye didn't seem to care. Ha Chi-Chi. Zhang's, would it? What do you think? Their program team of The Voice was essentially taking the stance of offending everyone in the industry with this poem. This was the stance of belittling all the heroes in the industry. If it were just those programs with low viewership ratings, it wouldn't be so bad. They were, after all, Central TV Department 1, and if faced with those programs on provincial channels or those satellite channels, shows with less investment and lower viewership, they definitely would have something to show for. However, Zhang Ye's carpet bombing was aimed at all variety shows. This included those outstanding shows with 0.8% to 0.9% viewership ratings, and even the very popular programs with up to 1% or 1.1% viewership ratings. Uttering those lofty claims like, to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. Would that really be okay? Would that really not be a problem? And this was also including all the variety shows on Central TV's channels, no? However, Zhang Ye thought nothing of it. Such a small matter like this might be considered serious to others, but to him, he had already gotten used to it. The infighting was not something new at all. When he was in radio broadcasting, he fought against the radio broadcasting world. When he was in the literary world, he fought against the literary world. When he was in the crosstalk world, he fought against the crosstalk world. So now that he had joined the variety show world, if he did not fight them, it simply wouldn't be Zhang Ye's style. Zhang Zhua hurriedly said, "Aren't we making overly bold claims?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Why? Don't have any confidence." "It's not that I don't have confidence. I'm just afraid those people will use your poem to find trouble with us and attack us," Zhang Zhua said. "When the viewership ratings are out, even if our viewership ratings are quite high, there will be surely some other variety shows in the same time slot getting higher viewership ratings than us. This is like gifting them something to criticize us with, and they will certainly go around yelling, 'Didn't you guys want to belittle all the heroes in the world? Why are the viewership ratings of your program not higher than X program then?' How are we going to answer that?" Ha Chi-Chi nodded as she also had the same concerns. But Zhang Ye blinked a few times in quick succession and rebutted, "Why must there always be shows in the same time slot with higher viewership ratings than us?" Zhang Zhua was stunned. Ha Chi-Chi was also stunned. Why does there need to be a reason for that? There will surely be some shows that can get higher viewership ratings than us, such as the reality TV show whose rights were purchased from overseas. It has been broadcasting since the beginning of the year, and the average viewership ratings are 1.4%. Then there's another foreign copyrighted program, which got a similar viewership rating of 1.3%. Zhang Ye asked again, "Why you all think that their viewership ratings will be higher than ours?" Upon hearing that, Zhang was said astonished, "Are you really thinking that the Voice of China can surpass all those variety shows broadcasting in the same time slot?" When those words came out of his mouth, many of the surrounding staff from the program team looked over with shocked expressions. Zhang Ye smiled and corrected him. "It's not that I think we can, but that I'm certain it can be done." Wu Yi gawked. "Don't tease us like this anymore. We're really scared." Her voice cracking, little Wang said, "Teacher Zhang, are you serious?" A female editor was stunned. She said, "Didn't we set a targeted viewership rating of 0.7%? Why did it change again?" 0.7% is the station's target for us. Zhang Ye said calmly, "But it wasn't set by me. My expectations are much higher than this target by a lot." Everyone was speechless. 0.7% was still low? How many of the current variety shows broadcasting in the country had ever exceeded 0.7% in viewership? There should only be a dozen or so of them, right? But your expectations were higher? And even much higher at that? Could we stop joking around, Director Zhang? This was a program that a majority of the people were pessimistic about. If we could accomplish the station's target of 0.7% viewership, we would already be satisfied. That would already be enough to create a legend. Everyone could not understand why Zhang Ye felt so confident. Zhang Ye did not get angry when he noticed their doubts. He said to them, "I know that everyone has doubt, but that's because you all have not seen the entire, actual process of the program's recording yet. There are some details I did not tell all of you beforehand, and that aren't stated on the program." Proposal. He smiled. "For instance, my segment as the host." Ha Chi asked confused. "The host segment?" Little Wang said, "Aren't you just going to read the advertising messages?" Zhang's was said, "You want to add some lines to the host's script at the last minute? Haven't you already decided on the lines? If you change it now, will there be enough time?" Everyone had read Zhang Ye's script for the host before, as it had been written out by him long ago, but no one found it to be anything special. What sort of tricks could even be added to it? Zhang Ye grinned. "The monologue hasn't been changed." Ha Chi said, "Then why are you saying?" Zhang Ye said, "You'll all find out soon." Chapter 666, Setting the Whole Studio Ablaze. The audience gradually filled up the studio. Could the people in front walk a little faster? "Hey, don't squeeze." "Ah, I saw Zhang Ye. I saw him too. Wow, there's also Chen Guang. What was with the poem from earlier? Isn't Zhang Ye busy with the show?" Zhang Ye took some time to post it onto Weibo. I could see his phone screen from here. In the past, I'd only read Zhang Ye's poems online. But I could have expected today to be such a good day, being able to see Zhang Ye compose the poem live on the spot. It's just as the legends described. His poems weren't prepared ahead of time or composed by others on his behalf. He did it all spontaneously on the spot. That poem was absolutely the best. But I wonder how the show will perform. This stage is really huge. Yeah, the stage is dazzling. It must have been very expensive to set up. Compared to those other talent show stages, they're basically worlds apart. I could never have imagined the stage to be so big. It's just a singing talent show. Why did they set it up to look like the Spring Festival Gala? Is that even necessary? It's no wonder this is a production of over 100 million. They really broke the bank for this. After the audience had entered and been seated, they began conversing with one another. From the other side, Ha Chi personally led a group of audience members into the studio. The reason why Ha Chi had to do this herself was because the members weren't just any typical audience members. They were the CEO of Brain Gold Company and its upper management team, along with some staff of the company. They had communicated earlier with Zhang Ye and expressed their intent to come watch the recording of the first episode of the show. Zhang Ye naturally did not reject and immediately made arrangements for their seating. Actually, the program team staff also knew that 100 million for the title sponsorship fee was a large sum for Brain Gold Group and not an amount they could afford to lose. The reason for them coming to see the recording was a pretext for inspection, as they wanted to see for themselves whether they would have the chance of recouping this 100 million yuan expenditure and help advance their company to another level. After the title sponsors arrived, the program team was under tremendous pressure. If they somehow screwed it up, they really would have no way to answer to the Brain Gold Company. Ha Chi politely said, "CEO Wu, please have a seat over here." Wu Mo acknowledged her and took his seat. "I'll get Director Zhang to come over," Ha Chi said, immediately turning to walk away. However, Wu Mo stopped her. "There's no need, just let him work. We can handle ourselves over here. I understand that this is the critical moment right now, so there's no need to disturb him." Ha Chi said, "All right." At the door of the staff corridor, Central TV Department 1's leaders had also arrived. Jiang Yuan was leading the group, and there were a few other middle-aged men and women beside him. Some were leaders and department heads. all had leadership roles at Central TV Department 1. They had come to the venue for the recording of the program. Zhang Ye went to welcome them. Director Jiang, Director Liu, chiefly. Jiang Yuan waved a hand. Carry on with what you need to do. Don't worry about us. Then all right. Zhang Ye hesitated for a second, but went back to his job. Not long after, people from the other program teams in Central TV also silently joined. They had not informed the Voices program team that they would be here, so they casually found some seats in the back rows and sat down. They were talking with each other, though nobody knew what they were discussing. Clearly, the first episode's recording of The Voice was not only in the public eye. Even Central TV's internal staff and program team supervisors were curious how this cult program could make Zhang Ye claim that he would someday ascend the highest heights. They were also considered industry insiders, but this was their first time coming onto the set of The Voice. They could not grasp what the show would be like, as it hadn't even started yet, but the impact from the stage layout had clearly made an impression on them. This was truly extravagant beyond measure. The light setup on the left was worth 220,000. The machine at the right was worth 110,000. Then, the large display screen behind the stage and its control equipment started in the millions. In the whole of Central TV, other than the Spring Festival Gala venue which would need to use tons of money, there weren't any other programs that dared to spend as The Voice did. Further, even if they dared to spend that amount of money, they wouldn't have the budget to do so. Just looking at the stage, which was estimated to cost upwards of 10 million, those staff members of Central TV all felt that the setup here was far too extravagant. At the same time, they felt very envious. If they could use the equipment and stage over here, how nice would it be? On stage, Zhang Ye yelled, "All departments, please take note, 5-minute countdown starting now." When the audience heard this, they also quieted down very quickly. Zhang Ye started announcing some routines and procedures to the audience. Could we trouble everyone to turn off your phones or set them to silent, as the recording will begin shortly. Please do not be rowdy or speak loudly. When the contestants are performing and the coaches are speaking, try to maintain silence in the studio. Other than clapping, it would be best not to make any strange sounds, such as whistling or screaming, or else it will affect the recording and we will have to do it over again. As the program will be broadcast tonight, time is of the essence, so let's make the most of the time we have from the start. I hope everyone will cooperate and understand us. Thank you. The audience obliged and turned off their phones or silenced them. Zhang Ye turned around and held the microphone, saying, "Lighting, could you turn down the intensity of the lights here at Zone 3? It's flooding to the outside. Please do one last mic check." Good. Are the coaches ready? Good. All departments, get into position. Ready the music, counting down 3, 2, 1. Action. When they broadcast the show on television, they would insert a short clip and introduction at the beginning, but for the live recording, they won't be playing them. It began with the opening theme song. The recording started. The music played. 1. When the introduction fluttered out, a lot of the audience closed their eyes. They felt it was very enjoyable. The audio quality was outrageously good. The audio effects didn't even need a mention. They were so good. Zhang Yuan gently nodded. A few of the Central TV staff were also full of praise. This was the highest-end equipment setup in the country, and it was truly worth the money. Even though it was a little expensive, you got what you paid for. The stage darkened and only a few spots of red light were visible as they lit up the different areas of the studio. Suddenly, a ray of white light lit up and swept from above onto the stage. All the other spotlights seemingly responded to its call and focused onto the stage as well, shining onto a figure of a person as the lights followed. The first person came out, Chen Guang. Chen Guang was dressed in a flowery suit and holding a microphone as he slowly walked out. He started singing, "I want to fly to the sky and walk side beside the sun. The world waits for me to change it." The second coach was revealed immediately. Before anyone saw her, her singing had drifted into the studio. "Never been afraid of others seeing my dreams. Here, I can make it happen." It was Chen Guang's wife, Fan Wenli. In all the music industry, that light and ethereal voice was unique to her. Following that, Zhang Xiao appeared. Grandma Zhang's singing tempo was more inclined towards her bel canto style, but somehow carried a lingering charm to it. It was especially nice to listen to and did not seem out of place when used in a pop song. Laughing loudly, let's walk side by side. Isn't happiness everywhere? Finally, it was time for the final coach to make her appearance. The moment she stepped out, the entire audience stood up and cheered, screaming without end. Zhang Ye had a very natural and poised smile on her face as she stepped onto the stage. Casting off all worries, I stride forward bravely. Now I am taking center stage. The melody suddenly became more energetic. The four coaches made eye contact with each other and sang together. I believe I'm me. I trust in tomorrow. I believe youth has no limits. Whether sunset at the beach or the crowded streets, it's the prettiest paradise for me. I believe in freedom. I believe in hope. I believe I can reach out and touch the sky. With you by my side, life is more exciting, every moment so wonderful, I do believe. The audience roared with excitement, some of them waving their hands in rhythm, others screaming. The four coaches' vocal characteristics were all different. Zhang Xia's voice was strong and sincere. Chen Guang had a more booming type of voice. Fan Wenli's voice sounded light and ethereal, while Zhang Yuanqi's voice was mature and had a magnetic charm to it. The four unique tones fused together perfectly and made the theme song sound unparalleled. I believe in freedom. I believe in hope. I believe I can reach out and touch the sky. With you by my side, life is more exciting, every moment so wonderful. I do believe. It was the perfect stage. It had the perfect audio setup. They had the perfect singing voices. Just an opening theme song alone had set the entire studio ablaze. It's too good. It was sung really well. This is my first time listening to a song performed live. It's really satisfying. The teachers are no doubt worthy of their statuses as talented singers in the music industry. They're all really good. It's important that the song is also good. It's only my first time hearing this song, but it's already so nice. I want to fly to the sky and walk beside the sun. What level of boldness is this? Only someone like Zhang Ye could write a song like this. This song is surely going to get popular, right? I don't know about the show, but this song is awesome. This opening stage effects were really awesome as well. I'm drunk from listening. This is what King calls singing. Many in the audience were only noticing for the first time that the voice indeed had some differences with the other singing talent shows. In terms of the lighting and audio effects, it was already superior to others. Moreover, with these four big-shot, talented singers, when a comparison was made, this opening stage had already dominated all the other singing talent shows. The music had not stopped yet. The outro was playing. Zhang Ye had already walked up on stage, and above him, a hanging microphone was dropped from the ceiling with the microphone head facing down. Zhang Ye grabbed it, and in one single motion held it upright, and announced, "Let's give a warm welcome to our four coaches as they get seated." The first coach, Zhang Xia. Applause thundered. With the music still playing in the background, Zhang Xia smiled and waved to everyone before walking over to her coach chair. Zhang Ye announced, "The next coach, Chen Guang." Chen Guang was giving a thumbs up on both his hands as he trotted over to his chair. "Let's welcome our third coach, Fan Wenli," Zhang Ye said in a very high-pitched voice. Hosting was a job that required a person to adapt to certain ways and styles to suit the different time and mood of an audience. Fan Wenli was not so flamboyant and just quietly walked to her chair with a smile on her face. Zhang Ye said, "And please welcome our final coach, Zhang Yuanqi." Old Zhang's popularity had really gone through the roof. When she was introduced, the already loud applause from the audience raised another notch, and the decibel level increased several times more. There were even screams from the audience. Relaxed, Zhang Yuanqi smiled as she walked and blew some kisses their way. In front of others, old Zhang looked much more approachable. Chapter 667, What sort of a tongue do you have? After the first segment ended, the four coaches had all taken their seats. Right now, other than the lights, there was only Zhang Ye left on stage. As he was the program's executive director and host, if there were any conflicts or incidents during the recording, they would be handled by assistant directors Zhang Zhua and Ha Qiqi, although Zhang Ye had already specifically instructed them on what to do. Numerous scenarios had already been thought of and run through with them. So Zhang Ye being on stage and hosting did not have too many worries that there would be any problems occurring. Besides, this was not a live broadcast. At most they would just do a reshoot. But they would still have to avoid that because they needed to allocate some time to do the post-production and captioning work so that they could meet tonight's broadcast time of 9 p.m. Time was of the essence. Therefore, if they could finish the recording with a single run, it would be most ideal. The music stopped. Next up was the segment in which Zhang Ye would be reciting his lines as the host. Zhang Yuan looked to the stage. Wu Mo was looking at Zhang Ye. The audience all kept their eyes peeled on the stage. The 4 coaches and program team staff also had their full attention on Zhang Ye. If it was said the program team had expected the just-played opening theme song to be performed like it was, due to them having rehearsed it before, then starting from here on out, none of them had an idea of where the direction of the show would be headed. They knew the general direction and rundown of the program, but as for how the recording would turn out, they were all in the dark. Zhang Ye did not speak his lines in front of anyone beforehand. The coaches also hadn't seen any of the contestants before, while the contestants and their families backstage as well didn't quite know the rules of the show. For all these days, they had only been practicing and rehearsing, to say nothing of the audience and the other departments of Central TV. Even their internal program team staff were unclear of many details about the show. And so, all of the attention in the studio was now fully on Zhang Ye, because he was the only person who knew everything about this show like the back of his hand, as well as the one who controlled the entire development of it. Whether it was the audience or the program team, everyone was eager to know what Zhang Ye could make of this show that no one was optimistic about. Another person who was looking forward to the outcome was Zhang Ye himself. Standing in the center of the stage, he was in fact the most excited person in the entire studio. He looked below the stage, glancing at the lights under his feet, and then looked to the side where a hand making a victory sign was holding the logo of the Voice of China. All of these looked vastly familiar to him. Zhang Ye had really taken the entire stage of The Voice from his previous world and recreated it in this world to a similarity of 90%. He thought back to his previous world, when he was still watching The Voice with his parents in front of their TV. At that time, he was just a normal student who harbored dreams of becoming a star like any other similarly aged kids. But today he was standing on this same stage, albeit in a different world, and had become the host who was getting all the attention and taking center stage. Destiny was really something that no one could predict at all. Momentarily sighing, Zhang Ye quickly gathered all his thoughts and put them away. It was time to begin. This was just his debut show on Central TV, but he already had this ultimate trump card called The Voice in his hand. In such a situation, if he could still screw up the show, then he should just find a thick wall and crash into it to end his life. Hello, everyone. Zhang Ye held the microphone and spoke into it. I am your host, Zhang Ye. The audience suddenly broke out into applause that was as loud as what they gave to the 4 coaches. Zhang Ye smiled at the camera and said to the audience, "Welcome to the global premiere of the country's most professionally organized mega-scale singing talent show, brought to you exclusively by health product leader Brain Gold." Megascale? The most professionally organized in the country? Global premiere? Hearing the usage of those descriptions, everyone in the audience was shocked. In the current era of variety shows, at most they would claim that the show was brought to you by a professional team, that it was powerfully debuting or powerfully broadcasted live from a location. Never had anyone claimed that it was a global premiere or something like that. However, if those words were scrutinized carefully, there was nothing wrong with it either. It was indeed globally premiering on Central TV Department 1's channel, so there was nothing to nitpick, though it could be labeled as a little bit of wordplay. Powerful debut versus global premiere. The difference was obvious just by listening to those words. A global premiere was on a much higher level. The several leaders of Central TV Department 1 all looked at each other. The eyes of the other Central TV program team's supervisors and their staff also lit up at these words. They nearly clapped in admiration. This Zhang Ye might always look like a troublemaker, but there was nothing anyone could criticize about his ideas. What a stroke of genius. Using the words global premiere was a really great idea. This had to be noted down for future programs. Wu Mo also nodded very agreeably as he whispered to his upper management beside him. He really liked the phrase, by health product leader Brain Gold. It was really well said. What they didn't know was that the phrases global premiere, product leader, and whatnot were all overused terms in Zhang Ye's previous world. It's just that no one in this world had started using them yet. That was all. Zhang Ye continued. As a good singer, the most important thing is your voice. Regardless of looks, age, or occupation, everything will be judged based only on your voice alone. The 4 coaches will use all their experience to help you to find your true voice in the spirit of true music. Our stage of the voice is looking forward to your arrival. He pointed at the camera lens with his finger. You just might be China's next generation of great singers. Applause rang again. Little Wang was below stage, acting as the applause leader. When she gave the signal, the audience cooperated very well. Zhang Ye held the microphone, smiling. Today, we have 8 people who will be joining us on stage. Who could they be? What kinds of voices will they have? What songs will they choose to perform? Many of the audience members sat up straight, waiting in anticipation. Yes, just who would these people be? How well would they sing? Zhang Ye laughed a little and said, All right, next up is the segment that is the most anticipated. Then he paused for a moment. Advertisements. When that was said, everyone collectively fainted. Uft. How did it turn out to be advertisements? Hey, what most anticipated? That's so funny, that teacher Zhang. He really catches you off guard with what he says. I thought that there was going to be a contestant appearing already. Who would anticipate advertisements? In the voice from Zhang Ye's previous world, the host did not add such flowery language in his opening announcements and focused more on the contestants and coaches. However, since Zhang Ye was the executive director of the program now, he could easily make the necessary adjustments to his role as the host. He had spent so much effort to remake the voice here, so did anyone really think that he would just sit back and quietly take on the duty of doing announcements? How's that possible? When they heard the word advertisements, Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhua, and the others stared with their eyes wide open. They looked very concerned, because Zhang Ye had previously said some weird things to them that left them very confused. From the sound of it, Director Zhang meant that he had some tricks hidden in his lines to be delivered. From what they could see on the host's script, the first half of it was already said. Only the latter half, which was a string of advertisement messages, was left. After that, they would move on to the recording of the main event on the stage where there wouldn't be any more lines from the host. Some people in the audience were already yawning. Advertisements? Whether they appeared in a movie, TV drama series, or other programs, these were the segments viewers hated the most. Advertisements were not something people were interested in looking at, so of course less was better. Some people were whispering in the audience. Say it quickly. Yeah, say it and be done. We're waiting to see who the contestants are. No one took this to be of any importance, including Wu Mo and Jiang Yuan. The coaches were also whispering and conversing among themselves already, talking about their expectations of the type of contestants they liked. Previously, someone online had made an observation. For such singing talent shows, the host was basically the most non-existent part of the program. All they needed to do was announce the next segments and deliver some advertising messages, so anyone could do what Zhang Ye was doing. This was the consensus many people in the studio had as well, so they ended up hoping to focus more on the contestants and did not pay any attention to Zhang Ye's lines as the host. He saw the audience looking incredibly listless, yet his was a face of calm. He suddenly took a deep breath that lasted a good 2 seconds, like he was filling his lungs fully with air. Some in the audience were tickled by this scene. What's he doing? Chen Guang was at a bit speechless. Are you powering up into your final form? Ha Qiqi was also quite confused. What's the deep breath for? Nobody understood what was going on, but immediately in the next second, when Zhang Ye opened his mouth, everyone looked as though their tails had been stepped on and became so shocked their gallbladders nearly fell out. Zhang Ye spewed. I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows. This year, the only TV need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, The Voice. Welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, leader in health products, Brain Gold. Drink Mount Zhou mineral water to show your support for The Voice. The most favored student of the 4 coaches for this season of The Voice will get a chance to join Mount Zhou Mineral Water's Music Dreams Tour text to support your favorite singers, and ULL get a 50 yuan book voucher from everyread.net. We thank everyread.net for their generous support of our singers of The Voice for any of our contestants, as long as they get acknowledged by at least 3 coaches. They win a 10,000 yuan Music Dream Scholarship sponsored by Brain Gold. We also give our thanks to Beijing Dahua Hotel for sponsoring the accommodations for the coaches of The Voice of China. 1. A flurry of words. A single breath. 200 words. When this advertising message finished, the entire recording studio was as silent as the dead of night. Chen Guang was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. Fan Wenli stared with eyes wide, showing a shocked expression as well. Wu Mo's body had already slanted to the side so far that he nearly fell off his chair. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others also very nearly burst their blood vessels. The audience was all dumbfounded. The coaches were dumbfounded. The program team staff were also dumbfounded. One of the audience members even jumped out of his seat in shock. It was as though he had seen a ghost from the way he was staring at the onstage Zhang Ye. For a few seconds, the entire studio was enveloped in silence. Everyone in the venue had no clue on what to do, having been scared silly by Zhang Ye's glib delivery of the lines. Not until after a long time did the audience suddenly burst out exclaiming and screaming. Heavens! Oh my God! What did I just hear? Kami. What sort of a tongue do you have? How could an advertisement even be done in this way? An advertising message could even be recited in such a way. Zhang Ye, you've won. I throw myself on the ground and submit to you. That mouth of yours is too damn crazy. Is that even a human being's mouth? Is that even a human being's tongue that you have? Chapter 668, The Irreplaceable Host. The audience was going wild. But Zhang Ye was cool as a cucumber, not looking like he had done something worth mentioning. He did not have that unnatural smug look that some newbie hosts had after completing some difficult lines or a strong sense of showing off. Having been in the industry for some time now, he had already considered himself a veteran. Although he still hadn't been working too long yet, he already had a lot of experience and his control of the stage was getting stronger and stronger. When he moved about on stage, he was very natural at it, and as a host, he definitely had to have that air of confidence about him. How would he be qualified to host any programs at a place such as Central TV Department 1 otherwise? Offstage, it was getting rather disorderly. Zhang Ye called for a cut. Please stop recording for a while. The staff members operating the cameras all looked at him. With quick paces, Zhang Ye walked over to the nearest camera. Show me the playback. As he said that, he put in the earpiece. The cameraman quickly came back to his senses and switched to playback mode to show him the recorded footage. Zhang Ye first confirmed whether his lines were delivered without any errors or not, as he had said it so quickly that even his mind could not keep up with what he had said. He was relieved when he saw that he did rather well, without slurring or delivering the lines incorrectly. This long sequence of advertising messages was very well enunciated, and every word could be heard clearly. Overall, it was delivered quite ideally. How did Zhang Ye manage to say it in such a fast manner? Why was he able to achieve such a speed? Of course, it was due to the more than 100 fruits of agility he had eaten. Before, Zhang Ye had gradually received more than 100 fruits of agility from the game ring system. This item helped to increase one's agility and reaction speed. At the beginning, Zhang Ye felt that it was an useless item and that he had wasted his reputation points on it. But when the idea of the voice appeared in his head, he had a spark of genius and found a practical use for those fruits of agility. In the original version of The Voice of China in his previous world, it was exactly what its host, Hua Xiao, did. If it had been the past, Zhang Ye could never have matched up to Hua Xiao's rapid-fire speaking. Although Zhang Ye was trained in broadcasting, it wasn't that he didn't work hard at it, but that it was more of a talent thing that couldn't be trained. Zhang Ye's reaction speed could only be so fast, even if his speech was faster than most normal people due to the fact that he had had training in school. But there was still a limit to it. He couldn't reach Hua Xiao's reciting speed no matter what. If anyone actually insisted on Zhang Ye speaking that fast, he could probably do it. Just that with speed, he would lose the capability of enunciating words clearly. He would surely slur at some point, which would mean that it would be useless in this situation. This was a stage where he needed to speak fast and clear at the same time, so that everyone could hear each and every word clearly. Otherwise, all of this would be pointless. As such, the fruit of agility had really helped him a great deal. It allowed Zhang Ye's reaction speed to be raised many-fold in a short time. Not only could he match up to Hua Xiao's reading speed now, he was even a little bit faster than him, possibly nearing the limits of humanity. Ha Chi came over. Director Zhang. The cameraman asked, "Can this recording be used?" Zhang Ye finished viewing it and gave a helpless sigh. He said, "I wonder." Ha Chi exclaimed, "It can't be used? Which word did you get wrong?" "It's not that." But the atmosphere of the audience was too unnatural. Zhang Ye looked at the four coaches. "Coaches, may I suggest that you all don't look so shocked? The cameras that focus on you guys and me are all synchronized, so your expressions will be shown as well." Then he turned around to face the audience and said, "And everyone, it was too quiet just now. The silence felt really strange, so could I trouble all of you to be more relaxed and look more natural? You can also clap or cheer, just don't stare with your eyes wide while saying nothing. Otherwise, the entire studio's atmosphere will seem non-existent and feel really strange." Chun Guang said in a speechless manner, "Who asked you to speak that fast and scare me?" Zhang Xia smiled wryly and added, "I couldn't react at all either." Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. "Did you eat a bunch of bullets for lunch?" Fan Wenli could only react with silence to express her frame of mind. Faced with Zhang Ye's dissatisfaction with the recording, none of the audience members knew how to react. "You're still unsatisfied? You still blame us for being too quiet? Your sister, that speed at which you recited your lines was leaving afterimages of the words. What else could we do but stay quiet? That advertising message of yours was simply too shocking." Zhang Zhou ran up. "Director Zhang, are we going to record it again?" Ha Chi suggested. "These advertising lines are really too good. It's like a crowning touch. I've worked in TV programming for many years, but this is the first time I've heard an advertising message being delivered in such a way. If it gets deleted, it would be such a pity. We might not get such a good recording if we do it again. That's a huge amount of words you need to say in a single breath. It's too difficult. Actually, we can just re-record the individual shots of the coaches and the audience separately, then add them together in post by layering the audio together. That would give people the feeling that it was all recorded at the same time." Zhang Ye had not learned directing before, so he wasn't exactly a professional in this area. But he still understood in general what she meant, though he was not prepared to do it that way. He still preferred to make it more realistic. If they added the separate shots together and did it perfectly, the effect would definitely still be largely discounted. But before he could say anything, and before the program team had decided how to handle it, someone in the audience shouted, "Record it again. Teacher Zhang, do it once more." "Yeah, do it again." With someone leading, the others followed in response. Hearing that, Jiang Yuan and many of those belonging to the program teams of Central TV were stunned. Do it again? They'd heard of crosstalk actors doing an encore for their segments and singers doing encores for their songs. But in all the time they'd been in the industry, they'd never goddamn heard an audience requesting an encore for advertisements. Just how bored are you all? These are advertisements we're talking about. However, that was just how it was. This would be something no one would believe if they heard of it. But at this moment, at this studio, countless audience members were strongly asking for an encore by Zhang Ye to recite his advertisement lines once again. Zhang Ye smiled at this and thought for a while before saying, "Then let's just record it again." Ha Chi and the others got off from the stage and went back to their positions. All teams, take note. 3, 2, 1, action. Zhang Ye stood back at the same spot and took a deep breath again like before. After a slight pause, he suddenly said his lines again. "I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows. This year the only TV I need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, The Voice. Welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, leader in health products, Brain Gold. Drink Mount Zhou mineral water to show your support for The Voice. The most favored student of the 4 coaches for this season of The Voice will get a chance to join Mount Zhou Mineral Water's Music Dreams Tour. Text to support your favorite singers, and ULL get a 50 yuan book voucher from everyread.net. We thank everyread.net for their generous support of our singers of The Voice for any of our contestants, as long as they get acknowledged by at least 3 coaches. They win a 10,000 yuan Music Dream Scholarship sponsored by Brain Gold. We also give our thanks to Beijing Dahua Hotel for sponsoring the accommodations for the coaches of the Voice of China. Exclaiming once again filled the studio. The cheering did not stop. Good one. Awesome. I'm kneeling. Fully and totally kneeling. The audience was already prepared for it, but when they heard Zhang Ye's shocking advertising message once more, they couldn't help but applaud and call it good. They were all very excited, just like how people would feel when they were watching a circus act. They were the same lines of the advertising message. It was still done in a single breath. The words were still clearly enunciated. It was still delivered at the same gale force speed. Or maybe it was a misconception, but they all somehow felt that Zhang Ye had finished reciting the lines even faster than before. Initially, Hachichi did not recommend recording again, afraid that the second time would not be as good as the first. After all, that kind of reciting speed had already surpassed the limits and was unheard of. But who could have expected that Zhang Ye's professionalism had already exceeded the realms of a normal person's understanding? Reciting it for the second time, not only did Zhang Ye repeat his feat from before and not leave out a single word, he even went faster than the first. Backstage, some of the program team staff were looking at clocks. In the audience, there were also a few curious members who started their timers when Zhang Ye opened his mouth. In the end, the clock time shocked everyone. The first time it was recited, there wasn't proper timing, so no one knew how long it took. It felt like it was 18 seconds or maybe 20 seconds. But this time, the time was precisely measured. It only took 14.7 seconds. The advertising slogan consisted of around 200 words, so it meant that Zhang Ye had spoken over a dozen words in just 1 second. Crazy. This was really crazy. If your mouth could fire bullets and you were left there speaking for an hour, then all of Beijing's citizens would have perished. Jiang Yuan, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli. All of them were again expressing their innermost thoughts with speechlessness. Zhang Ye went over to the camera to watch the replay again. This time, it was better, so he nodded and said, "Okay, that passed." But as it happened, the audience started calling out again. Another time. "Yeah, do it once more. Demonstrate again, Teacher Zhang." The audience's cheering amused Zhang Ye. "Did you all get a kick out of listening to that? Just reciting that twice has made my tongue feel very sore. There won't be any more encores." Hachichi laughed. Little Wang also covered her mouth and giggled. The staff of the other program teams of Central TV all looked at each other and couldn't help but think of how comparison always ended up torturing people. Like on their own programs. When had the audience ever been so passionate like today? Even if they were recording a slightly more interesting segment like the bantering between the guest celebrities, the audience did not want to watch it a second time. Sometimes, when they had to do another recording of those segments, the audience would end up looking listless and couldn't be bothered with watching anymore. When that happened, the program team would have no choice but to edit the previously recorded audience's cheering into the re-recorded scenes in post-production. But for Zhang Ye's program, just reciting an advertising message was enough to provoke the audience into asking for an encore, and doing it once was not enough, so they had to ask for a second encore. Wu Mo and the Brain Gold Company's people were the happiest people in the studio. They couldn't have possibly predicted that a dry advertisement message segment that no one looked forward to could have become marvelous because of Zhang Ye's reciting. It had created a totally new style of advertising message and brought it to new heights. Although with the increased speed of the advertising message, their advertisement airtime had also decreased a lot, probably down by around 20% of the originally planned advertisement time. But because of the 100 million title sponsorship fee, Zhang Ye also took care to mention Brain Gold's name multiple times. It was mentioned not only in the place of the title sponsor lines, but was also brought up in the lower-tiered advertising rights portion. This was the special care that Zhang Ye had given to them. It didn't matter much, since they had only managed to sign 2 advertisers for the lower advertising rights tier anyway, so he simply gave Brain Gold an additional mention. Moreover, with the continued mention of their product and with Zhang Ye's charming new style of reciting the advertising message, if paired with the chance that it would be imitated by people and would generate heated discussions about it, then the effects of the advertising that the Brain Gold Company would get will definitely outperform traditional advertising methods by manyfold. Wu Mo finally understood why Zhang Ye would ask for a title sponsorship fee of 100 million back when they had the meeting. Even if the voice did not end up with high viewership ratings, just this style of reciting the advertising message was worth the 100 million title sponsorship. Besides, who said that the voice's viewership ratings definitely wouldn't be high? Just this opening alone was enough to give everyone surprise after surprise. Some of the audience's expressions were already different. They'd realized that the voice they were watching now was a totally different affair from the online analysis of the voice that all the experts and industry insiders had done. Just regarding the segment of the host alone, it was reported online that a host was only a supporting role in a talent show. The experts also claimed that anyone could replace Zhang Ye as the host for such talent shows. What supporting role? It was clear as F***K that this was a lead role. Anyone could do it. Why don't you all appoint one and show us? Just with the godly talking speed of teacher Zhang. Even if you found 3 hosts and let them do part of the advertising message each, they couldn't F***King recite it that fast. Who could replace him? At least on the stage of The Voice, the position of the host was irreplaceable. Even if you scoured all over the country, only Zhang Ye would have the ability to do this. Chapter 669, A 4-Chair Turn. Collapse. The atmosphere in the studio was fervent. An advertising message had brought the excitement of the audience to a high. That mouth of his, it's ridiculous. Zhang Ye has always walked off the beaten path. I'm increasingly looking forward to the competition segment coming up. Me too. This opening was really awesome. The stage, the lights, the coaches, the opening theme, and even the advertising message. It looks like it has taken a lead several years ahead of other similar shows. If the opening was already this stunning, then how bad could the competition round be? Even if there aren't any highlights in the competition round, even if it's the same as those other similar programs, The Voice's viewership ratings won't be too bad. We were really lucky to get tickets to come watch this live. It's still difficult to make any judgment on anything yet. Yeah, let's keep watching and see. The Voice's Achilles heel lies in its quality of contestants. They neither care about looks nor occupation, so the contestants might all turn out to be your everyday people, which can also be referred to as karaoke experts. Their level of professionalism will surely be lower since they wouldn't have learned about music before. Even if they can sing well, they wouldn't be comparable to those music students or musicians. In the other similar types of talent shows, the contestants are basically all made up of good-looking people or artists. There's a great deal of professionalism in them. The Voice's contestants are definitely disadvantaged in this area, and that is definitely going to be the Achilles heel of the program. I worry about that too. Yeah. How can amateurs even compare to professionals? Not to mention that they won't have the advantage in looks either. It's starting. The audience was whispering when they saw Zhang Ye picking up the microphone again, and so they focused on him. Zhang Ye did not beat around the bush and just said loudly, "Next up, we'll be handing the stage over to them. So let's welcome our first contestant on stage. And would the 4 coaches please turn your chairs around?" The 4 chairs moved at the same time, turning around slowly. Fan Wenli felt that this was a very refreshing new experience, so she turned to Zhang Yuanqi beside her and spoke about it softly. When the audience saw that, many of them were shocked. What's the meaning of that? What are they doing? Why did they turn the chairs around? They won't be able to see anyone then. Yeah, what kind of an approach is that? Didn't you all see the promo video of The Voice? It's already introduced the rules. The coaches will only listen to The Voice without seeing the contestant. That's the main point of the program, which has been heavily emphasized. Didn't the coaches already meet the contestants earlier? I heard they did not. When Grandma Zhang Xia was interviewed the other day to promote of The Voice, she was grumbling about this matter. She said that executive director Zhang Ye didn't even reveal anything about any contestants to them beforehand. It was all kept secret, so all 4 coaches haven't seen even a shadow of the contestants yet. Then it must be true. Grandma Zhang Xia would never lie. Whoa, they're playing it with such high risks. That seems rather interesting. Revolving chairs? It sounds really refreshing. They've got my attention again. This setup seems to be really interesting, but I wonder how practical it will be. Zhang Ye left the stage. Little Wang immediately broke open the cap of a mineral water bottle and handed it over to Zhang Ye. She said, "Director Zhang, you've worked hard." Another female editor who was beside them also said, "You've worked hard, Director Zhang." Zhang Ye chugged half a bottle of water immediately. Those two advertising messages might have seemed easy to him initially, but when he recited them, they really strained his vocal cords. He said, "You guys keep watch over here. I have to get to the second recording studio." He put down the mineral water and quickly headed backstage to the second recording studio. Actually, this was just the contestants' resting and waiting area backstage. There were a few individual rooms on one side where the live signal of the recording would be telecast over. The performing contestant's family would be stationed in the second recording studio, while Zhang Ye, as the host, would also have some recording tasks to handle over here. He would be watching together with the contestants' family members. 3 minutes passed. After the stage was rearranged simply, the lights shut off. This signaled that the competition round was about to begin. When watching this on the televised broadcast, after Zhang Ye called for everyone to welcome the first contestant, the contestant would have already taken the microphone and slowly walked up on stage. But as this was the live recording, the change wouldn't be that immediate since they needed to make preparations. Pata, pata. The lights were being turned off, extinguishing one by one. Assistant Director Zhang's voice boomed in the studio. "Get ready." Counting down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cameras on. First contestant, please proceed onto the stage. At the backstage entrance, Luo Yu's legs were trembling as she clutched her chest, breathing nervously. She felt like her body was extremely rigid at this moment. "Huh?" Chi-Chi urged. "Teacher Luo, go on." Luo Yu said with her legs turning to jelly. "Why don't we get someone else to go up first? I still need to warm up a little more." Chi-Chi nearly fainted. She said, "Director Zhang has clearly fingered you as the first to start. He said that the opening contestant of The Voice was you to begin with and was fully trusting of you. But there's too many people out there, and also the 4 coaches. Luo Yu is usually a very brave person, even daring to sing while standing in a big field. When she went for the Central TV preliminary auditions, she also performed quite well and was very calm. However, that was only because there weren't many people around. But now, past the stage, there were more than 100 audience members sitting there, and also those big-time celebrities like Zhang Yuanqi and Fan Wenli, whom she had only ever read about on the newspapers. There were even cameras that would record everything and broadcast it all over the country. Central TV Department 1 had a coverage of 1 billion people all over the country. Thus, just before going on stage, Luo Yu felt very terrified for once. Chi-Chi persuaded. "You have to go up on stage whether you're the first or the last. Just clench your teeth and go up. It's no big deal." Luo Yu was already sweating profusely. Sensing that something was wrong, Wu Yi also came over. "Little Luo, hurry up, it's all on you." Luo Yu asked, "Do you guys think I can make it? What if I screw up?" Then, Chi-Chi said, "Director Zhang's foresight is very good. I'm sure you know that as well, don't you? If he says you can make it, then you'll definitely be fine. Otherwise, why would Director Zhang arrange for you to be the first to go on stage? Just sing like you normally do. Don't hold back and don't think of anything else." Luo Yu took another deep breath and clenched her teeth. "Okay, I'm going to give it my all." "That's right." Chi-Chi pushed her from behind. "Go on. We're all going to be listening to what you've got." Luo Yu picked up the microphone and clenched her fist. She walked towards the stage with large strides with the wind blowing behind her. Then she stepped up to the center of the stage where the spotlight was focused and stood still. The 4 coaches' chairs were all facing away from her. She could not see anyone. All she saw were the names on the backs of the chairs. As the light on stage was too glaring, the house where the audience was seated also appeared to be very dark. Now that Luo Yu couldn't see anything at all, she became much calmer and thumped her chest. She was going to give it her all. After Luo Yu had gone onto the stage, Wu Yi asked, "Will little Luo really be all right?" Chi-Chi replied, "How would I know?" Wu Yi said, "I'm just worried that the audience won't be able to accept that voice of hers." Chi-Chi said, worried. "It's not even a confirmed thing that the 4 coaches can accept her style of singing. If it were up to me, I would have gotten the coaches' input when we were doing the filtering out of the contestants. What if Director Zhang feels that they are okay, but the audience and the coaches do not think so? If the coaches do not turn around continuously for a few contestants in a row, our program will be finished." Only a moment ago, these 2 people were encouraging Luo Yu and cheering her on, telling her that she could definitely do it and that they were extremely confident in her. But realistically, These two did not even know what to expect. The moment Luo Yu went up on stage, the audience perfunctorily applauded but stopped very quickly. Seeing this contestant, the audience were all feeling speechless. Indeed, they did not care about the looks. God damn it, she's so fat. At the beginning, I still thought that the idea of only judging the voice was a gimmick. Who knew that they really did not care about looks at all? That person looks too normal. Such a fat woman. Will she be able to sing well? The image is so beautiful that I'm scared to watch. The audience was still in anticipation just a while ago, but when they saw the first contestant, their hearts turned cold and their passionate emotions, too, settled down by a lot. It wasn't that they were judging someone based on their looks, but that all along in any singing talent show they had always been used to seeing good-looking contestants. But now, unexpectedly, such a bad-looking and fat contestant had appeared before them. They couldn't get used to it. This was not something they'd experienced before. The four coaches were facing the audience, so they naturally also took in the expressions on their faces. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Doesn't look too good, does it?" "I don't know." Chen Guang blinked several times. Fan Wenli also deduced from the reaction of the audience that the first contestant was likely not too good. But right at this moment that was difficult to understand, Luo Yu turned around and nodded her head, signaling that she was ready. Then at the same time a fervent piece of music played on stage. Drums, guitar, bass. Just from the melody alone, everyone knew it was going to be a rock song. When the audience heard that, they were a little stunned. What was the meaning of this? This fat woman was going to perform a rock song? Everyone knew that rock songs were mainly performed by male singers as they required a kind of attitude and strength a woman sometimes lacked. Most of the time, they would only be able to perform in style, but not in spirit. Yet here she was, going to perform a rock song? How bold! Zhang Yuan looked at the stage with suspicion. Ha Qiqi and Wu Yi looked like they were even more nervous than Luo Yu, staring at her without batting an eyelid. The other program team staff members also knew about Luo Yu's name. On the first day of the preliminary auditions, they had already given nicknames to the contestants. Luo Yu was one of the members of the Four Wonders, and as the preliminary auditions progressed, the number of wonders who joined them also increased. From the start, it was the Four Wonders, which later increased into the 8 Wonders. The program staff team did not know what to expect. They weren't sure if everyone could accept this sort of odd voice. Little Wang even kept her eyes closed as she was too afraid to watch. What if she turned out to be a dud? What if none of the coaches turned around? Everyone in the program team had such lingering thoughts which wouldn't go away. However, the music entered into a rhythm. Now that it had reached this stage, there was no point in thinking anymore. All they could do was pray that Director Zhang was right. When the guitar part of the intro was ending, Luo Yu suddenly opened her eyes. After she drew in a deep breath, Luo Yu's raspy, high-pitched voice burst out. Without preparation or progressive increase, her opening was sung in an alto voice. Who told you I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing? Who told you I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living? Who told you I don't understand passion, women, or romance? Who told you I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts? When her singing started, the entire studio was filled with Luo Yu's sharp and raspy voice. There was no smoothness, no elegance, and no low rumble to her voice. There was only power. The power that was in a voice. It was also the power of expressing her emotions. The entire audience was shocked. Holy shit, what kind of a voice is that? That voice, that power. Oh my God, I'm breaking out in goosebumps. The four coaches' eyes also glittered with astonishment. From the beginning until now, they had not had any contact with any contestants. With their backs to the stage, they were also looking forward to seeing the person behind the voice and had a preconceived idea of what a good voice should be like. But none of them expected the first contestant's voice to be like that. It was too special. They had hardly ever heard a woman who could sing, who told you I don't understand, in such a manner. This song was originally performed by a male singer, but after all this while, the raspy female voice was even more powerful sounding when performing it. Luo Yu was already in the groove as her voice became more and more stable, sounding richer and richer. I've always been told I don't understand pain, hurt, or blues. I've always been told I don't understand anger, glares, or cruelty. I've always been told I don't understand friendship, brotherhood, or family. I've always been told I don't understand dreams, ambition, or glory. Singing until here, a surprising turn of events took place. Chen Guang could no longer just sit still. He raised up his hand excitedly and slammed it down on the red button without hesitation. Shua! The coach chair swung around. The audience cheered in. Surprise. He turned around. Ah. He turned. This song is nice to listen to. It sounds beautiful. When Chen Guang saw Luo Yu on stage, he nodded firmly and raised his hand above his head, giving a thumbs up. He had an expression that did not look calm at all. Zhang Ye narrowed her eyes, but did not move. Fan Wenli looked over at Chen Guang, clenching her hand and loosening it again like she had some hesitations. Zhang Xia closed her eyes and listened to the singing seriously, but did not move either. Suddenly, Luo Yu reached the chorus. With the microphone in her hands, she stopped for a moment and then belted out the chorus. Who told you I can't sing? After this line was sung, Fan Wenli no longer held back. She hit the red button. A second coach had turned. Immediately after that, as if at the same time as Fan Wenli, Zhang Xia suddenly opened her eyes she had kept tightly shut and pressed the red button with determination, though not as quickly and hard as the others. A third coach had turned around. Who told you I don't understand living? Who told you I don't understand romance? Who told you I'm not smart? Who told you I don't know the blues? Who told you I can't be cruel? Who told you I don't understand family? Who told you I don't know glory? At this moment, Zhang Yuanqi, who was the only coach not to have turned around, smiled and said, It's you. Pa. The chair swung around and faced the stage. The audience was clapping nonstop. Beside the stage, several of the program team staff were screaming like they had gone crazy. Quick look, little Wang. Quickly take a look. Little Wang was still covering her eyes, too afraid to look. Tell me first, did any of the coaches turn around? Next to her, Sister Lu answered, They did turn. Little Wang asked, Really? How many of them turned? Sister Lu said excitedly, All of them. The 4 coaches all turned around. Hearing that, Little Wang immediately opened her eyes in shock. They'd turned. They'd really all turned. Chapter 670, The Tears of Luo Yu's Parents. 2 minutes earlier, in the second recording studio, Luo Yu's parents were here as well. Before their daughter went up on stage, the two of them repeatedly asked Zhang Ye some questions. They didn't seem to be in high spirits regarding her appearance on television. Instead, they felt surprised and puzzled simultaneously without much excitement. Her father said, Teacher Zhang, my daughter has never known how to sing well. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Is that so? Her mother answered, She has liked singing ever since she was young, singing by day, singing while eating, and sometimes even hiding under her blanket and singing at night. She sang quite well when she was younger, but after going through puberty, her voice was damaged and her voice turned raspy. Her teachers and classmates even commented that it was better if she did not talk. Once she did, she sounded just like a boy. With this voice, don't mention singing. Just hearing it is enough for anyone to find it a nuisance. Zhang Yi asked, Your family does not support her music endeavors? Her father sighed. We also wish to support our child and let her fulfill her dreams. But the problem is that she can't sing. She's not suited for this at all. Her mother said, This child has a loud voice. Every time she starts singing at home, my husband and I will always go out for a stroll, otherwise we'll get annoyed. The neighbors also have a very negative opinion of her and sometimes even come over to our house to ask Luo Yu to lower her volume. We've already told her many times that she is causing a disturbance to the others and tried talking to her, but she doesn't listen. No matter how others talk about her or criticize her, she will still sing every day without caring what others say to her. Now that she has been invited to this competition called The Voice of China, when I heard it from her, I still thought it to be a scam. With her lousy voice, how could it be called a good voice? Zhang Yi said, Your daughter is up on stage now. Let's see what the coaches think of her. Her mother remarked, They definitely won't turn around, right? Her father shook his head and did not say anything. The two of them didn't intend to come here today as they knew that their daughter couldn't sing, yet she was invited to participate in a singing talent show. Subconsciously, they felt that this did not make any sense and felt that their daughter would definitely be looked down upon by the coaches after performing and be mocked by the audience. When that happened, it would look bad for them too. However, They still agreed to come here because of Zhang Ye. They could not refuse Zhang Ye after he had personally made several calls to invite them over. On the television screen, they could see everything that was happening in the main recording studio. As her parents, when Luo Yu went up on stage looking very nervous, they knew straight away that she would not make it past the coaches. The next moment, they saw their daughter with her eyes closed and holding the microphone tightly. I've always been told I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing. I've always been told I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living. I've always been told I don't understand passion, women, or romance. I've always been told I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts. This song, these lyrics. Suddenly, Luo Yu's parents were shocked as they involuntarily thought of the past. Their neighbor Grandma Lu would grumble in front of them every day. Don't let your little Luo sing anymore. There are so many people who can't get famous even if they study music, so what could she do? Every time their second aunt came to visit them, she would say to Luo Yu, "Little Yu, you must learn to be flexible and face reality. Not everyone can realize their dreams of becoming a celebrity. To live means to be down to earth. You rascal, why don't you listen no matter what we tell you? Why are you still continuing to sing? Can't you hear that we mean well for you, little Luo? Why are you being so thick-skinned and shameless? Little Luo, don't sing anymore. Little Luo, you won't make it. Little Luo, just do your job well as a teacher. Little Luo, be filial to your parents and do well at your job. That's honorable. What will singing do for you? Little Luo, little Luo." Suddenly, a loud and high-pitched screaming leapt out from the television screen. "Who told you I can't sing?" At that moment, Luo Yu's parents each felt a punch in their guts. "Who told you I don't understand living? Who told you I don't know the blues? Who told you I don't know glory?" A continuous, soprano voice came wave after wave. It felt like a roar that carried a tinge of unwillingness buried deep inside the soul. Suddenly, Zhang Ye pointed at the television screen. "Someone has turned around. Teacher Chen Guang has turned around." Ah! Her father stared with his eyes wide open. Her mother was also stunned. Within 3 seconds, Zhang Ye said again, "Teacher Fan Wenli has also turned around. Quick, look, Teacher Zhang Xia also tapped the button. There's only one left, only one left. Oh, Teacher Zhang Yuanqi has also turned around. All 4 coaches have turned around. All of them have chosen your daughter. Teacher Chen Guang is standing up now and giving a thumbs up. Look at the audience. The audience is bubbling with excitement. It's fantastic. Luo Yu is really fantastic." Her father asked in shock. "They turned around?" All of them turned around. Zhang Yi said, "That's right." Her father said excitedly, "The coaches like my daughter's singing?" "That's for sure." Zhang Yi said, "The coaches want Luo Yu to join their own teams. That's why they chose to turn their chairs around. Next they will have to fight for her to get her to join them." Her father said in a shaky voice, "Are you saying the coaches and audience felt that my daughter sang well?" Zhang Yi said yes. "Look at everyone's expressions and their cheers. All of this is for your daughter. Everyone likes her." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's mother looked at her daughter on the stage and the cheers coming from the audience. She did not know why, but her tears started to flow down uncontrollably. She couldn't stop crying. "My daughter really knows how to sing." So there actually were many people who liked listening to my daughter's singing. So it's us who had been wrong. Seeing his wife cry, Luo Yu's father also cried, but it was out of happiness. His tears also carried some guilt in them because they had never supported their daughter's dreams before. In the main recording studio, on stage, the music ended and all the lights in the studio came on. How exhilarating. Right, it was awesome. I listened until my back was sweating. Where did this woman come from? Is she a professional singer? How did she sing so well? If she isn't a professional singer, then she's definitely professionally trained in music. This voice has a lot of impact to it. It's even stronger than a man's voice. Isn't it surprising that such a fat woman could sing until she touched the hearts of people? I have listened to many people singing this song before, but none of them could sing it like she did and make my blood boil with excitement. Splendid. She sang this song in such a divine manner. The audience was heatedly discussing her. Ha Chi-Chi and the staff of the program team were totally surprised. The scene's effect was fantastic. Only Zhang Ye could have had such foresight. Luo Yu's voice was too awesome. This odd voice had somehow ignited the entire studio. After the lights came on, Luo Yu, standing on stage, clearly saw the vista around her for the first time. When she saw the four coaches and realized that they were actually facing her instead of with their back toward her, and the numerous audience members who were screaming and applauding her, Luo Yu was also stunned. She stood there without moving a muscle, dazed on the spot. What's the matter? What was going on? Luo Yu could not believe the image in front of her eyes. Chen Guang could no longer wait and praised. You're amazing, Fan Wenli exclaimed. Your voice is so special. It's really nice to listen to. Luo Yu still felt confused. I did not get eliminated? Zhang Xia smiled and said, of course not. All four of us have already turned around. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's mind was blown, then it turned blank. Afterwards, she did something that made everyone laugh. She threw out both her arms with the microphone in one of her hands and let out a long scream. Ah! She was so excited she did not know what to do. They really turned around. They've really acknowledged me. Chapter 671 A Tug of War Between the Coaches. Luo Yu was screaming. The coaches were laughing good-naturedly. Luo Yu's voice was loud, and she had a strong lung capacity that allowed her to scream for 5 or 6 seconds. In the second recording studio, although Zhang Ye was stationed over here, he could still fully control the entire situation at the stage and venue with a walkie-talkie. He pressed the microphone attached to his shirt collar and said, Coaches, please control the time a little and don't let it drag on for too long. Over at the stage, Zhang Yuanqi took control of the situation and asked, What's your name? Luo Yu stopped screaming and then while panting said, I'm Luo Yu. Luo Yu. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, You have an extremely unique voice. The roughness of your vocals can be heard in every syllable when singing, and it has a very magnetic charm. What made you want to perform this song here today? Who Told You I Don't Understand is a very popular and well-known rock song that many people have sung before. But this is the first time I've heard a woman sing it in such a way, that power and screaming. I believe everyone who is here in the studio today could totally feel that. Zhang Xiao looked at her. The line Who Told You I Can't Sing made me shudder. Do your family members not support your singing? Luo Yu confirmed. My parents don't support it while all my relatives, friends, and the people around me don't think that I can sing well. They believe I have a lousy voice. The first person to support me was the Voice's executive director Zhang Ye. I still remember very clearly that day when teacher Zhang personally came to the school to look for me and told me that I must definitely audition for the Voice. At that time, I did not agree as I felt that my lousy voice was not fit for television, but in the end, I somehow ended up here. I chose this song because this was always what I wanted to sing to others. I think the lyrics of this song are the words that I've always wanted to say. Zhang Xiao laughed. We should all thank Zhang Ye then. If not for him, we still wouldn't have known that there was such a powerful female rock singer in the country. Luo Yu quickly said, Thank you. Thank you, coaches. I was simply too excited just now. I had not expected that people would actually like to listen to my singing. This is too unbelievable. Chen Guang commented. Be more confident. You were great. Those who did not appreciate your singing are people who don't understand music. You were saying that teacher Zhang went to your school to look for you? What do you do? Luo Yu repeatedly answered. I'm a teacher. A teacher. The coaches were suddenly enlightened. The audience also finally realized that it was no wonder she could sing so well. It was because she's a musician. Fan Wenli did not feel as surprised anymore. She asked, You're a music teacher at which school? What? Why did they think I'm a music teacher again? This was not the first time that Luo Yu was facing this question, so she tersely said, That's not it. I teach PE. What? What did you say? Fan Wenli was stunned. You're a PE teacher? A majority of the audience nearly fainted at once. Did it need to be so dramatic? A physical education teacher? As a PE teacher, you could even sing the song in this way? You are defying all logic. However, Zhang Ye was actually brave enough to allow a fat lady who taught PE to appear on stage and even trusted her to be the opening act. From this alone, the audience realized the audacity of Zhang Ye once again. All of a sudden, Zhang Xia became more interested. Her curiosity was piqued. Who did you learn to sing from? Luo Yu blinked. I didn't learn from anyone. I just blindly learned by myself. At this moment, Chen Guang lightly slapped the armrest. Whether you teach PE or shot put, I want you. Don't hesitate anymore and just join my team. Among the teachers here, Only I sing rock songs. So I can give you more guidance than any of them. Zhang Xia exclaimed. You're already starting to grab people? Chen Guang laughed heartily. Little Luo, don't forget that I was the first to press the button. Zhang Yuanqi spoke. Heh, I seem to have heard someone saying something just now. Saying something about how only one of the coaches sing rock songs. She gently rubbed her ears as if she had not heard clearly. The audience was tickled. Chen Guang had no response. F***K, he had forgotten about Sister Zhang. Zhang Yuanqi looked askance. Old Chun, why do I remember that, when I was singing rock, it seemed you hadn't debuted yet? This truly was the case. Although Zhang Yuanqi was similar in age to Chen Guang, she had debuted much earlier than him. Chen Guang said helplessly. But Sister Zhang, you have already turned to performing love songs and folk songs. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and replied, but my foundation as a rock singer is still there. She looked at Luo Yu and added, besides, both of us are women, so you should come and join my team, little Luo. Chen Guang immediately said, little Luo, come to my team. I can give you my guidance in all aspects. Luo Yu was hesitating. Fan Wenli pointed at her husband and abruptly said, I know all the people he knows, and I can also give you whatever guidance that he can give to you. Chen Guang stared at her. I can give her my advice on how to sing rock, but it's not like you can sing rock yourself. Fan Wenli said confidently, little Luo, come to my team. I will get old Chen to teach you if it's something that I can't teach you. Chen Guang nearly fainted from anger. I'm actually speechless. Fan Wenli firmly said, I want this person. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Chen Guang grunted. Fan Wenli stared at him and actually got up from her chair and walked over to him. Say that again. Zhang Yuanqi turned sideways and said, Good God, they've started to fight. I'd better hurry and get far away from the two of you. The audience burst out into laughter. Zhang Xia smiled at Zhang Yuanqi and said, Weren't the two of them proclaimed as an ideal couple of the entertainment industry? They were before they came here. Then Zhang Yuanqi laughed and added, But after recording this episode, that might not be the case anymore. Ha! The audience roared with laughter again. Exciting. What a funny scene this was. This segment with the coaches fighting for the contestants to join them was as awesome to watch as the contestants' performance. They started fighting over the contestant. They've really started to fight over her. For the other talent shows, the coaches always maintained a cordial relationship with one another. In some talent shows, if a coach signaled their intent and interest in a contestant, then the other coaches would not attempt to take them. At most, they would banter for a bit. Meanwhile, there were even some talent shows that skipped this segment altogether and segregated by gender or age groups for the coaches to manage. There was no such thing as a selection segment. The Voice of China had clearly subverted the traditional approach singing talent shows had. They actually dared to add in a selection segment for the coaches to battle it out, something no one else would even risk thinking about. This made the audience become very excited quickly. Zhang Xia, a veteran songstress. Zhang Yuanqi, a very popular heavenly queen. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli, an ideal couple. The songstress raising eyebrows at the heavenly queen? A great battle between the ideal couple? Did it need to be so stimulating? Did it need to be so exciting? But that's exactly what we like to see. Shocked, Hachichi said, Why are the coaches? Wu Yi wiped away his perspiration and remarked, So that's how the taking of contestants work. Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, and the others were also stunned while looking at the coaches. Zhang Ye did write out the segment of the coaches competing for contestants on the program proposal, but he did not mention it in detail or how it would be done. No one could have expected that this segment's effect would turn out to be like this. They were really arguing. They were really fighting. Zhang Yuan watched with extreme surprise. Some of the leaders from Central TV and many of the staff from the other program teams were also stunned in amazement. They were completely convinced by Zhang Ye's program planning ability. Even without asking, they knew that such a scene was definitely not due to the coach's sudden inspiration. That was because no other talent shows had such a segment of picking contestants like this. It was absolutely executive director Zhang Ye's pre-planned idea. He probably had more than one private meeting with each of the coaches separately on how to fight or compete for the contestants to join them. That was the reason for such an unexpected effect on the set. It could even be done like this. They really did it like this. Everyone was convinced. Chen Guang said, Little Luo, I can't wait anymore. Fan Wenli smiled and said, "Little Luo, you better think carefully. I believe that you can see who the decision maker is between the two of us." Chen Guang. The audience began to cheer them on. "Oh, haha." Zhang Yuanqi tried to stir things up even more. "Old Chen, if I were you, I wouldn't take that lying down." Chen Guang slapped the chair. "I will not take that lying down for sure. My wife is normally very reserved at home. Why did she totally change after coming here?" Fan Wenli said, "That's because little Luo has the voice that I've been waiting for. I can give way for anyone, but little Luo." When they were almost done fighting, Zhang Xia looked at Zhang Yuanqi. "Fine, I think we should not get involved in this anymore." Zhang Yuanqi saw that the couple was tearing into each other, so she did not get involved with them anymore. Noticing the time was almost up, she controlled the tempo and said, "Little Luo, please make your decision now." Luo Yu was in a dilemma. 5, 4, 3. Luo Yu grit her teeth. "I will choose Teacher Chen Guang." Dong 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 dong. The sound effects immediately sounded. The moment Chen Guang heard that, he immediately laughed hysterically. Fan Wenli gave a bitter smile, then glowered at Chen Guang. "Fine, I'll show you when we get home." Zhang Yuanqi was delighted and said, "Old Chen is in danger." Then she looked at Luo Yu and advised, "You must learn diligently from Teacher Chen Guang since he has risked his life to exchange for you." Zhang Xia also laughed. Her. Luo Yu immediately ran toward the coaches with excitement and hugged them. Thank you. The audience was not surprised Luo Yu chose to join Chen Guang's team. This was an understandable decision. But regarding the great battle on the set, it was very unexpected and too funny. At this moment, the first contestant to qualify on The Voice was born. Luo Yu left through the backstage entrance. The coaches' chairs also turned back around to their original positions. It was as though the audience was pumped full of adrenaline and already extremely looking forward to the next contestant to appear on stage. From the third camera's view, the four coaches were having a discussion. Zhang Xia sincerely commented, "That little Luo was really awesome." Fan Wenli agreed, "That's right." Chen Guang cupped his hands. "I'm sorry, I got the first move, huh?" As they chatted idly, the four coaches were already forming their judgment of The Voice. Before today, they had not had any contact with the contestants at all, and it was also their first time experiencing the segments such as competing for people and the turning around of their chairs, so they were unfamiliar with it. After going through the entire process once, they had a deeper understanding of this program. This was a good show that was different from other singing talent shows with its huge stage, high-end equipment, great audio quality, professional host, and high standard in the contestants. From the start until now, it was almost perfect, and it was something that the coaches had not expected. Honestly, if she were standing on any other stage, Luo Yu's voice would likely get drowned out, just like how none of her friends and relatives had thought that her singing was good. During the preliminary audition, Ha Chi-Chi and the rest of the program team, too, did not think highly of Luo Yu. However, upon further analysis, this was actually not Luo Yu's fault or that the audience didn't know music. This was entirely because of the stage they were on. In daily life, everyone would think that Luo Yu had a lousy voice. If she was on the stage of other programs, Luo Yu would probably be judged more on her looks and bloated figure than her voice. Even if the four coaches here listened to Luo Yu's singing on the streets, she would probably be overlooked as well. After all, everyone's definition of what a singer should be would always more conservative in this world. The common values they looked for would be singing well, having a mellow voice, and looking good. However, the Voice of China's stage was different. The most unique feature on this program was that the back of the four coaches' chairs would always face the stage, thus not letting the coaches see the contestants. Hence, the coaches could only judge from the voice alone, and if the contestants all had mellow voices, and they were all trained in music with slick singing, then how would they be able to differentiate who was good or bad? How would they be able to differentiate each contestant's uniqueness? There was no way to do that. As a result, it would naturally all come down to the uniqueness of the contestant's voice. If they couldn't see the face, then the voice would become the face of the contestant. In that way, the audience watching the program would also unconsciously be brought into this mindset. Even though they could see the contestants, they know the coaches were unable to see them. That would subconsciously increase their anticipation of the outcome of the coach's decisions. Sometimes, when the voice and the looks of a contestant differed greatly, the audience would become even more excited and feel that it was a novelty. It was this stage of the voice that had made everyone's focus be on the contestant's voice. This was a great, pioneering move. Together with a stage that cost over 10 million, audio equipment worth over 20 million. In a quiet environment, everyone could listen with concentration. Luo Yu's unique voice and charm was suddenly amplified for everyone to hear, thus leading to this amazing effect and impact of the stage. Not a single one of those factors could be omitted, and Zhang Ye had miraculously achieved all of it. He had even visualized and planned out this scene from the moment when he started making the program proposal. Was it due to the success of the stage? Was it due to the effects of the equipment? Was it due to the coach's knowledge and experience? Was it due to the strength of the contestants? No. Everything was down to Zhang Ye's planning and direction. He had calculated everything to make this work. The appearance of the first contestant on stage had left everyone in shock and awe of the power of a voice. Who would have thought that such an overdone genre of singing talent show could even be made into something like this? Chapter 672. The second contestant comes on stage. Backstage. In the second recording studio. The door opened, and Luo Yu came rushing in. Dad. Mom. I did it. The coaches have chosen me. Her father said with excitement. We saw it. We saw it all. Her mother said with tears in her eyes. My child, I'm sorry. We haven't given you any support all these years. Mom, what are you saying? It's okay. Luo Yu went over to hug her mother, while also crying. It's all right. Her mother was choking back tears. Woo woo woo. In the future, sing all that you wish to sing. Woo woo. Your dad and I, we will not stop you anymore. Luo Yu said while crying. Mom. Her father's eyes were also becoming wet as he said, Child, in the future, just do what you enjoy. Your mom and I will support you. Dad, thank you. Luo Yu felt that at this moment, she was probably the most fortunate person in the world. Zhang Ye and the cameraman were both beside them, looking on but not interrupting the moment. This was a scene that left Zhang Ye very satisfied, making him feel that his hard work in recent days did not go to waste. He had fulfilled the goals and expectations he had set for himself, setting up this stage and making it a place where dreams could come true. This was important to Zhang Ye. Luo Yu had done beautifully. After this, it was up to the others. Truthfully speaking, Zhang Ye still felt a little nervous, not because he doubted the quality of the contestants he chose, but their ability to perform on a stage. Most talent shows usually did not re-record the round in which the contestants performed unless it was due to equipment malfunctioning or external factors. Recording again because a contestant did not perform up to their potential, the coaches would not agree and neither would the audience. Whether they could make it or not depended on the 3 minutes they were given. Everything would be determined then and there. Naturally, this was a very big test for the contestants. Who was the next contestant? Yes, it was time for the train driver to step up. In the main recording studio, on and off stage, everyone quieted down. The lights were also turned off as everyone focused their attention to the stage without blinking. At this moment, a burly man appeared in sight of the audience. He was very tall, around 1.85 meters, and with just a few steps, he had already walked to the center of the stage. He looked visibly nervous, holding the microphone tightly in his hands, then loosening his grip, then tightening and loosening again. Finally, he was able to calm himself. The music started. A melody began playing. At the coaches' chairs, the 4 of them were talking to one another. What song is this? Guang apparently thought that this melody sounded rather familiar. Fan Wenli, who had started out as a music teacher and was more professional in this area, had identified the song with just the starting melody. This is Please Fall in Love with Me, but I think it's an arranged version. Zhang Xia closed her eyes out of habit to listen. Zhang Yuanqi also appeared to be was anticipating something. The melody danced and sounded very touching. The next moment, the voice of the contestant rang out. Hey! This voice that came out immediately made the coaches look at each other. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, It's a guy. Fan Wenli said, For a love song like this one, I don't think many guys would attempt it. Isn't that right? Guang made a sound of confirmation. And to sing it well is even more difficult as this song is more exquisite. Zhang Xia said with her eyes closed. His voice sounds quite fine, so we'll have to see how he performs it. The first contestant, little Luo, was simply too stunning. So with her opening performance, the contestants that come later would definitely be more pressured. This song was the same one Sun Dashwan had performed for Zhang Ye in the preliminary editions of The Voice. Later on, the music arrangement teacher and Zhang Ye both thought that he sang this song well, and it fit his singing style too. So instead of making him change songs like Luo Yu did, they stuck to using the same one. Sun Dashwan had come to the main part of the song and had dived into its emotions. Hey, hello, it's me. Hey, please love me. Hey, have you ever heard the wind blow? That's me, softly speaking. That haunting feeling, that exquisite enunciation of the lyrics. Although it was a man's voice, the entire audience was still touched by it as they couldn't help but clap a little. Hey, hello, it's me. Hey, please love me. Singing skill, intonation, level of exquisiteness. There was nothing to nitpick at all. The first contestant was already very good, but no one could have expected the second contestant to be this good either. For a burly man, he could actually sing a love sing to this degree. Amazed, Fan Wenli breathed in and raised her hand up with some hesitation, hovering it above the red button. But suddenly, before she could move, Zhang Xia beside her hit the button with her hand. Her chair turned around as Fan Wenli was left stunned, then subconsciously hit the button quickly as well. If she didn't hit the button for this contestant, who would she hit it for? If it were any other talent show, such a voice would have the potential for a top 3 finish. From a certain angle, it could even be said that this voice was comparable to theirs as professional singers. Just a split second separated the two coaches, as they both turned around at almost the same time. When they saw the burly man on stage, Zhang Xia's eyes narrowed while Fan Wenli was surprised. The exquisiteness and emotions portrayed in that voice were not really something they would connect to someone who looked like that. Based on Fan Wenli's experience and feelings, she had thought that the person on stage would turn out to be a fair, thin, and scrawny guy, but little did she expect that he would turn out to appear so rough and tumble. Seeing Fan Wenli's expression, Chun Guang immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Fan Wenli looked at him and immediately beamed while shaking her head. "Nothing," Chun Guang said. Fan Wenli warned, "You better not turn or else you'll regret it." Uffed. When the cameraman positioned for shots of their angle heard this, he couldn't help scoffing. The scene of the couple bickering was such a tease, starting from the time they were fighting over the contestant earlier. Chun Guang wouldn't have any of it. "I'd be stupid if I believed you." He also hit the button. Chun Guang was also a crooner of love songs, but he didn't usually sing it in such a smooth way. Logically speaking, this contestant would not suit his style, but since it was a competition, the composition of the teams they chose would definitely have to be better balanced. Chun Guang couldn't possibly go and choose all the contestants who had the same style as him to be on his team, could he? If he did so, then the entire competition wouldn't have much meaning anymore. This person clearly could sing, so if he could be pulled onto the team, then Chun Guang would surely welcome it. The more the merrier. Besides, as a professional, as long as it wasn't jazz or some other forms of foreign music he wasn't familiar with, he could still coach the contestants. 3 out of 4 coaches had turned. When Chun Guang saw the person on stage, he also let out a wow in surprise. Every time a coach turned around, the audience would give a round of excited applause. Another one has turned. The singing is really good. It's nice to listen to this. Although he does not have the explosive force of the first contestant, his smoothness in singing is too awesome. It sounds even more touching than if it was sung by a woman. This person is definitely going to be a key contestant. I like him. He isn't as good as Luo Yu. He can't be worse than her. They're both very good. Everyone has their own judgment. In any case, I think that this person sings amazingly. There's so much emotion in his singing. Earlier, Luo Yu had taken the stage with a rock song to pump up the entire atmosphere of the studio, but when Sun Dashwan took over, it changed the charged-up atmosphere to a beautiful and graceful one. The beautiful picture that existed in his singing voice had infected everyone, and they all moved to a different mood and feel. The song was over. Compared to Luo Yu, Sun Dashwan was much calmer. Only the look in his eyes revealed just how excited he was at this moment as 3 of the coaches had turned around for him. In his mind, Sun Dashwan was already shouting out loud. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, "Hello. Please introduce yourself first." Sun Dashwan promptly said, "My name is Sun Dashwan, and I'm 26 years old. I work as a train driver." The audience burst into an uproar. Holy shit. He drives a train? Earlier, it was a physical education teacher, and now a train driver? The occupations of the Voices contestants are too king complicated. Zhang Xiao was very curious about this. "You have a very interesting job." Sun Dashwan quirked a lip and said, "It's a pretty busy job since I have to be on the train every day, but when I have nothing to do, I sing. There's nothing to be afraid of since no customers will be listening." Zhang Xia asked why. Sun Dashwan replied, "Because I drive a cargo train." Amused, Zhang Yuanqi inquired, "What made you want to come and join this competition?" Sun Dashwan answered very honestly, "It is because I really like teacher Zhang Ye. I am a hardcore fan of his, so for his programs, his poems, the songs that he has written, I've watched, read, and listened to them more than once. Since teacher Zhang Ye had created a new program and sent out an invitation to apply for the show, I just came without thinking. Actually, before coming up on stage, I hadn't really thought that any of you coaches would turn around for me. I thought I would leave after singing this song." The coaches were all laughing. One of them said, "Too bad Zhang Ye isn't one of the coaches then." Sun Dashwan lightly mocked, "It's not that. I also really like you all as well." Fan Wenli said, "I would like to hear from Sister Zhang on why she did not turn around." Zhang Yuanqi looked over at Fan Wenli. "That's because I don't really sing such exquisite-sounding love songs. I do not have the voice to do so. That's why I feel that Little Sun style would be more suitable for you, Wenli, and I decided that I wouldn't want to take him from you." Fan Wenli said happily, "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Zhang Xia didn't like the sound of that. "Yuanqi, why aren't you pulling for me instead?" Zhang Yuanqi laughed gleefully. "Maybe in the next round." Zhang Xia then said to Sun Dashwan, "Little Sun, come and join me." Sun Dashwan said, "Grandma Zhang, my parents especially like you." Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "Oh, seems like Grandma Zhang has no chance with him at all." Zhang Xia. The audience all laughed. Sun Dashwan felt even more embarrassed. Then, Fan Wenli immediately said, "Little Sun, our style of singing is exactly the same. If you join me, I will teach you well. On top of that, I will invite you to be my guest for my concert that's happening in the middle of the year." The audience gasped in astonishment. Chun Guang immediately said, "I will also invite you to be my guest for my concert this year." Fan Wenli stared at him. "What's the meaning of that, old Chun?" Chun Guang smiled and replied, "It's just normal competition." Fan Wenli said, "You already have a good contestant with you. So if you steal a contestant from me again, I better check if our feelings for each other are still as deep as before." Zhang Yuanqi laughed and remarked, "Whoa, their relationship is already breaking down." Hearing this, the audience all burst out in laughter. Chen Guang also withered but just rolled his eyes. In the end, Sun Dashwan's choice was of no surprise to everyone. He said, "Thank you, teachers. I will choose teacher Fan Wenli." Hearing her name, a glittering grin appeared on Fan Wenli's face. She told him, "You've made a smart choice." The audience was once again discussing what was happening. Haha. Old Chun was terrified. But the contestant's choice of Fan Wenli was absolutely correct. Yes, Fan Wenli's style is the same as his. This person's singing is really nice to listen to. When the program gets broadcast, I will definitely download the live version's MP3. I'm wondering why we have never seen such good contestants before in the past. Why did they only appear on the stage of The Voice? How did Zhang Yi find them? Who knows? I find it strange too. On the other talent shows, only the top 2 or 3 will have such a level of singing, no? Those contestants are even mostly professional musicians or artists. So how come the contestants on The Voice have jobs such as being a train driver or a PE teacher and yet still sing on a similar level to them? They might even turn out to be better than the champions on those other programs. Could it be down to whoever had the highest-end audio equipment? It kind of has to do with the equipment, but it's still mainly because of the program's production concept. The Voice focuses only on finding the best voice, regardless of looks or occupation, so anyone can apply and take part. There's a saying that goes, "The talented are among us." Those words are definitely not false. But it's just that those singing talent shows in the past always judged based on voice and looks, so naturally, those who looked too average would have been eliminated. In the other shows, it's likely that such people did not even make it past the preliminary auditions. This program is indeed interesting. Yeah, the more I watch it, the more I find it to be really good. AI, there comes the next contestant. Chapter 673, starring Qian Ping Fan in the finale. Collapse. The third contestant got on stage. Her name was Shi Fengru, and she was going to perform a song that another contestant had sung during the preliminary auditions. The title was Blooming. Flowers bloom on the windowsill. But you aren't here. Remembering that spring, when you were still beside me. These petals and your smiling face. The flowers have bloomed, but I'm crying. Why did you go? This person sang in a very standard way and was not as amazing as those two before, although she still did quite well. This song moved both Zhang Xia and Fan Wenli, and the two coaches turned around for her. As for Zhang Yuanqi and Chen Guang, who knows what considerations they had, but they did not press on the button. When Zhang Yi was not on stage, Zhang Yuanqi took over the hosting job. She asked, "What is your name?" Shi Fengru replied, "My name is Shi Fengru." Zhang Yuanqi said, "What do you do?" Shi Fengru smiled and said, "I don't have a job. I'm a housewife. I stay at home to care for my kid." Fan Wenli sounded surprised as she remarked, "Oh, I couldn't see that at all. You have children already? Then how old are you?" "Sure." Fengru said, "I have a baby face and everyone says I look younger than I am. Actually, I'm 34 years old and my child is in primary school." Fan Wenli said, "Then you should come to my..." Before she could finish, Zhang Xia found a chance to interrupt. "The other coaches all do not have children yet, but I have 5 and they were all brought up by my hands. I also have a lot of grandchildren. If you join my team, not only will I be able to mentor you in music, I can also teach you how to bring up your children." Zhang Yuanqi laughed. Grandma Zhang has dealt her finishing blow. Zhang Xia said, "Of course. All the contestants have been snagged by the couple, so if I don't make my move, I will end up with nobody on my team." In the end, Shi Fengru chose Grandma Zhang to be her coach. No one knew if she did so because of the talk about the children or because she was touched by Grandma Zhang's sincerity. Fan Wenli seemingly looked regretful, sighed, and ranted about it for quite a while. It was clear that she liked that contestant very much, but just couldn't snatch her away from teacher Zhang Xia. Following that, the contestants appeared one after another. For the fourth contestant, Zhang Xia and Chen Guang turned around at the last second. This was a contestant who performed a folk song that needed powerful vocals and an extraordinary range. Teacher Zhang Xia, without much effort, lured the contestant to join her team. In terms of these folk music and bel canto style of singing, even if the other 3 coaches tried their very best, they wouldn't be a match for Zhang Xia. The 5th contestant, the 6th contestant, the 7th contestant. For all of the contestants who had appeared on stage today, they all received acknowledgement in the form of having the coaches turn their seats around for them. On the higher side, all 4 coaches turned, while on the lower end, there was just one coach who turned their chair. For instance, only Chen Guang turned around for the 7th contestant, so that didn't lead to the contestant getting a chance to choose their coach and was automatically assigned to Chen Guang's team. Up until now, Zhang Xia had 2 contestants in her team. Chen Guang had 3. Fan Wenli had 2. Only Zhang Yuanqi, who might have higher expectations, did not turn around for anyone except for Luo Yu's performance. Her team was currently still empty, but she did not seem to feel anxious about it, nor did she lower her requirements. She insisted on waiting for that voice which could move her to turn around. It was now 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The coaches and audience were all feeling quite tired. At this moment, Zhang Ye came out from the backstage and yelled out some instructions. He said, "All teams, let's take a break for 10 minutes. After the break, we will commence with the recording for the last contestant." Zhang Yuanqi did not move. Meanwhile, Zhang Xia, Fan Wenli, and Chen Guang stood up to go to the restroom. Hearing that, many of the audience members were also led out of the recording studio for a water break, to relax in the corridor, or go for a bathroom break. I'm feeling exhilarated from today's recording. Yeah, what an exciting show. However, it's a little bit anticlimactic. Yes, I feel the same. Perhaps because the start was too amazing. Even though the contestants who appeared later were very good as well, They didn't have the abilities like the contestants in front of them, who gave us goosebumps after listening. Could it be that those were all the strong and capable contestants they found in the auditions? So they ended up getting arranged to appear at the beginning by the program team? And there are no more great contestants? If that's the case, then the anticipation level for the later episodes will definitely drop by a lot. There's nothing to look forward to at all. I don't know. Stop thinking too much. Having so many who can sing well is already very good. Of these 7 people, even the most average one could dominate all those contestants in the other talent shows. Even if we say that, the opening stage contestants were too awesome, and that increased my anticipation for the show, thinking that there would be even better contestants later on. Oh, come on. Getting such contestants is like finding a needle in a haystack. You can only get one in every million people. It's not like you can just easily pick them up off the street. So having those opening stage contestants already wasn't easy. I bet Zhang Ye went scouring around the country just to find them. In my opinion, it's better that we don't have too much expectation. The contestants from now on should only be like most of what we just heard. There won't be someone else like Luo Yu who had such shocking vocals. All the trump cards for the voice have already been played. I think so too. AI, that's true. Where could they find so many amazing contestants anyway? Even so, this show is already incredible. At least I know that I've never, ever watched such an exciting talent show before. Zhang Ye truly lives up to his name. During the break, Zhang Ye was still busily handling some issues. He found a staff member and asked, "Have we brought Qian Pingfan's parents over to the studio yet? Why don't I see them?" That staff member answered, "They're on the way right now. They were held up at the airport for a very long time because they have never traveled by plane before. They got lost after they got off. When I found out later, I quickly found someone to drive there to pick them up." Zhang Ye said, "Where are they at now?" The staff said, "They are already at North 3rd Ring Road, so they will be arriving very soon." Zhang Ye said, "Hurry the driver up some more. Otherwise, we won't be able to finish the recording in time." Ha Chi came over. "Director Zhang, why not arrange for another contestant to appear first?" Zhang Ye shook his head firmly. "No way. Today's recording must end with Qian Pingfan as the final act. No one else can take her place." The contestants' appearance order was all arranged by Zhang Ye, who worked overnight for many days. Who came first, who came last, who was slated to appear in which episode, all of these details were very important. This order of appearance was worked on over and over for a long time before it was finally confirmed. "Then let me call the driver to hurry him up." After the 10-minute break, Zhang Ye extended it for another 10 minutes. Just before 3:30 p.m., Zhang Ye finally found Qian Pingfan's parents, who had just arrived. The two of them were in the 40s, but, possibly due to the fact that they were farmers and had to work out in the fields, getting battered by the weather, their skin didn't look too good. It made them look older as well, as though they were already in their 50s. "Hello, how are you? Where is our son?" The couple did not speak Mandarin too well, talking with very heavy accents. Zhang Ye brought the two of them into the second recording studio. "It's good to see both of you here. Qian Pingfan is currently backstage getting ready to go on the main stage. He will be appearing very soon. Here, you can see him on this TV." Pingfan's father asked, "Who are you?" The cameraman said, "This is teacher Zhang Ye." The couple had looks of confusion. "Oh, hello." Seeing that the couple did not know who Zhang Ye was, the cameraman wasn't surprised either. He understood that Qian Pingfan's parents were not familiar with events in the entertainment industry. So he spoke again, changing his wording. "This is our executive director." Only then did Pingfan's father react with some surprise. "Director?" Maybe he felt that way because he wasn't expecting someone this young to be a director. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Just call me Little Zhang." Pingfan's mother could not help asking, "Director, our son is really going to be on TV?" Zhang Ye said, "Yes, but it's just the program recording now, and this TV is connected to the main recording studio. Only at 9 p.m. tonight will the show be broadcast." Pingfan's mother wanted to speak, but stopped short of saying anything. Pingfan's father remarked, "Did you all get something wrong?" Zhang Ye asked, "What did we get wrong?" Pingfan's father said, "Our son is just a bicycle repairman. There are no people in our family who know how to sing." "You've never heard Qian Pingfan singing before?" Zhang Ye asked. Pingfan's mother said, "No. He only knows how to farm and repair bicycles. Our son does not have any talent." so of course we have never heard him sing before. Zhang Ye did not know how he should explain things. Unlike Luo Yu's parents who always heard Luo Yu singing, but felt that she did not sing well, Qian Pingfan's parents had not even heard their son singing before. Even if Zhang Ye tried to explain it, he felt that it would be useless. But that was also the reason why he tried so hard to invite Qian Pingfan's parents to the set. He called them countless times, tirelessly trying to persuade them with his speech, and even booked the hotel accommodation and air tickets before he got them to agree reluctantly to come to Beijing. Zhang Ye had no other motives but to let Qian Pingfan's parents listen to their son singing and learn that he knew more than just farming and repairing bicycles. Chapter 674, A Laborer Contestant? In the main recording studio, everyone on set had already rested for a long time now. Jiang Yuan turned his head and asked, "What's going on?" Fu Sihong said, "I don't know, let me check it out." Some distance away, Zhang Zhuo was walking over from a far right when Fu Sihong and Jiang Yuan called him over. The executive producer of The Voice, Fu Sihong, asked, "We've had a break for more than 20 minutes already, haven't we? Why are we still not continuing to record then? The show is set to be broadcast tonight, but we still have to finish recording and post-production." Fu Sihong was sitting below the stage, feeling more like an outsider. During the show's production to recording, he barely took part in any of the work. Right now, everything regarding The Voice was dictated by Zhang Ye alone, so Fu Sihong had no reason to try to barge in and take over at this point. He himself understood that well, so he did not try to blindly pass along any instructions either. After all, in terms of the pulling in of sponsors, the program planning, and the production, he could not hold a candle to Zhang Ye. Even if he tried to order the team around, they would probably not follow his instructions and instead seek Zhang Ye's opinion. That would cause him more embarrassment, so of course he would rather just continue being the figurehead executive producer that he was and occasionally check in on the progress of the show. Zhang Zhuo immediately answered. Director Zhang was waiting for the contestants' family members. They have only just arrived, so there was a slight delay. Fu Sihong said. Then couldn't we have just switched a contestant to record? Zhang Zhuo said, I don't know about that. The order of appearance was told to us by Director Zhang. Jiang Yuan suddenly suggested. Did he plan the appearance order properly? The two contestants at the beginning were great and amazing, lifting everyone's mood to a high. But now, the ones who appeared later could no longer keep that atmosphere going. You all should have just arranged for Luo Yu to appear at the end so that the televised effect would be better. Zhang was said. Director Zhang should have already considered that, but I don't know too much about it. Jiang Yuan lamented. The trump cards should never be used at the beginning. They should always be left for last. We have to be flexible about such things, or else it will affect the overall quality of the show. Fu Sihong also chimed in. If Luo Yu was the final act, she would definitely be able to excite the whole audience. It's just too bad that she was the first contestant because it's too difficult to find someone as amazing as Luo Yu. Even though they said that, the first episode of The Voice's recording had given them a huge surprise. They were really just nitpicking details now. In reality, they were amazed by it all. They had not expected that this proposal of The Voice by Zhang Ye, which they did not feel optimistic about at the beginning, could actually be done in such a way. With the mindset of achieving perfection, they naturally wanted someone who was as good as Luo Yu to be the final act of the episode. However, they also knew that it was not practical to think that way since a contestant like Luo Yu was hardly ever guaranteed and not likely to appear again. At this moment, the earpiece of the program team's staff crackled, with Zhang Ye issuing some instructions. Everyone get into position. We will begin recording in 1 minute. Yes. Receive. Okay, Director Zhang. Understood. Already in position. The staff members responded in succession. At the backstage entrance to the main stage, Qian Pingfan was already waiting here. Ha Chi-Chi handed the microphone to him. There's still 1 minute before you step on, little Qian. Qian Pingfan was a nervous wreck at this moment, and beads of sweat were rolling off his head onto the floor. He was a simple laborer who came from the countryside and had never witnessed such a grand situation before. He asked, My parents really came? Ha Chi-Chi said, Yes, they're backstage. Qian Pingfan pulled a long face as he said, My parents have never heard me singing before. I never sang, not even once, when I was at home, so they don't know anything. Wu Yi smiled and told him, "It's time to show them what you can do then." Qian Pingfan was clearly very respectful of his parents. "But I'm afraid that I won't sing well. Those contestants before me all performed extraordinarily well. I definitely can't do better than them." Wu Yi said. "Says who?" Qian Pingfan said. "I'm not better than them, really." Ha Chi-Chi encouraged. "Do you know what director Zhang said about you? He said that the final act for the first episode of The Voice would be you. It has to be you no matter what." Qian Pingfan felt even more pressured now. "But just look at my clothes." The program team provided makeup services, but not the clothes and costumes the contestants wore. Those would have to be arranged by the contestants themselves. Qian Pingfan was just a bicycle repairman and did not even earn 2,000 renminbi a month, so he obviously couldn't afford a good wardrobe. He was just wearing his usual getup today, an old outfit whose color had already faded from washing. It did not look too appealing. Wu Yi said, "That's fine. Director Zhang has said that there's no need to dress well to hide your identity. Just wear your own outfit and present yourself as you. There's nothing to hide, so just let everything go and sing. Let your parents hear your voice, and let everyone else hear it too." In the audience, when many of the staff members saw Qian Pingfan getting ready to go on stage, they started whispering, "It's Qian Pingfan's turn. I know about him. He's up as the final act today, right? Yeah, Director Zhang specifically arranged it. Can he do it? That voice of his is a little. I think he's very good. I heard him sing during the preliminary auditions, and I sincerely like it. Even if you like it, that doesn't mean that the audience and coaches will be able to accept it. That's true. Qian Pingfan is unlike the other contestants and is a little bit special. If we're talking about all the contestants of The Voice, then he is definitely the most controversial one. He's going to be a risk. Let's see how everyone reacts." The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The recording started. Now let's welcome the next contestant. This voiceover was Zhang Ye's recorded introduction. Suddenly, the stage lighting dimmed in accordance to pump up the atmosphere in the studio. Qian Pingfan hesitantly took a few steps, then gripped the microphone tightly and walked up on stage while trembling. Compared to Luo Yu and a few other contestants, he was much more nervous and had already subconsciously hunched his back. Ha Chi-Chi was extremely worried about him. She shouted to him from below, "Little Qian, straighten your back." Only then did Qian Pingfan slightly straighten his back, although his movements were still very stiff. Wu Yi said, "All the best. It's all up to you now." At the same time, Qian Pingfan's figure on stage became visible to the audience. Jiang Yuan was stunned. Fu Sihong also blinked his eyes doubtfully. The audience were also having similar reactions, feeling especially surprised. To put it in perspective, the earlier contestants who had appeared were made up of people like a housewife, a physical education teacher, a train driver, or white-collar workers, etc. Some of them also did not have good looks and were even fat or skinny, but at least they all looked like city dwellers, having a decent fashion sense. Even if they wore t-shirts or a tracksuit with athletic shoes, they looked clean and groomed. After all, they knew they were going to be appearing on television, so they found a decent-looking dress or shirt to wear. But this person standing in front of everyone now stunned them a little. This contestant's fashion sense was too low class, and even though his clothes had been cleaned very well, they looked very old and worn. His white athletic shoes also looked like they had been washed so many times that they had turned yellow. As for his hairstyle, it was similar to his fashion sense. He sported a buzz cut and looked a little backwards without any makings of a singer. Furthermore, everyone who saw him knew he did not seem like the kind of person who purposely made his clothes look old to sensationalize himself. It was obvious to all of them that he was a laborer. Man, this person is a contestant too? This competition really has all kinds of people. Yeah, why is there a laborer? This contestant doesn't look at all like the type of person who knows how to sing. Could this person have joined to try to gain notoriety by shocking everyone? I think he might be. Who knows, he just might belt out a viral internet tune one and shock the entire studio. Haha, that's totally possible. What the hell? Even a laborer has come knocking on the doors of a talent show. The contestants from earlier had performed their songs very well. Although the ones who appeared in the middle were not as good as those who started the show, at least they were all above average. But this last performance of the day, they're actually letting a laborer be the final act? What is the program team thinking? It's definitely not the program team's problem. They must have no other, better contestants to send out anymore. Didn't we analyze the situation already? That there were only so many good contestants and Zhang Ye had arranged for them to all appear first to create a spectacular effect for the show. So the contestants after that could be a mix between good and bad. This is not something that can be controlled, so I can understand what the program team is doing. They actually have no more good contestants left, so what else could they do? Why not just send out a laborer contestant to shock everyone by singing a ridiculous song as a publicity stunt in order to force discussion onto the topic? Oh, that's probably true. Yeah, there's that possibility too. Still, they shouldn't have rounded out the number of contestants by inviting just anyone. Isn't this a show that keeps harping on its principle of only listening to the voice and nothing else? Yet they found a laborer to come here to make a fool out of us. How disappointing. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After a fiery start to the program, everyone's mood was drummed up to a high and was kept there throughout until a few contestants who were clearly not as good as the ones before them performed, bringing the mood of the audience down by quite a bit and leaving them feeling let down. When that happened, they were still hoping that there might be someone worth watching in the final act, but it somehow ended with this contestant appearing in front of them. As a result, the disappointment they felt now was unavoidable. The reaction of the audience was clear. Zhang Yuan thought that they were in trouble now. Several leaders of Central TV were also frowning in silence. Even if you did not have any good contestants, you shouldn't have used a laborer to serve as a stopgap. It wouldn't matter if you had found someone average instead. At least that wouldn't stir up such a large controversy and disapproval. The Voice had gotten off to a good start and amazed everyone at the beginning. Yet it ended with you guys screwing it up at the critical moment? This program could very possibly end up with nothing to show for despite all the effort and money spent. All because of a laborer? Wasn't this a mess? How could Zhang Ye have possibly made such a mistake? Where's little Zhang? Zhang Yuan asked. Fu Sihong said, probably backstage. Zhang Yuan had wanted to stop the recording and summon Zhang Ye and force him to arrange for another contestant to take this laborer's place. This sort of stopgap measure would really destroy their reputation and destroy the victories they had secured at the beginning of the recording. The coaches had already turned their chairs around and were facing the audience. They could not see what was behind them and could only analyze the situation of the contestant from the reactions of the audience members. Zhang Xia said, this contestant seems to be stirring up some kind of controversy? Chen Guang said, I don't know, but everyone's faces look a little disappointed. Fan Wenli said, I guess it must have not fulfilled everyone's expectations. Zhang Xia said, that can't be helped. How would there be so many voices that could amaze everyone? It's good enough that the show found one or two such people. The coaches did not harbor much hope as a result of the audience's reaction. They also adjusted their mentality for the performance. In any case, they would just turn around if it was good and not do anything if it was not. They understood very well that a talent show would also include less capable contestants since it was not possible for every one of them to be the very best. Chapter 675 Astounding the entire venue. On stage, Qian Pingfan also took in the reactions of the audience. They were all doubting. They were all disappointed. Almost no one held any hope for him. In such an atmosphere, Qian Pingfan had somehow quieted down instead. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. The anxiety he had was no longer as heavy as before. He was just a bicycle repairman who never liked to appear in the limelight or attract attention because that would be too stressful on him. He was afraid that he would disappoint all those who had hopes and trusted in him. But now, the disregard of the audience relieved him of a great part of this stress. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just sing bravely. You can do it. You definitely can do it. He turned his head back and lightly nodded. The next moment, a peaceful introduction began playing. Violins played the melody and was a tune very familiar to everyone. Isn't this the song Zhang Ye adapted from his poem? It's Wishing We Last Forever. Zhang Yuanqi's song. What? Wasn't this laborer going to sing a viral internet song? Why did it turn out to be this soothing song? I guess I can only go her at this. Let's listen to his performance. It's definitely going to be shocking. I just hope it won't be too terrible. This laborer actually intends to sing such a difficult song? When the audience heard the melody of the song, none of them thought that this contestant would be able to sing it well. Wishing We Last Forever might look like a simple choice since it did not have any parts that required the singer to sing in a high octave. However, it was actually the most difficult song that could have been chosen. The more soothing a song was, the more it required the performer to be skilled and put their emotions into their singing. Because there was no high-octave singing and no explosive instrumentals to cover any flaws, it would all depend on the quality of the contestant to sing it well. At the coaching panel, Zhang Ye smiled. "It's Yuanqi's song," Fan Wenli said. "The melody has been arranged." Zhang Yuanqi smiled. "Let's see how it goes." Backstage, Zhang Ye grinned. "It's starting." Ping Fan's father was trembling in fear, while Ping Fan's mother was confused, not understanding what was going on. They had never once heard their son singing a song and were afraid that if he did not sing well, he would get chased off the stage. As his parents, they naturally knew what their son's voice was like. After puberty, their son's voice had turned out to be quite strange and different from other people's voices. He had often been subject to cruel jokes from his classmates and was even laughed at by his teacher. Although their son sounded like any normal person when he spoke, that was because he had trained himself to do so bit by bit. He purposely lowered and roughened his speaking voice just to sound like other boys so that he would not be looked down upon by his friends. But if he sang, they were worried that he couldn't hide that voice of his anymore, afraid that he would be exposed and once again get teased and mocked by others like in the past. In this beautiful atmosphere of the soothing melody paved by the sound of the violins and piano, the four coaches had their backs facing the stage while the contestant's voice floated out and drifted out in the studio. It didn't turn out like Qian Pingfan's parents were expecting, as Qian Pingfan did not hide his natural voice. Those memories of being made fun of by his classmates and the despising looks from others had all been flung to a faraway place. Today, he wanted to become the real him. Today, he no longer wanted to act like he was the same as other people. He wanted to sing. He wanted to sing loudly for everyone to hear. "When will the moon be clear and bright?" With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. As his voice came out, the entire studio audience suddenly fell silent without warning. Some of those who were mocking the contestant and chatting had their expressions frozen in place. Some of those who were playing games on their cell phones with their heads lowered all of a sudden stopped with what they were doing. Or rather, it could be said that, when the contestant had sung the first word of the lyrics, the entire studio was suddenly enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Silence. It was totally silent. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Wu Mo was stunned. Fu Sihong was stunned. The audience, only just earlier listlessly grumbling and disappointed, suddenly looked like they had seen a ghost at that moment. All of them raised their heads to look at the stage and stared at the contestant no one had cared about a moment ago. No one dared to make a sound, afraid that it would break the silence. They were all dumbfounded. Every one of them, dumbfounded. Qian Pingfan stood proudly on stage, his back no longer hunched. In addition, he did not have that expression of weakness anymore as he now appeared, gloriously radiant. In the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be. The voice was like a lover's whisper. It was too gentle, too beautiful, and too soothing. Backstage, his father's mouth was wide open. This is sung by my son." His mother stared unblinkingly at her son on screen. She was worried that the audience would look at her son differently because of his voice. That kind of gaze was something she had seen too often. That kind of mocking laughter from others she had heard too often as well. She did not expect for her son to strive for excellence, nor did she hope that her son would be recognized by others. She only wanted them to not look down on her son. Over at the coach's side, Zhang Xia, whose back faced the stage, was also shocked. This female voice, it's almost as good as Wenli. Fan Wenli was also very surprised. This was Sister Zhang's song, but compared to Sister Zhang's version, which had a hint of her magnetic voice, this contestant's voice sounded more like her own. It even sounded more ethereal than her own voice and more gentle and beautiful. Fan Wenli had no choice but to admit that, even if she did a cover of "Wishing We Last Forever," not a live version, but a studio-recorded version, and did it to the best of her ability, it would only turn out to be okay. But she knew that this contestant was singing live and not in a recording studio. This ability was way too amazing. Chen Guang was also taken by surprise. "There's even this sort of contestant on The Voice?" Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, "Zhang Ye has left the best for last." Zhang Ye heaped on the praise. I thought that the good contestants had already appeared at the beginning, but I never expected that there would still be a surprise at the end. Who would have thought that this surprise would come this early too? Besides, this is no longer a surprise. This is just me marveling at it all. This girl's voice is really too beautiful. There's a uniqueness in it. In the entire music industry, only Wenli and a few other established female singers have this kind of standard. This should be a professional singer, right? Chen Guang said. This female contestant is even more professional than a professional. Could it be that Zhang Ye has arranged for an established female singer to guest star in this episode? Judging from her voice, it sounds like Sister Meng? Surely Sister Meng would not be here, right? Fan Wenli thought about it for a while before shaking her head. It's not Sister Meng. This voice is much younger. Besides, a singer of Sister Meng's caliber wouldn't come and join a talent show, would she? Besides, the audience did not even cheer much just now, so it must be a contestant that they don't know, AI. When she was referring to the audience, Fan Wenli looked at them and was suddenly shocked. What's going on? Quick, take a look at the expressions of the audience members. What's happening? Zhang Xia also realized. What kinds of expressions are those? Chen Guang said, Is it really so nice that they would have such expressions? The view of the audience from their seats was too amazing. A plump audience member had his mouth opened so wide that even his molars could be seen. A female audience member had jumped out of her seat and stared with her eyes so wide that it looked like her eyeballs were going to fall out. Then there was a mother who brought her 2 children along. Her face was one of shock, while her 2 children looked startled. Their eyes showed a sense of extreme astonishment. That's right. It was startling. It was astonishing. The 4 coaches were utterly confused by the reactions of the audience. Honestly speaking, they themselves were already amazed by this voice and singing ability, even more amazed by it than Luo Yu's performance. But they couldn't understand why the audience had such exaggerated expressions. Was the singing so good that they had to react in this manner? Was the singing so good that it would shock all of you in this way? I'd like to ride the wind to fly home. Yet I fear the crystal and jade mansions are much too high and cold for me. Dancing with my moonlit shadow. It does not seem like the human world. The contestant was probably getting into a rhythm as her voice became even more beautiful and touching. It was as if a love-struck woman was gently speaking about something, as that last world was sustained into a higher octave. It flowed from the stage, and like a sharp knife, stabbed into the hearts of everyone. In that moment, the silence was broken as the audience suddenly boiled over. Oh my God. Oh God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was too awesome. God. It's great. The audience suddenly stood up. Applause and screams suddenly reverberated through the entire studio. Some of the audience members even went crazy and swung their fists around, shouting, as though they suddenly burned with passion. They couldn't contain their excitement. They were so thrilled they could only use their shouts to express their emotion and that shocking disbelief they had. The place was exploding. The noise was deafening. The 4 coaches looked at each other, feeling even more doubtful now. What was happening? Why did everyone become like this? Logically, this song's melody was rather flat, without any high-pitched singing or screaming required. The song's tempo wasn't upbeat, wasn't a song tailored for a singing competition, and definitely couldn't bring out the atmosphere this way in the audience. Yes, this female contestant was indeed very good, but this should not be the effect she had on the audience. So why was the audience getting so crazy over her performance? What is going on? Are you all on stimulants? The melody flowed soothingly through the air. The moon rounds the red mansion, stoops to silk-pad doors, shines upon the sleepless. Bearing no grudge, why does the moon tend to be full when people are apart? Chen Guang couldn't be bothered with the irrational behavior of the audience anymore. He was already enchanted by the performance. This was the best voice he had heard today. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the blind audition segment. He had forgotten all about it while listening to the singing, so he immediately hit the button, and as the chair turned, he chuckled while announcing, "This girl is definitely going to be mine. Don't even think of taking her from me." When the chair turned, Chen Guang looked forward with anticipation to the female contestant he had already set his heart on, ready to give her his trademark actions, the thumbs up as well as his encouragement and acknowledgement. However, the moment the chair fully faced the stage, Chen Guang became so shocked he retracted the thumbs up he was getting ready to show. Chen Guang could only gasp in astonishment. Ah, how could this be? How did it become like this? He was dumbfounded. His body had become lifeless as he stared straight at the contestant on stage. Fan Wenli also pushed her button and said with a smile, "What do you mean she's yours? For a contestant like that, she must definitely be on my." While she was saying this, the chair turned around. The words Fan Wenli were about to say stopped right in her throat, and she was forced to swallow them back down. Her expression had also suddenly turned into shock. Looking at the contestant on stage, she reflexively stood up from her chair and covered her mouth with her left hand, her face full of disbelief. Chen Guang cried out, "Oh my God!" Fan Wenli was also astounded. How is that possible? The next to press the button was Zhang Xia, closely followed by Zhang Yuanqi, who hit the button heavily. There was no hesitation at all. If such an excellent female singer could not get them to turn around, then who would they turn around for? Zhang Xia did not wait for the chair to fully turn and immediately turned her head with all her strength to look at the contestant. She wanted to know who could have made Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, and the audience have such a reaction. But with that turn of her head, Zhang Xia was also dumbfounded. She had the same exact expression as all of them now. Ah, this is... Zhang Yuanqi followed. When she saw Qian Pingfan, she was also clearly taken aback. Then she suddenly laughed out loud. Oh, can it get more dramatic than that? A get-up of old and worn clothes. A buzz cut. It was a man. It actually turned out to be a man. At this moment, the four coaches had a vision of 10,000 lines of "what the F*** K" flashing in front of their eyes. They even suspected that they might have seen wrong and thought that it might have been a lip-syncing performance. As such, they kept staring hard at the contestant, hoping to see some mistakes in the lip sync to confirm that this was not sung by him. Qian Pingfan performed with his high-pitched singing, becoming more and more emotional. People experience sorrow, joy, separation, and reunion. The moon may be dim or bright, round or crescent-shaped. This imperfection has been going on since the beginning of time. May we all be blessed with longevity. Though thousands of miles apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. It was sung by him. It was really sung by him. The coaches were already standing. Chen Guang kept waving his thumbs up. Fan Wenli was so emotional, she had raised both her arms and continuously clap over her head. Zhang Xia could only stare at Qian Pingfan on the stage as her face revealed great shock, not knowing what to say to express her current state. The entire venue was like a boiling pot of water. Screams, shouts, and applause all came one after another. Who said that this laborer was just to round out the contestant numbers? Who said that the recording of the first episode would end anticlimactically? Round out the numbers, my ass. Anticlimactic, my ass. It turned out that the bombshell was dropped at the very end. This voice was truly unbelievable. Chapter 676: The Selection Battle. The second recording studio backstage was actually located very far away from the stage in the main recording studio. They were joined by a maze of walls and doors. Logically, the sounds should not escape from the main recording studio, even more so into the second recording studio. But at this moment, the program team staff working at the backstage area were stunned to discover that they could hear the sound of cheering coming from the main recording studio. It was even a thunderous amount of cheering. What happened? Did something happen out there? Why is it so loud? What's happening in the main recording studio? Most of these staff members here were only handling logistics for the program, so they basically had no idea of what was happening at the stage, but felt something must have happened since the commotion was huge. In the second recording studio, Zhang Ye also heard the rapturous applause and cheers from the door behind him. He too was very excited. They've turned. All four coaches have turned around. He's done it. Little Qian has done it. Pingfan's father did not understand what was going on. What is this about? Zhang Ye said. That means all four coaches want your son to join their teams. His mother's was getting teary-eyed. They feel that our son sang well. Zhang Ye said, that's right. Just listen to the cheers from the studio. All of that is for little Qian. His mother's lips were trembling. But our son's voice, in the past, many people constantly made fun of him. They have always despised him. I don't know about his past, but I know that right now, there are a few hundred audience members and coaches who do not despise him. Zhang Ye pointed at the TV for the old couple. Listen to that. Does that sound like ridiculing? Look at that. Do those look like reactions from hearing a joke? Little Qian's voice is indeed different from most people's, but I guarantee that this difference does not mean that he's worse off than other people. On the contrary, this difference is what makes him outstanding. Little Qian sang incredibly. Your son is definitely not worse off than anyone. His mother wiped her tears away. His father clenched his fist, touched. On stage, the music gradually came to a stop. The applause came wave after wave, becoming louder and louder. Qian Pingfan caught his breath and lowered the microphone, then looked at the passionate audience and the four coaches who looked like they were very inspired. His confident self, when performing the song earlier, suddenly crumbled. All of a sudden, he had become that nervous wreck again from before he went up on stage. He couldn't help it. These four coaches were all big shots. He could not see them when he was singing since their backs were facing him. But now that all of them had turned around, and with the sharp screams from the audience, Qian Pingfan didn't know what to do. He raised his hands, then put them down, then raised them again, not knowing where he should place them. But he knew one thing. The four coaches had all turned around for him. The audience also did not give him strange looks because of his voice. Qian Pingfan tightly gripped the microphone and said, "Aye." He did not say anything besides, "I" repeatedly. From the audience, another round of shouting began. "It's too good. So good I'm crying. Awesome. Ah, I really like this voice a lot." It was sung even better than a woman. The audience was too passionate. Zhang Xia did not wait for Qian Pingfan to introduce himself and impatiently asked, "Son, you're really great. You've surprised all of us. I've been in this business for over 40 years, but I've never heard a man sing a woman's song in a more womanly way than a woman could. I do not mean this in the bad way. It's just that your voice is incredibly special. You singing is also too outstanding. Every word of the lyrics, especially at the end of each line, carried feeling and emotion. It was very moving." Fan Wenli exhaled and said, "I need to calm my nerves first. You've given me a great shock, given us all a shock. Your voice is totally indescribable with words." Chen Guang kept repeating the same word. "Unbelievable." Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "How about we do this? Let's let the coaches and audience calm down first while you introduce yourself." Qian Pingfan immediately answered, "My name is Qian Pingfan." Fan Wenli said, "I'm very curious why you're dressed that way today." He was wearing old and worn clothes that were torn, and to Fan Wenli, this did not match up with this contestant's voice and singing ability. It felt like he was trying to create a buzz on purpose by making himself look very pitiful. Could it be that this attire and fashion had some sort of a special meaning to the contestant? Qian Pingfan replied, "This is what I usually wear." "Oh, what's your profession?" Zhang Yuanqi asked. Qian Pingfan scratched his head. "I repair bicycles." "What? Repair bicycles? That's impossible," Chen Guang said. "Little Qian, you better not be joking." Qian Pingfan said, "I'm not joking." Zhang Xia also doubted this and inquired, "How many years have you been repairing bicycles? When did you get into this line of work? Where do you work? We can investigate all of your claims." Qian Pingfan answered, "I've been doing it for several years. I started learning from my master. Later on, I could repair them myself. I work at Le Shuikyo Station." Zhang Xia sucked in a breath. "You're really a bicycle repairman?" Qian Pingfan said, "I really am." The audience also nearly fainted at this reply. "What the F***? K?" Fan Wenli was a little unsure of what to say. "Just base that singing of yours. There aren't many people who graduated from a university majoring in music that can do better than you. If you told us that you were a music teacher, we would have believed you too." Qian Pingfan was very flattered but quickly waved it off. No, I've never been to a university before." Chen Guang threw his hands up. "I have nothing to say to that. This is truly unbelievable." Zhang Yuanqi looked at him and laughed. "How many times have you already said unbelievable?" Chen Guang sighed. "But really, it's unbelievable." He said it again. The audience laughed. Fan Wenli blinked, then said to Qian Pingfan, "But from the way you speak, you sound normal. So why did you sing with such a voice? Did you purposely impersonate a woman's voice? Was that imitation?" Zhang Yuanqi finally said something. "That wasn't imitation." "Oh." Fan Wenli looked at her. Zhang Xia said, That's what he originally sounded like. Chen Guang also looked toward Zhang Yuanqi, not knowing why she could be so sure that he was an imitation. Zhang Yuanqi said, "If I'm not wrong, little Qian's singing voice should be his natural voice, the one that he doesn't control. Instead, it's his speaking voice that he is changing, purposefully lowering his tone by a lot." Fan Wenli appeared deep in thought. "Is that so?" Chen Guang said. "That means that in his everyday life, whenever he speaks, he purposely controls his voice? Surely not, right? Wouldn't that would be too tiring?" Zhang Yuanqi explained to them, but mainly more for the audience. At the beginning, it might be tiring, but after some time, it would become a habit instead. Let me illustrate with an example. If a person with the same genes grows up in either Beijing or Shanghai, they will definitely speak differently. Everyone knows that when Shanghainese people speak, their pronunciation and tone is slightly higher pitched, especially women. That is what everyone knows as the flirty tone, which is really just a slightly higher inflection in speech. Meanwhile, Beijingers speak in a more abrasive manner. If you listen to Zhang Ye speaking, you'd know what I mean. The spoken language in Beijing goes downwards in inflection more often. All of this goes to show that the differences in a spoken language is affected by the location and dialect practices, and not down to the genes or the natural voice. Saying that, Zhang Yuanqi used two styles of speaking to illustrate. Like for this sound, a very sharp way of speaking, and like this, which sounded very low and deep. Zhang Yuanqi said, "Personally, I can produce many types of intonation when I speak, so if I speak with one of these styles for many years, my natural way of talking will become that way. This is why a voice can be easily molded with practice." After she said that, she paused for a moment, then continued. "However, no matter how much practice you have, your voice will not change too much at any particular time unless the vocal cords are damaged. My analysis is that little Qian's voice did not break at puberty or that it came and went very quickly, thus causing him to still keep his prepubescent voice. When all the other boys' voices broke, his did not change much, and that is why we have the fortune of listening to such an ethereal feminine voice. This should be the most natural state of little Qian's voice that can't be covered up even if he forced his voice lower, like he does when he speaks." Qian Pingfan gave a hollow laugh. Zhang Yuanqi said, "Can you talk to us in your most natural voice?" Qian Pingfan was feeling a little embarrassed, but after considering for a bit, he used his most neutral voice to say, "Will this do?" His voice was immediately distinct from before. If anyone looked at him while he spoke, they might find his voice to be weird, but if their eyes were closed and they did not know the speaker's gender, 9 out of 10 people would think that it was a woman talking to them. This voice that Qian Pingfan spoke with was clearly closer to the voice that he had used to sing. Fan Wenli was astounded. "That's your real voice?" Qian Pingfan scratched his ear and said, "It has always been. When everyone else at school had their voices change, mine didn't, so I was always made fun of by others. Later, I began to purposely lower my tone and learn to speak like them. But when it came to singing, I wasn't able to control it that way. I didn't know how to lower my pitch while singing, so that's why I have never sung in front of anyone before. I've always sung to myself with my MP3 player." Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, "Look, I'm still the one who understands you best, right?" Qian Pingfan was also convinced that his little secret was immediately seen through by Zhang Yuanqi and how he couldn't hide it from her. Everyone else always thought that he had imitated a girl's voice instead. That is why, Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "If you don't join my team, would you feel right?" Hearing this, Zhang Xia realized something was wrong, so she quickly interrupted. I. We're not at the taking of the contestant segment yet, are we?" Shun Guang also said, "Yeah, Sister Zhang. We're still trying to understand the contestant situation, so why did you start pulling for him to join your team? Even if we're allowed to start doing so, I should be the first one to do that. I was the first one who turned around after all." Fan Wenli promptly said, "Little Qian, come to my team. I will use all of my resources to help nurture you. Then together, I will lead you and my team to become the champion." Zhang Yuanqi reacted to that. A commotion broke out in the audience. Become the champion? Isn't that too high of an evaluation?" Qian Pingfan also felt that embarrassed by this. Champion. He did not even have the expectation that the coaches would turn around for him, much less winning the competition. Zhang Xiao laughed. Winley, we're still in the blind auditions. Chun Guang rubbed it in by uttering, her, just let Winley continue dreaming. Let's not wake her up. Fan Winley. The audience was all laughing at this when the couple started their bickering again. These two better not get divorced after just one episode of recording The Voice. Zhang Ye said, Little Qian, you ought to think properly. My team is not well-rounded yet, but Chun Guang and Winley's teams already have all the big guns. So if you join my team, you'd definitely be my trump card. Didn't Winley say that she would get you the championship? If you come and join me, then I have the confidence to say that I can also win us the championship. Zhang Yuanqi again reacted to this. She grinned and remarked, Are we already in the finals of the competition? Are we already deciding who the champion should be? Qian Pingfan quickly said, I didn't sing that well. Really, I didn't. Some people would be modest, but those words from Qian Pingfan were definitely not humble. He had only joined The Voice's preliminary auditions by chance. After he had an argument with his master one day, he threw a tantrum and skipped work. He coincidentally saw the poster calling for The Voice's auditions on the same day, so he submitted his demo and application, but he never expected that he would be called for an audition the very next day. When no one gave him a chance, Zhang Ye went against everyone else to let him pass the audition and even supervised Qian Pingfan's rehearsals all this while. Having been through all that, he could finally stand here on this stage. Qian Pingfan knew that his future all depended on this moment, or perhaps it had already changed. The audience also felt that life was like a drama. No one had any expectations for this laborer, but he had now become the apple of everyone's eye. All the coaches were trying all sorts of tricks to grab this contestant for their teams, and the audience was getting a kick out of watching it all. Chun Guang and his wife once again had another great battle. Both Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia, who were good friends despite their age, also fought over it. In the end, the situation nearly got out of control as Fan Winley ran up directly onto the stage. Little Qian, I don't need you to come over. I will go over instead. I will wait for you here. Chun Guang also came to the stage. I will wait for you too. Seeing that, Zhang Xia also stepped up and went to Qian Pingfan. Although my legs aren't what they once were due to age, for the sake of winning the championship, I too must come forward. Qian Pingfan was feeling extremely embarrassed at this point and did not know what to do. Only Zhang Yuanqi still remained in her coach chair. Little Qian, make a decision. Don't get pressured by those around you. Just follow your heart and feelings and make your decision. The coaches all stopped talking. The rest of the place was totally quiet as the audience all waited for Qian Pingfan to make his choice. This person was slated to be a key contestant, and whoever got him into their team might really end up as the champion. Qian Pingfan was conflicted as hell. I thought about. After struggling for a long time, Qian Pingfan finally clenched his teeth, knowing that he had to make a decision and couldn't drag his feet any longer. After I passed the preliminary auditions, when the staff was getting me to fill out a questionnaire, there was a question that asked, should the 4 coaches choose me, who would be the first person I would choose, the second person, the third, and the fourth? Everyone concentrated. Qian Pingfan took a deep breath and declared loudly, the names I filled in were Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Yuanqi. The audience cheered loudly. Zhang Yuanqi snapped her fingers and laughed loudly. Come on then. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Xia sighed, giving an expression of regret and a bitter smile. Chun Guang also felt that it was unfortunate that he was unable to get a good contestant like this to join him. There was no way he could do it. He was up against the Heavenly Queen after all. Qian Pingfan had written all 4 coaches' names as Zhang Yuanqi. The song that he chose to perform for the competition was also Zhang Yuanqi's, Wishing We Last Forever. Perhaps this segment of the contestant choosing the coaches had already been decided from the beginning. Even if they had tried to take him from Zhang Yuanqi, no matter how much they said, it was probably all for nothing. Qian Pingfan immediately ran over and disclosed, I really like you a lot, teacher Zhang Yuanqi. I am your hardcore fan. Last year, I saved up 2 months of my wages wanting to watch your concert, but the tickets were sold out, so I have always had some regrets. Zhang Yuanqi laughed. From now on, you won't need a ticket to watch my concert. Just come, just watch, just listen anytime you want. Listen until you're disgusted. Qian Pingfan was surprised. Is that really okay? Zhang Ye said. Do you think my words mean nothing? Thank you, Teacher Zhang. In this instance, Qian Pingfan was fully satisfied. He felt that life was really too wonderful. At this moment, a small incident happened. The cameras also managed to catch Fan Wenli and gave her a feature. Fan Wenli was bitterly laughing and looking depressed. She was wiping the tears away from the corners of her eyes, dejectedly saying, "Why am I always the one who gets hurt?" Zhang Ye said to Qian Pingfan, "Look at that. Teacher Fan Wenli is even crying for you." Zhang Xia laughed while patting Fan Wenli's back. Qian Pingfan was feeling extremely anxious by now, so he rushed over to her. "Teacher Fan, Fan Wenli said annoyed. "I like you so much. Why didn't you choose me instead?" Qian Pingfan did not know how to reply and was about to cry from anxiety. Fan Wenli said, "You still have a chance to change your decision. You should choose again." Qian Pingfan. Zhang Ye playfully said, "Wenli, don't be shameless and try to take my team member away." Fan Wenli laughed bitterly. "But I really like him so much." Shen Guang said, "Yes, he really sang very well." The matter was decided and Fan Wenli did not say anymore. She gave Qian Pingfan a hug and said, "Do well and learn a lot from Sister Zhang. In the future, when I hold my concerts, I will definitely look for you to be my guest." Qian Pingfan immediately said, "Thank you, Teacher Fan, thank you." Eventually, with the audience clapping and cheering, Qian Pingfan went through the qualified contestants' corridor to the backstage. At this moment, he was finally showing his unsubdued excitement. He threw out his arms with all his strength and raised them into the air to express the joy that he felt. Backstage, Qian Pingfan pushed open the door and went inside. His father called out, "Son." Qian Pingfan said, "Father, Mother, Sister Zhang has chosen me. I did it." His mother wiped her tears away and said, "We saw it too. Good. You've done great." Qian Pingfan and his parents were not people who were good with expressing themselves. The three of them stood there talking, but there was no hugging at all. Seeing that, Zhang Ye smiled and went over to give Qian Pingfan a hug. "Congratulations, little Qian. Well done." Qian Pingfan quickly said, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Thank you so much." Zhang Ye said, "It has nothing to do with me. You did it by singing well." However, Qian Pingfan knew that it was due to Zhang Ye that he had made it this far. It was because Zhang Ye had discovered and acknowledged him. During the preliminary auditions, when none of the staff of the Voices program team acknowledged him, it was Zhang Ye who stood forward to acknowledge him with explanation. He did not care about others' opinions and insisted that Pingfan be allowed to go through the auditions. Now, he even fully trusted him to be the finale in the first episode's recording and never once doubted him or thought that he wouldn't be able to sing. This trust given made Qian Pingfan feel very grateful. To Qian Pingfan, if not for Zhang Ye, he knew that he wouldn't be standing here today. It was Zhang Ye who had given him the first chance of his life to prove himself. Chapter 677, the first episode's recording has ended. The recording ended. The first episode wrapped up with applause from everyone. Many of the audience members still had lingering feelings about what they had just seen and were still noisily discussing as they exited the studio. It was such a great show. This show is too godly. That's right, it's really too godly. Zhang Ye's reputation is goddamn for real. This is the best show I've ever watched, and has the most sincerity among all the singing talent shows. The stage, lighting, opening theme song, host, and contestants are all the best in the industry. Actually, I wasn't expecting much for a program like this, but my friend gave me a free ticket and I didn't want it to go to waste. Who knew I would receive such a huge surprise? I just wonder what the viewership ratings will be like. It shouldn't be bad in any case. When Zhang Ye said he that would see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene, perhaps there might be a possibility that he can really do it. That might not be the case. We still have to wait for the response after broadcasting. It's tough to say anything until the moment it gets broadcast. There's too many factors that affect a program in the variety industry nowadays, and the current demand is not that good either, so anything can happen. Don't expect too much from the viewership ratings. Then it would at least get 0.8% of the viewership ratings, right? Well, it surely can't get lower than the other talent shows. Isn't 0.8% of the viewership ratings considered too little? I can see it will get at least 0.9% of the viewership ratings. For the premiere episode, the viewership ratings will surely be slightly lower. To get 0.8% of the viewership ratings would already be very good. If the following episodes can still maintain the quality of the first episode, then The Voice surpassing 1% of the viewership ratings is definitely possible. Let's wait for tonight's broadcast and see how it turns out. Right? I'll have to watch it again at night. That was too fun. It was such an oral feast. The audience was chatting excitedly as they left the studio. In the recording studio, most of the people who remained behind were the program team staff. They too were discussing this topic. Little Wang said joyfully, "Do you think our viewership ratings can meet the target of the station's 0.7% that was set for us?" A female editor smiled and said, "I'm sure it will definitely be higher than that. As for how much higher, I do not know. I just have a feeling that our program will become very popular." Ha Chi-Chi arrived and joined in. "No need for a feeling, it will definitely be popular." Wu Yi was also extremely excited. He stated, "Right, that definitely won't be a problem." A male editor said, "The contestants have performed very well today. Our audio system's quality was also fantastic. Before this, I was still thinking if it was too exaggerated and expensive to spend over 10 million renminbi on the equipment setup. But after listening today, it doesn't feel like it was expensive at all. Just from the live studio effects alone, it was all worth it no matter how much we spent." At this moment, Zhang Ye returned. "Director Zhang. Director Zhang. That was awesome. We were awesome. The live studio effects were seriously awesome. Director Zhang, your planning has really succeeded. It won't go wrong as long as we follow Director Zhang's instructions." From the audience's reactions, the viewership ratings certainly look good. Our hard work for the past few days have not gone to waste. Every night we stayed up late was worth it. Some of the female staff thought about these days when they worked to the bone, feeling so tired that they almost could not take it anymore and felt like their bodies would just give way. A few times, they even wanted to give up, but in the end they managed to persevere. When they saw the results of their hard work, their eyes teared up. In retrospect, those bitter days were nothing much because they had produced a surprisingly good program. Their names would be on the Voice of China's production credits, so they were the makers of this legendary program. Zhang Ye had not said anything yet. Jiang Yuan and Fu Sihong walked over briskly. Jiang Yuan looked extremely excited as he found Zhang Ye. "Little Zhang, can you give us a preview of the viewership ratings of The Voice?" Zhang Ye said helplessly. "It's not possible to give an estimate on that." Jiang Yuan said, "What's your own estimate of the viewership ratings?" Zhang Ye said, "Don't we just need to meet the viewership rating of 0.7% that was set for us?" Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. 0.7% for the viewership ratings was just the lowest target set by the station for you all. Would you be satisfied with only 0.7% viewership ratings? Right now, I feel that it's not going to be a problem for your program to achieve 0.9% in the viewership ratings. Before, Jiang Yuan and many others in Central TV Department 1 did not feel too optimistic when they heard Zhang Ye's proposal. A majority of them had reservations about it, and only a handful of people felt that The Voice was a feasible production. However, at this moment, everyone's attitude did a complete 180. Not only did Jiang Yuan stop regarding The Voice as a cult program, he was getting much more confident about The Voice. He felt that this program was so exciting that it had surpassed his expectations of excitement. That was the reason why he was forcing Zhang Ye to give an estimate of the viewership ratings. However, Zhang Ye could not give an estimate. Back then, when the program was not yet approved, bragging was necessary so that he could show his confidence and the program's strong points to get the station's support. But now that the program was about to be broadcast, Zhang Ye did not wish to say those empty words anymore. It was also difficult to say them. Back in his previous world, there was a compilation of viewership rating statistics for The Voice, but Zhang Ye could only use it as a reference figure and a gauge. He could not directly use those figures in this world, as after all, it was a different world, with different coaches, on a different television station, broadcast on a different day and time, and even the viewership ratings were measured with a different formula. This was no longer comparing apples to apples, so he could only use his world's information as this world has its own set of rules, market environment, and audience understanding of entertainment and the arts. Everything was unknown. The best Zhang Ye could do was recreating the voice as closely to the original as possible, so that the features and most exciting segments of the show could be presented to the people here. When all was said and done, the viewership ratings would be left up to fate to decide. After engaging in a little more idle talk, Jiang Yuan patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder. Carry on with your work first. After you guys have finished up, I'll throw a celebratory feast for everyone tonight. This time, all of you have worked hard. All the leaders of Central TV Department 1 had smiles on their faces as they left the recording studio. After today, they had a brand new understanding of Zhang Ye's capability at work. They also thought that their decision to invite Zhang Ye to join them and help turn the situation around while Central TV's variety shows were at its lowest point was the best decision they made. It had to be said that the voice was rushed out for broadcast at the last minute, and the program team's production timeline was cut by more than half. Even in that situation, they managed to completely fulfill their tasks. Not only did they manage to complete it, they even did it beautifully and created a great, unprecedented music show. The leaders of Central TV Department 1 were so impressed by Zhang Ye that there was nothing they could criticize him on. This was what you called a talent. This was what you called a capable person. On stage, only after the leaders left did Zhang Ye finally got the chance to speak. He hurriedly said to all the staff, "Everyone, listen to me. Don't celebrate yet. We will have plenty of time for celebrations later if we want to, but for now, we've yet to finish the most important task. The post-production work has not started, so there's still plenty of work to do. Now, I want everyone to start their tasks following my instructions from earlier and get into action immediately. Make sure to finish editing the program by 8 p.m. so that we can make it in time for the 9 p.m. broadcast. We must keep our spirits up. It's the final push." "Understood. Got it. We'll definitely finish it. We'll finish it even if we die." "Director Zhang, don't worry about it." Everyone responded in unison and with determination. From the audience, the upper management of Brain Gold Company had already left, but Wu Mo had stayed behind. When he saw that Zhang Ye was free, he walked up to him while laughing heartily. "Brother Zhang." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "CEO Wu." Wu Mo immediately said, "The show is fantastic." Zhang Ye said, "How is it?" "Asking you to invest 100 million renminbi in the title sponsorship wasn't too expensive, right?" "Not expensive at all. It's worth this price." Wu Mo said, "I knew you wouldn't scam me. I can't go wrong following you. Looks like I have made the right decision again this time." At this point, Zhang Ye instead downplayed. "We still have to see what the viewership rating is at the end. It's difficult to have any opinion of it now, but I hope it can increase the sales of your Brain Gold by another 30%. If the viewership rating is screwed up, I really won't have any face to see you anymore." Wu Mo said confidently. "The viewership ratings won't be lousy." Zhang Ye laughed. "I'm also looking forward to it." Backstage in the contestants' lounge, the contestants who had appeared in today's episode were called over. The 4 coaches wanted to chat with their team members privately and possibly point out some of their problems to improve on so that they could perform better during the group stages. All of this would help them choose their strongest team member to compete in a sing-off against the other 3 coaches' team members. "Teacher Zhang. Zhouer, your performance was not bad today." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." "Director Zhang, I did not perform well today." "It's all right. You were just a little nervous and sang slightly off-key. Next time, relax more." Zhang Ye had praise and words of encouragement for them. As they were talking, the coaches arrived to meet with their respective selected contestants. Zhang Yuanqi had some other matters to deal with, so she did not say much and just smiled and waved. "Little Qian, come with me." Qian Pingfan bid farewell to Zhang Ye and some editors of the program team whom he knew. Then he left with Zhang Yuanqi. For now, Zhang Yuanqi had only Qian Pingfan as her team member, so it seemed like she was going to give him some guidance individually. Zhang Xia found Zhang Ye and asked, "Are there any more good young singers among the contestants in the next episode?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Of course." Zhang Xia nodded. "That's good. I'm looking more and more forward to the next episode. Back then, I joined the program because I couldn't refuse your push and pull tactics. But now, I realize it was right to come to this place. I did not expect that there would be so many good voices in our country. Furthermore, they are all regular folk." Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were quite shocked by Central TV Department 1's new show. Actually, in the past, They'd also participated in other television programs, so they knew the market and had their own judgments. For a program like The Voice, they could only use the word amazing to describe it. They had reasons to believe that once the program got broadcast, it would absolutely cause a national sensation and bring about heated discussions. For such a program, if they knew it would turn out to be this good, even if the program team did not offer them a high joining payout, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli would have joined for free. They were also celebrities and needed exposure and excellent work. For an outstanding program like The Voice, which was broadcast on a large platform, it was no doubt that it would only come along by chance, not by searching for it. It would greatly help to increase their popularity as well. So a great show was definitely a win-win situation for the guests, television station, program team, and advertisers. Chapter 678, I Know Someone in Senior Management. Night. It was nearly 9 p.m. As the broadcast time for The Voice was nearing, the comments from the outside world and on the internet towards Central TV Department One's new program increased. The majority of voices still inclined to the previous opinion. Looking at the number of votes on the topic in a Weibo poll, the netizens were still negative on The Voice. Most of the people still maintained the same attitude towards the program as per a few days ago, with the majority of them being pessimistic. Interested, 27%. Uninterested, 71%. On the line 10 in the subway, in a train compartment, some colleagues who had just left their night shift were chatting. What day is today? It's Thursday. Oh, it's already Thursday? The Voice of China is going to start broadcasting soon. It really is. Let me check the time. Oh, it's going to start in less than 10 minutes. I have to hurry home and catch it. I think I can still make it in time. You're going to watch a talent show? But it's not interesting at all. Not many people feel too optimistic about The Voice. It will certainly be more or less the same as those that came before. I know, but Zhang Ye's programs are usually full of surprises. I have been following since Lecture Room was broadcast and hope that this time he can produce another miracle. I also saw many comments listing The Voice's various flaws and reasons for failure. Those were very reasonable and explained logically. However, since when we can use logical reasoning on a person like Zhang Ye? Judging from past experiences, sometimes the more others think that Zhang Ye can't do well in certain things, the more likely Zhang Ye will do them well. That's why I still have some expectation for his new program. Hopefully he can succeed like the previous times and not disappoint his fans. I think you're just deifying him. In the past, Zhang Ye's programs were pretty enjoyable to watch. But don't forget, they were mostly pioneering works, such as a lecture program, a never-before-seen talk show idea, or a mass-market variety show like Do You Remember? They have achieved success as original ideas and relied mainly on subverting the current trends. All of these worked to Zhang Ye's advantage. But this time, The Voice is entering an already oversaturated talent show industry. I've never doubted Zhang Ye's ability and always think that he has the capability of producing a good show. But I don't know what he's thinking, because instead of choosing another path that he could excel in, he chose to cross a bridge full of countless other singing shows. This program's viewership ratings shouldn't be that low. After all, it has Zhang Ye's reputation on it, and the names of Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Xia, and the others holding it together, but the viewership ratings definitely won't be too good either. The market is already too saturated. If they can even get a 0.7% viewership, they should be thanking the gods. At a certain home, a family of 3 was sitting in front of the television. Dad, switch the channel to Central TV Department 1. What for? I'm watching soccer now. The Voice of China is beginning soon. No one thinks that show will be good. Why should we watch it? No matter what, I still have to take a look. If it's not good, then we'll switch to other channels. How many singing shows have you watched in the past 2 years? You might not be sick of them yet, but I'm already disgusted by them. Okay, I'll switch over to it and you'll realize what I mean when you watch it. On a certain discussion forum, in the entertainment page's comment section, The Voice is starting soon. Is anyone going to watch it? I'm not going to watch it. It won't be interesting. I also can't be bothered to watch it. I'm just going to continue gaming. Haha. I just want to take a look, not because I feel that this show will be good, but because I want to see how bad it will turn out. Singing shows these days are all dead on arrival, and with the current market sentiments for such shows, I don't believe that Zhang Ye will be an exception unless he's really superhuman. The same genre, the same kind of show, but if the other satellite channels could not do well with them, with so many program teams before them failing successively when it came to singing shows, then on what basis does Zhang Ye think that he can turn the tide? You're too optimistic. In my opinion, Zhang Ye will be knocked off his perch this time. Even if you put it that way, I cannot help wanting to watch some of it. We'll see. Let's criticize him together later, huh? On Weibo, some television industry insiders were also very active. Has anyone made an estimate on the viewership ratings of The Voice yet? Our department's internal analysis shows that it will get no more than 0.7% of the viewership. Our side's analysis results are similar. I want to see how Central TV Department 1 is going to deal with this matter now. After this show has been broadcast, let's see if Zhang Ye still dares to boast. Someday I shall ascend your highest heights to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. When the viewership ratings come out tomorrow, this poem will become a ridiculous joke. This kind of show that maliciously drives up the celebrities joining fees should be boycotted. A show that uses hype and driving up prices as a draw. What is there to look forward to? This is all just sensationalism. A steep price without basis will only cause the show to end up in a cannot make ends meet situation. The whole of Central TV Department 1 will also be implicated, along with the Brain Gold Company and the Four Coaches' popularity. All of them will suffer a devastating blow through Zhang Ye's antics in creating such steep prices in the market. The market has its own set of rules too, and just by paying such high joining fees, it does not mean that you're guaranteed to get back the equivalent of what you gave. I can't wait to see Zhang Ye's expression after the show has finished broadcasting. It's a good thing to be confident, but blind arrogance will only mean that you're the frog in the well. Jinshe Television Station, Beihai Provincial Television Station, Liaodong Television Station, Jiangnan Television Station, a famous Shanghai television program production company, the Radio Broadcast and Television Station Association. Everyone who posted on Weibo all had their titles and jobs indicated on their verified accounts. They were all people from the television variety industry, and some were even leaders or famous analysts within the industry. Because of the overly steep prices of the title sponsorship and joining fees created by Zhang Ye's new show, the entire industry had been seriously affected. At the same time, The Voice was also facing a boycott and denouncement from all the peers in the domestic television industry. In the end, just before the program was about to be broadcast, many advertisers also joined in. They're selling the advertising rights for a few million each. That's a really unreasonable demand. You all were also quoted that kind of a price? It's the same for us. I'm just wondering now if there was any company who actually dared to buy their advertisements. If they did, then they really must not lack for money, especially that Brain Gold Company. A title sponsorship fee of 100 million renminbi? I can only laugh. I'm afraid the Brain Gold Company will suffer a heavy loss this year. Just this 100 million renminbi will be enough to make them suffer. Don't even mention recouping their advertising costs. I think it would even be difficult to recoup a fifth of it. That's right. Our company has worked with many television programs before. For those programs using Korean copyrights and 1.2% viewership, their title sponsorship fees only asked for 50 million. What right does The Voice have to demand 100 million? Don't tell me that your viewership ratings can surpass 1%. This Zhang Ye is way too amusing. Yeah, I don't understand where his confidence coming from. The people making the snide remarks were mainly those company bosses or department heads who had come in contact with Zhang Ye for talks regarding the advertising rights before the broadcast of The Voice. In the end, the deals were called off because the price was too high. Furthermore, the price that both sides were willing to accept were highly disparate. This made many of the advertisers very unhappy. They felt that for such a show, which many people were pessimistic about, it was already goodwill on their part that they were still willing to purchase The Voice's advertising rights. But never did they expect the seller to still be unsatisfied and even asked for a few million for the advertising rights, which was only for the price for a single advertisement. During the negotiations, some friction sparked between them, and as a result, their emotions were naturally incited. If we have the money, we would rather go and buy the already popular imported variety shows, don't you think? Why would we spend 3 million renminbi to buy the advertising rights for a domestic show in this market downturn? Everyone knows what the situation is like with domestic variety shows. You want us to buy your advertising rights? Do you think we're crazy? These comments were mostly one-sided. There was even some fake news incriminating the voice appearing. I just heard from a friend that a big problem occurred at the recording of The Voice's first episode due to them not having enough time. The situation at the studio is all gloomy, so I advise everyone not to watch it. I have a friend in the SARFT, and he said that the SARFT is going to take action soon. Yes, I've also heard about it. Zhang Ye was previously banned before in a severely punished target as well. Although his ban has now been lifted, the SARFT is always keeping their eyes on him. This time he has caused a disruption in the market prices, so the SARFT will certainly crack down seriously on him. Everyone, take note. Whether The Voice will be able to be broadcast today is still something we don't know. It might be ordered to halt its broadcast at the very last minute as SARFT is already taking action now. Is that true? Holy shit, that can't be. It's real. This is insider news. The Voice is going to be cancelled? Shit, Zhang Ye is finished again this time. An industry insider also posted, the authorities should take serious action on such programs. I fully support the SARFT with banning The Voice. This rumor even appeared in the online news. The Voice faced with being taken off the air? The unlucky Zhang Ye and his The Voice of China. Voices of doubts and rumors were flying everywhere. At Central TV, the program team staff of The Voice had just finished with the post-production after much crunching. The first episode of the program was finally completed. But when they saw the news on the internet, the exhausted staff suddenly panicked again. Even Central TV Department 1's deputy director Zhang Yuan also felt a little panicky about this rumor, so he immediately made some calls to the station head to check out the situation. Since there's no smoke without fire, he was really afraid that there would be some sudden changes. Inside the office, Zhang's was said nervously, "Director Zhang, what should we do?" Hachichi was also quite afraid. The program we spent so much effort into making, could it just be banned like this? The SARFT is really making a move? They are too much of a bully. Little Wang, Wu Yi, and the rest were extremely furious. Based on what can they ban our program? Faced with so many rumors and the news online, many of their hearts were quivering. Only Zhang Ye was the calmest in the whole of Central TV. He said calmly, "Don't believe those rumors. They're whatever." A female editor said, "But there is plenty of news spreading around now." Moreover, there was already some news stating that the SARFT was already kept their eyes on singing shows because there are too many television stations doing these kinds of talent shows and creating disorder in the market. I heard that the SARFT are going to limit the approval of such singing talent shows. Zhang Ye said firmly, "Let me tell you this, the SARFT might ban any other programs, but it will definitely not ban ours." Zhang's was said, "Is that true?" Hachichi exclaimed, "Why?" Zhang Ye said, "Get back to work and don't listen to all that nonsense." Everyone was skeptical. What do you mean by why? What do you mean by if it's true? Zhang Ye thought to himself, my girlfriend is the SARFT's deputy chief, in charge of all television programs, movies, and dramas approval and punishments. If the Voice really got targeted, would I not know? Besides, even if really got targeted, with old Wu there, could they even ban my program? Bullshit. This bro knows someone in senior management. Chapter 679, Shocking the World with Speed Reading. 9 p.m. After the commercial break on Central TV Department 1, the logo of The Voice of China appeared at once on TV. With the accompanying background music, the introduction clip ran. The four coaches each made an appearance in it, and a voiceover and captions introduced the coaches one by one, followed by the introduction of the blind audition rules. The Voice has started. The first episode was officially broadcast. At the same time, many people were waiting in front of their televisions. These included Zhang Ye's parents, his cousins, uncles, aunts, his friends like Yao Jiankai, Su Na, Tian Bin, his fans, Zhang Yuanqi's fans, Chen Guang's fans, etc. Most important of all, many of the people who were not optimistic about The Voice were also at this moment waiting in front of their televisions and tuned in to Central TV Department 1, curious to see what was in store. It was the same for those television industry insiders as well. Given they were denouncing Zhang Ye's new show, but it was also because of this that they wanted to know firsthand what it was like, to see how flawed and how big of a failure it would be, so that they could attack Zhang Ye with everything they had gathered. Those from Central TV, Beijing. television station, Shanghai Satellite TV, all of them were currently focused on this program together. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. Countless people were doubting as well. It's starting, it's starting. Didn't they say it was going to get canceled? Yeah, why did it still get broadcast then? A rumor? Let's watch first. I'm afraid the show's quality is more or less done for. I'm so looking forward to it. Let's see what kind of show teacher Zhang can come up with this time. It would be strange if it's good. The Voice is a total joke. With this flurry of activity, the first episode of The Voice finally appeared. At Beijing television station, in a certain program team's office from the variety channel, the television was turned on in the office premises. Seeing that the leaders were not around, the night shift staff switched the channel to Central TV Department 1 as everyone prepared to watch the hotly discussed show, The Voice of China. It's coming. The introduction has ended. What are we watching this for? Central TV Department 1's Thursday night host had a scandal, and The Voice was brought on to fill the slot. With just slightly more than half a month's preparation, they want to produce a large-scale variety talent show? That's a total joke. Just ask anyone in the industry if they could do it. Yeah, even if you gave it 2 months of preparations, it wouldn't be enough. For such a large-scale variety show, the minimum preparation time is 3 to 6 months. If the stage could somewhat be set up in time, it should already be good. So let's not even talk about the stage effects. Zhang Ye should have just come back to Beijing television at that time. Just look at it now. He has been tasked to rush the program for broadcast so fast that he couldn't even finish the preparation work in time. So what's there to look forward to? He definitely won't have anything to show. They each had their own opinions of how the program would turn out. As soon as they stopped talking, the scene on the television was showing the performance venue. When the lights were turned on, the entire stage was lit up at once. In the midst of the audience's cheering, the stage lighting changed. I want to fly to the sky, walk beside the sun. The world waits for me to change it. Never been afraid of others seeing my dreams. Here, I can make it happen. Laughing loudly, let's walk side by side. Isn't happiness everywhere? Casting off all worry, I stride forward bravely. Now I am taking center stage. Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Zhang Xia, Zhang Yuanqi. The 4 coaches appeared on stage glamorously, with the new theme song pumping up the entire audience. I believe I'm me. I trust in tomorrow. I believe youth has no limits. Whether sunset at the beach or the crowded streets, it's the prettiest paradise for me. It fell silent. The program team's office in Beijing television was totally quiet. A woman said this. A youth stared at the television screen dumbfounded. Who just said that if they could get the stage up in time, it would already be very good? The girl who said that earlier could not muster up a response. A middle-aged person was astonished. Does that look like they just managed to get it up? That stage, that equipment, those audio effects, those lights, my God. How could that be something they set up in just 20 days? Are Zhang Ye and his team really all superhuman? Finishing up all that in half a month when others could not complete it even with a few months of production time? They even built the stage that magnificently? And it's even superior in quality? Do all the people in their program team have 8 arms? The girl who couldn't say a word finally managed to say, Zhang Ye and his team must have worked very hard or something. I really wonder how they did it. They also worked on shows, so they naturally understand the way things worked when making one. They understood just how impossible of a task this was. So many of the industry insiders were feeling even more pessimistic about this show. But who could have expected that the outcome was totally different from what they had assumed? They asked themselves, if they were Zhang Ye's program team instead, could they do the same if they were given 20 days to create such a big stage and complete the auditions for the contestants? The answer was no. They couldn't. This was an impossible task. In the entire country, no program team would dare thump their chest and claim that they could do it. At the train station, many passengers were seated under a large screen, waiting for their trains. What the F*** K? How much money did they spend on that stage setup? This stage, those lights, why does it feel like I'm watching the Spring Festival Gala? Since when did Central TV become so generous? They must have really poured a lot of money into that. How awesome. The stage and audio effects are amazing. Listen to this song. How nice. This song is really great. Listening to it makes me feel really pumped up. Seeing the opening of The Voice, it doesn't seem to be as bad as what people were saying. Yeah, keep watching. Let's see how it turns out. The opening theme ended. Zhang Ye appeared. Beijing. In a certain restaurant, in a certain private room. There was a mini-gathering here arranged today by Zhang Ye's ex-colleague, famed broadcast host from Beijing radio station, Wang Xiaomei. She was with her university classmates, who all graduated as broadcast majors. Some of them worked in local television stations as hosts, and some were radio announcers, while there was also one who was a DJ for live mini-events. Wang Xiaomei suddenly called for a waitress. "Can you please switch on the television?" "Sure." The waitress immediately turned on the television, and it showed Central TV Department 1's channel, which was usually the default channel that many televisions would switch on to. On screen, Zhang Ye was currently introducing the coaches. A man asked, "Xiaomei, you still watch talent shows?" Wang Xiaomei laughed. "I'm just curious." A woman blinked and asked, "What are you curious about?" Wang Xiaomei replied, "I want to see how exactly Zhang Ye would host a talent show." A bearded man said, "How else can he host it? I've also done a similar program before, so don't even talk about it. Being a host in such a program is really torturous. It's like you don't exist at all. Whether you're on stage or off, it's always very awkward. All you do is make announcements and present the advertising messages. What else can you do?" "Yeah, that's right. It's the same whoever does it." Wang Xiaomei plainly replied, "That might not be true. As I've been colleagues with Zhang Ye before, I do know him a little better than most people. If it were any other host doing this show, they really might be just a supporting cast member and do things like only making the announcements. But that doesn't apply to Zhang Ye. He's not the type who would just take a step back and be in a supporting role. But I still don't know how he will do this, because just like you all said, for these talent shows, there really isn't much for a host to show what they can do." The woman said, "There's simply nothing to bring to bear. It's just making announcements and reading advertising lines. It can't be that he plans to say those things for the entire show, can he?" The bearded man said, "Xiaomei, aren't you putting Zhang Ye on too high a pedestal? We're all in the business of hosting, and our standards are all about the same. It's just that Zhang Ye has the added advantage of being more talented in literature. That's why he can achieve so much just within a year. If we're just talking about basic hosting skills, then all of us here wouldn't be worse than him." Laughing, another person chimed in, "That's true." The man with the short hair, leaning against the door, said, "We're all proper graduates of broadcasting, so how much difference can there be between our standards?" Central TV went to look for Zhang Ye and not someone else because Zhang Ye has program planning skills. It wasn't because of his hosting abilities. If we're talking about pure hosting abilities, then with so many hosts at Central TV, would they lack his abilities at all? So it's not like a talent show like this would miss his presence either. If you put me there instead of him, I can say the same things too, and I might even do it better than him. Her, who doesn't know how to read advertising messages?" the bearded man said. The woman mocked, "If you can't even say an advertising message well, then you better not work in this business." On TV, Zhang Ye was standing in the center of the stage. "Hello, everyone. I am your host, Zhang Ye. Today, we have 8 people who will be joining us on stage. Who could they be? What kinds of voices will they have? What songs will they choose to perform? All right, next up is the segment that is the most anticipated, advertisements." At the table, the bearded man who was drinking his water suddenly spewed it all out. "Uft, why would I be anticipating advertisements?" Just before everyone was about to make fun of what Zhang Ye had said on TV, a scene that would shock these professional broadcast majors and the entire world's citizens began. On the television screen, Zhang Ye took a deep breath. "I will not accept any gifts. This year, the only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows. This year, the only TV show I need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, The Authentic. The Voice, welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, leader in health products, Brain Gold. Drink Mount Zhou mineral water to show your support for The Voice. The most favored student of the 4 coaches for this season of The Voice will get a chance to join Mount Zhou mineral water's Music Dreams Tour. Text to support your favorite singers, and ULL get a 50 yuan book voucher from everyread.net. We thank everyread.net for their generous support of our singers of The Voice for any of our contestants, as long as they get acknowledged by at least 3 coaches. They win 10,000 yuan. Music Dream Scholarship, sponsored by Brain Gold. We also give our thanks to Beijing Dahua Hotel for sponsoring the accommodations for the coaches of The Voice of China. Wang Xiaomei was dumbfounded. The bearded man was dumbfounded. The short-haired man who was grabbing some food with his chopsticks was dumbfounded. The waitress who had just entered the private room to refill the drinks for the customers was astounded and looked at the television, also dumbfounded by it. Oh my God, damn, this. Everyone present were all dumbfounded by this. You're too damn fast at speaking. Were you on King stimulants? How many seconds was that? That was even done in a single breath. You actually recited that entire chunk of advertising messages without a cue card or missing a word, and they were even spoken clearly? The waitress couldn't help but say, "Isn't that amazing?" After refilling their drinks, she doubled up and ran out, telling anyone she saw, "Quick, go and watch The Voice. The host is awesome." Awesome? Was it only just awesome? In the private room, Wang Xiaomei and the others were all speechless. As broadcast hosts themselves, they had all learned these basic skills like off-script speed reading, as well as crosstalk speed recital, all to practice their reading skills. But there was surely a limit to people, and this limit was more or less the same for everyone. There shouldn't be too much of a fluctuation in their standards. Even the most able person they met in school could only read a script of 100 words at a rate of 6 words per second. And that already amazed them. It was a speed that would leave them in the dust. But Zhang Ye? This advertising message of Zhang Ye's. He probably managed more than 10 words per second. This was more than twice the speed of the fastest recital they'd ever heard of before today. When this statistic was actually calculated, the difference was obvious. Awesome. This was no longer just awesome. This was crazy. This was a crushing blow to all the hosts in the country, and possibly even those from overseas. Wang Xiaomei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had guessed the outcome correctly, but not the process. She suddenly said, "This reading speed. Is there anyone else in the hosting world who can do it?" The woman took a deep breath and said, "Impossible." Another woman agreed, "It's definitely impossible." The bearded man, still bitterly smiling, said, "Other than him, there's definitely no one else who can do it." K. The short-haired man suddenly cursed. Is Zhang Ye still human? Just a while ago, they were still joking around and making fun of him. Anyone could do it? Say the advertising messages for the entire show? Zhang Ye only got the hosting job because of his program planning ability? All of them were proper graduates in broadcasting, and there wouldn't be much difference in their standards. Thinking about what they had just said, they all turned red with embarrassment. This was a hosting job that no one else could do. He had actually, goddamn, created something new out of reciting advertising messages. It was not because of the advantage he had for program planning that he got the job as a host in Central TV. In the field of professional hosting, there were those who were on a similar level, but there were also those who were much better. Just as with Zhang Ye's speaking abilities, no one else could do what he did. This was Zhang Ye's debut program in Central TV, and also this first time being the host of such a grand stage. But in this debut performance, he had taught those hosts and industry insiders who doubted him a lesson. Just with this unique ability of his, and the resume he had from the time he hosted at the local and online television stations, it was enough to put him among the top hosts in the country. No one could deny that. What a great Zhang Ye. So it was them who were the frogs in the well. At this moment, Wang Xiaomei's university classmates, who a while ago were still disapproving of the talent show Zhang Ye was hosting, felt depressed for the first time about why they were still at the lower echelons of the industry, trying to make things work and not able to move up onto the level of hosting at a satellite channel, while Zhang Ye had already planted his feet firmly in Central TV Department 1. The difference was in their talent? No, that was not it. Just comparing the basic skills in broadcasting, they were all far behind Zhang Ye. Chapter 680, Into the Ranks of the Top. Hosts. Online. The forums, Weibo, and Tieba were all in an uproar. Oh my God, what's happening? What do you think is happening? Quickly take a look at The Voice. That Zhang Guy is too godly. K. Zhang Ye has already surpassed the gods. It's too amazing. It's blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. 1. What sort of reciting speed was that? These are advertisements that we're talking about. My blood was actually boiling with excitement because of advertisements. This is a talent show, but Zhang Ye's hosting quite literally stole the limelight. Who says that the host of The Voice will only be a supporting role? That anyone can do it? That it would be the same whoever becomes the host? Well, the person who said that, please stand up. I promise I won't beat you to death. I don't know what the later segments are going to be like, but even if it's rubbish or the contestants are all worthless, I think the viewership ratings of The Voice won't be lower than 0.6%. With Zhang Ye's shocking performance, it is as good as saving the world all by himself. It's like I can hear Zhang Ye telling us, even if The Voice is a shitty program, he alone would still pull up the viewership ratings using that eloquent mouth of his, as usual. The godlike Zhang Ye, the godlike host. Besides the netizens' exclamations, the industry insiders were also collectively shocked. Some of Zhang Ye's friends also posted on Weibo. Peking University Chinese Department's teacher, Su Na Yao Jinkai, commented on The Voice's promotional channel on Weibo. I don't usually curse, honestly, but after watching my old bro Zhang reciting those advertising messages, I can only say this. Holy F***CK. The Voice of China? I don't think it would be unsuitable even if the name is changed to the Tongue of China. Central radio station's Tianbin. Zhang Ye used the incredible speed in his speech to defeat all the hosts in the world. Oh. Zhang Ye's former leader, Zhao Guizhou, posted on Weibo, I was just dining out with some friends. When we heard Zhang Ye's advertising messages, my friends and I were all shocked. Nobody could say anything for a long time until a friend beside me, who owns a company, asked me, do you think I will still be able to purchase advertising rights on The Voice? Beijing Television's Hu Fei. Today, Zhang Ye has shown us that advertisements can actually be done in such a way. Zhang Ye is incredibly outstanding. Although I'm working at Beijing Television Station, if I had to choose the most outstanding host with the best overall abilities in the country, my vote would definitely go to Zhang Ye. Weiwa Online Television Station's Feng Guiqin. If, let's say as of yesterday, Zhang Ye wasn't in the top ranks of the hosting industry because he did not have the experience of hosting on a satellite channel, then today, there is clearly a spot for Zhang Ye in the country's top hosts club. Wang Xiong. He is a host who keeps on creating miracles. Xiao Lu. Teacher Zhang. I have knelt because of you. Da Fei. I'm also kneeling on the keyboard. Ho Go. $hashtag percent, caret and asterisk, hashtag at. It was very lively on the internet. After a lot of people watched The Voice's advertisement segment, they could not help but take out their cell phones or type on their keyboards to post the word F***K to express their astonishment towards Zhang Ye's eloquent mouth. At the same time, everyone's expectations for The Voice suddenly went through the roof. Everyone was exclaiming out loud even before the show had reached its main event. What would happen when the main show started? Many people were informing their family and friends. In an alleyway, a young woman was about to go to the bathroom when she met a neighbor. Zhenzi, what are you doing? I was just taking a stroll. What are you still strolling for? Quickly go back home to watch The Voice. Why should I watch that? Didn't everyone say that the program isn't good? You'll understand after you watch it. Zhang Ye is awesome. He has brought advertising to new heights. What? Advertisements. That's right, advertisements. Every time there are advertisements, I change the channel. Why would I want to listen to that? You'll understand when you hear it. I guarantee that you will definitely not change channels. Really? Then I better go have a look. You won't be able to see it anymore now. Just wait for the rerun or check online for the clips later. Or you could play it back on your DVR too. In a district, in a house, a plump boy was making some calls in an excited manner. Hey, Big Lou, quickly switch on the television. The Voice is such a surprise. It's enjoyable to watch. It's so good that I'm crying. Yo, which contestant sang so well? The singing segment hasn't even started yet. Damn. Then how is it so good you're crying? You don't shit. Quickly take a look. Why would I lie to you? All right, I'll believe you this time. Afterwards, the plump boy started to call up his other friends. He was not a hardcore fan of Zhang Ye and could not even be considered a fan before this, as he had only seen a few of Zhang Ye's works and poetry. But now, after Zhang Ye recited those earth-shaking advertising messages, the plump boy completely became Zhang Ye's hardcore fan. He felt that Zhang Ye's confident composure and presence on stage was damn full of swag. His charm was there for all to see. The same scenes were happening everywhere in the country. If the stage setup and opening theme of The Voice were good, but not enough to shock everyone, then Zhang Ye's lines would have surely done the job. The news spread by word of mouth. The people who watched the broadcast were all scrambling to spread the news. Immediately, more and more people gathered in front of their television and switched the channel to Central TV Department 1. It should be the time for the contestants to appear. Hi, I really want to see Zhang Ye recite the advertising messages again. I suddenly feel like I'm really cheap. In the past, I couldn't wait to switch channels when the advertisements came on. But now, I actually want to hear it several times more. Haha, it's the same for me. I love you so much, Teacher Zhang Ye. I wonder what the upcoming segments will be like. What kind of contestants could Zhang Ye and his team gather in this short period of time? Besides, everyone has been criticizing The Voice's main feature of not judging looks or occupation. This is definitely a big problem. A talent show full of ugly men and women? Will that really be a feature to look forward to? Will that really be something marketable? Even if the contestants sing well, how good will they be? They can't possibly be better than those people professionally trained in music, right? A slogan which emphasizes not on judging by occupation seems to already indicate that The Voice won't purposely go and search for people trained musically. They also don't require contestants to be professionally trained in singing, or have looks, or be tall. Is this really not going to be a problem at all? Hi, who knows? I also don't feel optimistic about the contestants segment, although I admit that the opening was very exciting. But that excitement was solely because of Zhang Ye's ability and charm. I believe that Zhang Ye will always bring me surprises. We still have to see how the show will be executed. Hey, it's starting. The first contestant's intro clip is playing. Whoa, why is that woman so fat? F***K, they're really not going to judge by looks? Will she be able to sing well? Her type of singing does not seem like it will be good. Chapter 681, Creating a Sensation. At 9:10 p.m., Qinchin's form teacher, Zhao Ye, was at home watching television together with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend said, Zhang Ye's mouth is quite formidable. Is he really a relative of one of your students? Of course, didn't I tell you before? Zhao Ye said, Zhang Ye has come to our school so many times that our grades class teachers are already very familiar with him. Her boyfriend said, what is he like? Is he a troublemaker as the media reports him to be? Zhao Ye shook her head. No, he's quite a nice person and doesn't put on any airs. The two of them were chatting when suddenly, the intro clip of The Voice's first contestant appeared on screen. My name is Luo Yu, and I'm a physical education teacher at a primary school. Since I was young until now, my classmates, friends, and colleagues all call me Raspy Luo. Each time I sing, people around me intentionally or unintentionally avoid me. No one has thought that I know how to sing or feels that my singing is good. Today, I would like to use the stage of The Voice to prove myself. I want to let everyone know that a fat person also has dreams. No matter what people say about me, all I want to do is sing. The intro clip ended. The first contestant held a microphone and stood on stage. However, Zhao Ye was stunned when she saw this on television. Suddenly, she rose and exclaimed, Teacher Luo. It's Teacher Luo. Her boyfriend, who also knew little Luo, said, Isn't this your school's PE teacher, Luo Yu? What the heck? How did she end up on The Voice? Zhao Ye could not believe what she saw. I don't know. At the same time, many of the other Beijing experimental primary school teachers who were also watching The Voice were dumbfounded. They even thought they were mistaken. It's Luo Yu. It's really little Luo. Why did Teacher Luo go and join a singing competition? My God, did they get it wrong? That lousy voice of little Luo. Even her normal speaking voice is raspy. How could she sing? Who knows? Little Luo's too brave. Damn, Teacher Luo really isn't afraid of losing face. Some of the teachers even called each other when they saw this. Hello, Zhao Ye, quick, go and watch Central TV Department 1. I'm watching it right now, it's Teacher Luo. What's going on? Do you know? I remember that day at the school field. Teacher Zhang seemed to be looking for Teacher Luo, but I don't know what happened after that. I don't know what's going on now either. Teacher Luo's voice. At this moment, many of the students of experimental primary school and their parents were also staring at Central TV Department 1's channel with their eyes and mouths wide open. They all recognized her. The TV now showed the audience They all appeared very indifferent, like they did not have an interest in what was happening. Then the cameras focused on the four coaches. Zhang Ye. Doesn't look too good, does it? Chen Guang. I don't know. The musical introduction started. Then the sound of the guitars and drums suddenly exploded. I've always been told I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing. I've always been told I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living. I've always been told I don't understand passion, women, or romance. I've always been told I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts. Listening up to here, Zhao Mei was already stunned. Zhao Mei's boyfriend was also so astonished that his eyes were like saucers. Including many of Luo Yu's colleagues from the school, all of them were shaken at this moment. This was sung by teacher Luo? Suddenly, Luo Yu's voice erupted. Who told you I can't sing? Who told you I don't understand living? Who told you I can't be cruel? Who told you I don't know glory? That screaming was a punch to everyone's gut. Zhao Mei exclaimed excitedly, so awesome. Little Luo is really awesome. Her boyfriend also exclaimed. They turned. All four coaches have turned. A language teacher who was teaching the same grade as Luo Yu nearly jumped up at this when she was watching the show at home. My God. Holy shit. A little boy from a class Luo Yu taught was stunned as he watched his physical education teacher performing in the glamour of the limelight. His face expressed his shock as if he did not know who the singer was. When the principal and several other school leaders of experimental primary school received this news from some of their school's teachers, they immediately switched on their television to see. The moment they heard Luo Yu singing, Who Told You I Don't Understand, they were also left stunned. They knew Luo Yu all too well. She was the odd one out among the teachers, always randomly singing on the playground or the hallways and irritating many people that doing so. Once, the principal even asked to see her in the office to reprimand her stop singing, telling her that her voice was really terrible to listen to. But then, was it actually terrible to listen to? Thinking about it now, they realized that they had never seriously listened to Luo Yu's singing before. Maybe it was because they felt that her appearance did not fit singing, that her raspy voice made her destined not to sing. So whenever she sang any song, they did not bother to truly listen or lay their eyes on her. Until today, until they sat in front of their TVs and concentrated on listening to Luo Yu perform and paid attention to her voice, did they discover that actually teacher Luo really knew how to sing. All of a sudden, Luo Yu's cell phone exploded with calls. Her relatives and friends were all calling to ask, Teacher Luo, little Luo, what's going on? Little Yu, why were you on television? The internet also exploded with comments from the netizens. Oh my God, this voice is the be-all and all. This fat woman is awesome. Is she really a PE teacher? Where did Zhang Ye find such a great contestant? Who says that if you're ugly, you won't attract people? Who says that the Voices contestants are all just amateurs? That their singing won't be good? I've always thought that I wouldn't be able to accept non-good-looking people on a talent show. That's why I did not have much anticipation for The Voice. But today I've realized I was wrong. Because when a person sings a song with all their heart, the charm they exude is able to cover up everything else. I really like this PE teacher a lot. The coaches are unable to see their faces and can only hear their voice. Such cool design. So this is what The Voice is like. How face-smacking. Yeah, Zhang Ye slapped everyone's faces. Does she have to sing it so breathtakingly? It's only the first contestant to appear, and the bar is already set so high. On screen, the fighting for the contestant part had begun. The coaches were all fighting each other for the contestant to join their teams. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli, the ideal couple who had a great battle, made everyone shout excitedly. Ha ha ha. How funny is that? Fan Wenli was so funny. So they could even take contestants in this way. I've never before seen such a talent show contestant selection. She chose Chen Guang. Zhang Ye has really brought this program to life with its segments. Some people were already starting to @ their friends on Weibo. Quick, watch The Voice. It's exciting. It's totally unlike what all the analysis and rumors said it to be. The second contestant appeared. Wow, he's a train driver? He's singing so emotionally. Oh God, I don't know what to say anymore. It's another great contestant. Then the next contestant. A housewife. Not bad at all. I like her. How have we never known that there were so many talented people among the common folk? The The coaches have turned. The fourth contestant. The fifth contestant. The seventh contestant. The audience were also watching in anticipation. Soon, it was time for the last contestant to perform. However, this contestant was not introduced like the others. In the intro clip, the contestant could not be seen at all. It was simply a silhouette. Then a voiceover done by one of the staff members said, "Our last contestant for today has a most unique voice. Will the coaches be able to accept this voice? Let us find out together." The contestant went on stage. The cameras switched to the faces of the coaches, with their backs facing the stage, which couldn't be seen clearly. On it was a very obscure figure of a person, making it feel very mysterious. What's the meaning of this? What's with this person? I don't know. Let's listen and find out. The melody began and the voice drifted out. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. In the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be. I'd like to ride the wind to fly home. Yet I fear the crystal and jade mansions are much too high and cold for me. Dancing with my moonlit shadow. It does not seem like the human world. The people in front of their televisions were all engrossed listening. How beautiful. This woman's voice is too beautiful. It has to be the best voice of today. What an elegant sounding voice. I'm getting drunk listening to it. With a voice like that, it must be a beautiful woman. Listen to that magnetic charm and the emotions in the singing. I guess it must be a beautiful woman in her 30s. Why isn't the camera showing her yet? Quick, focus on her. This was a huge tease, as all of the people could not wait any longer to find out the face behind the voice. At this moment, on TV, Chun Guang instantly hit the button and turned around. Along with the coach turning, the camera angles were cut together like they too were from the point of view of the coaches. It cut to the contestant, who then appeared on the TVs. With this, when the people watching the program on television saw the contestant, a lot of them screamed with shock. Some of them jumped up from their chairs or sofas like they had touched an electric current. Oh my God, it's a man. F***K, it's a man. This song was sung by a man. A man? That outfit, I think he should be a laborer? Without any despising looks or mocking laughter. When faced with this revelation of shockingly great contrast, all the people watching suddenly screamed in front of their TVs. I have goosebumps all over my body. This is so nice to listen to. It's great. Awesome. Too damn awesome. Is there anything more unbelievable than that? I just want to say this now. Zhang Ye, you've won. You've goddamn won. Yes, Zhang Ye has won. He has totally amazed me. I've realized that I've fallen for this program already. Qian Pingfan finished his performance. Whether it was on television or outside of it, none of the audience could maintain their calm. Beijing. A barbecue shop near Le Shuiquio. A person pointed at the TV with his eyes wide and mouth agape. I know that person. I know him. He's the one who repairs bicycles in front of the station. The person sitting opposite him said, "Are you serious?" A woman said, "You must have seen wrong." That person said, "Impossible. He has repaired my bicycle twice for me." As it turned out, when the coaches interviewed Qian Pingfan on screen, he revealed his occupation. He's really a bicycle repairman? I have nothing I can say to that. How could a bicycle repairman sing that well? This program is going to get popular. I really take my hats off to Zhang Ye. This is the most surprising program I've watched this year. This is what a real singing talent show should be in my mind. For those who were waiting to see Zhang Ye make a joke of himself, denounced him and the voice of China, I wonder what their expressions are like now. That might not be for sure yet. It will still depend on the viewership ratings. Chapter 682, yet another record-breaking high. In the vicinity of Central TV, at a rather good restaurant. The restaurant's operating hour was actually only up until 9 p.m., or at most extended until 9:30 p.m. for closing down. But now it was already past 10 p.m. and the restaurant was still open. There were even 4 tables of guests being served inside. As the owner of the restaurant and Jiang Yuan knew each other, and with this being the restaurant of choice for Central TV Department 1's events, with many years of business connections, if Jiang Yuan asked, the restaurant would definitely make an exception for them. Everyone have a seat. There's no space left over here. There's still a table over there. If that's not enough, we can set up another table. Waiter, please serve the food and alcohol. Beer and wine. Around 30 people were here. Other than Zhang Yuan, There were the program team staff of The Voice, as well as those staff members who were temporarily transferred from other program teams to help out with the production. Although they did not officially belong to The Voice's team, they had still contributed a lot to it. Since it was a celebratory banquet, then it was only natural that all those involved should attend. There were 2 television sets in the restaurant, and both were currently switched on and tuned into The Voice. The show was only halfway through broadcasting when they made their way here for the feast. Since the recording and the post-production was all done, the rest of the broadcast would be handled by the relevant people in Central TV Department 1. The work for Zhang Ye and his team was over for the day, so they could relax a little. Everyone had worked until they were exhausted over the past few days. The food had not yet been served, but the alcohol was. A few interns were fighting to pour the liquor for the others. Zhang Ye raised his glass. I propose that we make a toast to Director Zhang first. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the rest stood up one after another, while a few other women who were not drinkers also symbolically poured themselves a little beer as they all toasted. To Director Zhang. Zhang Yuan stood up and held up his hands to try to stop them. The first toast should not be for me. Logically, the first toast should be given to teacher Zhang Ye. If not for him, Central TV would not have this show today. If not for him working day and night, even living in the studio, The Voice could not have possibly made it in time for the broadcast. This is the celebratory feast for your team, and you guys are the leads. So I must insist that first toast be given to teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye declined. Director Zhang, that won't do. Come. Zhang Yuan raised his glass and said, a toast to you. Don't. Zhang Ye said, not daring to accept this honor. Let me toast you. In the end, everyone just toasted to Zhang Yuan and Zhang Ye together. Then, Zhang Yuan said, Teacher Zhang, why don't you make a short speech? Zhang Ye laughed, then looked at his subordinates. First, let's thank our director for his support. Without Director Zhang's trust and support, we wouldn't be here today. Zhang Yuan waved it off and just smiled. Next, I want to thank all of you, Zhang Ye said sincerely. Other than thank you, it's still thank you. Thank you for trusting in me, sacrificing your sleep and rest for me and our show for the past several days. When other program teams work overtime, it's because they are forced to, but not ours. Everyone did it willingly, so when a few of our colleagues fell sick, I even had to push them to go home to rest, but they still stayed behind to help out, working while sick. I know that every one of you do it for me, because all of you trust me. I understand all of that. So I want to make a toast to all of you. They raised their glasses and clinked them together before drinking. Everyone started talking. Director Zhang, don't be so modest. With us, what's the point of saying that? Yeah, that was what we were supposed to do. We'll toast you. Cheers. Zhang Ye's sincere thanks from the bottom of his heart touched everyone. Thinking about those days of endless and tiresome work that couldn't even be described, they felt lucky they managed to pull through. Under Zhang Ye's leadership, they were now about to reap the great harvest they deserved. Following that, everyone ate and drank. The broadcast is almost finishing. It's time for Qian Pingfan to appear. Haha, I bet everyone will be shocked by little Qian. Look, the comments on the internet have exploded. They're all discussing about our show. Yeah, I just saw it too. Everyone has very good comments for us, especially the reading of the advertising message by Director Zhang at the beginning. That shocked so many people. F***K. Luo Yu has already become famous. Just how long has it been since she appeared in the show? Fans have already created a tieba for her. It even has several hundred members already. It's going to cross 1,000 soon. Look at the Weibo headlines. They're about us too. So fast. Weren't we just in 5th place? We're now first. Then we have to toast again. Cheers. Beside Zhang Ye, Chen sat there expressionlessly. She slowly took some food with her chopsticks and put it onto her plate. The little one had been with Zhang Ye for the past several days, going to school in the morning and then being brought by Luo Yu back to the television station in the evening. She slept at Central TV together with Zhang Ye and did not get much rest, so she looked very tired right now and was also sullen and upset at Zhang Ye at the moment. Zhang Zhua came over. Director Zhang, I want to toast you for giving us a valuable lesson with your program planning. Let me offer you a toast as well, Ha Chi-Chi said. When I first read your proposal back then, I did not think that it would work out at all. I believe many others felt the same way. But the results have proven that you were right. You saw further than any one of us. So let me offer you a toast. They clinked their glasses together. All right, don't stand on ceremony anymore. Qinshan pouted. Zhang Ye, drink less. I know, Zhang Ye casually replied. A while later, someone else came to toast Zhang Ye again. Zhang Ye did not reject anyone. Come, cheers, Qinshan said unhappily. Zhang Ye, drink less. Zhang Ye said, how much have I drank? Okay, I will not drink so much. Ha Qiqi was very envious. Look at Qinshan. She's so sensible, knowing to tell you to have less to drink. If I had a daughter like that, how great would it be? Zhang Ye said. Then you better be prepared for tough days ahead. Qinshan glared at Zhang Ye. Her. At this moment, the broadcast of the voice ended. Jiang Yuan's cell phone rang. When he saw the number, he went outside immediately to answer it. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Yuan walked in with a smile on his face. I have some good news for everyone. I've just received an update. 3 major online video hosting services have already contacted our station, hoping to get the exclusive rights to the Voice of China's online broadcast. Among them, one offered a sky-high price to secure the contract. Can you all guess how much it is? Zhang Ye's contract with Central TV Department 1 was a little special. Other than Zhang Ye, Jiang Yuan, and a few other people, most did not know the details. Before he signed with Central TV Department 1, Zhang Ye had a condition that he would get to keep the copyright to the voice. This applied more on any foreign exports of his show's format in the 2nd or 3rd seasons of The Voice, which meant that Zhang Ye could, on principle, move to another station with the right to reproduce his show there. It also meant that Central TV could not use the name and logo of The Voice of their own accord, though the 1st season of all such copyrights were provided to Central TV for free. For example, the television broadcast, the title sponsorship fee, the rights to stream the show via an online video hosting service. All of these deals would not be given to Zhang Ye at all and belonged fully to Central TV. This was the reason why Central TV Department 1 had agreed to the terms after a long round of discussions, as it had saved them a big chunk of their budget. Ha Qiqi blinked. 30 million? Zhang Zwe guessed. 45 million. Little Wang said. Could it be 50 million? You've all guessed wrong, Jiang Yuan said elatedly. There's an online video hosting service that is offering us an 80 million renminbi price to secure exclusive rights. 80 million. I'm gonna faint. Everyone was surprised at this news. It had to be said that they were unable to sell the online exclusive rights all this time, not because no one would buy it, but because all the offers so far did not satisfy Zhang Ye's estimates. Some offered 20 million, some 10 million, and the highest offer was only 25 million renminbi. But like for those advertising rights quotes, Zhang Ye did not step back on the prices and maintained a minimum base cost. Zhang Ye would rather hold them in hand than to take a lower price, and because of this matter, the station had also talked to Zhang Ye on several occasions, though he did not waver at all. However, looking at it now, Zhang Ye had once again proven the brilliance of his strategy. Jiang Yuan was also celebrating in his mind, thinking how lucky it was that the station did not overwrite Zhang Ye and sell off the online exclusive rights and advertising rights fee for cheap. Otherwise, they would have suffered an enormous loss. It was a good thing that they listened to Zhang Ye. 80 million renminbi. The Voice's production fees were only over 100 million, which was more or less covered by the title sponsorship already. So that meant they didn't make any losses or profit from. Thereafter, once the remaining advertising rights fees and exclusive rights were sold, this would all become pure profit for Central TV Department 1. What kind of a concept was a net gain of 80 million? Even if Central TV Department 1 were to combine a full 24 hours of shows on a Thursday, a total of more than a dozen programs such as drama series and interview programs, they wouldn't be able to earn 80 million per season. But with just one show from Zhang Ye, he managed to do it. He made The Voice earn more than the total combined output of more than a dozen programs added together, and this did not even include the unsold advertising rights fees yet. Just calculating it like that, it would be enough to scare anyone. Besides, getting an 80 million renminbi copyright sold for an exclusive online broadcast was the highest amount in the industry. Not only was it the most for the current ongoing programs, but it's also the most in the history of all programs. No other variety show had ever gotten an exclusive online broadcast fee of more than 60 million. But now Zhang Ye had rewritten the records for China's variety world and increased it by 20 million. This was crazy. Central TV was crazy. The Voice's program team was crazy. The entire television industry was crazy. After the records of the title sponsorship and the production budget, The Voice of China had once again broken and set a new record for a variety show. Chapter 683, The Night That Belonged to the Voice. Online. This news was exposed. It wasn't leaked news, but the information was announced by the online video hosting service themselves. Their vice president had directly announced this on Weibo to say that they were investing 80 million to purchase the exclusive online broadcast rights to The Voice of China, thus creating a gigantic wave. How exciting! That much money. Is The Voice really worth that amount? Only one episode has been shown so far, and they're already spending so much money to buy the rights. Am I crazy, or has the world gone crazy? Isn't that too risky? Yeah. They should at least wait for the viewership ratings to be released first. If the viewership ratings released tomorrow show that it performed very well, then the might would be worth it. But if it's not as high as expected, then their money will have gone to waste. Was there a need to rush like that? Couldn't they have waited another day? Did they have to buy it today no matter what? That may not be it. If the viewership for The Voice goes through the roof and performs beyond expectations, then by tomorrow, 80 million would not even be able to secure the rights. There might even be more competition, and they would not stand a chance to get it anymore. They probably tabled an irresistible offer to Central TV Department 1 that they could no resist, hoping to gain an advantage and betting on Zhang Ye and The Voice. F***K, this is no longer a world I can understand. Yeah, don't understand it either. This is way too crazy. Right now, no matter how the viewership ratings turn out, Zhang Ye has already come through with flying colors. He used his abilities to help Central TV Department 1 earn over 100 million. On top of that, it looks like The Voice does not only have those income streams, so it will definitely only get higher. He's raking in a profit too quickly. Even a gust of wind is not this quick. I can only say comparison always ends up torturing people. Comparison always ends up trashing products. The other variety shows are all finding it difficult to meet their targets and have always been struggling just to keep things moving along. As long as they don't lose money and be slightly in the black, they are satisfied. But what about The Voice? Zhang Ye had only just set up some stage, but he can still get people to throw their money at the show with his eyes closed. It's the same type of singing show, but why is there such a gulf in the gap? Looking at those other, pitiful singing variety shows, I don't have the heart to watch them anymore. What's more, they were rushed to finish it to fill the slot. Right, on top of that, Thursday night slot isn't exactly a good time either. Is that what Zhang Ye's true capabilities are like? The citizens were shocked. The industry was in an uproar. At the restaurant, only Zhang Ye did not seem that surprised. Zhang Yuan looked at him and said, "Little Zhang, what do you think of the offer?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's okay. Should we sell it?" Zhang Yuan wanted to hear his opinion. Zhang Ye knew when he had to take a step back. "I will leave that to you and the leaders. Whatever the decision is, I will respect it, so anything is fine." The offered amount was somewhat similar to Zhang Ye's expectations. Back in his previous world, The Voice's initial exclusive online broadcast rights were worth around 100 million, so this new offer here wasn't that far off and not a big matter. Besides, he had to consider the market demand of this new world as well. Zhang Yuan laughed. "Then we will sell it. You all can carry on eating. I will go back to handle this matter and find someone of the other party we can talk to regarding the contract." Zhang Ye said, "But we've only just started eating. You haven't had much yet." Zhang Yuan said, "Previously, you were the one doing all the work. Now it's my turn." Before he left, Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Ye and said, "Little Zhang, you've really helped Central TV Department 1 win back some vindication this time." Zhang Ye smiled blissfully. "Since Central TV has recruited me to join them, I definitely must do my best." Zhang Yuan nodded and then left. Central TV Department 1 had always been somewhat average when it came to variety shows, and could even be said that it was already falling behind. Compared to many of the provincial satellite channels, they couldn't even compare anymore. But now, Zhang Ye's arrival had single-handedly helped them turn things around. In an instant, Central TV Department 1 had jumped into the lead from someplace in the middle pack. It was evident that Zhang Ye's capabilities were there, just like what some people had said of him before. This was truly a person who could work miracles. The only thing missing now was the finalized viewership ratings figure. Just how much would it be? Just how much could they get? Jiang Yuan did not want to even venture a guess. At this moment, Zhang's cell phone rang, and he went outside to answer it. When he came back, he immediately reported to Zhang Ye about the situation. Director Zhang, one of the advertisers contacted me about their interest to purchase the rights to a first-tier advertisement. Zhang Ye asked, how much are they offering? Zhang's said, I don't know. I haven't gotten a quote from them yet. How much do you think we should ask for? Zhang Ye said. Was it one of those companies we were in discussions with before? Yeah, it's the executive of He Dairy Industry, the one who met you in your office before. Zhang's said, they've come back after all. Zhang Ye nodded and said, give them a quote of 4 million. The universal price for the first-tier advertising rights will be 4 million. Zhang's asked, wasn't it 3 million before? Surely they won't agree if we ask for 4 million, right? Besides, we've already broadcast one episode, so that's an episode less for their advertisements. Zhang Ye explained, you can't look at it that way. In the past, our show was not broadcast yet, and not many people were optimistic about it. But now that it's been so well received, the show will get popular because of that. The only question left is how popular it will get. Now that they've approached us again, the price will definitely have to be set by us. Even if it's an episode fewer, the price will not remain the same as previously stated. Otherwise, if we keep it at 3 million and sell it to them, it would be unfair to the two companies who bought the first-tier advertising rights. They had risked uncertainty and spent 3 million on our program. But now that it has gotten popular, the other advertisers no longer face that risk. So how could the entry point for them still be 3 million? The difference is only an episode fewer of promotions? Do you think those who signed with us at the beginning would be happy? Would it be fair to them? Zhang's nodded his head firmly. That's true. Zhang Ye said, we will stick to this new pricing. So for the second and third tiers of advertising rights, raise them by 1/3 too. You don't have to worry that nobody will buy them. All right. Zhang's understood. At this time, Hachichi also remembered the day the advertisers came to Zhang Ye's office to discuss the advertisements, but did not come to an agreement. After they had left, Zhang Ye told Hachichi and the others that those companies would come to rue their decisions that day. As it turned out, Zhang Ye's words really came true. The celebratory banquet finished rather quickly. In the end, during the second half of the dinner, and after some 7 or 8 calls, the unsellable advertisements for The Voice had all been bought at a 30 to 40% higher price than previously, even when the contractual terms remained the same. All sold out in 20 minutes. That demand was too explosive. The feeling was like they were all snapped up as if they didn't cost money. After the contracts were verbally agreed upon over the phone, some of the advertisers who were still not feeling assured immediately sent over their lawyers and representatives to Central TV with the contracts to get them signed. They were afraid that The Voice would be recording its second episode very soon, and if they did not get the contract settled early, they might get delayed in the involvement of the second episode and miss out on another chance at publicity. Additionally, they knew that there were limited advertising spots, so if anyone came ahead of them, then they might miss out on the entire opportunity altogether. In just the blink of an eye, another 20 million renminbi had entered Central TV's accounts. Along with these advertisers, there were many other companies that approached them. Some wanted to get the rights to exclusive interviews, and some entertainment companies expressed their interest to sign certain contestants. Zhang Ye did not need to deal with all these himself and just left them for Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang's to handle, while some decisions they couldn't make on the program team level were redirected straight to Central TV Department 1. Lishwikio. At a certain rented apartment, Qian Pingfan's master, who taught him how to repair bicycles, held him by his shoulders tightly. Good kid, you were really great. Qian Pingfan scratched his head and said, Master, I don't wish to repair bicycles in the future any longer. Is that okay? You're still thinking of repairing bicycles? His master laughed. Just continue singing your songs well. Don't embarrass me. Unknowingly, Qian Pingfan's eyes turned teary. Master. Luo Yu's home. After Luo Yu answered a call, she made several calls. Suddenly, she cried out wildly, Dad! Mom! What's the matter? Her parents came running to her. Luo Yu was almost unable to speak. I, there's a management agency that wants to sign me. They want to sign me as a singer. Mother Luo was surprised. What? Father Luo couldn't hide his happiness. Really? Is that true? Luo Yu was tearing up. It's true. It was Teacher Chen Guang's agency that wanted to sign me. I've already verified it with Teacher Chen Guang. It was he who recommended me to his company. Then when I called Teacher Zhang Ye, he told me to wait a little longer and not rush to sign. He said that if I signed now, the terms of the contract would only be SOSO. Teacher Zhang offered to help me speak to Teacher Chen's agency after the competition is halfway through so that he can fight for the best contract terms for me. Sign a contract? Mother Luo hugged her daughter tightly when she heard that. My God, my daughter is going to be a singer. Tears streamed down Luo Yu's face as she cried. Dad, Mom, I didn't let you all down after all. I didn't embarrass the two of you. A lot of people's destinies were changed because of The Voice. A lot of people's hearts were thumping for The Voice. On this Thursday evening, the night belonged to The Voice of China. Countless people were screaming for The Voice. Countless people were going crazy for The Voice. Chapter 684 The End. The next day, at 8 a.m. in the morning, a cool wind was blowing on the streets. After a good night's sleep, the first thing Zhang Ye did when he woke up was bring Chunxian to Kaishiku. He drove into the district where his parents' home was and randomly parked his car in the not-too-large open space below their apartment. Let's go. Zhang Ye unbuckled his seatbelt. Okay. Chunxian was still playing on Zhang Ye's cell phone, tapping here and there on it in a game. Zhang Ye urged her. Come on, we're already here. Only then did Chunxian slowly get out of the car. Don't keep playing on my phone until there's no battery. I still have to take calls, Zhang Ye said. Zhang Ye had taken the day off today, or rather, more than half of the Voices program team had been given the day off. This was specially approved by the station. After having been kept tremendously busy for 2 weeks without rest, now that the first episode had been successfully completed, they definitely had to have some time off to recharge and rest. After all, there had to be a balance between work and relaxation. If they actually had to work continuously for 3 months without a single day of rest, who could take it? That would end up affecting their work negatively instead. In the district, a few elderly neighbors were already up and going to their morning exercises. Grandma Chui waved from afar. Little Yi, you're back? Zhang Yi smiled and said, AI, Grandma Chui, how have you been? Rather good, rather good. Grandma Chui said excitedly. Our whole family was watching your show last night. It was very enjoyable to watch. The show was great. Zhang Yi said happily. Oh, you have my gratitude. Grandpa Li, who was just stretching his arm warming up, said kindly. Everyone is talking about your show now. Are the viewership ratings out yet? Zhang Yi said, not yet. Auntie Chen asked, when will it be released? Zhang Yi replied, it's not definite. I'm also waiting for it. Grandma Chui said, all the best then. Our neighbors are all supporting you. We even switched on both TVs at home yesterday and tuned them to Central TV Department 1's channel. Her. I did that at my place too. We must support Little Ye's shows. Zhang Yi immediately thanked all his elders before finally bringing Chunxian into the building. On the way up, Zhang Yi reminded, Chunxian, when you see them later, remember to greet them as Grandpa and Grandma, understand? As Chunxian climbed up the stairs while playing on the cell phone, she said, Okay, that's enough. Stop playing and return my phone to me. Zhang Yi snatched it back from her. Chunxian was not having any of that. Zhang Yi, give it back to me. Give it back. Zhang Yi put it back into his pocket. You've already played for the whole morning. Rest your eyes. Chunxian said, Zhang Yi, I want to play a while more. No. Zhang Yi avoided her just as they came to the house. Before he could even knock, the door opened and his mother appeared behind the security door. I could hear you talking to Grandma Chui from up here. Is this your landlord's kid? Zhang Yi pulled Chunxian into the house. Yes, she's Rao Chunxian. He saw his father and waved to him. Dad. His father nodded back and then also came over to look at Chunxian. Whoa, such a beautiful child. When Chunxian saw Zhang Ye's parents, she greeted them, Grandpa, Grandma. His mother was already smiling widely. This child is really cute. She looks just like a porcelain doll. But her nature is like a chihuahua, Zhang Ye added. The two of you better not take her to be like any other child. She's shrewd like an adult. His mother did not like him saying that. What chihuahua? How can you say that? What a good child. Come. Here, Chunxian. Have you eaten breakfast? No. Let Grandma prepare something for you. Qinshin said in her childish voice. Thank you, Grandma. No need to thank me at all. His mother liked her greatly and kept looking at her. What a pretty child. Little Yi, you better hurry up and find a partner so that your father and I can have a grandson. Well, a granddaughter would be good too. Zhang Ye slumped onto the sofa listlessly. Okay. Qinshin suddenly asked, Grandma, do you have a cell phone? His mother asked curiously. Yes, why? Qinshin said, I want to play on it. Zhang Ye's eyes widened. Don't give it to her. She has been secretly playing on my phone for 2 hours since I woke up. But his mother said, kids this age always play, it's fine. Come here, Grandma will give you her phone. Qinshin took it from here and immediately found a chair to sit on and started playing. Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner, You'll spoil her. His mother said, It's just for a while, what are you scared of? His father asked, How have you been? Your mom and I were watching The Voice last night. I don't really get it, but your mom keeps saying it's great. When this topic was brought up, his mother's attention was perked. With that intelligence of yours, what will you understand? How can this program not be nice to watch? It's so good that even I want to go and join the competition. Those contestants were each singing better than the other, especially that Qian Pingfan. His voice was be-all and all. Zhang Yi laughed. My show isn't too bad, right? It's too good. How are the viewership ratings? His mother asked. It's not out yet. I'm guessing they will announce it in the afternoon, Zhang Yi said. Hi's mother joyfully said. All right, let me prepare breakfast for you and Qinshin. We'll talk about it again after eating. Zhang Yi said, Quickly, please. I'm so hungry I could faint. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was a call from Dong Shanshan. Hello, Shanshan, Zhang Yi answered. Dong Shanshan immediately asked when the call connected. Tell me about the viewership ratings. Zhang Yi said, It's not even out yet. Dong Shanshan said, What about the preview report? I didn't see it either. There's no preview report this time. We'll have to wait for the direct report in the afternoon, Zhang Yi said. You're already the 5th person to call me and ask about the viewership ratings today. At least you're calling me in the morning. That old Yao called me at 3 a.m. What the heck? Dong Shanshan laughed. That's true. How many industry insiders are not concerned about the situation regarding the viewership for The Voice now? All of the TV stations and industry insiders are paying their full attention to it. Zhang Yi said, Surely not. Dong Shanshan said, What do you mean by surely not? Do you know how many TV stations have done concise research and analysis on The Voice internally? Your new program has not. Only shocked the audience. Even the industry is in an uproar because of it. As executive producer Hu Fei put it this morning, it is a phenomenal variety show that should be thought of as a textbook example. Didn't you go on the internet? There are many people and media outlets online who are predicting the viewership ratings of The Voice. After hanging up, Zhang Yi lowered his head and spotted 7 or 8 sets of newspapers lying on the coffee table. They were all this morning's newspapers. It didn't even warrant a question. It must have been his mother who bought them. Zhang Yi immediately picked one up and started browsing through them. Every newspaper's entertainment page had news of The Voice in it. Central TV Department 1's ultimate comeback. All-around praise for The Voice of China. Zhang Yi versus industry peers comes away with another victory. Just what will viewership of The Voice be? Can Zhang Yi get last laugh? The Voice of China, grand gathering of music. Carnival created by Zhang Yi and Central TV Department 1. The Voice's shocking launch. New model for variety shows may be born. The Voice creates 100 million renminbi wealth for Central TV Department 1. Zhang Yi once again creates legend. Traditional Big Brother Central TV working hand in hand with Zhang Yi to redeem throne as variety Big Brother? Zhang Yi adjusted the newspaper a little. Whoa, all the articles are praising me. His father said, Your mom didn't buy those that. Didn't. Zhang Yi. Checking online, there was also all kinds of news about The Voice being published. There was an article that was written like this. It read as follows. I've never hidden my admiration for Zhang Yi. Just like how Zhang Ye has never hidden his ambition for the arts. We're seeing Zhang Ye's new work once again, and also seeing Zhang Yi fighting with his peers once more. How many times has it been? I don't believe that it's only me, but many others who probably have already lost count as well. Before the broadcast of The Voice, there were many people from the television industry who joined in the boycott and denouncement of Zhang Yi. Even after the program has been broadcast, after they have witnessed such an exciting show, there are still those who are harboring hopes that The Voice's viewership ratings will not meet expectations somehow, wanting to call The Voice a show that's good but has no appeal. I have to say this, but do people like this think they can surpass Zhang Ye? Do they think they can also produce a world-class program like that? Dream on. This is the reason why China's variety shows are all going downhill. I'm sure I will get critics regarding this article, that I will be scolded or insulted. But I'm not afraid. All I want to ask is, which of our own Chinese variety shows have the potential to move out of the domestic market? Just tell me which one. In all these decades, none has been able to do so. All we have are foreign, imported shows that we spend large sums of money to purchase licensing and spend all our energy on trying to promote them. But now, Zhang Ye's appearance has changed the entire situation. There are already people overseas who have seen Zhang Ye's talk show, and at least 2 foreign teams are already discussing importing the talk show to their shores. I've received news that foreign television stations are already prepared to make an offer to buy Zhang Ye's copyrights, our Chinese copyrights, to the show. There's even a possibility of Zhang Ye becoming their consultant to the show. When all these will be confirmed is just a matter of time. What no one has been able to achieve in decades of our domestic variety world has been achieved by Zhang Ye. Only he has been able to do it. So isn't it worth it for us to support a person like that? Is it not worth our effort to go and love and protect him? But what is the truth of all that is happening? They are saying that Zhang Ye has stolen all the limelight for himself and wrecked people's careers. The industry and many of his peers are all boycotting him. It's all a huge mess. I really want to laugh at this, but at the same time, I feel like crying. Is The Voice not worthy of its title sponsorship and joining fees? Based on what reason is it not worthy of it? Please do not compare it to those shows and standards of yours. You all think that The Voice's viewership ratings will not be good because the variety show market isn't a downer? The market is too small. The market is too saturated? That's basically a pack of bull. If your viewership ratings are not good, that only goes to show that your shows are not crafted well enough. It only shows that your standards are not good enough. Those are all excuses that you all are using to cover up your failures. But what I believe in, or am willing to believe in, is that The Voice will definitely give us fully satisfactory viewership ratings. If you don't believe so, let's just wait and see. I have every confidence in The Voice, and even more so in Zhang Ye. The end. After reading it, Zhang Ye was elated. Well said. Very well said. Just look at those words. Just look at those paragraphs. It's all extremely professional. Chapter 685, the viewership ratings that shocked the whole country. Online. Starting from last night, the talk surrounding The Voice did not stop being discussed at all. Even at 4 a.m. in the morning, there were still netizens who were discussing the show, contestants, as well as Zhang Ye's amazing recital speed. There were all kinds of discussions about the show, but weren't too focused on one subject. However, since this morning, the netizens and industry insiders were only talking about one thing. The most repeated topic was just how high viewership ratings The Voice would get. It's still not out yet. How slow. I've already watched The Voice 3 times over since last night. I've been waiting since nighttime, but there wasn't even a preview report released. It's almost 9 a.m. Is the staff not awake yet? Hurry up and quickly compile all the information. The entire nation is waiting for it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. F***K. This is not a matter of waking up or whatever. The collection of the viewership ratings is very complex and requires a compilation of many figures and statistics before they can give us the most accurate viewership figures. I'm looking forward to it. I'm so anxious. Me too. I really want to know how high they were. I wonder if The Voice can beat those shows imported from Korea. Don't you know Zhang Ye's nickname? This dude is the leader of professional Korean insulters. Somehow, I get the feeling that he made this show to attack those Korean shows. I know Zhang Ye too well. Everyone, prepare yourselves a little first. Most shows do not fare too well in their first episodes, unless they are those foreign imported shows that have already been well known for a while. Either that, or they are phenomenal shows which are already in their second or third seasons and already have an audience base. Those are the ones who have the possibility to hit 1% in the viewership ratings. Otherwise, even our domestic variety shows which are very popular only get 0.7% to 0.8% for their premiere episodes. Even those with an average viewership rating of 1.1% needed to slowly gain and accumulate popularity. So, my guess is that The Voice will get 0.9% for its premiere episode, or about 0.85% thereabouts. And that's on the conservative side. The person above has analyzed well. Agreed. Don't have too high expectations. Otherwise, if the viewership ratings don't turn out so well, I really wouldn't be able to accept it. Premiere episode getting 0.9%? That's already defying all logic. I don't think that will be all. This show is very enjoyable to watch, so we cannot use our usual standards to judge it, nor should we analyze it that way. The Voice's premiere episode will get 1% at the very least no matter what. For sure. Is there a chance for 1%? What suspense? Even if it's unlikely, anything is possible. I also think The Voice will do well. Zhang Ye is really awesome. I love Zhang Ye so much. I love The Voice too. This is what a real singing show should be like. This is what you call the most sincere form of art. Alike for teacher Zhang. Many of those who worked in the television industry also gave their stand on things and did their own analysis and viewership rating estimates of the show. Like Beijing Television's Hu Fei, he predicted 1.2%, which was very high. And Beijing Television's host, Dong Shanshan, who also posted on Weibo, predicted The Voice to hit 1.1% in the viewership ratings. That was very high as well. Weiwa online television station's Wang Xiong gave a prediction of 1%. Central radio station's Tian Bin predicted 0.95%. Just before 10 a.m., a Weibo poll was created by the official Weibo site. It was a poll to let all the netizens predict the viewership ratings of The Voice. There were 5 options to vote for. 1. Viewership rating of 0.5% and below. 2. Viewership rating between 0.5 to 0.8%. 3. Viewership rating between 0.8 to 1%. 4. Viewership rating between 1 to 1.2%. 5. Viewership rating between 1.2 to 1.5%. The netizens all rushed to vote at once. Choose option 4. F***K. Option 4? Isn't that too high? Yeah. Option 3 seems to be the most likely result. I'll choose option 5. Damn, that option is definitely impossible. Option 5, that's way too high. Ahem, calm down. I like The Voice too, but the 5th option is really kinda outrageous. Much less The Voice's premiere episode. Even those popular variety shows still airing now, or those Korean, American, Japanese licensed programs would at most get an average of 1.3% or so. Like that recent Korean licensed reality TV show, its viewership rating now is at 1.4%, right? The best it got did not even pass 1.5%, am I right? That is already the peak of variety shows these days for the nationwide, simultaneous daily time slot top spot, nationwide weekly top spot, and nationwide monthly top spot. A reality TV show licensed from Japan shown on Sundays has a viewership rating of 1.35%, and that's already the top for Sunday's nationwide simultaneous time slot. It only got second overall for the nationwide monthly viewership ratings, behind that Korean licensed show. As you can see, this is the overall situation for the state of variety shows these days, with the other average variety shows struggling to get around 0.5%. The Voice wants to achieve 1.2 to 1.5% viewership ratings in just its first episode. Thinking of challenging those extremely popular foreign licensed shows immediately after broadcasting the premiere episode? That's definitely too unbelievable. Why would that be impossible? There's no limit to my confidence in Zhang Ye. Supporting. We will choose option 5 without explanation. I also hope that The Voice will contend on behalf of our domestically produced variety shows. I too hope that The Voice can outperform those foreign licensed shows, but this still isn't likely. After all, it's only the first episode. We can wait until later, when The Voice grows more popular and gathers more viewers. When The Voice goes to the finals of the competition, we can fight it out with all those other shows for first place. To compete and find out who is better. We still have to wait for that many episodes. We must settle this once and for all with the first episode. Right? Kill them. Who cares? Wasn't The Voice viewed with pessimism back then? Didn't everyone think that those words, to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene, uttered by teacher Zhang were pure nonsense? Then let's show them the people who don't know the immensity of the universe. I shall choose option 5 as well. F asterisk asterisk K them. When it came to foreigners or foreign-related things, some of those people did not even look or ask any questions. They were definitely Zhang Ye's fans, as only he would have so many nationalistic fans like himself. Whenever they saw something foreign, it was like they were on stimulants, cursing and swearing without control. 5. I choose 5 too. Yes, we can't lose on momentum alone. Voting for option 5. Supporting Zhang Ye. Supporting our domestic variety shows. Right? Let's fight it out with those foreign imported shows in the viewership ratings. The resolute Zhang Ye fans moved many people as they also went along and voted for the impossible option, 1.2 to 1.5%. Finally, after 2 hours, the poll results were finalized. A total of 35,000 people voted. Option 1, 6%. Option 2, 9%. Option 3, 18%. Option 4, 42%. Option 5, 25%. The majority of the netizens still voted for option 4, 1 to 1.2%, as this was the most likely and hopeful outcome, or because it was a result they wanted to see. When a few leaders of Central TV Department 1 saw the online poll results, they lightly nodded their heads in agreement. This poll reflected the predictions they had in mind as well. They were hoping that The Voice would be able to get off to a winning start and get 1% in the viewership ratings to help them get the top spot for the nationwide simultaneous time slot for Thursday. As for the weekly or monthly nationwide viewership ratings, they did not think that far. After all, there were so many 1.3 to 1.4% Japanese and Korean licensed programs blocking their way to get that result. Hachichi was very surprised at the results of the poll because her own predictions were not even that high. She had not expected the netizens to think so highly of them and trust in them. Zhangzhu did not even see this poll. He was at home, unable to stay settled, feeling very nervous and full of anticipation. He kept checking his phone to see if there were any updates of the viewership ratings. Other than Central TV, the other television station were also fully focused. Liaodong television station. Is it out yet? Not yet. Her. Did you see the voting by the netizens? I saw it. They're all just lay people. Yeah, indeed, their thinking is too amateurish. There are even people who chose option 5. Do they really believe that The Voice will get 1.2 to 1.5% of the viewership ratings? They're just blindly voting, but it doesn't matter whichever one they vote for. Shanghai television station. How much do you guys think it will be? 0.9%, I guess. That's more like it. Looking at the votes from the netizens, they're really being too optimistic. That's because they don't understand the situation in the industry. Yes, although I don't wish to admit this, there really aren't any domestically produced shows that can beat the viewership ratings of a foreign licensed program. At Beijing television station, I hope that The Voice will give us something to cheer about, though it's not likely that it will surpass 1% in the viewership ratings, right? It's all up to Teacher Zhang. We definitely need to support it. After all, Teacher Zhang was a host who walked through the doors of Beijing television station. Hopefully it can hit 1%. There were even more negative responses at the television station where the variety show licensed from Japan was shown at, especially within that program's team itself. They won't be able to do it. Trying to compete with us in viewership is definitely impossible. Yeah, how can they compete with 1.35%? The netizens are such teases. Why are they even voting for option 5? The Voice's viewership rating might not even pass 0.9%. It's just the first episode after all. Back then, Zhang Ye even dared to spout nonsense of overtaking all the variety shows, claiming that all the variety shows in the country won't be better than his. I would like to see just how high the viewership of The Voice will get. He's truly too arrogant. Everyone's predictions were different. Every television station's prediction was also different. But the common thing among them was that everyone was paying crazy attention to the viewership ratings of The Voice. Suddenly, at noon, just past 12 p.m., the nationwide viewership ratings for Thursday's variety shows were released under the focus of numerous people. Ah, it's here. Let me take a look. Damn it, it's finally released. What's the situation? Like, how high was The Voice? Countless netizens had gathered at once. Countless industry insiders were observing. However, When they saw the statistics for the viewership ratings, everyone was shocked. In their minds, they could only say something along the lines of, "What the F *** K to your second granny? How's that possible? Heavens, I've been blinded. F *** K your grandfather." This compiled erroneously. The figure on the statistics report was totally shocking to look at. The Voice of China's first episode of viewership, 2.01%. Chapter 686, number 1 in the nation. Jiangnan television station. The staff were all quiet. Some just stayed silent. Some were shocked and at a loss for words. Liaodong television station. In a certain program team's office, a leader held the viewership ratings report and came out of his office. "Someone tell me that these viewership statistics are wrong. How could it goddamn break the 2-point barrier?" No one spoke. No one could answer the leader on this question. It was not wrong and couldn't possibly be wrong. The viewership ratings were real. It was indeed a 2-point rating, 2.01%. A certain program team behind a show using Korean copyrights. The office was in an uproar, everyone confused. What's going on? Just what is going on? Our viewership ratings were surpassed by The Voice. Oh my God, something must have gone wrong somewhere. How did it turn out like that? F *** K? How could The Voice get such a high viewership rating? Weiwa online television station. The ex-colleagues of Zhang Ye were all shocked with their mouths agape. Every one of them was more excited than the other. He's done it. Teacher Zhang really did it. F *** K ya. Our country has finally produced a local copyrighted variety show that has put great pressure on those foreign copyrighted shows. How godly. Zhang Ye's is too damn godly. This is so unbelievable. How is that possible? How's that possible? Are Zhang Ye and The Voice both on steroids? Does it have to get such a high viewership rating? Yeah, I guess that The Voice would get a very high viewership rating, but I didn't expect it to be this high. In the current market of variety programs, how could there be a show that broke the 2-point barrier? At Beijing television station, Hu Fei held the viewership ratings report for Thursday's variety shows that was disseminated by the management and stared at it dumbfounded for a long time. Then he quietly took a cigarette from the table beside him and lighted it. He had already quit smoking for a long time, so when he took a puff from it, he violently coughed and then went on to aggressively curse. What the F *** K? Hearing the loud shout from Hu Fei's office, the program team staff of Do You Remember also cried out. No one could hold it in any longer. Xiaolu, someone please pinch me. Is this for real? Ho Gu, your third uncle's grandma. Ho Di, this defies all common sense. This totally defies all common sense. Dafei, The Voice is crazy. Teacher Zhang is a crazy man. Dong Shanshan was shocked into silence. At Central TV, the Central TV leaders were all dumbfounded. Jiang Yuan was dumbfounded. Ha Qiqi was dumbfounded. Zhang Zhou was dumbfounded. All of The Voice's program team staff were dumbfounded. How much? Can someone repeat it to me again? F *** K, we got a viewership rating of 2.01%. I'm getting dizzy. Someone support me a little. I can't stand straight either anymore. The industry was in an uproar. The entire population was also in an uproar. The Voice's viewership ratings had topped the entire variety world. Number 1 for the same time slot. Number 1 for the entire week. Number 1 for the entire month. Number 1 for the entire year. And this was only for the premiere episode's viewership. And this was even for a program that was scheduled in a Thursday evening broadcast slot. Countless citizens did not know how else they could express their current mood. Countless industry insiders also did not know how they could express their amazement at this. They only felt that a million lines of "What the F *** K" were flashing in front of their eyes over and over and over again. At this point, many people suddenly remembered the poll that was started on Weibo regarding the viewership ratings of The Voice. It now looked to be a total joke. What? Were the given options? 0.5% and below. 0.5 to 0.8%. 0.8 to 1%, 1 to 1.2%, 1.2 to 1.5%. In the end, none of the votes that the netizens made were correct. Not a single person guessed right about The Voice's viewership ratings, because The Voice's finalized viewership ratings weren't even included in the options of this poll. The option for a result that exceeded 1.5% did not even King appear. Why was there no such option made available? Why was there no option given for 1.5% and above? It wasn't because the official Weibo account was careless, but because no one had ever expected that a premiere episode of a variety show would exceed 1.5%. They did not even expect it to hit 1.5%, let alone exceed it. That was the reason why the poll starter did not create such an option nor consider the possibility of including one. The trend of the variety show market in recent years and the many years of experience in the television industry told them that this was not a possible outcome. However, today The Voice did it. In the market of TV variety where it was common to get a 0-point viewership rating, Zhang Ye had achieved a 2-point rating. Today, at this moment, Zhang Ye along with his new show had scored a victory over those doubters who mocked them. A title sponsorship record, an exclusive online broadcast fee record, a production budget record, a production timeline record, and a viewership rating record. It was a chain of records. The Voice of China had broken the records one by one, and with each feat, sent a shockwave across the country. The doubters were all left speechless from anger. Those who mocked the program fell silent. For the first time, they seemingly remembered what sort of person Zhang Ye was. For the first time, they seemingly remembered all the things that happened with Zhang Ye. The media reports were overwhelmingly flooding in. The media was going in overdrive. 562 Citizen Journalism, Zhang Ye, Miracle Maker, Phoenix Sun Daily. The Voice's viewership shatters the ceiling. The light of local variety. Entertainment blast. The Voice climbs to top of Variety World, taking nationwide #1 spot. On the front page of Tieba, The Voice's viewership ratings break 2 points. How did this miracle occur? Youth Spirit Discussion Forums. The Voice leads local copyrighted shows into battle against foreign copyrighted shows. News headlines on Weibo's front page. The attack of domestically produced shows. Zhang Ye sounds the bugle for retaliation, putting pressure on all foreign copyrighted shows. People's Daily Online News. Miracle? No, this was a divine act of God. Beijing Times. A day that belongs to Zhang Ye and his The Voice. Nationwide Morning News. A hero of the television industry, a legend of the variety world. Please put your hands together for The Voice and Zhang Ye. Suddenly, a poem reappeared once more on Weibo. Everyone was surprised for a bit, but started to forward it like crazy. Zhang Ye's fans forwarded it. Yao Jinkai forwarded it. Zhang Xia forwarded it. The married couple, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli, forwarded it. Ha Chichi forwarded it. Zhang Zhou forwarded it. Sunao forwarded it. The Voice's official Weibo account forwarded it. Central TV Department 1's official Weibo forwarded it. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. The number of times it was forwarded kept rising as the poem climbed up Weibo's trending topics in just a short time, with an unstoppable force that would kill any gods or Buddhas in order to claim the top headline. How to describe the revered peak? Towering over all Shandong with endless green. Heavenly, beautiful splendor nature gathered. The shaded north side cut off from the south side sheen. Clustering clouds cleanse the cracks in the heart. Eyes strain watching homebound birds fly through the ravine. Someday I shall ascend your highest heights, to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. Chapter 687 Highly sought after. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. Zhang Ye was having lunch with his parents and Chun in the living room when he received a call regarding the viewership ratings. Upon hearing the news, he was slightly stunned and then said, "Oh, thanks for telling me." The person who called him was Little Wang from the program team. After hearing Zhang Ye's calm reply, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, then said agitatedly, "Director Zhang, the viewership rating is 2.01%. It's 2.01%. Zhang Ye said, "I got it." Little Wang said, "You're not satisfied with that?" Zhang Ye said, "No, I am very satisfied. Isn't this quite good?" Little Wang said, "Only quite good? This is already defying all common sense. You're really too awesome." It wasn't that Zhang Ye did not feel excited, but that this viewership rating was already within Zhang Ye's expectations when they started on the production of The Voice. The people from this world had not seen the charm and power of The Voice before and were unfamiliar with it, since it was not within the market norms. Thus, Many people did not have any expectations for the voice from the very beginning, or only had very low expectations for it. They felt that it would be pretty good if they could achieve 0.7% in the viewership ratings. If the viewership ratings hit 1%, it would be a surprise. But Zhang Ye was different. He knew the popularity of the voice in his previous world. Hence, when the result of the viewership ratings achieve a score just over 2%, although Zhang Ye was surprised and felt very happy, his reaction was definitely not as great as others. After hanging up, his mother immediately asked, "Are the viewership ratings out yet?" Zhang Ye acknowledged while smiling. The viewership ratings are 2.01%, still passable. Upon hearing that, his mother said with a slightly hoarse voice, "My goodness, it broke 2%. His father did not quite understand, so he asked, "Is that very high or very low?" Of course it's very high. His mother knew more about viewership ratings and continued, "Right now, the most popular variety show, which uses Korean copyrights, has only slightly more than 1% of the viewership ratings." His father nodded and said, "Then that's pretty good." His mother could not sit still any longer. She put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to our neighbor's house for a while to tell them about the viewership ratings." His father said, "Are you going to brag and act cool again?" His mother rolled her eyes and said, "It's none of your business." "Mom." Zhang Yi gave a wry smile and said, "Please eat your lunch first. I'm already full." His mother dressed up a little formally and went out immediately with a smile on her face. Zhang Yi shook his head, then picked up his chopsticks and hurriedly grabbed some food. "I also have to eat quickly. There's probably going to be many calls coming, and I'll have to answer them all." Indeed, just after Zhang Yi took his last bite and put down his chopsticks, the phone calls came in wave after wave. "Zhang, you're awesome. It's not too bad. When will you be treating me?" "Whoa, we'll have to wait until I have finished with my work this quarter. Then we have reached an agreement. You definitely can't escape from treating me." "Zhang Yi, you're getting even more popular now. Think about what you're saying. I've always been very popular. The viewership ratings have broken 2%. You're two-face smacking. Some people's faces are all swollen now." "Huh. Teacher Zhang, I'm from the Beijing Times. Can we ask you for an interview?" "Which day? Is today okay?" "Oh, these next 2 days will be difficult as I'm very busy." "It's fine. Then we will interview you on another day based on your schedule." "Oh right, I have to congratulate you first." "Thank you. I finally got through." "Teacher Zhang, your cell phone is even more difficult to get through to than a president's phone." "Hi. It's only today that I'm getting so many calls. Usually, no one will contact me at all. Your new program is too awesome. You have made it so godly. It's not bad, right? You're really not being modest at all." "Why should I be modest? It was within my calculations." "Brother Zhang, AI CEO Wu, I just want to update you on something. I've just received news from various retail chains and sales channels that our Brain Gold product sales volume has been soaring off the charts. The exact data is not out yet, and we'll have to wait until the end of this month or beginning of next month to find out. But the trend is already very obvious. Especially in these major cities and districts like Beijing and Shanghai, there was an exceptionally obvious increase in sales volume. It's even higher than what we estimated yesterday." "That's good. Thank you, Teacher Zhang." "Don't say that. I should be the one thanking you instead. If not for your investment on the title sponsorship, we would not have the money to make the voice into what it is now. It's because of your good planning that it worked. In the future, if there are such good opportunities again, you must not forget us." "That's for sure." In the blink of an eye, he had already received more than a dozen calls. Some of the calls were from people at Central TV. Some were from his relatives. Some were from the newspaper reporters. And many were from Zhang Ye's friends. The calls lasted from 12 p.m. until 2 p.m. This was already the usual for Zhang Ye. He had already gotten used to it. As his circle continued growing with his rise in popularity, Zhang Ye got to know more and more people. Naturally, with such a big commotion, everyone would be guaranteed to call him up to congratulate him. After the calls were done, his father went to take his afternoon nap. Qinshen kept holding on to Zhang Ye's mother's cell phone and playing games on it on the sofa. Zhang Ye shouted at her, "Don't play too long." Then, he went back into his room and switched on his computer to browse the internet. The internet was in an uproar. The industry was in an uproar. The media was in an uproar. The entire country was discussing The Voice. In the past, Zhang Ye had also created many big issues and released numerous works like the lecture on Dream of the Red Chamber at Peking University, Zhang Ye's talk show, lecture room, and his crosstalk. Among them, there were a few that hit the headlines, while some others also received great response and created heated discussions. But now, when compared to The Voice, all of those issues were nothing. Zhang Ye had never gotten on the headlines so easily before. It was safe to say that this was the work that most people were paying attention to, and the response to it was really too explosive. You couldn't begin to imagine it when 4 of the top 10 topics on Weibo were related to The Voice. You couldn't even imagine it just by randomly checking the entertainment section of any forum. There, 1 out of every 3 posts wrote about The Voice. Zhang Ye's name was also brought up numerous times by the netizens and media. An unprecedented amount of discussions. An unprecedented level of popularity. For some programs to be considered phenomenal, they would have to be assessed first on the show's influence, and second on its viewership ratings. For many variety shows, after broadcasting its first episode, it would take some time to gather data on whether or not it had the makings to become a phenomenon, because viewership ratings needed to stabilize step by step, while its popularity would have to increase bit by bit. Until the viewership ratings reached a certain level and the attention that the citizens paid to the show reached a certain point, would the program be confirmed by the industry as a phenomenal variety show. This would then be the highest honor that a variety show could receive, that would confirm its status. However, this was unnecessary for The Voice. The Voice no longer needed time to slowly build up or to depend upon its future performances. After only the first episode, The Voice had already reached the level of a phenomenal variety show. Whether it was someone who had biased views against Zhang Ye or the industry insiders who did not like The Voice, none of them could deny this reality. They had to accept the truth as it was. If the viewership ratings of a premiere episode could annihilate all the variety shows in the country and not be proclaimed as a phenomenal variety show, then what program would still dare to be crowned with this title? The netizens were coming up with all sorts of theories. Zhang Ye is invincible. In the variety world, who can stop The Voice? Zhang Ye has once again proven his ability to everyone. He's really unbeatable. Those television stations and industry insiders who doubted him are such jokes. I wonder where they disappeared to now. They haven't shown up since the viewership ratings were released. They definitely won't show themselves. Who would still dare to come out? Their faces have already turned green from the face smacking. 2.01% of the viewership ratings. And only turning green. This is more like being face smacked until they vomit blood. Even now, I am still in disbelief of the viewership ratings. How could it be so high? That's right. Just look at everyone forwarding that poem. Admiring the mountains. It's already been forwarded tens of thousands of times and commented on hundreds of thousands of times. A few days ago, who would have thought that The Voice of China could get such a viewership rating? Who could expect that Zhang Ye actually managed to achieve his lofty claims of "someday I shall ascend your highest heights, to see other summits dwarfed, and savor the scene"? To be honest, I can understand what those industry insiders are feeling. It's not that they are unprofessional, but just that Zhang Ye is too ridiculous. Meanwhile, in a meeting room at a certain television station, there were about a dozen people attending the meeting room. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone was staring at the Thursday's variety show's viewership ratings ranking dazed. During the boycott of Zhang Ye, their television station had been the one who pushed for the most support. From the leaders to the program team heads, many of them were involved in the boycott of The Voice. They had condemned Zhang Ye for breaking the industry rules and disrupting the market prices, as their television station had 2 programs that were affected by this, when a few celebrities rejected and broke their contracts to record the programs because they felt that the joining payment was too low. But now, those people who boycotted Zhang Ye could no longer muster up a word anymore. There was no way to boycott him at all. The Voice had used its viewership ratings to tell those doubters that their joining payment was definitely worth its price, that it was worth the amount of the title sponsorship fee. Rather than 100 million renminbi for its title sponsorship fee, with the viewership ratings that they had, even if Zhang Ye asked for 150 million now, there would still be companies willing to purchase it. After a while, the silence was broken. A person said, "Everyone, let's discuss it." Everyone stayed silent. After a few moments, that person suddenly said, Go and check Zhang Ye's contract with Central TV Department 1. How long is his contract duration? Is it a yearly contract or a program-based contract? A woman said in surprise, "What do you mean?" That leader said, "If it is a program-based contract, then when Zhang Ye's contract with Central TV expires, see if we can get Zhang Ye to join us." A man smiled bitterly and said, "It should be a yearly contract." Another staff member said, "I heard from my friend working in Central TV saying that Zhang Ye signed a one-year contract with Central TV." That leader said, "There's no other way then." After saying that, he sighed and shook his head continuously. At that time, when Zhang Ye was suspended by Peking University because of the scolding incident, he was also featured on the news. Someone from the station had previously suggested that they should invite Zhang Ye to join them, but after some discussion by the station, it was not approved. But now, even if they wanted to poach Zhang Ye, they did not have a chance to do so. The other television stations also began to check out Zhang Ye's contract terms with Central TV, toying with the idea of poaching him. The birth of The Voice had tempted many of them. But after they found out that Zhang Ye's contract with Central TV was a yearly one, those television stations basically gave up on the idea of poaching him at all. They knew for sure that Central TV Department 1 would definitely not release him even if they paid the breach of contract fees for Zhang Ye. For a person who could produce a program that received over 2% of the viewership ratings so effortlessly, who would not want him? Besides, he was very different from the other famous program planners. You could poach many famous program planners, but would still have to fully fit all the aspects of the program team and setup. There might be a chance that some segments or staff members who did not fit properly or gel well would cause some problems to occur in the end. But Zhang Ye was different. If they managed to poach Zhang Ye, it was equivalent to poaching an entire team of the program planner, executive director, and host. Just him alone would be equivalent to a whole team. Hence, who would not want him? Who would not feel tempted? From being the reason of a boycott in the industry to becoming highly sought after, this change in attitudes could not be any greater. Chapter 688 The country's citizens imitate. That night, The Voice of China's online video was officially uploaded. As Central TV Department 1 had already agreed on a contract with an online video hosting service, the project was initiated very quickly as they wanted to ride the momentum of the show's popularity. The online video hosting service website's team had finally gotten everything in working order overnight. At 7:30 p.m., The Voice's first episode had appeared on the website's main page at a prominent location together with an ad banner. This was also covertly a publicity campaign for The Voice to have an online channel of distribution. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. Once the video was uploaded, the number of views kept increasing. Many of the northern drifters, one who stayed in rented apartments, did not own a television set. Having found out about The Voice from short online video clips, they wanted to catch the full episode, which was the reason why the views on the video were increasing so quickly. Many of these younger people were savvy at using the internet. At this time, the popularity of The Voice continued on strongly. With every second that passed by, The Voice was creating history in the recent years of variety programs. This program had been pushed to the very top, and Zhang Ye was also riding on the crest of this wave. However, there were also some side events occurring at the same time. At 8 p.m., Zhang Ye received a call from the program team's assistant director Ha Qiqi. Ha Qiqi. Hello, Director Zhang. Zhang Ye. Sister Qi, what's the matter? Ha Qiqi said. About that, an advertiser just contacted me. It's the executive from Dahua Hotel. He was requesting that you slow your reciting during the advertising messages segment from the second episode of The Voice on. Just a slight pause where you can clearly pronounce their hotel's name syllable by syllable. This doesn't apply to any of the other advertisers. They just hope that the words Beijing Dahua Hotel can be slowed down a little. Zhang Ye asked, "Why didn't he contact me directly?" "I don't know why either. Perhaps he wasn't too comfortable speaking with you and just contacted me directly instead. I think he also contacted Central TV Department 1, and the station was thinking that you might really have spoken too fast and that it wouldn't do justice to the advertisers. After all, they did spend money to purchase the advertising rights, so..." Ha Qiqi sounded a little hesitant. Zhang Ye said, "Did the station approve this already?" Ha Qiqi answered, "Not really. They did not say so directly." Zhang Ye determinedly responded, Tell the executive at Dahua Hotel that I won't be slowing my speed. The future style of hosting in The Voice also won't change. If they feel uncomfortable about it, they can come and look for me directly and talk about it. If that still doesn't work out, then we will refund them the advertising costs. Refund? Ha Chi-Chi said with a hint of surprise, not expecting Zhang Ye to be so persistent. Zhang Ye confirmed that. Ha Chi-Chi probed a little. But if the station says... Zhang Ye interrupted. It doesn't matter who says what. Sure then, I understand. Ha Chi-Chi knew what had to be done from here. Zhang Ye was very stubborn and headstrong in his position on this matter. In the field of artistic performances, he'd always had his own principles to follow. To put it in Beijing jargon, he was very stiff. No matter what anyone said, he would not listen or change his mind. In his previous world's version of The Voice, Hua Xiao had been pressured by the program team leader and advertisers to slow down his reciting of the advertising messages several times to adhere to the requirements of the advertisers. That made The Voice have one less interesting point to look forward to. However, Zhang Ye was not ready to cave in on such matters, nor was there a need to do so. Hua Xiao was only a host on the program team of The Voice, and therefore did not have much authority in the decision-making process. He also did not have much fame as a celebrity before becoming the host of The Voice. But it was different for Zhang Ye, as he had come on board to The Voice as a B-list celebrity. His fame and reputation were already known by everyone. The key factor was that he was also the executive director and executive program planner, while also informally the executive producer of the program. He was in charge of The Voice's overall planning and spending, so that would make him the highest up on the program team. Even the executive producer, Old Fu, had to step aside for him. Zhang Ye had no need to listen to anyone trying to give him instruction or making thoughtless comments. Past 8. After he got off the phone, a heated discussion about Zhang Ye's eloquent reciting skills suddenly began online. The topic had slowly shifted from talking about the program and the contestants to focusing on Zhang Ye. That reciting speed, how godly. Yeah, I was totally dumbfounded the first time I heard it. I get shocked every time I listen to it. How could he be so fast? Was it put together with the help of a computer? You're thinking too much. Why don't you make one for us to listen to? Are those professional hosts all crazy like that? Is that something that all broadcasting hosts can do? I don't know. Right? I've never ever heard someone speak that fast before. Suddenly, the host of Beijing Television's Do You Remember, Dong Shanshan posted an audio clip. It turned out to be her trying to imitate Zhang Ye's advertising messages. I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. I will not expect. There's no need to watch any TV shows this year. The only TV show you need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, the attacking. The authentic The Voice. Welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, the Health Brain Products. In health products, leader in health products, brain gold. The audio clip ended there, and accompanying this was a message at the end of the post. I tried to recite a segment of it, but realized just how crazy that mouth of Zhang Ye's was. I couldn't do it. I totally couldn't copy it. Below were the comments from the netizens. Uft, our goddess is so funny. Teacher Shanshan, you've already done well. Yeah, you said it very quickly too. Dong Shanshan replied with a smiley face. Even if I said it fast, it's not as fast as Zhang Ye. The accuracy of my pronunciation is not good either. I've already tried it more than a dozen times, but I just can't get it right. My mind can keep up, but not my mouth. At this time, Yao Jinkai also appeared. Old Yao came out and immediately announced, "Let me try, let me." After around 2 minutes, Yao Jinkai posted a video of himself, the background showing that he was at some hotel, probably with a film crew at some place for filming. The video was recorded in a hotel room, and Yao Jinkai could be heard clearing his throat before he quickly recited, "I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows this year. The only TV show you need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, the authentic The Voice. Welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, Leader." He managed to spew the lines of the advertising messages carelessly and did it a little faster than Dong Shanshan, but also recited many wrong words. Many of old Yao's fans came to laugh at him. Haha, Teacher Yao, you really think you could do it? That was such an inferior version. Teacher Yao, give it some more effort. You were a professional crosstalk actor in the past after all. Don't all crosstalk actors learn speed recital? Yao Mi also teased her father by replying, Dad, you're the worst. A depressed Yao Jinkai replied, I'm just a supporting character and don't depend on my wits and mouth. But that kid, Zhang Ye, is a main character, so don't compare us like that. Suddenly, even Chun Guang partook in the imitation game. Old Chun is here too. Whoa, dude, you shouldn't be disgracing yourself here. Old Chun. Yeah, even a professional host and a crosstalk actor couldn't do it. So why do you think you can? Chun Guang's imitation was indeed a miserable one. His reciting speed was already slower than Zhang Ye's by 2 to 3 times. Yet he still stuttered and made a lot of mistakes with the words. On top of that, he was even using a script to read from, but could not recite it successfully even at his own speed. After he posted the audio clip, Chun Guang left a Zheng emoticon below it. When everyone heard Zhang Ye's recital of the advertising messages, they might have thought it would be difficult, but it was only after they tried for themselves that they realized this was not even about difficulty. This was already a speed that had exceeded mortals. Let me try too. I won't believe it. I'll give it a try too. Haha, count me in. Interesting. I feel like I could do it. It shouldn't be a problem for me either. Wait a bit for me, everyone. No one knew when or where it started, but everyone was already trying to copy Zhang Ye's advertising message online. I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is Brain Go Gold. As long as they get Akik No, ledged by at least 3 coaches, they'll win a 10,000 yuan Music Dream Scholarship sponsored by Brain. We also give our thanks to Beijing Dahua Hotel for sponsoring the accommodations for the Aches of the Voice of China. No one could say it as fluently as Zhang Ye. While there were those who could recite it fluently, they did it with a much slower speed, carefully reading out each and every word, and none these were done in a single breath. Then there were those who committed many mistakes when they increased their speed of reciting. Many of them thought they could do it, so they kept trying and trying until they nearly went crazy. Rather than reaching Zhang Ye's speed, most of them could not even hit half of his reciting speed. The person who did the best was a third-year student from Media College's broadcast major, a class junior to Zhang Ye. He managed to read the entire advertising message of about 200 words in 22.3 seconds, taking a single breath in between. As for Zhang Ye did it in 14.7 seconds with a single breath. The difference was nearly 8 seconds. 8 seconds might seem to pass in the blink of an eye, but only an industry insider would know what this really meant. They were worlds apart. For there to be a difference of 8 seconds for 200 words, it could already be said that this was forever going to be an insurmountable divide. For such speed, even a difference of half a second would be a very large gap, let alone 8 seconds. Who else? No one will stand a chance anymore. It's impossible. F***K, it's too difficult. What kind of a mouth does that Zhang Ye have? I don't think anyone in the country, no, anyone in the world will be able to surpass that mouth of his, right? Yeah, even if it's those famous hosts overseas, they can't possibly read with that kind of speed. This is a technique that truly belongs to Zhang Ye alone. Within the industry, many hosts did not feel convinced. Unlike Dong Shanshan, who posted an audio clip to imitate the advertising messages, they couldn't do the same. This was because Dong Shanshan and Zhang Ye were old classmates and had a good relationship. Even if she tried to rub some attention from off Zhang Ye to herself, it wasn't a big deal. But for them, as professionals and people who were not close to Zhang Ye, they needed to refrain from getting too close. They couldn't use him as an excuse to get some attention for themselves, so they could only secretly time themselves at home while attempting to recite the advertising messages. But just as expected, no one could achieve the level Zhang Ye had set. They couldn't even reach half of the level he had set. This was a result many did not expect. Perhaps they knew that their recital speeds could not possibly match up to Zhang Ye, but they couldn't have expected that they were off by so much. Having tested themselves, these hosts gradually gasped in amazement upon realizing the difference. This was really a show that could not be replicated whatsoever. Just based on the hosting style alone, whether at home or abroad, only Zhang Ye could do it. Chapter 689, the show's second episode. The next day, Zhang Ye left Qinshin behind for his parents to take care of. He woke up, brushed his teeth and washed up, then had a light breakfast before leaving for work. At Central TV, when he reached the office, a lot of people greeted him. "Director Zhang, you're here. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Your new show is really defying all common sense. When is the second episode going to start record? It's a great joy to watch. Director Zhang, when it's time for the recording of the second episode, remember to leave some seats for our program team, all right? We would like to attend too and hopefully learn something from your team." Director Zhang, the voice has become extremely popular now. The entire country is talking about you. Our program team will be starting a new program soon. Do you think it would be possible to help us cross-promote it on your show during the commercial break in the middle for 10 seconds? The commercial breaks in between your show are being sold by Central TV Department 1 for such a high price now that we can't even afford it if we wanted to. Do you think you could put in a word for us? 7 or 8 seconds is fine too. A bunch of people were greeting him, but Zhang Ye did not know most of them. Zhang Ye just smiled along. If anyone asked him for help, he would agree as long as it was a small matter. He finally got into the elevator and went upstairs to his program team office. When he entered the office, he could immediately hear the gathered staff chattering loudly. Little Wang laughed happily. "How explosive, we're going to be famous." A female editor laughed. "Director Zhang's really too awesome. A viewership rating of 2.01%. You didn't see it, but I was working overtime in the office yesterday when the viewership ratings were released, and everyone in Central TV Department 1 was dumbfounded. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost. I don't even need to mention how satisfying that felt." A male editor said. A show no one was optimistic about had somehow leaped right to the top of the variety world. All of this still feels unreal to me. At this moment, everyone finally heard the footsteps. Director Zhang. Director Zhang is here. Everyone went over and congregated. Most of the staff had the day off yesterday, so even if they knew about the viewership immediately after it was released, they did not have the chance to discuss it since they were not at work together. Today, the first thing they did when they arrived was discuss this issue. There were far too much they needed to get off their chests as they were very astonished by the results. Now that they saw Zhang Ye, they had even more things that they wanted to say that would last 3 days and nights. It was impossible to express their excitement and emotions in any language at this moment. Or perhaps, only the pet phrase which Chun Guang always used would be able to describe it. This was truly unbelievable. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Did you all rest well yesterday?" Wu Yi answered, "I did not rest at all." Yup. Little Wang said, "After we heard about the viewership ratings, I was all perked up for the rest of the day. I couldn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. The entire day felt like a dream to me." Zhang Ye was tickled at this. "Then there's no choice, even if you guys did not rest well. Because the preparation work beforehand still wasn't enough due to being pressed for time, we still have to record the other contestants' intro clips. We'll have to jump back in with our engines running and get those intro clips done first. Then, depending on the time, we will record the blind auditions for episodes 2 and 3. As for how it will be arranged, that will depend on today's progress. It's best that we work fast so that we can record more episodes tomorrow." "Yes. Got it. Understood, Director Zhang. The mission will definitely be completed." Everyone's response was very loud and pumped full with energy. If the viewership ratings and viewer response were not good, their spirits would have taken a blow and they would not have the passion to work anymore. After all, people needed acknowledgement from society to feel a sense of self-worth. And now that The Voice had leapt right to the top of the variety world, claiming the #1 spot in recent years, they as members of The Voice's program team were full of spirit. They were now the top program team in the variety show industry, so their drive was also different. Without the need for Zhang Ye to say anything, everyone was even more enthusiastic than Zhang Ye, the executive director. All of them just wanted The Voice to do well. #1 in the industry. They had never had such glory in their lives before. Ha Chi-Chi, who arrived a little later and had just walked in, greeted, "AI, Director Zhang, good morning." Zhang Ye turned around. "Oh, you're here? How's the issue with Dahua Hotel? Do we have to refund them the cost? If they want, I will send someone to negotiate with them." Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, "They won't ask for a refund." "Oh," Zhang Ye said. Ha Chi-Chi said, "The executive of Dahua Hotel came to look for me again. Yesterday. It was already quite late, and I was worried that you might be sleeping already, so I didn't update you. When they saw that there were many people imitating your advertising messages online, they realized that many of those people were trying very hard to get the lines memorized. The name of Dahua Hotel was plastered all over the internet and helped them get the maximum publicity they could receive. The executive told me that this was a very good advertising effect, and as of yesterday, the main branch, along with 5 other branches of their hotels, were fully booked till the next weekend. From that, I think they could even be thinking of adding more advertising lines and surely won't be asking for a refund. Zhang Ye nodded. Then that's good. It would be quite troublesome to handle if they really wanted a refund. We would still have to write the contracts and sign another advertiser. As long as the advertisements are effective and we do not let them down for supporting us since the beginning, it's good enough. As long as it did not require Zhang Ye to bend his artistic principles, it was for the best that all this turned out to be a win-win situation. If due to Zhang Ye reading the advertising messages too fast, and thus contributing to a weaker effect of the ads, then Zhang Ye would definitely feel a little bad about it. Suddenly, the office telephone rang. Little Wang went to pick it up. Hello, this is the Voices program team office. It was Jiang Yuan's voice on the line. I'm Jiang Yuan. Is your director Zhang there yet? Little Wang quickly said, Director Zhang is already here. Okay, let him know that I want to see him in my office for a while. Jiang Yuan's tone carried a smile in it. She could hear that he was in a rather good mood. Little Wang hung up the phone and informed Zhang Ye. Director Jiang wants to see you. Zhang Ye nodded and went out to take the elevator up to Jiang Yuan's office. Dong dong. He knocked on the door. Please come in. When he walked in, Jiang Yuan was currently drinking tea. Zhang Ye smiled and said, You were looking for me, leader? Jiang Yuan stood up and said, Come, take a seat. Having said this, he took a paper cup and asked, What would you like to drink? He was actually intending to personally pour a drink for Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye hurriedly went over to him to stop him. Don't, leader. I will help myself. Jiang Yuan did not insist. He said, You've really helped Central TV Department 1 save face this time. After watching the recording of The Voice that day, I'd already felt that the viewership ratings would not be poor, but who could have thought that it would be this high? No one in the entire industry could have predicted such an outcome. Little Zhang, the credit is yours. Well done. You've done really well. Zhang Ye spoke a few humble words. Jiang Yuan said, What do you all intend to do from here? Zhang Ye responded, We will be recording the 2nd and 3rd episodes tomorrow. Jiang Yuan thought about this for a moment, then said, I only have one worry right now. The response to the first episode was too good and the effects of the show were great as well, which are both good and bad things for the show. The good thing is that it loudly announced the branding of our show to everyone and helped the show quickly gain a market share. But the bad part is that it's likely the later episodes won't be able to do as well as the first one. After all, there aren't really that many good contestants, and it will become harder to record a good episode later on. We're just afraid that the show will run out of steam and the episodes won't be shot as well as the first one, making the audience feel disappointed, thus making the viewership rating slide accordingly. If the slide is too great, the branding created won't be guaranteed anymore and might just be a flash in the pan. Zhang Ye laughed. I've already considered that. We will definitely work hard to gain the satisfaction of the audience. Jiang Yuan asked, Are you confident? Zhang Ye replied, More or less. All right then, I'll leave this to you. Hearing him say that, Jiang Yuan knew that Zhang Ye definitely had it all planned out already. I will be waiting to see the viewership ratings report about your 2nd episode. Chapter 690 Controversy over the 2nd episode's viewership. 2 days later, the next morning, the recording studio was ready for the start of the 2nd episode's recording of The Voice. Zhang Ye took some time and gathered all the staff backstage for a short and simple meeting. Today, we will record 2 episodes in a row, but if the conditions are good, we might add another episode in for recording to get the 4th episode out as well. The station's request of our program team has already been made clear to us. They don't request that our program get another record-breaking viewership rating, but just hope for stability. As long as it is not lower than the first episode's viewership ratings, it is good enough. That is also my basic requirement I'm asking of all of you. So I hope that everyone can raise their spirits. Put your full concentration on working on the show today. Yes. No problem. Don't worry. For sure. Everyone agreed in unison. Zhang Ye gave the order. All right, let's go. Amidst all the hubbub, everyone got into their positions and went on standby. Today's workload was very heavy. Zhang Ye had already done the necessary preparations. Not only did he communicate in private with the four coaches for a long time beforehand, he also talked to the contestants who were going to appear today. He had to constantly shape the fundamentals and presentation of the show to get it ever closer to the one he had envisioned in his mind. As the executive director, all these factors needed to be considered, and he also had to be in full control of the entire program. Nothing could deviate from the plans. To be honest, Zhang Ye had rather heavy stress on him too. After getting off to a winning start and creating a viewership ratings legend, their starting point was pushed even higher now. The road from here was indeed going to be much more difficult, and as a result, Zhang Ye needed to spend more energy and effort to ensure that the show would not go downhill from here. As for whether they would still be able to set another record-high viewership rating, this was not something Zhang Ye could predict anymore. He would leave this to fate. As long as he did his best to make sure the show was good, then everything else should be decided by the market and the audience. Online. After the broadcast of The Voice's premiere episode a few days ago, the talk surrounding The Voice had been discussed less and less. This was a normal trend since no TV show had ever been discussed forever. There was always a peak and a cooling period. Besides, with so many entertainment activities and works in the entire country, such as that newly screened movie that had earned 500 million renminbi in the box office, a certain celebrity's divorce, all of that news was not missing from the entertainment circle. It wasn't possible that everyone would pay attention to you on a daily basis. In the face of so much entertainment news, the audience would surely be more attracted to something else each time. As a result, on Monday and Tuesday, any news of The Voice went by quietly and peacefully as many. People were discussing a certain celebrity divorcing for the second time. When Wednesday came, the talk surrounding The Voice once again gathered momentum as everyone gradually picked up the discussions of the program once more. Why? Because the second episode of The Voice was going to be broadcast soon. On Weibo. I'm so looking forward to it. It's almost time for the second episode of The Voice. It has been so long. I've been waiting for almost a whole week already, thinking about it every day. It's finally going to be shown again. Me too. In the past, I didn't usually watch variety shows. Even if I did, I watched those subbed ones from Korea or America Online. After all, their standards and quality are truly better. But The Voice has pulled me back to sitting in front of my TV and instilled confidence back in me regarding our domestically produced variety shows. In the future, I would dare to thump my chest with pride and say that we also have good domestic variety shows. I can't wait either. Come quickly, episode 2. Do you guys think it will create another viewership ratings record? How suspenseful. Yeah, after all, the first episode was totally logic-defying, so it's not going to be easy for the second episode to do it. For some programs that began without getting much attention due to the promotions not reaching the market, they would be able to slowly increase their viewership ratings and do better with each episode, as long as they maintain the program's quality. Do You Remember is an example of such a program. But The Voice has already penetrated too deeply into the market and has 2.01% of the viewership ratings with its premiere episode. Usually, for these kinds of shows, the later episodes don't usually perform too well. It's likely to fall below 2%. But no matter how far it falls, The Voice still won't get too low a viewership rating. That's for sure. Zhang Ye is already a veteran of program planning in the television industry. With him around, even if the show is dropping, it won't be that bad. I don't feel that The Voice's viewership ratings will necessarily drop. The key now is whether there will still be any exciting contestants for the blind audition segment. If they can still get contestants like Luo Yu and Qian Pingfan, then the viewership ratings definitely won't drop. There aren't many contestants like them out there. Not many. More like they're totally rare, don't you think? It all boils down to the quality of the second episode's contestants now. Yes, for a lot of the talent shows out there, their premiere episodes usually do well in the viewership ratings, but will always drop in the later episodes. This sort of show is too commonly seen, so I'm just afraid that The Voice will also follow in their footsteps. I actually do like this show a lot, and is the only variety show I'm following right now, so it better stay strong. If the quality of the show drops too much, then I will have no variety shows to watch anymore. The netizens were all discussing fervently, talking about all kinds of things. Similarly, Peers from the industry had also turned their focus on this subject. Central TV Department 1 was the most anxious and pressured party. They had invited Zhang Ye to join them because they wanted to regain their leading status within the variety show industry. Now that Zhang Ye, along with The Voice's first episode, had blinded the entire country with a glowing reception, it had made many of the leaders at Central TV Department 1 very excited, while simultaneously worried that they would lose what they had gained. They knew that what they had so far was still not enough to cement their return to the top of the variety world, as no variety show would be judged on just one of its episodes. What they needed was the average viewership rating to be good. So even if the first episode's ratings had defied all logic, if the later episodes did not do well, it still wouldn't mean that Central TV had made a comeback. It all still hinged on the performance of the show's entire season. So with huge expectations of The Voice, they naturally had more worries as well. Everything depended on if Zhang Ye could keep the viewership rating stable. As for the other television stations, they had the same thoughts. Some of industry insiders were taking a more objective view on The Voice. Taking the lead was easy, but holding on to it will prove difficult. Yes, it's going to be a real test of Zhang Ye's ability now. The first big problem has arrived for The Voice. Let's see if Zhang Ye is able to get past this. I don't have much hope in this case. Let's see how it goes in the second episode. Along with many peers from the television industry, their views were more pessimistic, or rather some of these people were simply waiting for Zhang Ye and The Voice to become the joke. A few of them posted their views on Weibo. The first episode's viewership ratings were too much of a fluke. I think so too. It might have happened for the first episode, but that doesn't mean the second and third episodes will be the same. The Voice's first episode has seriously over-penetrated into the market, so what comes after will only weaken for sure. I advise everyone not to have too high an expectation that the second episode of The Voice will be like what you all might think it might be. My prediction for the second episode's viewership ratings is only 1.3% or so. This figure is much closer to the norm of a popular program in the variety industry. The 2-point rating it received for the first episode was way too out of the norm. When Zhang Ye claimed he wanted to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene, that was only applicable to the first episode. It's impossible that every episode will have similar viewership ratings, so don't enshrine Zhang Ye as legendary. Legends don't last a lifetime. Those who had made these claims were mainly the same industry insiders who had previously boycotted Zhang Ye. After the viewership ratings of the first episode were released, they were all left speechless and dumbfounded. At that point in time, none of them stepped forward to say a word. But now that the attention on the first episode of The Voice had passed, and with the second episode coming up soon, they timed the opportunity to make their stand known. All of this was for nothing more than to try to regain their face. After all, they didn't want to lose too badly. Moreover, they were honestly convinced that Zhang Ye and The Voice would not be able to stay that strong forever. Chapter 691 Broadcast. Thursday night, around 8:55 p.m., at Zhang Ye's parents' house. His mother was in the kitchen preparing supper. She was frying some sausages and chopping the garlic, occasionally coming out to the living room to ask, "Has it started yet?" Zhang Ye answered, "Not yet, there's still 5 minutes." His mother asked, "It's still the commercials? They're taking too long with that." His father urged, "Just get the sausages onto the dining table first. Qinshan is getting hungry waiting for you." Right away, right away." Not a moment later, his mother brought out the dish and put it onto the dining table. "Qinshan, come and eat. Try the sausages that Grandma fried." Qinshan went to the dining table and picked up a pair of chopsticks immediately. Zhang Ye stopped her. "Have you thanked Grandma for cooking this for you yet?" Qinshan raised her head. "Thank you, Grandma." His mother smiled happily. "No need to thank me, just eat." Only then did Zhang Ye let Qinshan start eating. He himself also started eating, but he used his hands instead of chopsticks. The sausages were still very hot, and he even let out a yell because of that. Then he dipped it into the garlic sauce and threw it directly into his mouth. Then Qinshan did not take the sausages from her plate, but insisted on snatching them from Zhang Ye's hands. "Give me, Zhang Ye, give me." "No, dip it in the sauce yourself." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. His mother sat down. "Why are you fighting with a child? Come, Qinshan, let Grandma dip it in some sauce for you. Do you want vinegar too?" His father turned the volume of the TV up. On screen, the second episode of The Voice was starting. Simultaneously, The same event was also occurring in many households across the country. In a household, honey, get me a cold beer. Drinking again? The voice is starting. I've already been waiting for a week. In an alley, brother, son, you're leaving so early? Why don't we play another 2 rounds? I'm not playing anymore. You guys continue. I have to go back to catch the voice. Whoa, you're already past 40 and still watching talent shows. What do you all know? The voice is different. It's really fun to watch. At some kebab restaurant. Waiter, coming. Please switch the television to the voice. Sure, sir. Give me another 50 kebab skewers and 5 bottles of beer, cold ones. They'll be here soon. Millions of viewers were already waiting in front of their televisions, their eyes focused on Central TV Department 1's channel. Everyone wanted to know if the second episode of The Voice would be able to continue its miraculous run, and if Zhang Ye's viewership ratings legend was really just a flash in the pan. In the past 2 days, a few online comments were rather spot on. The real test of Zhang Ye's standard and The Voice was starting just today. Whether they were a mule or a horse, all depended on this second episode. The introduction music played. The logo of The Voice appeared. During the first episode, there was a lot more fanfare, such as the opening theme song and coach's introduction. A lot of the viewing audience thought that it would be the same for the second episode, but what surprised them was that The Voice did not follow the templates of other talent shows. Instead, there wasn't even an opening introduction. In place of it was the fan-favorite advertising segment. When the show started, the focus was immediately on the stage. Zhang Ye had already walked up to the hanging microphone. He recited speedily while looking into the camera, I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows. This year, the only TV you need to watch is The Voice. A string of advertising messages seemingly flew out from his mouth. The loud applause from the audience thundered through the entire studio. Online, many people who heard this again could only come up with forced smiles. Just how did Zhang Ye do it so quickly? Was he aiming to break the speed of sound there? Each time I listen to it, I get more surprised. That mouth of his is really too godly. Damn, Zhang Ye has gotten faster again. I timed it just now, and Zhang Ye's recital of the advertising message today was faster than the first episode's recital by 0.5 seconds. F***K. He could even go faster than before? He did not even hit his limit yet in the first episode? Still increasing his recital speed? I'm gonna faint. Are you sure? I timed it too. Indeed, he did it faster than before. My timing shows that he was faster by 0.4 seconds. Heavens, Teacher Zhang's taking this godly speed to the next level. He's just so godlike. With a godly mouth too. Teacher Zhang, you're too awesome. The opening advertising messages had already made many of the audience members erupt into excitement. Many of the industry insiders who saw this all felt that Zhang Ye and The Voice were being too violent. Why violent? Because whenever all the other variety shows wished to pull up their viewership ratings by attracting viewers, they would have to try many tricks and strategies, like finding a better pool of contestants, inviting a well-known coach, or giving more thought when creating new ideas for the program, and even by relying on the humor of the host. However, The Voice's advertising segment that pulled in the viewers only needed to depend on Zhang Ye's amazingly fast recital speed, which would crush all of his fellow peers. It violently relied on Zhang Ye's individual ability to pull in all the viewers' interest, and this seemingly non-technical ability actually required the most technique to execute. Right now, everyone knew that if they delivered the advertising messages in such a manner, it would definitely raise the viewership ratings by attracting enormous attention and hype to the topic. But even if they knew, there was no host in the industry who could do the same thing. So looking at Zhang Ye continuing to use his unique skill in the second episode of the program, many of the satellite channel industry insiders could only watch and sigh. Unless they could somehow poach Zhang Ye over from Central TV Department 1, they could only watch with envy. Excitement rose in the air. The next moment, Zhang Ye started to introduce the first contestant who would come up on stage. The show's pacing was very fast. There were no slow moments as it headed straight for the main event. The contestant's intro clip started playing. It was a woman's voice. Since childhood, my family's living conditions have always been good. My parents are rather strict with me, so I can't do many things. When I went to work, it was also at my parents' company. I know that they wish to nurture me so I can take over the company in the future and have achievements in the business world, but to be honest, that's not what I like. I don't like doing business where people are always scheming against each other. I like to sing, and I want to sing. That's why I've come to the stage of The Voice. I hope to tell my parents that I will choose my own path. The female contestant carried the microphone and stepped on stage. The moment she appeared up on stage, whether it was the live audience or the viewers in front of their TVs, everyone showed slightly shocked expressions. Why? Because of this contestant's appearance. How beautiful. Damn, a beauty. This person is too beautiful, too beautiful. She carries herself really well. F***K. I've always thought that The Voice would only have ugly men and women as contestants. Where did a person with such stunning looks come out from? I thought that The Voice doesn't care about looks. Yeah, I am also quite disappointed. Could it be that The Voice has already conceded to the traditional format from the second episode? They are going to become just like any other talent show that uses good-looking people as their contestants? And I still thought that The Voice was something new and refreshing. If this contestant only performs averagely, I will not be watching The Voice anymore. Listen to the performance first. Many netizens were commenting online while watching the program, as the contestants from the first episode had left a very deep impression on them. Many of them already formed preconceived notions of the contestants. Now that such a beautiful-looking female contestant had appeared on stage, they felt a little unused to it. The female contestant's name was Yuan Tong and had moved Zhang Ye with the song Blooming during the preliminary auditions, allowing her to qualify for the next round. However, as another female contestant had performed the same song in the first episode, to avoid repetition, the music arrangement teacher and music director had chosen another song for her after consulting Zhang Ye. It wasn't a love song, nor an upbeat song. It was a song that carried some risk if performed in a singing competition as it didn't fit too well to the theme. However, Zhang Ye and his team all believed that Yuan Tong could make it sound good. The song was, "For my future son or daughter. I want a child. I'll teach him how to write and speak. I want a child. I'll teach him to be thoughtful and free. I want a child. I'll teach him forgiveness and mercy. I want a child. I'll teach him to be selfless and true." After this female contestant opened her mouth to sing, everyone immediately stopped what they were saying. An uproar broke out again online. What the F***K? That's friggin' nice to listen to. This singing is too good. F***K? Who says that if you look good, you won't be able to sing? I was nearly misled by. You guys. She can also sing very well even if she's beautiful. Ahem. I take back my words from earlier. It was because of the first episode that I assumed the wrong things. I did not think that there would be any good-looking people appearing on this stage. This person sings as well as Luo Yu. She must also be a key contestant. And she's even very pretty. The Voice did great. How did they manage to find so many awesome people? At this moment, on the TV screens, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli both pressed the button simultaneously as they both turned around with excitement. They've turned. There's still 2 more coaches to go. Haha, how wonderful. Wow, look at old Chen's eyes. They're gleaming at the sight of a pretty lady. Heh. Zhang Xiao looks like she's hesitating. I think she'll turn around soon. Yuan Tong was still singing. There was no high notes to hit, nor any showy techniques. She simply used a very emotional style of singing to perform this song. Or rather, she was just singing her feelings. Through this song's beseeching of one's future child, she was actually reflecting on her own experiences for the past 20 years of her life. It was performed very well and full of charm. My daughter, my son, I don't want you to be like me, bad with words. I don't want you to be like me, selfish, harsh, and untoward. I don't want you to be like me, showing off your vanity. I don't want you to be like me. Zhang Yuanqi turned. Zhang Xiao glanced sideways and also determinedly hit the button. All of them had turned. It was another rare occasion where a contestant earned the approval of the 4 coaches. The audience also exploded as everyone started cheering for Yuan Tong, for her beauty, and for her singing. Backstage at the second recording studio site, Zhang Ye was accompanied by Yuan Tong's parents who did not look like they were too interested, appearing quite obviously unsupportive of their daughter. But when they saw their daughter's eyes had teared up at the most emotional part of the song, then saw how the 4 coaches were reacting excited due to her singing, as well as the studio audience's cheers. Yuan Tong's mother's eyes reddened. She quietly wiped away some tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at her husband, who had raised his arms high in encouragement of their daughter. Yuan Tong was crying. When she reached the final verse of the song, as her vibrato ended along with the music, she saw that the four coaches had all turned around. Suddenly, at that moment, she could not hold her emotions in anymore and covered her mouth and cried. Having held it in for so long, with so many people watching her at the venue, she would naturally be a little more sensitive, and so her tears started falling. Seeing this, Zhang Xia also teared up a little. Perhaps she was also reminded of some memories since she looked to be in a rather complex state. Chen Guang still stuck to his old pet phrase as he raised both his arms. This is truly unbelievable. A stunning face, an experienced singing technique, a touching voice. With Yuan Tong's appearance, the entire stage was lit up again. The netizens all shouted in succession. The singing was too wonderful. I nearly cried listening to that. Me too. I'm already a fan. Yuan Tong is awesome. Supporting you in wanting to walk your own path. Right? Don't go into business. You must carry on singing. It's your life, so you must make your own choice. The several industry insiders suddenly went quiet. One of them was the executive director of a talent show that was on another satellite channel in the same broadcast time slot. He could only silently sigh, knowing that he and many others had been totally underestimating Zhang Ye. When The Voice was not yet broadcast, they'd already been denouncing it and calling it bad. Many of them were not actually trying to badmouth it because it was a competitor. They wouldn't stoop that low. The main reason they had done so was because they truly did not believe that a talent show without any good-looking people could get popular. They felt that this was going against the market trends, but the first episode of The Voice had utterly schooled them regarding this concern. Zhang Ye had made a show that did not have any good-looking people in it, and created a viewership rating miracle, shocking all his industry peers and shutting up all those doubters. And today Zhang Ye had once again schooled these industry peers with another lesson. Who said that The Voice would not have any good-looking people on it? Who had set such a rule? No one did. Zhang Ye did not mention this explicitly before either. He only said that the contestants could join regardless of looks. If they could sing very well and also have a very good-looking appearance, then that would be all the better. Just like how Yuan Tong was a contestant you wouldn't just find anywhere even if you looked hard. The future development path of Yuan Tong was probably going to be much smoother than Luo Yu or Qian Pingfan, since her foundation was almost perfect and she also had the necessary good qualities. When there was a misconception that The Voice would only have ugly people joining as contestants, it was all because the audience had wanted to believe it that way. They had a wrong understanding of The Voice, and today's first contestant Zhang Ye sent on stage was clearly set up for this. Zhang Ye had his own considerations, and as expected, Yuan Tong had amazed the entire venue and put across a message of truth to everyone. Don't ever use your understanding to measure The Voice. At Zhang Ye's parents' place, his mother's eyes lit up. This person is really beautiful, and she sings very well too. Zhang Ye laughed. Yes, Yuan Tong was one of my designated trump cards from the preliminary auditions. I had planned for her to appear in the second episode to shock everyone. His mother said, "What is she like?" "All right, I suppose." "Do you mean her personality?" Zhang Ye asked. His mother asked with concern. "Yes, is her personality good?" Zhang Ye threw up his hands. "We've only talked a little about music and didn't have much contact after that, so I don't really know. But I guess she's all right. She seems to be quite filial." Why are you asking about this?" His father had already sensed it. "Your mom is just worrying about finding you a partner." His mother immediately said, "Yes. This girl is very beautiful and can even sing well. Her family is rather well off too, and although she might not be famous yet, she can slowly work her way up. I think she would match you well." Zhang Ye nearly fainted. "Mom, didn't I tell you not to worry about this matter?" His mother pouted. "If you don't want me to worry, then you should find someone. I know that many people in the entertainment circle wed late in their lives. Some are even still single in their 40s, so you better make sure you don't learn from them. Just don't worry so much. Yuan Tong is just considered as an average beauty." Zhang Yi said, "My future wife will definitely be much more beautiful than her." Chen Shan, who was sitting next to them on the sofa, glanced at him for a moment. Her. His mother doubtfully said, "Is that so?" Zhang Yi laughed. Of course, just wait and see. He was actually speaking the truth, since Wu Zuqing was indeed much more beautiful than Yuan Tong. Perhaps, since Zhang Ye had seen Wu Zuqing so many times, he did not even take much notice of Yuan Tong from the beginning. He basically did not have any interest in her, and it was just his mother who had brought it up and incoherently connected them together, thinking that her son was still unable to find someone. His father interrupted, "Don't talk anymore. It's the next contestant's turn." His father was never interested in watching such shows in the first place. Neither could he really understand them, but maybe due to his son, he enjoyed it quite a bit. If anyone spoke loudly, he would say that they bothered his watching of the show. His mother turned her attention back to the television and did not raise the subject of Zhang Ye finding a partner anymore. She asked anxiously, "Who's next? Is it a man or a woman? Is the performance good?" Zhang Ye smiled and kept them guessing. "The next contestant will surely give both of you a great fright. Just watch. I won't spoil it for you." Chapter 692, Broadcast. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Thursday night. Around 8:55 p.m. At Zhang Ye's parents' house, his mother was in the kitchen preparing supper. She was frying some sausages and chopping the garlic, occasionally coming out to the living room to ask, "Has it started yet?" "What?" Zhang Ye answered. "Not yet. There's still 5 minutes." His mother asked, "It's still the commercials? They're taking too long with that." His father urged, "Just get the sausages. Onto the dining table first. Qinshan is getting hungry waiting for you." "Right away, right away." Not a moment later, his mother brought out the dish and put it onto the dining table. "Qinshan, come and eat. Try the sausages that Grandma fried." Qinshan went to the dining table and picked up a pair of chopsticks immediately. Zhang Yi stopped her. "Have you thanked Grandma for cooking this for you yet?" Qinshan raised her head. "Thank you, Grandma." His mother smiled happily. "No need to thank me, just eat." Only then did Zhang Yi let Qinshan start eating. He himself also started eating, but he used his hands instead of chopsticks. The sausages were still very hot, and he even let out a yell because of that. Then he dipped it into the garlic sauce and threw it directly into his mouth. Then Qinshan did not take the sausages from her plate, but insisted on snatching them from Zhang Ye's hands. "Give me, Zhang Yi, give me." "No, dip it in the sauce yourself." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. His mother sat down. "Why are you fighting with a child? Come, Qinshan, let Grandma dip it in some sauce for you. Do you want vinegar?" 2. His father turned the volume of the TV up. On screen, the second episode of The Voice was starting. Simultaneously, the same event was also occurring in many households across the country. In a household, "Honey, get me a cold beer." "Drinking again?" "The Voice is starting. I've already been waiting for a week." In an alley, "Brother, son, you're leaving so early? Why don't we play another 2 rounds?" "I'm not playing anymore. You guys continue. I have to go back to catch The Voice." "Whoa, you're already past 40 and still watching talent shows. What do you all know? The Voice is different. It's really fun to watch." At some kebab restaurant, "Waiter, coming. Please switch the television to The Voice." "Sure, sir. Give me another 50 kebab skewers and 5 bottles of beer, cold ones. They'll be here soon." Millions of viewers were already waiting in front of their televisions, their eyes focused on Central TV Department 1's channel. Everyone wanted to know if the second episode of The Voice would be able to continue its miraculous run, and if Zhang Ye's viewership ratings legend was really just a flash in the pan. In the past 2 days, a few online comments were rather spot on. The real test of Zhang Ye's standard and The Voice was starting just today. Whether they were a mule or a horse all depended on this second episode. The introduction music played. The logo of The Voice appeared. During the first episode, there was a lot more fanfare, such as the opening theme song and coach's introduction. A lot of the viewing audience thought that it would be the same for the second episode, but what surprised them was that The Voice did not follow the templates of other talent shows. Instead, there wasn't even an opening introduction. In place of it was the fan favorite advertising segment. When the show started, the focus was immediately on the stage. Zhang Ye had already walked up to the hanging microphone. He recited speedily while looking into the camera, "I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows. This year, the only TV you need to watch is The Voice." A string of advertising messages seemingly flew out from his mouth. The loud applause from the audience thundered through the entire studio. Online, Many people who heard this again could only come up with forced smiles. Just how did Zhang Ye do it so quickly? Was he aiming to break the speed of sound there? Each time I listen to it, I get more surprised. That mouth of his is really too godly. Damn, Zhang Ye has gotten faster again. I timed it just now, and Zhang Ye's recital of the advertising message today was faster than the first episode's recital by 0.5 seconds. F***K. He could even go faster than before? He did not even hit his limit yet in the first episode? Still increasing his recital speed? I'm gonna faint. Are you sure? I timed it too. Indeed, he did it faster than before. My timing shows that he was faster by 0.4 seconds. Heavens! Teacher Zhang's taking this godly speed to the next level. He's just so godlike. With a godly mouth too. Teacher Zhang, you're too awesome. The opening advertising messages had already made many of the audience members erupt into excitement. Many of the industry insiders who saw this all felt that Zhang Ye and the voice were being too violent. Why violent? Because whenever all the other variety shows wished to pull up their viewership ratings by attracting viewers, they would have to try many tricks and strategies, like finding a better pool of contestants, inviting a well-known coach, or giving more thought when creating new ideas for the program, and even by relying on the humor of the host. However, the Voice's advertising segment that pulled in the viewers only needed to depend on Zhang Ye's amazingly fast recital speed, which would crush all of his fellow peers. It violently relied on Zhang Ye's individual ability to pull in all the viewers' interest, and this seemingly non-technical ability actually required the most technique to execute. Right now, everyone knew that if they delivered the advertising messages in such a manner, it would definitely raise the viewership ratings by attracting enormous attention and hype to the topic. But even if they knew, there was no host in the industry who could do the same thing. So looking at Zhang Ye continuing to use his unique skill in the second episode of the program, many of the satellite channel industry insiders could only watch and sigh. Unless they could somehow poach Zhang Ye over from Central TV Department 1, they could only watch with envy. Excitement rose in the air. The next moment, Zhang Ye started to introduce the first contestant who would come up on stage. The show's pacing was very fast. There were no slow moments as it headed straight for the main event. The contestant's intro clip started playing. It was a woman's voice. Since childhood, my family's living conditions have always been good. My parents are rather strict with me, so I can't do many things. When I went to work, it was also at my parents' company. I know that they wish to nurture me so I can take over the company in the future and have achievements in the business world, but to be honest, that's not what I like. I don't like doing business where people are always scheming against each other. I like to sing, and I want to sing. That's why I've come to the stage of The Voice. I hope to tell my parents that I will choose my own path. The female contestant carried the microphone and stepped on stage. The moment she appeared up on stage, whether it was the live audience or the viewers in front of their TVs, everyone showed slightly shocked expressions. Why? Because of this contestant's appearance. How beautiful. Damn, a beauty. This person is too beautiful, too beautiful. She carries herself really well. F***K. I've always thought that The Voice would only have ugly men and women as contestants. Where did a person with such stunning looks come out from? I thought that The Voice doesn't care about looks. Yeah, I am also quite disappointed. Could it be that The Voice has already conceded to the traditional format from the second episode? They are going to become just like any other talent show that uses good-looking people as their contestants? And I still thought that The Voice was something new and refreshing. If this contestant only performs averagely, I will not be watching The Voice anymore. Listen to the performance first. Many netizens were commenting online while watching the program, as the contestants from the first episode had left a very deep impression on them. Many of them already formed preconceived notions of the contestants. Now that such a beautiful-looking female contestant had appeared on stage, they felt a little unused to it. The female contestant's name was Yuan Tong and had moved Zhang Ye with the song Blooming during the preliminary auditions, allowing her to qualify for the next round. However, as another female contestant had performed the same song in the first episode, to avoid repetition, the music arrangement teacher and music director had chosen another song for her after consulting Zhang Ye. It wasn't a love song, nor an upbeat song. It was a song that carried some risk if performed in a singing competition as it didn't fit too well to the theme. However, Zhang Ye and his team all believed that Yuan Tong could make it sound good. The song was, "For my future son or daughter. I want a child. I'll teach him how to write and speak. I want a child. I'll teach him to be thoughtful and free. I want a child. I'll teach him forgiveness and mercy. I want a child. I'll teach him to be selfless and true." After this female contestant opened her mouth to sing, everyone immediately stopped what they were saying. An uproar broke out again online. "What the F K? That's friggin' nice to listen to. This singing is too good. F K. Who says that if you look good, you won't be able to sing? I was nearly misled by you guys. She can also sing very well even if she's beautiful." Ahem. I take back my words from earlier. It was because of the first episode that I assumed the wrong things. I did not think that there would be any good-looking people appearing on this stage. This person sings as well as Luo Yu. She must also be a key contestant. And she's even very pretty. The voice did great. How did they manage to find so many awesome people? At this moment, on the TV screens, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli both pressed the button simultaneously as they both turned around with excitement. They've turned. There's still 2 more coaches to go. Ha, how wonderful. Wow, look at old Chen's eyes. They're gleaming at the sight of a pretty lady. Heh. Zhang Xia looks like she's hesitating. I think she'll turn around soon. Yuan Tong was still singing. There was no high notes to hit, nor any showy techniques. She simply used a very emotional style of singing to perform this song. Or rather, she was just singing her feelings. Through this song's beseeching of one's future child, she was actually reflecting on her own experiences for the past 20 years of her life. It was performed very well and full of charm. "My daughter, my son, I don't want you to be like me, bad with words. I don't want you to be like me, selfish, harsh, and untoward. I don't want you to be like me, showing off your vanity. I don't want you to be like me." Zhang Yuanqi turned. Zhang Xia glanced sideways and also determinedly hit the button. All of them had turned. It was another rare occasion where a contestant earned the approval of the 4 coaches. The audience also exploded as everyone started cheering for Yuan Tong, for her beauty and for her singing. Backstage at the second recording studio site, Zhang Ye was accompanied by Yuan Tong's parents who did not look like they were too interested, appearing quite obviously unsupportive of their daughter. But when they saw their daughter's eyes had teared up at the most emotional part of the song, then saw how the 4 coaches were reacting excited due to her singing, as well as the studio audience's cheers, Yuan Tong's mother's eyes reddened. She quietly wiped away some tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at her husband, who had raised his arms high in encouragement of their daughter. Yuan Tong was crying. When she reached the final verse of the song, as her vibrato ended along with the music, she saw that the 4 coaches had all turned around. Suddenly, at that moment, she could not hold her emotions in anymore and covered her mouth and cried. Having held it in for so long, with so many people watching her at the venue, she would naturally be a little more sensitive, and so her tears started falling. Seeing this, Zhang Xia also teared up a little. Perhaps she was also reminded of some memories since she looked to be in a rather complex state. Qin Guang still stuck to his old pet phrase as he raised both his arms. "This is truly unbelievable. A stunning face, an experienced singing technique, a touching voice." With Yuan Tong's appearance, the entire stage was lit up again. The netizens all shouted in succession. "The singing was too wonderful. I nearly cried listening to that." "Me too. I'm already a fan. Yuan Tong is awesome. Supporting you in wanting to walk your own path. Right? Don't go into business. You must carry on singing. It's your life, so you must make your own choice." The several industry insiders suddenly went quiet. One of them was the executive director of a talent show that was on another satellite channel in the same broadcast time slot. He could only silently sigh, knowing that he and many others had been totally underestimating Zhang Ye. When The Voice was not yet broadcast, they'd already been denouncing it and calling it bad. Many of them were not actually trying to badmouth it because it was a competitor. They wouldn't stoop that low. The main reason they had done so was because they truly did not believe that a talent show without any good-looking people could get popular. They felt that this was going against the market trends, but the first episode of The Voice had utterly schooled them regarding this concern. Zhang Ye had made a show that did not have any good-looking people in it and created a viewership rating miracle, shocking all his industry peers and shutting up all those doubters. And today, Zhang Ye had once again schooled these industry peers with another lesson. Who said that the voice would not have any good-looking people on it? Who had set such a rule? No one did. Zhang Ye did not mention this explicitly before either. He only said that the contestants could join regardless of looks. If they could sing very well and also have a very good-looking appearance, then that would be all the better. Just like how Yuan Tong was a contestant you wouldn't just find anywhere even if you looked hard. The future development path of Yuan Tong was probably going to be much smoother than Luo Yu or Qian Pingfan, since her foundation was almost perfect and she also had the necessary good qualities. When there was a misconception that The Voice would only have ugly people joining as contestants, it was all because the audience had wanted to believe it that way. They had a wrong understanding of The Voice, and today's first contestant Zhang Ye sent on stage was clearly set up for this. Zhang Ye had his own considerations, and as expected, Yuan Tong had amazed the entire venue and put across a message of truth to everyone. Don't ever use your understanding to measure The Voice. At Zhang Ye's parents' place, his mother's eyes lit up. This person is really beautiful, and she sings very well too. Zhang Ye laughed. Yes, Yuan Tong was one of my designated trump cards from the preliminary auditions. I had planned for her to appear in the second episode to shock everyone. His mother said, "What is she like?" "All right, I suppose." "Do you mean her personality?" Zhang Ye asked. His mother asked with concern. "Yes. Is her personality good?" Zhang Ye threw up his hands. "We've only talked a little about music and didn't have much contact after that, so I don't really know. But I guess she's all right. She seems to be quite filial." Why are you asking about this?" His father had already sensed it. "Your mom is just worrying about finding you a partner." His mother immediately said, "Yes. This girl is very beautiful and can even sing well. Her family is rather well off too, and although she might not be famous yet, she can slowly work her way up. I think she would match you well." Zhang Ye nearly fainted. "Mom, didn't I tell you not to worry about this matter?" His mother pouted. "If you don't want me to worry, then you should find someone. I know that many people in the entertainment circle wed late in their lives. Some are even still single in their 40s, so you better make sure you don't learn from them. Just don't worry so much. Yuan Tong is just considered as an average beauty." Zhang Ye said, "My future wife will definitely be much more beautiful than her." Qinshan, who was sitting next to them on the sofa, glanced at him for a moment. His mother doubtfully said, "Is that so?" Zhang Ye laughed. "Of course, just wait and see." He was actually speaking the truth, since Wu Ziqing was indeed much more beautiful than Yuan Tong. Perhaps, since Zhang Ye had seen Wu Ziqing so many times, he did not even take much notice of Yuan Tong from the beginning. He basically did not have any interest in her, and it was just his mother who had brought it up and incoherently connected them together, thinking that her son was still unable to find someone. His father interrupted, "Don't talk anymore. It's the next contestant's turn." His father was never interested in watching such shows in the first place. Neither could he really understand them, but maybe due to his son, he enjoyed it quite a bit. If anyone spoke loudly, he would say that they bothered his watching of the show. His mother turned her attention back to the television and did not raise the subject of Zhang Ye finding a partner anymore. She asked anxiously, "Who's next? Is it a man or a woman? Is the performance good?" Zhang Ye smiled and kept them guessing. "The next contestant will surely give both of you a great fright. Just watch. I won't spoil it for you." Chapter 693. Grandpa, could you cut it out? Translator, Leg Editor. Leg. At 9:15 p.m., the next contestant was about to appear. Having been enticed by Zhang Ye with his description of the contestant, his parents kept their eyes on the TV screen and anticipated who would come next. They wanted to know just how frightening this next contestant would be. Even Qinshan, who was still eating the sausages, glanced curiously at the screen. But at this moment, Zhang Ye stood up from his chair. After filling his stomach, he took a napkin and wiped the garlic sauce and oil from his hand. He then went back into his room. He took out his phone and hesitated for a long while, but still decided to call the number that was written on a note he had kept in his pocket. He had gotten this from the program team. It was an emergency contact number one of the contestants had put on their application form. He dialed the number. "Do." The call went through. Zhang Ye greeted, "Hello." It was a middle-aged man who answered the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Is this Mr. Zhou?" Zhang Ye asked. "That's he you are." The middle-aged man asked, wondering what was going on. Zhang Ye said, "Are you and your mother together at the moment? I would like to look for Grandma Wang. I'm not sure if it's convenient for her to answer the phone right now." The middle-aged man said, "Looking for my mother? Are you a comrade from the Residents Committee or the Retirees Association?" Maybe it was because of Zhang Yi speaking very formally. The middle-aged man did not make much of it and wasn't too suspecting. "Okay, please wait. I'll get her." Then a voice could be heard. "Mother, mother, a call for you." About 5 or so seconds later, someone answered. It was a little old granny's voice. "Hello, is this Little Lee from the committee?" Zhang Yi said, "No, Grandma Wang, my name is Zhang Ye." "Zhang Yi," Grandma Wang said while shaking her head. "Did you get the wrong number?" Zhang Yi said, "I didn't get the wrong number. I understand that you might not know me, but I'm calling you with a rather presumptuous request. Could I get you to tune in to Central TV Department 1's channel on TV?" Grandma Wang did not understand. Zhang Yi said, "You'll understand when you see it." After saying that, Zhang Yi hung up because he did not know what else to say. He also didn't know if he should be the one to say it, so he just hurriedly and briefly said a few words. On the other end, Grandma Wang was feeling very confused. "Who was that?" Her son, Mr. Zhou, said in surprise. "You don't know that person?" "I don't know him. He only asked me to take a look at Central TV Department 1's channel now," and then hung up after saying that. Grandma Wang's television was on at the moment, but she was currently watching opera. She very much so enjoyed listening to opera. Mr. Zhou was quite speechless at that. What did he mean by that? Was it a sales call? A phone scam? Grandma Wang said, "I don't know. What's there on Central TV? Department 1? Oh, it's Thursday today, isn't it? I think it's the Voice of China at this time. Many of my colleagues have been telling me how good it is." Wait. Mr. Zhou suddenly said, "What was the name of the person who called just now?" Grandma Wang thought for a moment. "He said he was Zhang Ye." Mr. Zhou was stunned. "Isn't Zhang Ye that host? I think he joined Central TV Department 1, and the voice seems to be produced by him." Host? Grandma Wang thought, but she did not know any celebrities in person. Mr. Zhou was feeling very curious, so he switched over to Central TV Department 1. "Look, it's really the voice. I think it just started not too long ago. Could it really be Zhang Yi who called? That's not possible. He's such a superstar. Why would he call our house? Just thinking about that seems impossible already. This is really weird," Grandma Wang said. "If it's a scam, then just ignore it. I want to continue watching my opera. Can you watch the opera in a while? Let me take a look first." Mr. Zhou wondered about what kind of program the voice actually was. This show is very popular right now. Everyone in the country is talking about it. The viewership ratings have won hands down against all other variety shows in the same period. They also say that the contestants are all very good performers too. My colleagues told me that there was a bicycle repairman in the first episode who sang with an even more womanly voice than a woman could. That voice was really the best. Then there was another contestant. As he related to this part, he suddenly cried out in surprise. The words that were coming out from his mouth became stuck in his throat. Grandma Wang asked, "What's the matter?" Mr. Zhou was shocked as he pointed at the television screen. His hand was trembling. Father. It's my father." "What?" Grandma Wang's expression also turned to shock. She turned her focus to the television and stared hard at it. Her eyes swirled with a complex mix of emotions. Mr. Zhou, who seemingly had seen a ghost, said, "What's my father doing on TV?" Grandma Wang was silent for a moment, then uttered, "Change the channel." "Mother," Mr. Zhou said. "Change the channel," Grandma Wang said firmly. Mr. Zhou said, "Why do you want to change it? Just watch it. You've already divorced my father for 7 or 8 years already. Each time he calls, you always hang up on him. Every time he comes to look for you, you don't even want to open the door for him. Whenever any of our neighbors mention my father's name, you will give them an angry look. Just what are you trying to do? It's not like my father has done something wrong. All he likes is singing, so why can't you get over that after all these years?" Grandma Wang said angrily. "Is that what he calls liking singing? He treats singing like it's his life. When we were still young, your father would carry that guitar of his around every day and form whatever band or groups with his coworkers. If you say that he was young at that time, I'll let it pass. But as we got older, he still did not change. After working at the factory for 20, 30 years, just because he wanted to pursue that dream of his, He took the golden handshake at work and left his job. All the golden handshake payment was good for was a few years of insurance payments, and he was left with no other income. It's not like you don't know how much our family suffered during those years, Mr. Zhou said. That still didn't warrant getting a divorce from my father, did it? Grandma Wang resolutely said. When he sang during his younger days, it was fine. But he's already so old, yet he still keeps on thinking about that dream. Everyone has their destiny, and his is a worker. Why does he still not give up at his age? Does he not understand? Only young people go on talent shows. What is he thinking stepping in and joining in on the fun? That singing of his is so terrible. Who would like it? Mr. Zhou seethed. If you don't want to watch, I will. I have never really heard my father singing a song before. Every time he tried to sing in the past, you would always pick a quarrel with him. Grandma Wang scolded very harshly, but did not actually move from her seat. She remained on the sofa, and her gaze was still on the TV set. Online, many of the viewers were also raising a ruckus. I'm gonna faint. I'm gonna faint +1. This. F *** Kami. Why is there even an old man? I'm blind. Your sister. The composition of the contestants and the voice is way too complicated. There's a train driver, a PE teacher, a bicycle repairman, and now even a retiree. Teacher Zhang, I bow to you. Does it need to be this funny? At that age, he still wants to join a talent show? This grandpa is really courageous. He can still sing at that age? Surely this must just be meeting the requirement of the number of contestants, right? Could he be intending to perform a square dance? 1. https://wiki/square_dancing_China. The viewers in front of their TV sets found it both laughable and pitiful. They'd seen strange things, but never had they seen something this strange. A 60-year-old still coming to take part in a talent show competition? And it's even a singing competition? In all the other singing shows, even a 40-year-old would be rare and would be considered an overage contestant. They were all basically just contestants who would end up having that one appearance in the competition before getting eliminated. After all, people at that age really weren't in the condition for singing, not to mention what it would be like for a 60-year-old grandpa. Would you cut it out? Grandpa, could you please cut it out? Chapter 694, Zhou. Translator, leg editor, leg. The contestant's intro clip played. A 60-year-old grandpa appeared on screen. My name is Zhou. Everyone just calls me Old Zhou. About my life, I've really been a failure. When I was young, my dream was to be a singer. Even after many decades, my dream never changed. Many of my friends say that I must be mad, criticizing that I'm not mature, and even my spouse, who had been part of my life for many years, filed for a divorce 7, 8 years ago over my pursuit of my dream. She said that I couldn't recognize what was real and what was a dream. She said that people our age shouldn't be qualified to dream anymore. But I will never believe that. Why is it that only young people have the right to pursue their dreams? Why can't we old people also have a lifetime dream that we've been working with determination toward? I came to this stage today in hopes that my ex-wife and son can see me, that my ex-bandmates whom I had been playing music together with for so many years but given up now can see me, that those who tell me that I should not have such dreams can see me. I want to tell them that even though I might not turn out to be a capable singer, and I may have been wrong all my life, but I, Zhou, have never given up. From my 20s to my 60s, I've been pushing forward for 40 years, working hard for 40 years, but I have never given up. The audience was taken by surprise. 60 years old? He's really that old? F ***K. I just thought this man looked old. This is making me dizzy. He's already 60. Even the industry insiders who were watching The Voice were feeling a genuine sense of powerlessness. They could not understand what Zhang Ye was trying to do. How did he even manage to get an old man like this from the preliminary auditions? The 4 coaches appeared on screen looking a little lost, unsure of why the audience was so surprised. As only the 4 of them had their backs facing to the stage, they couldn't see the contestants or know if they were a man or a woman, how tall they were, their looks, or age. They were totally clueless. At Grandma Wang's house, Mr. Zhou drew a deep breath. Mother, my father. Grandma Wang stayed silent. In the past, Mr. Zhou also could not understand his father. He felt that the reason why his family had come to this point was due to his parents' unrealistic dreams and aspirations. Hi's parents argued very often and even ended up divorcing. Although he did not say it explicitly, he had always blamed his father for this, thinking that it was because his father had handled everything wrong. But now, after listening to his father's intro clip, Mr. Zhou was suddenly at a loss for words. On screen, under the gaze of the countless TV viewers, Zhou Danian stepped up onto the stage. He held the microphone in his hand and walked up in a slow manner. He even had to climb the stairs one step at a time, unable to go 2 steps at once. From this, it could be seen that Zhou Danian was really getting old and no longer as strong as a younger person. Can this grandpa really do it? This old man could really sing? Everyone had the same question on their mind. The lights dimmed. 3, 2, 1. The music blared. It was the strumming of guitars. Even though the melody sounded a little different, it was still very familiar. Those who heard it immediately knew that this was the tune of an early rock song by Zhang Ye that was very popular. A lot of people had sung it before, but never had they heard an old man singing it. It's I Don't Believe. Rock. Heavens. The grandpa is going to sing a rock song. What is this? Just what is going on here? I was expecting a song from the 70s. How did it turn out to be a rock song? A person that age can also sing such a mainstream pop song. Will that work? It's definitely not going to be good on the ears. I have no clue what to say. It can't possibly be good, can it? He even got divorced because of this. That's really not worth it. If he sang an old song, it would be fine. But a rock song? You were already on the wrong path in the first place, yet you persisted for 40 years? What's the point of that? Rock essentially belongs to the younger people. On screen, Zhou Danian was faced with the doubtful looks of the audience, but did not seem to care. He had already long since gotten used to it, as he had been through all this countless times. Under the gaze of all these doubtful looks, he raised the microphone to his mouth and expressed all his experiences and emotions into the singing of the song. This was a song that he wanted to sing for himself. He opened his mouth. His voice came out. After all the effort, all I could do was return in failure. After all the fighting, all I could do was cry wishing for my dreams. After all the thinking, why is my life so lowly? After all the lamenting, why is my voice turning haggard? 1 year. After another. Yet another year. Year by year, he grew older. Year by year, he became more bleary-eyed. Zhou Danian was just like how the lyrics were written. He had never had any success in his lifetime before. The television audience suddenly fell silent. At the live venue of The Voice, it also suddenly became quiet. Many people were so surprised that their mouths could not stay closed. They were all shocked by that mature and gravelly bass voice. They simply could not believe their hearing, that this voice was coming out from the mouth of a 60-year-old man. Likewise, Zhou Danian's son was also shocked at this. Both his eyes were staring wide at the television, and he could not even speak coherently anymore. This, my dad, this. Grandma Wang was looking at her ex-husband on TV, as memories flashed in front of her eyes. How old are you already? I don't want to just give up like that. What's wrong with you? Can't you just accept your fate? I won't give in. Even if you don't accept, you still have to accept. Just spend our days peacefully and stop harping about your dreams. I've only had this one dream in my lifetime, can't you? Just support me for once. I've had enough. We're going to get a divorce. Xiaoyan, let me try again. Let me try it for the last time. I can do it for sure. Don't say any more. It doesn't matter how many times you try it. That is not the life you were meant for. Suddenly, right after Zhou Danian's bassy voice took a breath, he screamed in a high-pitched voice, with the power of a bomb exploding. I don't believe that my life is worse than others. I don't believe that my luck is worse than others. I don't believe that my path is always tough. I don't believe that my dreams will never come true. The screaming got higher and higher pitched, inflaming every household that was tuned in on their televisions. It was too explosive. I don't believe that my life is worse than others. I don't believe that I have no talent. I don't believe that I'm destined to be a lowly person. I don't believe that my songs will be left unanswered forever. The coaches could not longer hold themselves back anymore. Zhang Ye turned. Zhang Xia turned. Chen Guang turned. Fan Wenli turned. The 4 coaches all hit their buttons and turned around within 1 second of each other. If a voice like that could not earn their approval, then nothing would. However, when they saw the contestant, The four coaches all broke down. Fan Wenli screamed. Ah! Zhang Xia also had a fright. Oh my god, Zhang Yuanqi said, it's a grandpa? Chen Guang held his head in his hands, looking like he couldn't accept it. Holy shit. When they were listening to this voice with the backs facing the stage, they could hear that the contestant had some age and life experience from the way he sang with his mature and gravelly voice. But even so, it only sounded like a 40-year-old or so, not 60 or above. Who would have thought that it would be an old man? What they saw had truly given the four coaches a shock. This was really just too surprising. This person sang so well. If anyone told them that they were listening to a 60-year-old grandpa perform when their backs were turned, they would never have believed it. Besides, this was a rock song. The power required in a rock song, the soul and emotions, all of these were expressed fully by the old man. Everyone who heard it could feel their blood boiling with excitement. Heavens! 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 Holy shit! How awesome! That was such a strong performance. This grandpa is so damn cool. I've got goosebumps all over my body. How cool. This grandpa is really too awesome. F***CKme. How did he sing it so well? H's vocals seem to be even more aggressive than a young man. Is he really a 60-year-old grandpa? Now it feels more like he's just 16. Awesome. The voice is awesome. This stage is too attractive. This is what music is about. This is what you call singing. The audience cheered. Everyone was shouting excitedly. On screen, many of the audience members could be seen standing up and holding up their hands, waving them around crazily, feeling very pumped up from the performance. At this moment, the music slowed down as the drum kicks faded away. When the audience was thinking that Zhou Danian would repeat the chorus and let the rhythm pump up the audience again, the music began to slow instead. The original version of Zhang Yuanqi's I Don't Believe arrangement and lyrics were changed by Zhou Danian. He added in a conclusion, a type of response lyrics into the ending. Zhou Danian's face looked a little haggard, his voice sounding very light, yet deep. Compared to his screaming earlier, it sounded like he was mumbling to himself as he sang. Perhaps my life is worse than others. Perhaps I really have no talent. Perhaps I'm destined to be a lowly person. Perhaps songs will be left unanswered forever. It was the end of the song. The music slowly came to an end as well. Zhang Yuanqi was already leading everyone to stand up and giving her sincerest applause. Everyone in the studio also stood up with warm applause for him. Hearing her ex-husband screaming on the show, Grandma Wang did not seem to have much of a reaction. But when he started singing the parts of his rhetorical answers of perhaps, Grandma Wang immediately held her face in her hands and unexpectedly started crying. She was crying so hard that it sounded like she would not stop at any time soon. Her son said, "Mother, so my father sings this well." Grandma Wang pressed her hands against her eyes, unable to stop crying. Old Zhou, woo 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 woo. The feud between his parents, the complex relationship between them. As their son, he might not ever fully understand all of it, but when he saw his mother at this moment, he could guess that perhaps she had already forgiven his father. Perhaps she already understood his father. Dong dong dong. The door was being knocked on. When Mr. Zhou went to open the door, he saw his old neighbor excitedly shouting, "Little Zhou, your father's on TV. Your father's on TV." Mr. Zhou said, "I saw it." The old neighbor said, "Did your mother see it as well?" "We're both watching," Mr. Zhou replied. "My mother is feeling a little emotional right now." Then some footsteps came thumping from the stairwell. Another old neighbor who looked to be past 50 years old came over, shouting, "Sister Wang, your spouse is on TV. He sang really well. He sang really well. I never knew my brother Zhou had such a hidden talent. So his singing is actually this good. Did you see it, Sister Wang?" The four coaches all turned around for Brother Zhou. "You have a star in your family. Brother Zhou's really great." When the other neighbors heard the commotion, they too came out into the corridor. "What's happening? What happened? Quickly go and watch Central TV Department 1. Old Zhou's on a TV show." "What? Are you sure? Central TV Department 1? Isn't that the voice?" "Yeah." Old Zhou went and performed a song. He sang great. "Really? I must go and watch the rerun." The phone in their house started to constantly ringing. Many of their relatives and friends were all calling Grandma Wang, and even an ex-bandmate of Zhou Danian from his younger days called. They had not expected that, years after they had given up, Zhou Danian had actually continued with determination to sing and perform. They spoke to Grandma Wang for a very long time, saddened by what had happened, but also feeling happy at the same time for Zhou Danian. 40 years. After 40 years of determination, Zhou Danian had finally proven himself on the stage of The Voice. He had finally fulfilled that long-awaited dream, so what else could he be happier about than this? On TV, the coaches' arguing segment finished. The coaches were all fighting over the contestant, but it ended up with the original singer of I Don't Believe, Zhang Ye, successfully pulling Zhou Danian over to her team. Chen Guang felt so regretful about this that he slammed his hand onto the table, but still ended up raising both his arms to lead the audience to shout for Zhou Danian. Let us all show our respect to the man who has not given up on his dreams of being a musician after years and years. He sang very well. This is the first time I've heard a rock song that moved me so much. It's also the voice that touched me the most. No matter what happens from here, Grandpa Zhou, you'll always be the champion of The Voice in my heart. Zhou Danian. Zhou Danian. Zhou Danian. Zhou Danian. The entire studio audience's blood was boiling passionately. They hailed him in unison, creating an extremely impressive atmosphere in the venue. Chapter 695. The second episode's viewership ratings released. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The second episode was on fire. The Voice was once again so popular. After the program's broadcast ended at 10:30 p.m., the topic of discussion online was again focused on The Voice. The threads and Weibo posts regarding the program were exponentially soaring. If described on a linear graph, the angle of elevation would be at 10 or 20 degrees before the program began. But starting from 9 p.m., the angle of elevation was almost at 90 degrees. The feast of The Voice was once again spreading through the internet. Countless people were going crazy and screaming for The Voice once more. The second episode was amazing to watch. I love Yuan Tong. Who cares about Yuan Tong? Yeah, Grandpa Zhou was the awesome one. Supporting this up like crazy, I really love Grandpa Zhou as well. How crazy is this? Grandpa Zhou was rockin' and rollin'. Countless likes for that. This episode is very impressive too. Who says that The Voice's second episode might not meet everyone's expectations? It's clearly a good surprise, and obviously as awesome as the first episode. I should have known that Teacher Zhang would never let us down. Why? There is no why. It's simply because he is Zhang Ye. This name is basically a seal of quality and is synonymous with creating miracles. Having watched so many of Zhang Ye's programs like Lecture Room, Zhang Ye's talk show, and The Voice, I'm beginning to realize how great Zhang Ye is. I'd heard of Zhang Ye's name some time ago and knew a little about him, but it was only through The Voice that I started liking him, though I've heard that his reputation isn't very good. But it's far worse than not very good. Haha, has Teacher Zhang ever had a reputation before? For him, he's always fighting with his fellow peers, and many people in the industry can't wait for him to be brought down. So it would be strange if anyone actually had a good opinion of him. But to us common folk, Zhang Ye is still quite a good person. He's loyal, honest, capable, and dares to do what he says. Let me just put it this way for you, my friend. In the entertainment, literary, educational, and crosstalk circles, Zhang Ye is the only person to have scolded or offended almost half of all his peers, but still survived well in these industries. No one could do anything about this guy at all. Just think about it. From all of that alone, you can see how capable Zhang Ye is. If it were any other celebrity, if they even offended someone from just one industry, they would probably have been condemned many times already, let alone offending so many people from so many industries. Only Zhang Ye has been an exception. That's why so many people are calling him a wonder of the entertainment circle, because this guy has truly been too wondrous. The Voice is really a program of very high standards. After the second episode has been broadcast, there shouldn't be any more doubters of The Voice, right? I'm afraid there shouldn't even be the slightest bit of doubt to be found around here anymore. Face-smacking Zhang is face-smacking again. I can already feel the pain of those industry insiders. Hehe, that might not be true. Many of Zhang Ye's industry peers are his lifetime adversaries, so they won't just stop doubting because of this incident. I'm quite sure they still have many people who won't give up just yet. They're probably waiting for the release of the viewership ratings for The Voice's second episode at this moment. After all, The statistics reflect the situation in the most practical sense. I'm waiting for it too. I wonder how high the second episode be. The Voice is way ahead at the moment. So if there's anyone who could beat The Voice's first episode's record of the viewership ratings for the past 3 years, then I'm afraid that it can only be The Voice itself. The next day, at Central TV Tower, in The Voice's program team office, when Zhang Ye reached the office, almost all of his colleagues were already there. Everyone had arrived very early today and congregated to discuss the last night's broadcast. The second episode's recording was finished several days ago, including the blind auditions for the third and fourth episodes. The program team staff had watched all of these in the recording studio, so logically they shouldn't have been so excited about the broadcasted episode. However, there was an essential difference between watching it live and on television because the feeling and atmosphere were totally different. What was broadcast on television had gone through the editing process first, with the contestants' intro clips and their interviews added in and the overall pace of the episode optimized. The final broadcast footage was radically different from watching it live. Together with post-production color correction added, the quality and atmosphere were raised by several levels when watching it on television. As a result, when the staff watched it, they also felt very excited, especially when Zhou Danian's segment came up. Many of them even cried as it was so moving. Director Zhang, you're here. Good morning, Director Zhang. A few of them greeted. Ha Chi-Chi came up and said, Director Zhang, last night's episode was edited great. Zhang Ye laughed. Using my recommendations when editing, the effects turned out rather well, didn't it? The suggestion you had before had a much slower pace. If we had done it that way, the audience definitely would not have approved of it. Ha Chi-Chi gave a wry smile. My suggestion was just in accordance with the industry's recommended practices, but when I saw the edit based on your suggestion and guidance, I realized that the recommended practices of our industry are really getting old-fashioned. Zhang Ye said, that might not be true, since every program has its own style and rhythm. As long as we find a suitable approach, it should be good enough. When it came to the production of The Voice, whether it be the recording or post-production processes, Zhang Ye had strictly adhered to the version from his previous world. He fully trusted and respected the style of the version that had matured and been accepted by the audience of his previous world. Little Wang, who was not too concerned about the post-production or editing, quickly asked, are the viewership ratings out yet, Director Zhang? Zhang Ye said, I don't think so. Wu Yi gulped. Do you think that the second episode will surpass the first one? Zhang Ye shook his head. Who can ever predict something like that? There's really no point in thinking about or analyzing it so much. We can only see if the audience will accept it and wait for the final tabulation of the statistics. At around 10:30 a.m., the viewership rating statistics for Thursday's variety shows were released. Zhang Ye was in his office when he found out the news. It was Little Wang who hurriedly came knocking on his door to tell him about it. Director Zhang, it's released, it's been released. Zhang Ye smiled. You scared me for a second there. Little Wang was very excited. Quickly take a look at the viewership ratings. Let me take a look then. Zhang Ye took the viewership ratings report Little Wang handed to him. When he saw the first row, the words The Voice of China were written there. The Voice's second episode viewership ratings, 2.11%. Building on the ratings of the first episode, it had increased by another 0.1%. It must be known that this was actually an absolutely astonishing result. That's because of this world's variety shows, most of them only got viewership ratings of around 0.5%. So an increase of 0.1% was clearly not a small amount. Zhang Ye smiled a little. It's quite all right. Little Wang, however, did not feel that it was quite all right. Outside, among all the other staff of The Voice, no one else thought it was quite all right either. To them, the result was basically defying all common sense, and everyone was getting extremely excited over it. The first episode had already broken the 2-point rating, but the second episode had set yet another new, national record in the viewership ratings of variety shows in recent years. It had utterly defeated all of the other variety shows in the same time slot. The release of the second episode's viewership ratings had given a strong boost to their program team and Central TV Department 1. Only at this moment did they finally have the courage to say that Central TV Department 1 had made a strong return to the variety scene and reclaimed its position as Big Brother. And the hero of this victory was, no doubt, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had used a show that no one took seriously, and surprisingly led Central TV to defiantly sweep the entire domestic variety show industry. No one could stop them. No one could compare to them. This was absolute carnage. It was a battle that no others had a chance to win. Online, the congratulatory messages came flooding in the tens of thousands. Although it was expected, it still came as a surprise. Not only did the second episode's viewership rating not drop, it even increased by 0.1%. That's too frightening. The Voice is going to be unstoppable at this rate. Damn. F***K. Come and see quickly. The Voice is defying all common sense again. Ha ha. Those industry insiders who constantly criticize The Voice can finally give up. Their statements will express, "We will take some days off to recharge. When Zhang Ye is out with another new work, we will be back again. A lifetime of criticism, a lifetime of insults. We will never give up. We will never waver." Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. How exciting. In recent years, many people have been saying that Central TV Department 1 is getting old and no longer has its status like back in its glorious past. But they seem to have forgotten that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. What Central TV Department 1 lacked was probably only someone great like Zhang Ye who can turn the tide for them. Today, after staying silent for some years, Central TV Department 1 is finally back. The once big brother of the variety world is finally making a comeback. The giant is attacking again. Beware, all satellite channels. I'm delighted. Face-smacking Zhang's nth battle with his industry peers has him walking away with the last laugh again. With the excitement of The Voice, the variety show industry will once again warm up. Zhang Ye has not only saved Central TV Department 1, he has saved the entire variety world. Central TV Department 1 joining hands with Zhang Ye, the largest television network in the industry, together with the most outstanding program planner of the industry. Who could stop them? Congratulations, The Voice has set another record. 2.11%. You are really goddamn going to see all other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. The legend continues. The Voice fully deserves this honor. Teacher Zhang, well done. Really awesome. An awesome show. Awesome contestants. And also an awesome host. This day will surely be forever remembered in the history of the variety world. This is certainly the era that great heroes will emerge from. Starting today, the variety world has officially stepped into the era of Zhang Ye. He who gains Zhang Ye can rule the world. In the office, Zhang Ye was checking his rankings on the Celebrity Rankings Index website. In the B-list celebrity rankings, he immediately spotted his current position. Third from last. Not too long ago, he was in last place, but after 2 episodes of The Voice, Zhang Ye had been soaring in popularity and jumped 2 spots up on the B-list rankings in just a short time. It should be known that the gap between the celebrities in the B-list was much larger than those in the C or D lists. The disparity between each placing was much greater. Just from Zhang Ye's promotion from the C-list to the B-list rankings, it could be seen how difficult it was. He had spent a long period of time increasing his popularity score before he successfully got into the B-list rankings. But now, after just a short time of 2 episodes, Zhang Ye is a host of The Voice, who although did not have much appearance time, with his show of reciting those advertising messages, his popularity had once again soared. This was very quick for the fact that he was in the B-list rankings. At the beginning of the year, Zhang Ye had been thinking of trying to aim for becoming a B-list celebrity. He would have been satisfied as long as he could get into the B-list rankings. But who knew that just after a short 2 months, not only did Zhang Ye reach his goal, he was already heading straight for the A-list celebrity rankings. Although there was still a long way to go, his momentum was obvious. He was already safe from dropping down into the C-list rankings due to his instability and need not worry about being overtaken by Zhang Ye anymore. The show was on fire. His popularity was soaring. After all these days of setbacks and busy days, Zhang Ye's mood today was the best. He was humming a song in his office, finally able to get a breather. Zhang Ye was very satisfied of his own performance during this time. After getting past all the hard work and tiredness from working, he was already reaping the rewards. Although the people who did not like him still continued to dislike him, and the industry peers he had offended were still aiming for him to fall, Zhang Ye did not care about any of those. He clearly understood that for a celebrity in the entertainment industry, The most important thing was popularity. Popularity and fame were the bases that these celebrities needed to get a say in things. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 696. The Higher Education Entrance Examination Board's Invitation. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Viewership ratings of The Voice's second episode had slapped many people's faces once again. The people loved it. The media were fighting to get their coverage out. The industry was silent in unison. Those who were waiting to laugh at Zhang Ye and The Voice, hoping that the show's second episode would plunge, were also made to shut up. Some people even sneakily deleted their Weibo posts or forum comments that cast doubt on Zhang Ye and his new program, making it seem like nothing had been said at all. It was business as usual. Earth still continued to spin. At this point, the battle between Zhang Ye and a part of the industry was laid to rest. In the afternoon, at the bottom of the television station tower, at a restaurant on the northern side of Bai Lake, Zhang Ye paid out of pocket and gave another celebratory meal to everyone in the program team. Director Zhang, a toast to you. All right, but I'll use tea on behalf of beer. It's the weekend tomorrow. Do we still have work to do? No, there's nothing else. Everyone will have their full days off to rest for a few days. Oh, great. We can finally get some rest. The Voice was already progressing as planned. Whether it was the production process or the viewership ratings, there was nothing to worry about anymore. Everything was heading towards the best possible outcome. It was all in control of the hands of Zhang Ye and his team. At this moment, the entire program team staff could finally all relax. Their days of being pressured by the deadlines and stressed out by work were finally over. A middle-aged female editor of the program team said, "Director Zhang, I want to inform you about this in advance. In a few days, I might have to take 2 days off as my son is getting ready for his college entrance exam. Since my husband is too busy, I will have to stay and help him revise and make a last sprint to the college entrance examination. And there's still meals to be cooked too. I'm going to be so busy in the next few days." Zhang Ye wondered. The college entrance exam has not started yet? Not yet. It's only the beginning of June now, the female editor said. When is the college entrance exam? Zhang Ye asked, feeling unsure about it. Zhang thought that Zhang Ye was just joking, so he laughed. The college entrance exam is held at the end of June every year. Director Zhang, did you forget because you've been too busy? Late June, Zhang Ye repeated. Ha Chi said, yes, it's only about a little more than 10 days from now. He didn't forget, nor was he playing dumb. Zhang Ye really did not know. In his previous world, the college entrance examination had been changed some years back to fall on usually the 7th or 8th of June. It had always been like that ever since. After he had been suspended from Peking University, Zhang Ye hadn't been paying much attention to news like this as he had been very busy with The Voice's production work, so he even thought that the college entrance exam was already over. Only now did he find out that the date of this world's college entrance exam was slightly different from his previous worlds. The college entrance exam questions and the order of subjects being tested were likely going to be different over here as well then. Wu Yi said, Sisterly, how's your son doing academically? Sisterly said, it's quite good, but our home does not fall under Beijing's household registration, even though my son goes to school in Beijing. For the exam, we would have to go back to our old place. That's why I'm feeling quite worried. Ha Chi said, isn't it the same wherever you take the exam? Sister. Li waved her hands. It's not the same at all. These days, the questions are all set independently by the provinces. The Beijing college entrance exam is always easy every year. The admission cutoff point is also lower, so there's definitely less pressure. But it's not the same for other provinces. Some are more difficult, and some are even easier, so it all depends on your luck. Ha Chi could not understand why. The Beijing examination is easier? Sisterly snorted. Yes, much more easier too. Zhang Ye asked with a smile. Has your son expressed the university he would like to get into? She nodded and said with some pride in her voice, his first choice is Peking University. Ha Chi sounded somewhat impressed as she said, then your son must be very academically inclined. He's not too bad as long as he can fulfill his potential. Then there's a good chance. The female editor said, if my son really gets into Peking University, then I will treat everyone to a feast. That's a promise. Zhang was smiled and said, Sisterly, you should be treating Director Zhang to a feast instead. He's the one who is a true Chinese department lecturer and math department associate professor at Peking University. Sister Li immediately smiled. I will definitely be treating. I was still hoping that after my son gets admitted into Peking University, Director Zhang would be able to look after him. Zhang Ye shrugged while smiling and said, I've already been suspended for the past semester, so I doubt that I would be able to go back to teach this year. But if your son does apply for the Chinese or math department, I still do know quite a few teachers personally, so if there's any problems, they would help me look out for him. Let's talk about that when it happens. Since you've already given me your word, let me toast you. Sister Li looked happy. Then she picked up her glass of orange juice and clinked it against Zhang Ye's glass. Zhang Ye said, I hope your son will be able to get what he wants. Suddenly, his cell phone started buzzing inside his pocket. It was a call. When he took it out to check the number, the caller ID showed Pan Yang's name, the dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences. He found it strange that Dean Pan would call him at such a time, so he told everyone at the table to continue without him first and excused himself. He went outside to answer the call. Zhang Ye, hello. Pan Yang. Hello, Professor Zhang. Zhang Ye. Dean Pan, don't address me like that. Just call me Little Zhang. Pan Yang. Then I will call you Teacher Zhang instead. Are you outside? Zhang Ye. I was just eating lunch. What is it that you're looking for me for? Pan Yang. There's something, but it's difficult to explain over the phone. Shall we meet up instead? Zhang Ye, what time? Pan Yang. It's best if we could meet now. Zhang Ye, so rushed? It might not be possible now. I'm still not off work yet. Pan Yang. Oh, I remember now. You've recently created a new TV show, and it seems like it's doing rather well in the nation as well now, isn't it? Then why don't you tell me when you will be free? What time do you finish work? Zhang Ye. Why don't you tell me what's the matter first so that I won't feel so unsettled? After a moment's pause, Pan Yang said, All right then, it's actually fine to tell you over the phone since it's not too big an issue. I'm looking for you mainly regarding this year's college entrance exam papers in Beijing. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Huh? Pan Yang said, I have been appointed as the supervisor of this year's question-setting team for the Beijing college entrance exam. The questions for the examination were already set and ready for the mathematics, Chinese literature, English language, arts, and science sections, including a few alternate question sets. But we have suddenly encountered a situation in which all of those question sets were not approved by the board. The Beijing college entrance exam has never been too difficult. It was going to be the same this year, so the leaders on the Board of Education wanted to add more difficulty to it. If they had let us know earlier, it would have been fine since everyone could have discussed and slowly refined the exam standards. But we don't have much time anymore. The college entrance exam will take place in just over 10 days. The tests have to be ready before that, which means we have to confirm the rough draft by next Monday at the latest. That leaves us with just around 3 days to plan, get approval from the board, and settle the printing of the papers. It seems like we won't be able to make it in time. That's why the question-setting team members are all reaching out for help from their friends right now. The more people we have, the faster we can get it done. The first person I thought of when I knew our mathematics section needed someone was you. Zhang Ye said nervously. Dean Pan, you have a group of professors, deans, and PhDs there with you. Surely it wouldn't trouble you all to increase the difficulty level of the exam's questions, would it? Pan Yang. It's different. Of course it would be easy to increase the difficulty. We could just grab anyone from our team to set an exam consisting of questions that even a research student would not be able to solve. That would definitely be easy, but it's different for setting questions for the college entrance exam. The difficulty is not done for the sake of causing trouble to the students. It's just to filter out the students to pick out who is good. That is why the question not only needs to have value, it also needs to be presented so that a high school student would be able to solve it with their knowledge and understanding. That's not an easy thing to do you understand? Suppose I throw a mathematical conjecture into the exam. Then the questions would surely be very difficult, but the students definitely couldn't answer it, and even I wouldn't be able to solve it. So what's the point in that? Increasing the difficulty is not the objective. What we want is to screen the examinees. I see. Zhang Ye responded vaguely. Pan Yang. So what do you say? Would it be convenient for you to join us? Zhang Ye. I've never set exam questions before. It seems like you really trust me. Pan Yang laughed. But I've seen the problems that you've given before. Oh, What problems did I give? Zhang Ye did not remember. The few problems you gave when you were at experimental primary school. Those were quite interesting and had a standard of difficulty to them. It's also philosophical in nature and quite interesting at the same time, Pan Yang said. Zhang Ye sighed. But those are elementary math questions. Pan Yang laughed loudly. Don't underestimate that. It's hardest to set questions for elementary math. If you ask me to make a question at my own level, I can design it to be interesting and good. But that's because I am at this level and I know what is difficult and what is easy for people like me. But if you need me to set a question for the elementary level, then I will truly be at my wit's end. To me, those questions are all the same. They're all too simple. Because of that, it becomes harder to differentiate between what's hard and easy. On this front, you have an advantage as you are able to bring yourself down to their level of thinking to understand the difficulty level for them. This is a quality that any excellent exam question setter must have. And from those few questions of yours, it already proves that you are really much better at setting questions than us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you for help. Zhang Ye jokingly said, You're praising me to the high heavens. I feel like if I didn't agree, I would be letting you down. Pan Yang, then it's settled. Zhang Ye confirmed. All you want are difficult questions, right? Pan Yang acknowledged. But solvable within the context of an examinee, though we prefer it to be as difficult as possible. Are you sure? What if the questions are too difficult? What then? Won't everyone curse me to death? Zhang Ye had some concerns about this. Pan Yang was tickled. The question setter for the college entrance exam has always been a scapegoat. If you make the questions too easy, examinees from other provinces and autonomous regions will scold you, claiming that the Beijing question setter has low standards and how well they would do if they took their exam here instead. But if you make it too difficult, the Beijing examinees will scold you, saying that you have something against them. So no matter what, you won't be able to escape criticism. That's also a reason why many teachers do not like being appointed to the college entrance examinations question-setting team. Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Then why did you still ask me? Pan Yang's answer left Zhang Ye annoyed but amused. You're still afraid of being scolded? Online, on TV, in the media, has any day passed without you getting scolded by a multitude of people? Zhang Ye, no comment. Pan Yang said, Besides, every province will be setting their own questions and determining their own admission cutoff points. If a province's exam questions are too difficult, nobody will do well and the mean will also be low. Then the entry cutoff points will also be lower and it will all become relatively the same. So that is still going to be a fair assessment. We are not purposely trying to turn away examinees here, rather trying to see their standards. The standard of Beijing's exam has long been criticized by people, so the board has hardened its heart this year and wants to bring a change to the style and thought behind the exam questions. That is why I think you're free to unleash whatever you can think of, regardless of how difficult it is. We're just afraid that it won't be difficult enough. I am very curious about the type of questions you will create if you were assigned to present the last 3 major questions of the mathematics section of the exam. Zhang Ye thought for a bit, then said, All right then, let me consult with my director at work first. Pan Yang, it's rather urgent, so try to give me your answer by today. Sure, Zhang Ye said. Actually, Zhang Ye already had a decision. Not just anyone could qualify as a question setter for the college entrance examination. Although Pan Yang had mentioned that many teachers did not wish to be one, it was actually just an offhand remark. If the question-setting team truly sent an invitation, hardly any teachers would reject such an opportunity, because it would be an honor and also a very strong acknowledgement of an educator's contributions. This acknowledgement did not mean much to Zhang Ye. What he placed more importance on for this appointment was the fame he would receive from it. In recent times, the voice had brought Zhang Ye an enormous amount of reputation and let him taste the sweetness of his popularity soaring again. But he knew that if he were to achieve his target of becoming an A-list celebrity this year, then just that amount of reputation was not enough. He had to find the quickest way to get promoted to the A-list rankings, so it was impossible to not take the unconventional path. Another source of fame would always be good, and since his work here was already becoming cyclical, it wouldn't matter to have some fun on the college entrance examinations question-setting team. He would be idle anyway, so why not earn some fame with a part-time job? Chapter 697. The Chinese literature team approaches 2. Translator, leg editor, leg. After the meal, Zhang Ye headed straight to the deputy director's office at Central TV Department 1. When he got there, Jiang Yuan was not around and probably still at lunch. After waiting for around 15 minutes, Jiang Yuan finally returned. Little Zhang. Jiang Yuan saw him as he walked out from the elevator. Zhang Ye was sitting on the sofa near the elevator lobby. Director Jiang, what are you doing here? Are you looking for me for something? Jiang Yuan asked. Zhang Ye acknowledged. There's something I need to discuss with you. Can we speak in your office? Jiang Yuan was already walking in front of him. Sure, come in. When the two of them were inside, Zhang Ye got straight to the point. Director Jiang, I need to apply for a long leave from the station as I have something to attend to. On seeing Jiang Yuan stunned, he continued. Just now, someone from the Beijing question-setting team for the college entrance exam contacted me and informed me of a situation that had arisen on their side, which they need me to go over to assist them with. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. The college entrance exams question-setting team? Zhang Ye confirmed, then said, they were quite urgent about it and only just contacted me, so I wasn't prepared for it either. Jiang Yuan remained silent for a while before saying, I heard that those who are responsible for proposing the college entrance exam questions can't return to their homes or contact the outside world even after finishing their work. The college entrance exam will only begin at the end of the month. If the Voices program team does not have their executive director around, how are they going to handle their work? Your new program has just started making good progress after 2 episodes have been broadcast, and although the viewership ratings are very satisfying and placed first nationwide for now, you can't be relaxing just because of that. Zhang Ye said, I know that, but during the recording a few days ago, we've already recorded 3 episodes in a row, so the recordings for the broadcast for next Thursday and the following Thursday are already finished. I also personally supervised the post-production of those episodes yesterday, so there shouldn't be any clash with the times. When the exams are over, I will be back to quickly continue with the production of the recording of the 5th episode's blind audition of The Voice. Please don't worry. There won't be any delays with the program's recording. Jiang Yuan nodded. That's fine then. Zhang Ye smiled and said, That's why I'm here to consult you first. Hi. I shouldn't be approving your request for leave. Jiang Yuan said, You should understand that the Voices program team is managed single-handedly by you. Besides you, none of them can take up this difficult task. If any unexpected situation occurs, I'm afraid the rest of the program team staff would not be able to handle it. I'm a little worried about them if you're not around. Hesitating a little, he added, but to be part of the college entrance examinations question-setting team is also an honor and not an opportunity that comes knocking frequently. It doesn't seem appropriate if I don't allow you to go. Well, try your best to communicate with college entrance exam team to see if you can at least stay in contact on the phone at all times. Zhang Ye said, Sure, I will try to do so. Jiang Yuan said, All right then, when you get back to the office, inform your program team staff about it. Settle whatever needs to be settled and do a proper handover. Sure. Zhang Ye excused himself and left. Downstairs, in the Voices program team office, when Zhang Ye came back, he immediately clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention and gather them around. Everyone, stop whatever you're doing now. I have something to announce. Everyone looked over. Director Zhang, please speak. Do you have any instructions for us? In the end, Zhang Ye said something surprising to all. I'll go on a long leave for the next 2 weeks, so I'll be leaving the work here to all of you. The moment the staff heard this, it stirred a commotion. You've applied for leave? For about 2 weeks? For more than 10 days? Who will be in charge over here if you aren't around? Man, Director Zhang, can you stop fooling around? We'll be lost without you around. From the proposal planning of The Voice to the pulling in of sponsors and organizing the preliminary auditions, all these stages of production were fully handled by Executive Director Zhang Ye alone. When they heard that he was going to drop everything at work, no one could. Get used to it, Zhang Ye said. It's only for a little more than 10 days of work. Since we've already recorded the next 2 episodes, when the time comes, you all can just hand it over to the other department to handle. It's not like you all are responsible for the broadcast and other tasks, so there isn't really anything to handle either. At most, you all will have to follow my plans and instructions to promote the program, clarify any rumors, handle the forums, and create some discussion topics. Surely you don't need me around for such minor tasks, do you? In a while, I'll refine the remaining work processes for everyone. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. We will discuss and solve any issues that you all might have. After 2 p.m., I will not be around in the office anymore and will only return at the end of the month. Little Wang took a deep breath and said, Then should we call you if an unexpected situation occurs? Zhang Ye said, My affairs are a little complicated in the coming days, so I might not be able to be contacted on the phone. In any case, try to solve the problems by yourselves. There shouldn't be a possibility of an unexpected situation. He only dared to go on leave for that many days because he had already thought of all the possible scenarios and felt that there shouldn't be any incidents happening. The program recording was already done. Any unexpected scenarios were planned for. If an incident still occurred, then all of you should just quit. That would mean that everyone has just been dawdling around. An hour later, a little before 2 p.m., while Zhang Ye was taking the elevator down, he made a call to Pan Yang. Hello, Dean Pan. I've settled my things over here and applied for leave already. Where are you guys currently? Pan Yang. You're at Central TV Tower? Zhang Ye. Yes. Pan Yang. Then let me get someone to pick you up. Zhang Ye. I can drive there myself. Pan Yang. This location is confidential. I'll get someone to pick you instead. Zhang Ye. I see. Fine, I'll inform security about it. Ask the driver to come in by the side gate for staff and just tell security that he's looking for me. I'll be waiting at the smoking area on the first floor. Pan Yang. Okay, I'll arrange it. Zhang Ye went downstairs to inform security and proceeded to the Central TV Tower's lobby to sit down on the sofa there. Thinking for a moment, he made a call back to his family. Do. The call connected. Hello. It was a childish voice on the other end. Zhang Ye laughed. It's me. Chin-chun acknowledged on the other end. Zhang Ye. Are any of my parents at home? Chin-chun. They're both at home. Zhang Ye. Then ask one of them to answer the phone. Grandma. Zhang Ye's on the phone. Chin-chun called for her. Soon after, his mother answered. Hello. What's the matter, son? I'm making dumplings with your dad and my hands are covered with flour. If you have something to say, say it. Quickly. Zhang Ye got straight to the point. I can't come home for some days, and probably can't be contacted through my phone either, so I'm informing you beforehand. The two of you don't need to work so much anymore now, right? I'll leave Chin-Chin in your care for now. She'll be on summer vacation soon, so don't let her leave the house and run about. His mother asked, Where are you going? Zhang Ye laughed and said, It's something good. I was invited to join the Beijing College entrance examinations question-setting team. When his mother heard that, she received a pleasant surprise. Really? Is it confirmed? Yeah, it's already been decided. Zhang Ye said, But we will be isolated from the public and probably can't make any calls out either. His mother immediately said, Don't worry, just go on ahead and do what you need to do. Your dad and I will take care of Chun-Chun, so you don't have to worry about that. Do well, son, I believe in you. Zhang Ye. Okay. After the call to his mother, Zhang Ye was just about to inform Wu Ziqing when suddenly another call came in. From the caller ID, he knew that it was Chang Kaiga from Peking University's Chinese department. Zhang Ye was taken aback for a while, then pressed the answer key. Dean Chang. Chang Kaiga. Teacher Zhang. Is it convenient to talk now? Yes, no problem. Zhang Ye said. Chang Kaiga. I have an urgent matter over here and was wondering if you'd be interested in it. It should be a good thing. To you. There has been an unexpected situation with the Beijing College entrance exams. The Chinese literature exam papers are. Zhang Ye interrupted. You want me to propose questions? Chang Kaiga was a little surprised. You're very sharp. Zhang Ye. It's not that I'm sharp. Rather, Dean Pan from Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences called me earlier to invite me to join the mathematics question-setting team. When he heard that, Chang Kaiga laughed. How convenient then. Since the question-setting teams will all be at an isolated location, you can go over to the Chinese literature team to help out after you've finished your work with the mathematics team. I don't think that will cause any delays. Zhang Ye said. Are you on the question-setting team as well? Chang Kaiga said. I'm not on the team. One of the supervisors of the team contacted me for help. He's an old friend of mine and wanted me to recommend a few people, so I recommended you. You have a high literary standard and a supple mind. Since Beijing's exams this year want to experiment with some changes and creativity, you are naturally the best candidate. So it's decided then. I'll inform them first. When you arrive there, just directly contact the supervisor of the Chinese literature team. Zhang Ye said, sure. 20 minutes later, the car arrived to pick him up. Zhang Ye got into the car and headed straight for somewhere in the suburbs of Beijing. Question setter for both the Chinese literature and mathematics exam sections? Zhang Ye pondered for a moment. Not only in the history of Beijing's college entrance exam, even throughout all the provinces in the country, there had never been such a precedent. Chapter 698, starting to set the questions. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that afternoon, in the suburbs, at the Beijing College Entrance Examinations question-setting team quarters. Outside, Pan Yang was waiting to receive him. Teacher Zhang, you're here. Dean Pan. Zhang Ye got out of the car and went over to him. This place is really far away. Where are we? It's almost near Beihai province already, isn't it? Pan Yang laughed. It's close. This is just a simple place, and the scenery isn't too bad either. The two small buildings on the hill are also very well equipped with all sorts of facilities, so the question-setting team always comes and gathers at this place every year. Pausing, Pan Yang stretched out his hand. Please hand over your cell phone and any forms of communication devices to me first. There will be someone here to specifically keep them for you. Oh, do you see that front gate over there? We'll go inside from there and up the hill, but once we're past that gate, we won't be out anymore until after the college entrance exam is over. If you have to make any calls or settle anything, then do it now while you still can. Zhang Ye pouted. Do we have to be that strict? Don't you know my character well enough? Would I possibly leak any questions? I still have a lot of work to handle at the television station. If I'm not around or unable to be contacted, I'm afraid that they won't be able to handle it. These are the rules. It's the same for me. Pan Yang threw his hands up. Zhang Ye blinked a few times. But didn't you call me with your cell phone today? Pan Yang smiled and said, I am one of the supervisors of the mathematics question-setting team. Surely I need to hold on to a cell phone so that I can communicate with the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board and the other leaders. Besides, when I go back up to the office building, I will still need to surrender my cell phone, so it's the same for everyone. Sure, fine then. Zhang Ye took out his phone. If there's really a special case, then we will talk about it again, Pan Yang explained. Okay. The hill was not high. After driving for a few minutes, they reached the halfway point of the hill where two office buildings were situated at. Looking at the hilltop, there seemed to be two pavilions up top too, and the breeze up here was very refreshing and cool. All the Chinese literature, mathematics, English language, and other subjects question-setting teams were situated in Office Building 1, while Building 2 was designated as the dormitory. After the car was parked on the hillside, Pan Yang alighted together with Zhang Ye. They went straight into Office Building 1 and headed to the mathematics question-setting team's office. There were quite a few people inside, and even a hint of the smell of cigarettes. Most of them were gathered in smaller groups and talking away. Some of them were discussing the exam questions. There were even a few who got into an argument. The atmosphere was very tense because everyone was rushing to get the questions out before Monday's deadline, which still had to pass the board's approval. They carried a lot of stress, as increasing the difficulty along with creativity was nowhere near as easy as it seemed. When Zhang Ye came inside, the entire office looked at him at once. Professor Zhang. Whoa, Teacher Zhang is here. Teacher Zhang. Hello, Teacher Zhang. I've heard a lot about you. We're finally seeing him in person now. Everyone obviously knew that Zhang Ye would be here today. Most of them were people Zhang Ye did not know, nor had he seen them before. But even though he didn't know them, it seemed like they knew him very well. Almost every one of them greeted Zhang Ye, with a few of those who specialized in the field of math research pulling him aside for a chat. On the mathematics team, Zhang Ye was rather well respected. After all, the global mathematical conjecture, Dale's conjecture, was solved by Zhang Ye. It was something that many mathematicians looked up to very highly. Zhang Ye was also one of the few world-class mathematicians China could count as theirs, so he was considered to be in the Chinese mathematics world's elite. When Pan Yang invited Zhang Ye to the mathematics question-setting team, no one had any objections to it and felt that it was only right to do so. No matter how old Zhang Ye was, his standard in mathematics was there for all to see. In the group of around 8 people, even if you put them together, including Peking University School of Mathematical Sciences Dean Pan, their total mathematics standards could probably still not match up to Zhang Ye. So who would not be convinced? Soon, Everyone got down to business. This question won't make the cut. Yeah, this question has little value, and the direction the board has given us is to not include something like it. Most of the questions we've been working on for the past month has gone up in smoke, hasn't it? Hi. It's pointless to complain. Let's just continue on from here. The question I showed to you just now, I think it has a certain degree of difficulty. Can you guys take a look to see if there are any loopholes in it? This won't do. Oh, what's the problem? It'd be fine if it was short answer, but this is a multiple choice question. With the answer options available, it would be too easy even though this question might fit better in the first part of the section. Hi. It's really too difficult to make something, and we don't even have enough time. Adding up all the time we have, it's just less than 3 days' time. The other question setting teams are probably scrambling as well. Zhang Ye got into work mode very quickly. He did not say anything and only listened to what everyone was discussing with regard to the questions. He had to familiarize himself with the work first, such as the scope of the question and its presentation, etc. Occasionally, he would ask Pan Yang or the other colleagues about his doubts so that he could quickly understand this world's college entrance exam questions. In the end, he realized that this world's college entrance exam questions and scope were largely the same as his previous worlds. The only differences were the points allocation and the order of the sections. With his current knowledge, he felt more assured. Zhang Ye said, "Dean Pan, I would like to take a few exams and go back to my dorm to read up on them. I would also like to have the past rough draft of the exam that was sketched out by our team." Pan Yang said, "Sure, they're all available." A young team member said, "Professor Zhang, we're depending on you this time." Zhang Ye quickly denied that and waved his hands. "I'm only here to support." But Pan Yang said, "Don't think of just being the support. The math team is really going to depend on you for the questions. I've already discussed this with everyone beforehand. The creation of the questions will be mainly led by you." Huh? Zhang Ye said, "Why would I be in charge? Shouldn't the bulk of the questions be coming from you guys while I just need to handle the more difficult questions?" Pan Yang smiled. The name Zhang Ye reverberates throughout the entire mathematics field. Since you have joined the mathematics question setting team, how could anyone else be in charge of the exam? No one should be in charge you, and no one would do so either. So let's not try to be unconventional. Your name will be submitted and made public as the head of the mathematics examination question setting team. For the majority of the exam, most of the questions will be set by you. I've already sought approval from the board, and they too are saying that's how it should be done. Zhang Ye said, "You're really ordering me about now, aren't you? If I have to set even half of all these questions, wouldn't that take too much effort? Besides, I still have to go to the Chinese literature team's office." A mathematics team member was taken aback. "Why are you going to the Chinese literature team's office?" Zhang Ye said, "I've also agreed to help out with the Chinese literature exams question-setting team." Someone said in a speechless manner, "You can even make Chinese literature exam questions?" Pan Yang. The other team members. F***K. Why couldn't he set the Chinese literature exam questions? These mathematicians were suddenly reminded that Zhang Ye was not just a mathematician, he was also an official lecturer at Peking University's Chinese department. It wouldn't be strange that the Chinese literature examination question-setting team would look for him to help them. Moreover, thinking about it now, Zhang Ye was also very well versed in history, so it would also have been normal if the history examination question-setting team wanted him. Professor Zhang was someone who was totally different from the mathematicians like them who spent all their lives learning about math and teaching. Zhang Ye's path ahead was much broader than theirs. Pan Yang said, "Then you should arrange your schedule. I don't care about what the Chinese literature team does, but over here at the mathematics team, we must definitely finish on time." Zhang Ye said, "Okay, I will do my best. But first let me go and take a look at the Chinese literature team." Pan Yang nodded. "Fine. Get yourself familiarized with the work first. We'll meet here again tomorrow morning before 9 a.m. We'll continue discussing the questions at that time." "Sure, I'll try to come up with a few questions tonight as well." After saying that, Zhang Ye excused himself and left. He asked around for where the Chinese literature team was located and then when to find the place. He was planning to make some introductions there first and get a few copies of their exams to research. The Chinese literature team office door was open. Inside, there were slightly less than 10 people discussing the exam. However, it did not seem as intense as the discussion over at the mathematics team. Everyone spoke softer, and it also quieter in here. When Zhang Ye stepped in, he immediately noticed someone familiar, an old acquaintance whom he enjoyed a good relationship with. Teacher Su. Peking University Chinese Department teacher Su Na suddenly turned her head, looking surprised. Teacher Zhang, you're here too. Zhang Ye thought for a bit, but realized it wasn't that surprising. Peking University's Chinese department was ranked #1 in the entire country, so it wasn't that unexpected to have a Chinese department teacher here. When the others heard the commotion, they also looked over. Zhang Ye. Isn't that Zhang Ye? Everyone in the Chinese literature team was stunned. Suna immediately came over to welcome him. What are you doing here? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'm helping out at the mathematics question-setting team, so I'm here. Oh, is the chief of the Chinese literature team here? Dean Chong told me to come and look for him. Suna was taken aback. Looking for the chief? At this moment, an office door at the back of the room opened, and a man in his 40s or 50s walked out. Teacher Zhang, you're here. My name is Yu Fan. Zhang Ye shook his hand. Hello. Chief Yu said, have you dropped by the mathematics team already? Yes, I have, Zhang Ye answered. Chief Yu nodded, and then turned around to face his colleagues on the Chinese literature question-setting team. Let me announce something. From today onward, Teacher Zhang will officially be joining our Chinese literature team. When everyone heard this, many of them showed rather awkward expressions. Chief Yu then said to Zhang Ye, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Liao Qi from Tsinghua University. This is Teacher Li Rue from Renmin University. This is Teacher Ma Qi from Beijing Normal University. This is Teacher Su Na from... Oh, I don't need to actually introduce Teacher Su, since you're both from Peking University's Chinese department. I'm sure you know each other already. Su Na giggled. Teacher Zhang, welcome. Zhang Ye also played along and shook her hand. Thank you, Teacher Su. As for the others, they were not so friendly. Some of them didn't come forward to Zhang Ye to get to know him a little, and even did not bother to have a short conversation with him. Chief, you could also see that these people from the education or literary world seemed to have some sort of disagreement or conflict with Zhang Ye, but did not say anything. He directly asked Su Na to bring Zhang Ye up to date with the work they needed to do, and then headed back into his office. In the Chinese literature team, Zhang Ye did not get the same amount of respect he had when he was at the mathematics team. The reason was very simple and likely to be because a literary person was typically more scornful of others. Zhang Ye was young and did not have many qualifications, having only worked for a semester at Peking University and even getting suspended later. He also had many conflicts and scolding battles with many of his peers from the literary and education world. So even though there were some peers like Su Na who enjoyed a good relationship with Zhang Ye, there were definitely more who had a poor relationship with him. Some of the literary and education world's members had not even met Zhang Ye before, but already hated him, as Zhang Ye had offended too many people before. Now that they saw him coming on board and joining the Chinese literature team as an exam question setter, a lot of the teachers were not convinced and also felt that he was not worthy to be here. They all whispered privately to each other. What is he doing here? I don't know. What the heck is old you thinking? So what if he knows how to compose some poems? That doesn't mean that he can set questions for the college entrance exam. He's too rash. Didn't he get suspended because of scolding others? The controversy he created after he started that lecture on Dream of the Red Chamber still exists now. There are still many critics of his theory. For someone who is not diligent academically, how can we let him come and set the college entrance exam questions? I am, however, convinced of Zhang Ye's standard in mathematics, which, by the way, he is really great at. So even if he is going to be in charge of setting their exam questions, no one would object to it. But the Chinese literature exam is different. This requires a rigorous understanding of Chinese literature and also an understanding of Chinese literature education. It is not something that a teacher who has only been teaching for 6 months would know. In the field of mathematics, Zhang Ye's achievements could be seen by everyone. Because for a mathematical conjecture or a math problem, you can either solve it or you can't. The quality is very clear there, and it doesn't need much explaining either. Everyone could recognize it. However, in the literary and languages field, the standards were much blurrier. As they say, in martial arts, there's no second place. In literature, there's no first place. It was extremely difficult to differentiate who was better than another. Even if something you wrote was not read by anyone due to a lack of attention, if the experts and literature awards jury said that you were good, then you were good. which in turn meant you were a qualified literatus. On the contrary, the work you had written could be seen by a whole lot of people, gaining lots of attention, but if the industry insiders did not recognize you and picked at your faults, there was nothing you could do about it either. This was the exact situation Zhang Ye was in. As he had offended too many people, the controversy surrounding his works in the literary field had always been huge. He was young, had never received an award before, was a controversial figure in the industry. Just based on these 3 points, it meant that Zhang Ye was doomed to his awkward position in the literary field. Those who liked him felt that he would become part of the new generation of leading figures in the Chinese literary world. Those who disliked him said that he was the black sheep of the literary world and would try ways and means to freeze him out of the field. Zhang Ye was not surprised by their reactions. He still maintained a smile and continued doing what he needed to do. In any case, he wasn't thinking of making friends with this bunch of people anyway. He chatted with Su Na for a short while to find out about the situation. After that, Zhang Ye took a sample exam and went back to his dorm in Building 2. He lay in bed relaxed and started studying the exam section by section. Occasionally, he would flip open some high school Chinese literature and mathematics textbooks for reference. Actually, Zhang Ye already had an idea in mind very early on. To suddenly scrape the current batch of exams and then come up another version that was more difficult might not seem easy to this group of exam question setters. They might not know where to start from, or there might be insufficient time to do it. But to Zhang Ye, this wasn't a big issue at all. As long as he could understand this world's college entrance examination situation and scope of the questions, then everything else would be as easy as the flip of a hand. That was because this guy's mind might not have much of anything, but a lack of college entrance exams was not one of them. 2009's Jiangsu exams, 2010's Hebei exams, 2011's Shanghai exams. He had everything he needed and more. He had even taken those exams dating back to the 90s. As someone who had participated in the college entrance exams of his previous world, the amount of past exams he had seen, taken, and studied numbered close to at least 100. What he needed to do now was to find the suitable questions and put them together effectively. Picking up his pen, Zhang Ye started to write his first question. Chapter 699, Shocked Examinees. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. That night, in the dorm, Zhang Ye opened the game ring and bought a memory search capsule. After eating it, he started recalling his previous world's memories of the college entrance exam questions. He could still clearly remember many of the wondrous questions he had come across before, but had also forgotten a lot of them, so he could only rely on the memory search capsule to remember them. One capsule was not enough. Then he used some more reputation points to buy another 3 capsules and gulped them all down in one go. Zhang Ye's goals were not just purely limited to his previous world's past college entrance exam questions. Many of the questions used by Tsinghua and Peking University for their student admissions and other kinds of extremely difficult questions were brought up within Zhang Ye's memory. He expanded his coverage on the quantity of questions so that he could make the questions better. An hour, 2 hours. Zhang Ye kept the lights on and worked. Non-stop. This question is pretty good. Haha. This question must be used. This question is fine too. Let me shortlist this first. F***K. This question will definitely get me some scoldings. But it has to be this. What Dean Pan said was right. Other people might be afraid of being scolded, but does this bro seem scared of being scolded? He progressed very quickly and efficiently. In the process of setting the questions, this guy would even laugh evilly sometimes. Without a doubt, he must have come up with some extremely tough questions. Meanwhile, each province's, municipalities, and autonomous regions' higher education entrance examination boards were also busy with the setting of their college entrance exam questions. Some of the provinces had already finished their papers while others were still finishing up theirs. There were a lot of discussions online. On Weibo and some of the forums, all sorts of discussions were going on. It was always like this on a daily basis. Some people would discuss makeup products, some would gossip about celebrities, and some were still dwelling on the surprise of the success of The Voice of China. Of course, there were also numerous examinees, their parents, and members of the public fervently discussing this year's national college entrance examination. As the college entrance exams date neared with each passing day, the news regarding the college entrance exam of each province was also getting increasingly popular. It's time for the annual college entrance exam again. AI, my child is going to take the exam soon, but I wonder if he can score well enough to pass. That's right, it's only a few days away. Who will oversee the setting of the questions in Shanghai this time? The questions for the history exam last year were all rather difficult. Our Greater Jiangsu science exam questions last year were also quite difficult. It will be my turn this year to take the college entrance exam. I hope that Greater Jiangsu won't try too hard and just give some easy questions. I'm begging for easier questions. 1. The people of Jinshe express their great stress. The people of Jiangnan province cannot help but laugh. Who's saying that their stress is greater than ours? Last year, our college entrance exam questions were evaluated as the most difficult in the entire country. No one in the entire province got full marks in any of the mathematics, Chinese literature, arts, and science sections. Even the top student had points deducted. Our Liaodong province had questions that weren't simple too. Haha, as the greatest. I have absolutely no stress. Your Beijing exams are always so simple every year. That's right. I've attempted 3 of Beijing's exams and could achieve Tier 1 scores. But when I attempted the other provinces' exams, I could only achieve Tier 2 scores. Don't you think there's too big a difference in difficulty? You people from Beijing are too fortunate. F***K. I could do the Beijing exams when I was in my 2nd year of high school. They are all college entrance exams, but why is there such a stark difference in difficulty? I despise your Beijing college entrance exams. A certain Weibo trending topic. The topic regarding this year's Beijing exams had appeared on Weibo for discussion. The people who joined the discussion were the examinees in Beijing and their parents. I hope that this year will even be slightly easier. Actually, it's pointless to be any easier. If the subjects are easy and everyone can get high scores, it will just result in a higher cutoff entry to college. It will be the same outcome in the end. There will be surely some difference. The easier the better. Right. But I hope that the Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board will maintain their style and inherit the fine tradition of the Beijing College Entrance Exam difficulty. I will give a like to all of you if the papers are strictly set with a very, very, very simple line of thought to the questions. It shouldn't be too easy. Otherwise, it won't be challenging at all. Agreed, it's meaningless if it's too simple. Beijing's examinees obviously had less stress compared to other provinces' students, as the conversations showed. Some of the examinees were happily chatting with extremely relaxed manners. Others were positively cocky, bragging that they wished the college entrance exams would be more difficult, or else it would not be a challenge to them. The question setters are still the same old batch of people this time. Wasn't there some news released earlier? Yes, I saw it too. Someone immediately posted a screenshot of the roster online. That's right, it's this one. It's the same teams as last year. Yu Fan was the chief of the Chinese literature question setting team. He normally sets essay and short answer questions. It's always more or less the same thing every year with nothing new to expect. I also know that teacher Liao Qi from the Chinese literature team was present on last year's team as well. His questions were pretty easy as they were basically as good as gimme questions. The Chinese team added teacher Su Na from Peking University's Chinese department, and she's even a young teacher. Her standards should be somewhat limited then. I don't think she will be able to set any difficult questions. Right. It's the same teachers for the science exam section as well. The mathematics team is also comprised of the same old teachers. When I saw these familiar question setters' names, I suddenly had an unprecedented confidence for this year's college entrance exam. Suddenly, just as these examinees and parents were discussing the exam restfully, a piece of news appeared online out of nowhere. Latest news from the Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board. This year's lead question setter for the Beijing Mathematics exam section has been changed to Associate Professor Zhang Ye from Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences. When this news report was published, the entire batch of Beijing college entrance examinees were stunned. Many of these examinees and parents who were arrogant earlier were now at a loss for words. Holy shit, your sister, F***K, your second granny. Zhang Ye is setting the questions? How can that be? You can't do things like that. That's such a D***CK move. What are they trying to achieve with that? Are they even leaving us a path to retreat? Of all people, why did you people find Zhang Ye? I'm stunned. Heavens, I have a bad feeling about this. Me too. Why am I getting the shivers? Zhang Ye. It's over. It's going to suck. That teacher Zhang never does things predictably. Let him set the questions. Then do we still have a chance of survival? After many of the examinees from the other provinces saw the news released by the Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board, they all gathered to this discussion board. People from Beijing were sarcastic to begin with. Due to their past year exams always being so simple and having little to worry about, the examinees from Beijing were bragging and stepping on people everywhere, enraging the masses. But upon hearing that Zhang Ye was going to be the Beijing question setter for the mathematics section, the examinees from other provinces all came in, laughing and observing the fallout. Serves them right. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Pride goes before the fall. This is what it means to suffer after ultimate joy. With Zhang Ye setting the questions, there will be lots for you guys to suffer with. He is one of the few world-class mathematicians in China. Zhang Ye is such a wondrous and wicked fellow, so the questions he'll set definitely won't be any good for you. The people of Jiangsu send their condolences to the Beijing examinees. You're on your own. Good luck. The people of Jiangnan send their condolences to the brothers and sisters of Beijing. Everyone, take care. At this moment, there were still some confused examinees and parents from Beijing who did not normally pay attention to the news online. They asked with doubt. Although Zhang Ye is one of the top mathematicians in the country, the questions he set might not necessarily be difficult and could even be very simple instead. Aren't you people overthinking it? Everyone is just scaring themselves maybe. The next moment, someone posted the elementary math questions that were leaked from the time when Zhang Ye presented them at Beijing's experimental primary school. The questions were, follow the rhythm and write out the multiplication formula, a set of onomatopoeic words. 1. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. 2. Ah ah ah. 3. Woo 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 woo. 4. Meow 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 meow. Following that, another set of elementary math questions which were posted by Zhang Ye when he held Zhang Ye's classroom on Weibo previously were all screenshotted and posted one by one. After that, those examinees and parents who did not know about it earlier all fainted at once. Holy **T. What kinds of questions are those? Elementary math questions? Elementary your sister. This is too damn difficult. These elementary questions are already so difficult. If Zhang Ye were to set the college entrance exam questions, wouldn't it be insane? Who would be able to answer them? Oh my dear Lord, does the Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board need to be so aggressive? Zhang Ye, cursing your great-grandpa. I want to cry. What to do? Why did I have to be taking this year's college entrance exam? If I knew it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have King repeated my studies last year. I would have just gone to study at a third-tier college and be counting my blessings now. Back then, someone mentioned on Weibo what it would be like if Zhang Ye became the question setter for the college entrance exam. But who could have expected this to be a king prophecy that came true? Our cursed mouths. Pooey. That's right. It actually turned out to be real. The gods are out to destroy me. My math has never been good. Teacher Zhang, I'm your hardcore fan. Please don't come to Beijing to set the questions. Go be a scourge to the examinees of the other provinces or autonomous regions instead. I beg of you. Among them, some straight-A students of Beijing remained fearless. Some of the straight-A students left their comments on Weibo. It's not such a big deal. They're just questions made by Zhang Ye. How different can they be? I'm pretty good at math, so no matter who sets the questions, I'm still confident. I also don't have any stress as long as the Chinese literature exam section remains easy. Yes, the Chinese literature exam questions are key. It doesn't matter whether the mathematics exam questions are difficult or not, those will still be a breeze for me. Usually, people who excelled in math would only receive average marks in their Chinese literature results. That was the reason why they felt that even if the mathematics exam questions were more difficult, it was a good thing for them as it would help mark a distinct difference between them and the weaker students, which was advantageous to the straight-A students. All they wanted was for the Chinese literature exam section to be easy. However, just a few seconds after the straight-A student had happily posted their thoughts online, another piece of news appeared on Weibo. Latest news from the Beijing College Entrance Examinations question-setting team. The latest update confirms that Zhang Ye has also joined this year's Beijing Chinese Literature exam question-setting team and will likely be responsible for creating the short answer questions. It is understood that this is the first time in history that a person will be handling the question setting in both the mathematics and Chinese literature teams concurrently. Upon reading this news, those straight-A students from Beijing were totally stunned. What the F***? K. Holy shit. Zhang Ye is also setting the Chinese literature exam questions. God damn it. Those straight-A students who were typically honest and obedient model students couldn't help but swear when they saw this. They were all shocked by the news update. Chapter 700. Operation Send Zhang Ye Home. Several reports were published one after the other. Beijing Times. Several young teachers, including Zhang Ye, have joined the college entrance exam question-setting teams. This shows that the Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board is determined to reform the Beijing College Entrance Exam. The questions for this year's exams are not likely to be as comfortable as previous years anymore. So let's see how it will turn out. Beijing Online. A last-minute change in the exam question-setting team leaves the Beijing College entrance exams in doubt. People's Daily Online. On temporary hiatus from the Voice of China, Zhang Ye tries his hand at setting the mathematics and Chinese literature sections for the college entrance exam. Will Zhang Ye be up to the task? The news spread like wildfire. Online, more and more people found out about the news. Yao Jinkai posted on Weibo, "Whoa, I was trying to reach Zhang Ye's phone just now to chat with him, but couldn't get through even after trying a few times. I was still wondering what happened. So it was because he had gone up into the hills." Zhang Ye's fans were also loving this piece of news. Haha. Teacher Zhang is coming up with something else again. Setting exam questions for the college entrance exam? Does he need to go that far? I'm so looking forward to it. I would like to see how difficult the questions Zhang Ye set can get. Is the Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board starting to make radical changes this time? It looks like Teacher Zhang will be taking on the lead role this time. But coming back to the point, no one has ever seen Zhang Ye's questions for the high school level before. I wonder if Teacher Zhang Ye can really complete this task? Will his exam questions really end up being too difficult? I guess that's still a big question mark there. It will definitely be very difficult. I think so too. Zhang Ye is not going to be easy to deal with. Yeah, who doesn't know what Teacher Zhang Ye's style is like? It's going to be a tough one for those college entrance examinees this time. Plus, it's really unlucky to have unfortunately met with Zhang Ye getting appointed this year. I just took the college entrance exam last year, but now that I think of it, my heart is also fluttering with fear. If my mother had given birth to me 2 months later, I would have to take my college entrance exam. This year, this is the first time I feel like I should be giving my heartfelt thanks to my mother. There were those who were here to observe the fun. There were others who were here to make sarcastic remarks. There were also those who wished to watch the world burn. Many of the Beijing college entrance examinees who saw this gnashed their teeth in hatred. You people enough. Don't you all have any compassion at all? Has anyone ever considered how we are feeling? In the final push before the exam, we have practiced countless times on past exams which were easier, just so that we get used to the exam's question setter's train of thought and difficulty level. But now they're changing the lead question setter just like that, yet you all are here gloating at our misfortune. Do you all even know how hard we've worked? To be put into this spot by Zhang Ye, who has suddenly become the lead question setter for both the mathematics and Chinese literature exam sections. This is as good as taking our lives. Teacher Zhang, knock it off. Could you seriously knock it off? Just go back and do the voice as you were before. Why did you come to the college entrance examinations question-setting teams to mess around? Hurry up and go back to where you came from. When my college entrance exam is done, I promise that I will buy 3 TVs and tune in to Central TV Department 1 every Thursday at 9 p.m. to support and add to your viewership ratings. We were so close to taking the college entrance exam. How could they suddenly change the lead question setter? This is too unfair. Such bullies. Boycott Zhang Ye. Yeah, let's strongly boycott Zhang Ye. This is numbing. We can't let this guy be the lead question setter. Calling for Teacher Zhang to leave the question setting team. Calling for Zhang Ye to leave the question setting team. +1. Plus 99,999. Teacher Zhang Ye, please go home. Suddenly, whether it was on Weibo, the forums, or any of the big or small Tieba groups related to Beijing, Many college entrance examinees and their parents started a new round of calls for boycotting. It was just over a week ago when the television industry insiders were calling for a boycott on Zhang Ye due to his disruption of the market practices. But now another wave of boycotting activities was beginning. Everyone was shouting their mottos. This round of boycott actions was labeled as "Send Zhang Ye home." The examinees were creating an uproar. "Teacher Zhang, your house is on fire. Quickly go home and check on it. Teacher Zhang, your telephone bills are due. Quickly go home and pay up. Teacher Zhang, the plants at home need watering. Quickly go home and water them. Teacher Zhang, there's a drop-dead, gorgeous woman at your house bathing right now. Quickly go home and take a look." There were many comments from the examinees. Their messages made many netizens who were just observing the fun laugh like crazy. One by one, more and more people began following the thread. Some of the more clever replies were even being forwarded countless times. In the present era of the college entrance exam, it had become a watershed moment in life and an important basis and formation of the current societal structure. So if even the entire society, media, and citizens were focused on something like that, then what could be said of the examinees themselves and their parents? Adding on the famous Zhang Ye from the entertainment circle who always worried others, Zhang Ye's name had become synonymous with this current topic. Naturally, the topic of him joining the Beijing College Entrance Examinations question-setting team had instantly gone viral. Finally, the boycott that was started by the examinees was gathering great momentum. 10, 100, 200. Numerous Beijing examinees were even starting a group boycott, calling for everyone to join in to their Operation Send Zhang Ye Home, as more and more of the other Beijing examinees started to join. Elsewhere, the Beijing question-setting teams were not in the know of all that was happening. Zhang Ye had stayed up overnight to rack his brains, trying to write out all the questions. Some of the other question-setters were also still in discussions about the exam questions, while some were eating a late-night snack. A few were already deep in sleep. They were all isolated from the outside world while they were here. That meant both physically as well as there. Communications like cell phones or the internet, so they were unaware of what was going on out there. Meanwhile, over at the Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board, with the commotion online getting bigger and bigger, the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board also reacted and called an emergency meeting. There were 15 or 16 people taking part in the meeting, and every one of their expressions showed that they found it both funny and annoying. None of them had expected that there would be such a huge reaction from the public because of their invitation of Zhang Ye to the question-setting team. Someone spoke, but hesitated. Professor Zhang is. Another female staff member was feeling rather helpless. Teacher Zhang's affinity with the people seems to be very poor. Why does he always get boycotted wherever he goes to? I remember him getting boycotted by those people from the television stations just last week, didn't he? A young staff member gave a wry smile. But that can't be helped, can it? We can't possibly be thinking of sending Professor Zhang home. He is the country's few top mathematicians, so we can't just ask him to come and go as we like. We won't be able to justify our decision that way. If the examinees want to boycott, just let them do it. From a different perspective, this also shows that our decision to invite Professor Zhang to join us was right. Didn't we do so because we wanted to increase the difficulty of the exams? A woman said, "That's true." Finally, after a discussion in the meeting, the board unanimously decided they would simply ignore the issue raised by the examinees. The next day, Operation Send Zhang Ye Home was still ongoing. Teacher Zhang, I've deposited 1 billion renminbi at your house. Teacher Zhang, your wife is going to give birth soon. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang. On one of the larger Beijing forums, in the college entrance exam discussion group, this thread was even stickied at the top. All kinds of people were coming up with all sorts of strategies and posting all kinds of wondrous-sounding ideas. However, to be realistic, everyone knew that this was just a form of self-entertainment by the examinees. Boycott Zhang Ye. The literary world had tried to boycott him before, but their faces ended up getting smacked swollen by Zhang Ye. The SARFD tried to ban him, but he still did whatever he wanted to do. The television industry also tried to boycott him, but now, all of them fell silent, and not a single one of them could be seen anywhere. After so many people and groups had tried boycotting Zhang Ye multiple times, None had come to any effect at all, not to mention their group now. The examinees understood that they would have to face reality in the end. Sure enough, when they went back to school for their classes, every Beijing high school teacher wore a different expression altogether. Beijing Normal University Affiliated High School. Class 3-1. A female teacher was standing at the podium, not looking too well. Class, our revision using the notes and examination guides might be obsolete already. You won't need to do the focused review plan that I designed for everyone a few days ago anymore either. There's no meaning to those assignments anymore. From here on, I will be working with the other Year 3 teachers to prepare something new for everyone to review intensely with, because I'm sure that everyone already knows that the lead question setter this year is Zhang Ye. A male student anxiously asked, how could they change the scope of the exam now? Didn't they already approve it beforehand? With this last-minute change, how are we expected to be able to take the exam? That's right. Teacher, what should we do? The female teacher said, the scope of the exam definitely won't change. It's more or less going to be the same as what we have told you all to study before today. Those are the subjects that the exam questions will be based on. However, a good question setter will still be able to stop you from getting the correct answer even if they provide you with the exact subject or the proper formula to start with. It's regrettable, but our Year 3 group of teachers has analyzed that Zhang Ye is likely to be such a person. He is possibly the only one in the Chinese math field who has the highest understanding of logic operations and algebra, along with a few other topics. According to our worst-case scenario, his questions will be very difficult to answer if you just attempt to solve it using the most conventional methods. That is why this college entrance examinations mathematics section is really going to be a test of everyone's quality. At Beijing No. 14 High School. Teacher, can you highlight the main subjects for us? Yes, everyone says that Zhang Ye's questions will be very difficult. He wouldn't possibly make us compose a poem, would he? I just hope that the essay questions will not be written by him. The weight of points on the essay section is too high. Teacher Zhang, what kinds of questions will Zhang Ye give? The students were talking one after another. The No. 14 high school Chinese literature teacher held it in for a long time before finally shaking her head and saying, I don't know either. All you can do right now is completely memorize the entire scope of the subject for the exam, and then she stopped there, not wanting to tell them that she could only offer them a blessing on this matter. With Zhang Ye's literary level, no one in the entire country could possibly guess the questions that he would write or which train of thought the questions would be based on. Yutsai Hai. Hurry up, class. Everyone has to finish these 3 sets of exams today. What exams are these, teacher? These are the 3 most difficult sets of exams over the years in all the national college entrance exams that have been held. Everyone, prepare yourselves for this. But it may be possible that this year's Beijing College Entrance Math exam might be the most difficult ever. The Beijing Higher Education Entrance Examination Board has already sent a very clear signal about this. This time, with Zhang Ye's surprising inclusion in the college entrance examinations question-setting team, it not only caught the examinees off guard, even the teachers were affected and blindsided. Chapter 701. The difficulty of Zhang Ye's questions. Sunday, the next morning, the day before the deadline for the submission of the exam questions, everyone woke up and ate the breakfast delivered to them. Every team's question setters were called to a meeting by their respective team chiefs to begin another day of work to compile and summarize everyone's questions, then analyze and discuss it as a group. Mathematics team. Dean Pan. Oh, you're here. Everyone has arrived. Teacher Zhang is not here yet. You haven't seen him since yesterday? That's right. I did not see Professor Zhang since the night before yesterday. I think he stayed in his dorm the entire time. Then I heard he went to get more information and passed exams. The deadline's tomorrow, so we have to finish the rough draft of the mathematics exam today, or else it'll be too late. Get someone to call for Professor Zhang. All right, I'll go. Right at this moment, Zhang Ye walked into the office from outside. Dean Pan looked over. We were just going to get you. So how is it? Zhang Ye came in with a stack of documents. It's more or less done. How's the difficulty of the questions? Dean Pan asked immediately with great interest. He truly intended to utterly depend on Zhang Ye's help this time for the mathematics exam. Although Pan Yang was one of the supervisors of the mathematics team, His expertise did not really lie in the area of algebraic geometry at the high school level. Everyone gathered around them as well. Zhang Ye said, "The difficulty should be good enough. Didn't you tell me that the more difficult it is, the better?" "Yes, it'd be good if it's more difficult," Dean Pan said. "We already have a lot of questions that are just moderately difficult, so we don't need to come up with any more of those. What we're lacking are the extremely difficult ones, so let me take a look at what you have." Zhang Yi passed the documents over to him. "There's multiple choice, fill in the blank, and short answer, all of which I've proposed quite a number of. Why don't you all go through them first? I still have more if they're not suitable." A person said, "Professor Zhang's really efficient." A middle-aged man said, "I want to see what you've got there too." They pulled a whiteboard over. Then Zhang Ye's questions were placed on it and held up with a magnet while everyone gathered around the whiteboard to take a look. They scanned it once over from the first question to the last, all the way down. Finally, when they finished reading the last question, all of the teachers from the mathematics team were stunned for a while. This question. Let me do some calculations for it. This isn't right. This is not a question for high school students at all. This requires an advanced math formula that will only be learned in university to solve. No? It even uses a formula that will only be taught in the second year of university. Why is there even calculus in this? This question won't do. Next to them, a female teacher went to a whiteboard and began solving the problem. She used a total of 3 minutes to solve the problem. It was very fast because the problem was not difficult to her at all, but the problem-solving process required used at least 2 formulas that weren't taught in high school textbooks. Putting down the marker, the female teacher said, "This is not something that a high school student can solve at all." After staring at the problem and solution for a long time, Dean Pan looked at Zhang Ye. "Teacher Zhang Ye laughed. "The problems I have proposed are all solvable through the knowledge found in high school textbooks. None of them exceed the scope of a high school exam. This problem might look difficult and complicated when you read it at first. I see that this teacher used several formulas to solve the question just now, even using higher mathematics formulas, but it's actually not necessary at all." He picked up the marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If you adjust your mindset first before attempting to solve the question, you would not be tricked by it. The actual, correct, and most simple way to solve this is to start from here. If you bring this specification over here to the front, then it would become simplified, and you can then apply this calculation, like this. You put down the marker. The answer can be derived easily this way. When everyone from the mathematics team saw this, their jaws dropped. Easier, sister. This problem was way too tricky. After they knew about the problem-solving process, it did not look difficult anymore. Indeed, even though they could use algebraic geometry knowledge to solve it, it was almost impossible for anyone to have that train of thought for the solution when faced with such a question. Even this group of math teachers did not figure it out at the start, let alone the students. Dean Pan laughed. "This problem is interesting." That female teacher wiped the sweat off her forehead. How many high school students can possibly solve the problem with that kind of thought process? The way I look at it, at least 99% of the examinees will be stumble at this question. Zhang Yi said, "That might not necessarily be true. Even if this problem-solving process is not easy to think of, there are still at least 2 other ways using normal methods to solve it." He wrote out another 2 solutions on the whiteboard. Using high school algebraic geometry formulas which could be used to solve the question, even if the process was more complex and needed constant calculation and application of formulas. The teachers of the mathematics team were all convinced after seeing the solutions written out by Zhang Ye. Dean Pan decided, "This problem is good. It's different from all the problems we've ever had in our Beijing College entrance mathematics exams. Let's see the next problem then." The next one was a multiple-choice question. This was an extremely tricky question, and if there was just a lapse in concentration, the examinees would be deceived by the 4 given answer choices and make unnecessary assumptions about the question. Even if they used the wrong answer that they derived in the first place to work backwards, the answer would still stand, which made it even trickier. Among the question setters of the mathematics team, when they were all studying this question, there was one of them who got the answer wrong due to being misled by one of the wrong multiple-choice answers. When he finally found out what the correct answer was, the teacher who answered wrong face-bombed and coughed, flushing with embarrassment. He even wished for a hole to open up so that he could crawl in and hide. It wasn't that he wasn't smart, but rather he had a lapse in concentration and subconsciously fell for the trick question. This question was wicked. Professor Zhang understood too well the mindset of the examinees and had purposely set this trap for them. If it was in accordance with how other mathematics multiple-choice questions were solved, then there would be 5 out of 10 examinees falling for this trap. The third question was similar. The fourth question, the fifth question, the 10th question. One by one, the questions were discussed and attempted. The more times the teachers from the mathematics team attempted the proposed questions, the more frightened and depressed they felt. There were even some questions that left them with a lingering sense of a headache when they attempted to solve it. But the more they felt this way, the more they were convinced by Zhang Ye's ability. After going through the last question, Dean Pan looked at Zhang Ye and couldn't help but smile. If I was given such an exam 30 years ago during my high school days, don't even mention getting full marks, if I could pass, I would thank the heavens for sure. The other teachers laughed at Dean Pan's exaggerated comparison, but they truly had a similar reaction to it as well. These questions were all too insane. This wasn't even a question of difficulty anymore. Many of the questions were just goddamn traps laid for the examinees. A female teacher didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this too difficult? Dean Pan smiled and said, I think it's appropriate enough. Since the higher-ups want a reform and are calling for an increase in the difficulty of the mathematics exam section, then these questions by Teacher Zhang are obviously the most suitable to help achieve that. Someone said, we're going ahead with them? Yes, we are. Dean Pan decided and approved. A young mathematics teacher wearing a complicated expression said, when the examinees see this exam, they will definitely be cursing all 18 generations of ancestors of the question-setting team. Another teacher laughed loudly. That doesn't matter. The difficult ones have all been proposed by Professor Zhang. We were only responsible for the easy ones. Zhang Ye said. So you're all putting the blame on me now? Finally, after another round of deliberation, the first edition of the mathematics exam was roughly confirmed. Zhang Ye was not going to bother with the remaining work left to be done and just let Dean Pan and the others handle it. Zhang Ye excused himself and headed to the Chinese literature team with another set of documents. At 10 a.m. in the morning, over at the Chinese literature team, a fervent discussion was also taking place. But this question is very good. The board says that it's too traditional and not innovative enough. I've already changed the style, so it's no longer a traditional type of question anymore. That won't do. Chief Yu has rejected it. It's the same for those questions of mine. None of them pass, so I will have to start all over again. Hi. I don't think we'll be able to make it on time. The board is asking for too much this time. The door opened, and Zhang Ye walked in straight away without knocking. Is Chief Yu around? Seeing him arrive, Su Na said, Teacher Zhang, you're here? Let me get him for you. She knocked on the office door. Chief Yu, Zhang Ye is here. Chief Yu came out of his office. How's the question writing going? Zhang Ye said, all done. Chief Yu immediately said, good. Everyone, let's study these questions. Su Na was the most curious about the questions and quickly took the papers from Zhang Ye's hand to pin them to the whiteboard. When Liao Qi, Li Rui, Ma Qi, and the other Chinese literature team teachers saw, they came strolling over as well. A few of the teachers did not seem to care too much, as they had always been biased against Zhang Ye and did not like or appreciate him much, feeling that his abilities had been over-exaggerated too much by everyone else. However, when they laid eyes on the first question, those teachers looked like they nearly vomited blood. Su Na burst out into laughter. Chief Yu stayed quiet and did not say a word for a long time. Liao Qi, Li Rui, Ma Qi. Then at the second question, everyone vomited blood. The questions Zhang Ye had written out were questions they had never come across before. They weren't even things they had ever even thought of. All the questions could be described as totally unexpected, yet when they carefully thought about them, the meanings behind those questions were very interesting. Zhang Ye went forward and gave a simple explanation of his questions, answers, and thought processes. The first question's answer is a little more flexible. It's mainly to test the examinee's thought, logic, and values. If the answer is logical and the arguments are valid and in a positive light, then we can give full marks for it. Next, we have the second question. One by one, he explained all of the questions to the teachers. After that, Zhang Ye made an excuse that he had something else to attend to and left. He did not stay longer than necessary at the Chinese literature team, as he knew that a few of the people there did not have good opinions of him, so he didn't want to bother with them either. In the Chinese literature team, he wasn't the lead question setter and did not have much say. Therefore, after he supplied them with the questions, he just handed them over to Chief Yu to let him make the final decision. After he left, the Chinese literature question-setting team turned silent. At this moment, everyone had actually wanted to shout, F***K. Are these even high school level questions? Can it get any more wondrous than this? Chapter 702, Celebratory Feast. Monday. Everyone from the Beijing College Entrance Examinations question-setting team felt that the sense of burden had been lifted from them. Finally, everything is settled. Phew, it hasn't been easy. It's finally over. We can finally rest for the next few days. I'm going to sleep well tomorrow. This year's question-setting work was too difficult. I wouldn't want to come back to next year's question-setting team. It's been so tiring that I haven't slept soundly for the past week now. Anyway, our work is done here, and we can finally relax. Yes, we only have to wait for the college entrance exam to finish. We're free at last. Today was the day of the deadline. Every question-setting team had already submitted their tasks requirements. The main, supplementary, and some backup questions which were not selected were all sorted and submitted to the higher-ups by the supervisors. At this point, this year's Beijing exams were basically confirmed, with the remaining task of selecting the questions and some detailed adjustments left to the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board. The Higher Education Entrance Examination Board and the higher-ups would decide which of the questions were suitable for use and which were not. Essentially, the remaining work would no longer involve the question-setting teachers, as their jobs were already completed. From this point forward, the time remaining would count as their off days. Until the college entrance exam was over, they would not be allowed to return home. On the hill, Zhang Ye and Suna were taking a morning jog. Suna was dressed in her sports attire with a towel hanging off her shoulder. She was already sweating all over, while Zhang Ye was in a better condition, not feeling tired yet. After running for a while already, he was still not short on breath yet. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I have to walk from here. Suna stopped and was unable to run anymore. Teacher Zhang, you've got really good stamina. Zhang Ye also slowed down his pace. I'm doing worse than before. In the past, I'd always trained and gone for my morning exercise regularly. But now I can't do that since I'm always cooped up at work. I can only run a few laps to relax when I've used too much of my brain at work. His stamina was not exactly good either, but at least it was still better than Suna, who did not train frequently. After all, Zhang Ye was armed with some martial arts, although it was still at a level where it only worked randomly and at given times. Suna smiled as she wiped her sweat away and asked, "How have you been doing recently?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's been the usual stuff. I'm just doing TV shows, which is my original profession." Suna said in amusement, "What original profession? I'm not even certain what your original profession is anymore. Math, literature, music, radio, television. Which profession haven't you dabbled in? So which one of those is your original profession? If you didn't mention it, I would already have forgotten what your real profession is. Besides, you're amazing no matter which field you go into. You always manage to shine and thrive." Zhang Ye bragged. I may not have any strong points, but I'm really good at adapting." Suna said, "I seriously never expected you to be approached by the college entrance exam team this time. I suppose there are many people who also weren't prepared for it. If this is the signal the education system is sending out, then does that mean you're likely to return to Peking University this year? They can't keep you suspended for too long. There are still many Peking University students asking about you. Not to mention the other examples, but just on Peking University's official forum alone, the students have made known their intentions more than once, hoping that you will resume your duties again. Is that so?" Zhang Ye was very pleased. "So the students still remember me?" Suna suddenly changed her tone. "However, there are still some students boycotting you." Zhang Ye was baffled. Suna blinked and laughed. "You didn't know about that, right? When I got up this morning, I met some people sent by the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board. One of them was a university classmate of mine. During breakfast, I learned from him during our chat that you have already become a public enemy on the internet. Do you know which group is boycotting you this time? It's this year's Beijing examinees and their parents. They're all calling for the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board to dismiss and send you home. On any forum and on Weibo posts related to the topic of the college entrance exam in Beijing, there's even an operation called Send Zhang Ye Home going on. According to my sources, not only are there beautiful women lining up to take a shower in your house, there is also plenty of cash in your bedroom, and an ancient tomb of the Tang dynasty was even discovered in it. All these things were said just to make you go home quickly to take a look. After I heard that from my classmate, I nearly died laughing. Your house is the subject of all verbal attacks online now. Zhang Ye nearly fainted when he heard about the situation in the outside world. What the hell is going on? Why are they boycotting me? Has this bro become a specialist in being boycotted that something like this would happen every few days? Suna said, "Who asked you to present those wondrous elementary math problems in the past? The examinees are afraid that you will make the questions too difficult, so they started this movement and are totally enjoying themselves. Everyone from the examinees to their parents, and even your own fans, are happily and tirelessly smearing your name, ha." Zhang Ye became even more speechless, but then boasted without shame. After this bro entered the entertainment industry, I've always walked the path of a male idol. But why is it now becoming more and more like the path of a comedian? Suna. The two of them chatted casually as they walked to the halfway point on the hillside. The moment they reached the entrance to the dorms, they bumped into Dean Pan. Teacher Zhang, little Su both of you went for a jog. Pan Yang waved at them. Suna said, "Yes, Dean Pan. Have you eaten yet?" Pan Yang smiled and said, "Not yet. I'm saving my appetite for this afternoon." "Oh right. The both of you should get ready as well. So quickly shower and get changed. There will be a celebratory feast at the hilltop at 11 a.m. Everyone will gather to eat. Tentatively, it'll be an outdoor barbecue as the weather is quite nice today. It's cloudy and not too warm." Suna asked, "Is it organized by the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board?" Pan Yang said, "No, it's our teachers who are organizing it. We do the same thing every year. It's already considered a standard event here. There will be a list of whatever ingredients need to be purchased, and some staff from the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board will head out to buy them for us. If you need anything, you can let them know and give them a list." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Sure." Suna said, "I feel like drinking some iced soda water right now." "That will definitely be included." Dean Pan said, "There are also some programs like singing or dancing. Whoever wants to participate can get ready beforehand. Don't be late." Suna said, "We will definitely be on time." It was not even 9 a.m. yet, but some people were already at the top of the hill. However, Zhang Yi was not in a hurry as it was still quite early at the moment. After he had showered and changed into casual wear, he headed to Building 1. Without any internet connection or his cell phone, the only free time activity left was reading. There was a library which had many books that covered many subjects such as literature, history, social science, and many other extracurricular books as well. The book collection in the library was not only limited to the scope of the college entrance exam. There was no one inside as all their work had already been completed. Everyone had left, and no one was borrowing any books or researching for information inside the library anymore. He closed the door, turned on the air conditioning, and sat down. Without choosing a specific type of book, he took a random one and read through it. Well, to be accurate, the word read was not a good description for it. He was like a machine flipping through the pages at a very fast speed. He would only take 1 second to glance at a page, capture all the words on it, and then move on to the next page. This reading speed would have left anyone stunned. Catalog of Song Dynasty famous figures. Algebraic geometry exercises. The history of music. Weiqi for beginners. Portuguese for dummies, Part 1. And so on. It had everything you could name. The books he read were not determined by his interests, but rather just whatever he was able to get his hands on. It was totally random and unrestricted. After flipping through about 20 books, Zhang Yi stopped. He then quietly opened the game ring to take a look at the huge amount of reputation points which the voice had given him with its previous 2 episodes. After that, he immediately tapped into the merchant shop and spent 10 million reputation points to purchase 100 memory search capsules all at once. After consuming a capsule, his mind quickly recalled the contents from the first book he flipped through, storing all the knowledge into his mind, book by book. Previously, Zhang Ye had always used the memory search capsules to recall the knowledge from his previous world. But now he knew that this was no longer enough. For example, this incident of him not knowing when the college entrance exam was held had sounded an alarm for Zhang Ye. He was still too unfamiliar with this new world. After all, the two worlds were not the same. There were many differences, like when the college entrance exam was held, the contents of the textbooks, as well as many other aspects. If he still based his behavior on the knowledge and train of thought from his previous world, he would definitely have problems with a lot of situations. That was the reason why Zhang Ye had planned on finding time to gain a deeper understanding of this world. Other than these slight differences between the two worlds, most other things were essentially the same. Actually, the knowledge Zhang Ye did not have a chance to learn in his previous world could totally be learned in this world. There was no way that he could read the books from his previous world or return to it anymore. But this world also had those books. Zhang Ye quickly went through all the related books or video resources and used the memory search capsules to memorize them, achieving a crazy fast learning speed. It was still many days from the start of the college entrance exam. He could not go anywhere other than stay within the boundaries of the private location in the hills. With such plentiful time, it was apparent that this was the most suitable time to do this. Time should not be wasted. There were still plenty of things to learn about. 1 book, 3 books, 5 books. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ye had already etched the contents of 5 books deep inside his mind. He even could recite them backwards comfortably, as all the information was easily retrievable. Of course, a huge amount of memory search capsule was needed for this, and had to be supported by an enormous amount of reputation points. Thankfully, Zhang Ye's new show contributed even more reputation points that allowed him to use them constantly. Zhang Ye did not feel pained after spending tens of millions of reputation points, as they would be useless if left untouched. It was a different case for gaining knowledge. After comparison, there was nothing to feel heartbroken about. Furthermore, The Voice has only aired for 2 episodes. After the later episodes were broadcast, there would be even more reputation points coming in, so he could stand this round of huge spending. That was why the most important thing for Zhang Ye now was to enrich himself and arm himself. Knowledge was power and also a bridge connected to his goal of becoming an A-list celebrity. What he was doing now was setting a foundation to prepare himself to reach higher heights. 6 books, 10 books. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was almost time. Only then did Zhang Ye leisurely stroll toward the hilltop to join the celebratory feast that everyone had organized. He was ready to pig out. Chapter 703. The Teacher's Friendly Contest? Later in the morning, 11 a.m. The sky above the hilltop was scattered with clouds, and some of the thicker clouds were floating past harmoniously, blocking off the hot sun, which was shining directly overhead. With the addition of the dense shade at the hilltop created by the trees and a cool breeze sweeping through the wilderness, it felt very comfortable. At this moment, the hilltop was full of teachers. Dr. Chun, you came too? Yo, is everything prepared? Where's the bacon? Where did you put the bacon? In the second drawer of the cooler. Be careful when you open it. There are ice cubes in there. Let's light the charcoal. Wait a moment. Not everyone is here yet. Haha, my stomach is already growling in hunger. Can any of you male teachers come and help us move the grill? I'm coming. The barbecue grill and food were all set and ready for cooking. Zhang Ye was accompanied by 2 young teachers from the mathematics team as they walked up to the hilltop together. When they saw this scene, their mood became better seeing this lively atmosphere. Looking at the amount of food, their fatigue from the past few days seemed to disappear into thin air. They were just waiting to tuck in now. Not far away, Suna was drinking a soda and chatting with a few other female teachers beside her. Many of the other male teachers had already opened a crate of beer and started drinking. For the past few days, the teachers were not allowed to even take a sip of any alcoholic drinks, but it didn't matter anymore now. Professor Zhang, we're over here. Right here. Many teachers from the mathematics team were seated under a pavilion. When they saw Zhang Ye arriving together with some of their colleagues, they called them over. Someone said, Teacher Zhang, I heard that the Beijing examinees are undermining you. A female mathematics teacher covered her mouth while laughing. I also heard from someone at the Higher Education Entrance Examination Board that the examinees have caused quite a big commotion. When Zhang Ye heard this, he said in a depressed tone, Hi, don't mention that. Tell me, what have I done to offend anyone? This bro has somehow offended a large number of people again this time. What did I do to deserve this? A teacher from the science team, standing outside the pavilion, heard that. He turned his head and asked, "The science exams are presented as rather difficult. Don't tell me your mathematics team has set very difficult questions too." A math teacher smiled and said, "It's not just very difficult. Later you will know when you see it. Especially those questions set by Teacher Zhang. Every one of them was trickier than the last." That person. About 10 minutes later, the last wave of teachers who hadn't arrived yet reached the hilltop. Among them was Dean Pan of the mathematics team. But Chief Yu, the supervisor of the Chinese literature team, could not be seen, probably because something had come up and he could not come. Immediately, the hilltop was surrounded with smoke. Barbecue grills and charcoal fires were lighted everywhere. There were an estimated 7 barbecue grills and were enough for these dozens of teachers to grill the food. The food was also abundant and could even last for the entire day of barbecuing. Almost everyone is here. Let's start grilling. Come on, come on. Let's grill the scallops first. The hot weather will easily spoil them. Please grill some big shrimp for me. Thank you. Some of the male teachers volunteered and started getting busy in front of the grills. Not long after, the food was cooking on the grills, and the buzzing sound of the fat cooking emanated a fragrance that drifted everywhere. At this point, a middle-aged male teacher from Tsinghua University suddenly announced loudly, "My fellow comrades, after working for so many days, our work is finally complete. From now on, we have nothing to worry about, so let's have a good time. Together, I suggest that we go by the old rules." A female teacher smiled and said, "Okay." Another, slightly plump female teacher also said, "I agree." A teacher from the Chinese literature team said, "Seconded." A teacher from the arts team said, "Haha, no problem." Many of them were regulars of the Beijing College entrance examinations question-setting team. Some of them had even participated in the question-setting team for the past 7 or 8 years. Except for a few new faces who joined this year, like Zhang Ye, Su Na, and some of those younger teachers, the others were all very familiar with the old rules the Tsinghua University teacher had just mentioned. Don't think that these authoritative people of the education world who could easily send shivers down their students' spines with just their stares alone were stereotypically rigid people. They would throw up too if they drank too much. Similarly, if they overworked, they would find a chance to relax. Zhang Ye was unsure, so he asked Pan Yang, who was beside him, "Dean Pan, what old rules are they talking about?" Pan Yang chuckled. "It's not too interesting if everyone just ate and did nothing. I forgot which year it started, but during the celebratory feast after every question setting, we organized some activities like a performance, singing, or calligraphy. We split the teachers into different teams, and whoever loses is punished by drinking alcohol or taking on other penalties." Zhang Yi nodded. "I see," a middle-aged mathematics teacher said happily. "Every year, this segment is always interesting and something to look forward to." However, Zhang Yi did not seem interested. This fellow had only been staring hungrily at the barbecue grill all this while. Everyone began to discuss. Voices chattered. How do we split the teams this year? For the past few years, it was always the arts teachers in a team and science teachers in the other. But then there isn't much suspense in the contest this way. The science teachers are bad when it comes to literary activities, so it has always been the arts teachers coming out on top every year. We science teachers have also won before, all right. Haha, only once or twice. Old Joe, you can still remember that. That was still our victory. Besides, many of you people from the arts are well versed in literature, dancing, writing, and drawing. Is there any honor in beating our teachers from the sciences? Let's be serious now. How should we split the teams this year then? If we don't split the teams according to the sciences and arts, surely we can't split them according to schools, right? There will be too many teams like Tsinghua, Peking, Renmin, and Beijing Normal University. It won't be easy to manage so many teams. Why don't we group them according to gender? Oh, right. That's a good suggestion. Sounds good to me. It'll be quite interesting if the two genders compete against each other. What? Will the penalty be if a team loses? The loser will have to drink since there's so much beer around. Good. It's settled then. Yes, it's settled. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Isolated in the hills, everyone's passion for self-entertainment was many times greater than usual. It didn't matter if they were young teachers or older comrades. Everyone were quite cooperative. Very quickly, All the teachers unanimously agreed with this proposal of splitting the teams. Everyone immediately stood with their camps, one side with all the male teachers and the other with the female teachers. When they were all with their group, there were obviously fewer people in the female teachers' team. They were only about 2/3 the number of the male teachers' team. A female teacher disagreed with this. That won't do. We have too few people. Suna also giggled. That's right. Us women already aren't good drinkers, and yet we have less people on our team. It's too unfair. Liao Qi from the Chinese literature team said. Then how do you recommend we solve this? A middle-aged female teacher suggested. Give us a teacher from your side who can at least drink on our behalf. After some discussing, the male teachers did not have any objections as it was only for entertainment anyway. All right, pick a person, only one person. Hearing that, the female teachers immediately started whispering to each other. Many of the male teachers also straightened their backs in hopes that the female teachers would choose them. Being the only man in a group of women would also be a sign of popularity. Even if they had to drink on behalf of the female teachers if their team lost, it would be okay. The female teachers were discussing while pointing fingers at them. What about Teacher Chu? He's not bad. How about Teacher Wu? He's a good one too. Who should we choose? We have to get someone who can drink a lot. Or find someone who can help us to win, huh? Zhang Ye's enthusiasm for the activities was close to nil. This guy had already moved away from the groups and walked over to the barbecue grill by himself. On seeing the scallops were cooked, he scooped them up and started eating. At times, he would blow on his fingers as the food was too hot. The taste was acceptable. All that was missing was just some garlic paste. Suddenly, a female professor of Renmin University took the lead and stood up. We've made our decision. Liao Qi asked. Who will be joining your team? The male teachers all turned their attention to them and perked up their ears. That female professor smiled for a bit and said, Let's welcome teacher Zhang Ye to our team. When he heard his name being mentioned, Zhang Ye, who was just taking a big bite of some meat next to the grill, turned his head with a shocked expression. Oh. Liao Qi's eyebrows twitched. Are you sure? The female professor smiled and said, Yes, I'm sure. Pan Yang said, Professor. Zhang, stop eating for now. You've just been given an arduous duty. Suna also waved at him to call him over. Teacher Zhang, come over quickly. A female teacher said, with Zhang Ye here, at least we won't lose in the field of literature. Besides, even if the male teacher's team plays dirty and comes up with some math questions or brain teasers, we still have a 100% chance of winning. As for the remaining areas like competing at singing or dancing, those are all our forte. We aren't afraid of anyone. Among the female teachers, they were mainly comprised of English teachers, history teachers, political science teachers, and geography teachers. A female doctorate professor said, Teacher Zhang, it's all on you now. Is your alcohol tolerance good? Zhang Ye said helplessly. I'm the type who goes down after just a glass. You'd have to carry me down the hill if I get drunk. Suna exposed him. Save your excuses. When have you ever held back when it comes to drinking? Surely you can down at least 2 bottles of beer, right? Teacher Zhang, we're a group of women here, so you better not let us down. Once he was with the group of women, many of the female teachers started chatting with Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, I'm Sun Fong from Beijing Normal. AI Sis Sunday. I've a favor to ask of you. Please speak. Can you help me get Zhang Yuanqi's and Fan Wenli's autographs? My children like them both very much. Aren't you their leader now? Man, I'm not their leader. I'm only an executive director and they will only take my instruction while filming the program. It's different once we're off stage, but no problem, I'll get them for you. Let's exchange phone numbers and I'll get someone to bring it to you. Teacher Zhang, I want them too. Yes, me too. I don't need their autographs, but Professor Zhang, could you help sign 10 of your own autographs for me instead? After you become an A-list celebrity, I will open an online shop to sell your autographs. Seeing that Zhang Ye was so popular with them, the male teachers did not feel too surprised at all. The most well-known person in the team of teachers was Zhang Ye. Not only was he reputable in academics, but even without his reputation as a famed mathematician, Zhang Ye was also one of the hottest B-list celebrities in the country. Many of the female teachers probably couldn't name some of the male teachers, but all of them definitely knew Zhang Ye. Except for some teachers from the Chinese literature team who had doubts about Zhang Ye and those who disliked him on Chinese literature matters, The majority of the other teachers were not prejudiced against him. Naturally, the only person who would receive unanimous votes from the female teachers would be him alone. Chapter 704, A Poetry Duel? The contest began. As they ate, everyone was happily engaging in each other with a competitive spirit. The topic of the contest hadn't been decided yet, but the male and female teacher teams were already starting to snatch things from each other. Don't take that from me. That's ours, haha. Put down that chicken wing of mine. Damn, I barbecued that. Since when did it become yours? We can't beat them. Teacher Zhang, come and help us, quick. Don't you all know about ladies first? Wow, the scallops are delicious, so delicious. Finally, the group divided into two teams, with one team standing in front of the barbecue pit towards the northern side, while the other team stood on the opposite side. The two teams drew a clear boundary from each other, not showing any weakness. Although it was just a friendly contest to relax from the tense work they were dealing with before, both parties were aiming to win. Everyone had a strong sense of team spirit and honor. Well, except for Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye basically did not have any interest at all for this sort of contest. Zhang Ye wasn't bothered by anything and was only concerned with eating. In his position as the only man in the group of women, his only duty was to drink should their team lose. Nothing else mattered to him. Come on, don't steal food anymore. It's time to compete. Which side gets to decide the topic first? Let the ladies do it first. Okay, then we'll go ahead and set the topic. The usual rules apply. We'll have 3 judges to decide who wins or loses. In the end, 3 teachers volunteered to be the judges without needing to be chosen. The judges' team was made up of the Chinese literature team's Li Rue, a male teacher from a foreign language school, and an almost retired professor who was previously from Tsinghua University who looked to be around 60. The judges got ready. The female teachers huddled together to discuss, and then came up with the first topic. The first topic will be last letter with song lyrics. Everyone will sing a line from a song, and the next person must use the last word of the song to begin the next line. This was a traditional game they'd always had, and something they always played. It was also the game the female teachers were best at. 1. The male teachers did not lose their morale. That's fine. Come on. Last letter with song lyrics began. The first female teacher to sing a line was Suna. When will the moon be clear and bright? The male teacher's team sent a young history teacher to the front. Bright heart o' mine suddenly awash by the downpour. A cheerful-looking teacher from the female teacher's team continued on from their word. Downpour of confusion conspire to leave me lost. With a line coming from each side, the teams were evenly matched. When the game was heating to the stage of becoming white-hot, the victory came as a surprise when someone from the female teacher's team sang a line of lyrics ending with the word kiln. There were almost no songs that had lyrics beginning with this word, leaving the male teacher who was next in line hesitating for a long time and unable to come up with a line. After 5 seconds, the 3 judges announced that the female teacher's team won. The female teachers scored the first victory and high-fived each other in celebration. We won. Hee, it's too easy. Teacher Chu secured the victory. Drink, drink, drink. Losers, admit your defeat. The male teacher who did not manage to come up with the line to carry on the game took a bottle of beer with a saddened expression and chugged it down. He took great effort to finish it, clearly showing that he wasn't much of a drinker at all. After he finished it, and with the alcohol kicking in, he said in a very upbeat manner, "The next round's topic will be decided by us. Our topic will be the imitation game." From his quick suggestion of the topic, it was clear that the male teachers had already discussed this while the female teachers were discussing about their previous topic. A female teacher asked, "What are we going to imitate?" The male teacher explained, "We will imitate actions and expressions. Each team member will make an action or expression and the other team will have to follow suit. The team that is not able to follow along will be the losers. This is something new. We've never played this before last time." "Okay, no problem. We accept your challenge. Come on." The female teachers were full of confidence. This first action was to be done by a male teacher who walked to the front with hearty laughter. He got down on the floor and did a one-handed push-up. This action might not even be possible if Zhang Ye were the one doing it, as it was related to body strength and muscle groups holding up the person's weight. It wasn't something just anyone could do, but it turned out the female teacher's team also had an able member. It was a young, petite, and slim female teacher. She walked up silently to the front, then got down on the floor with both hands on the ground initially to try out the posture first. Then she lifted her left and placed it behind her back and imitated the action of a one-handed push-up, persisting for 1 second before she could not hold it up anymore. It was only for that 1 second and not as long as the male teacher, but was still considered to have passed. The male teachers were amazed. Damn, she really did it? Who is that teacher? I know her. She's not a teacher from the universities. Rather, she's a deputy head at the Chinese literature department of one of the high-ranking high schools. I think she has danced since she was in her teens. That's why her physical condition is quite good. How awesome. Even I couldn't do that. The female teachers were also applauding and cheering. Teacher Ku is too cool. Teacher Ku impressive. Huh. Then this teacher Ku stood up and immediately did an action. She did the splits right where she was. Who's next? The splits were still a considerably common routine, but that was more in the context of a woman whose body was more flexible. For a man, even if he was very flexible, the splits still very difficult to handle. However, there were also incredible people in the male teacher's team. Let me give it a try. A skinny male teacher came forward and adjusted himself for a long time before slowly splitting his legs apart and getting lower onto the floor. However, at the last bit of the action, he was unable to go down any further. He clenched his teeth and turned around to ask for help. Can 2 people help me out a little here? Press me down slowly. I should be able to do it. 2 male teachers went over to help. Press. Press again. In the end, he really was able to do it. The male teacher's team cheered. Beautiful. Teacher who really gave it his all. Really well done. I've heard that Little Who used to practice Taekwondo as an amateur. Looks like that's true. Little Who's ligaments are really elastic. That male teacher got up with the assistance of his team members. When he finally stood up, he was already swaying around a little, unable to stand properly. This round was enough to cause him some pain and even very nearly took his life. The victor was decided in the next round by a male teacher. When he made the action, the female teachers all fainted at once. They saw him stick out his tongue and push the tip up and further up and touch the tip of his nose. What the heck? He could do that. That's really amazing. We're done for. The female teachers were totally at a loss for a response. They attempted to imitate the same action, but failed after countless tries. Don't even mention being able to lick the tip of your nose. Most people couldn't even make their tongue cover the philtrum. The judges announced and declared with great laughter the male teacher's team as the victors of the second round. Suna waved her hands and said, Teacher Zhang, stop eating already. Come here and drink up. Only then did Zhang Ye put down the razor clams in his hands and turn around to look over. You all lost. A female teacher said, We lost, so it's your turn now. Zhang Ye acknowledged that and walked over to pick up the bottle of beer. He composed himself a little and then gulped it down in a single breath. As he drank too quickly, he could feel himself swaying a little from the alcohol and the ice-cold temperature of the beer. The contest was getting more exciting as it progressed. In the third round, the female teacher's team won. The fourth round was taken by the male teachers. After the sixth round, both sides were still tied at 3-3. Zhang Ye had drunk 3 bottles of ice-cold beer, and with his alcohol tolerance not exactly high, he already felt like he couldn't drink anymore. His belly was already bloated. But everyone else was still playing around happily, not feeling tired amid all the laughter. Teacher Zhang can't take it anymore? Haha, little Zhang can't drink anymore, let's keep going for victory. Why don't we make the 7th round the decider? Agreed, the 7th round will decide the winner. Then who shall decide the topic? I think for the sake of fairness, we should let the judges decide the 7th round's topic. Okay, that would be great. This is make or break. Everyone agreed to make the last round the decider. The 3 judges began their discussion and communicated for a long time before finally agreeing on a topic together. The Chinese literature team's Li Rue stepped up and smiled as he announced, After our discussion, we've decided that everyone compete in the final round on the topic of poetry. As for the subject, this hill we are currently residing on used to have a couple staying here. A classic saying was even coined because of them, so in accordance to this setting, the subject has been decided as husband and wife. Any sort of poetry theme will be accepted, so whoever comes up with the neatest and most elegant version that also fits the theme well will win this round. Poems? Everyone was very surprised by this. Among the judges, Li Rui was part of the Chinese literature question-setting team. Even those who weren't on the Chinese literature question-setting team had heard of Zhang Ye's reputation in poetry. So how could Li Rui not know that this was Zhang Ye's expertise? Zhang Ye at first became famous because of his poems, so from this decision on the topic, did it show Li Rui and the judges team favoring the female teachers team and wanted them to have the advantage in winning? But that was not it. Quite a few people knew that Li Rui was not especially fond of Zhang Ye's poems and had also criticized Zhang Ye on the internet when Zhang Ye was involved in the scolding battles with his literary circle peers. Besides, Liao Qi and a few of the Chinese literature team teachers like Liao Qi and Ma Qi had clashed with Zhang Ye privately over the college entrance exam work that they had been working on the past few days. They felt that Zhang Ye's literary standards had been deified too much by people. Even though they admitted that Zhang Ye's literary standards were high, they did not think that Zhang Ye was as great as what everyone thought him to be. They did not believe that he deserved the status he was revered with. At the top of the great pyramid of the literary circle, there were only a few surviving masters. While many people mentioned Zhang Ye in the same breath with those masters, they did not feel that Zhang Ye was qualified enough. Then what was the meaning of this topic? Suddenly, Liao Qi came forward and said, "Send me up for this round." When everyone saw that, they were suddenly enlightened and could roughly understand what was going on. It was no wonder that Li Rui had chosen to use poetry as the topic. It was because those people from the Chinese literature team were not convinced of Zhang Ye's talent and wanted to use this chance to test him and go up against him. They had come prepared and even came up with a subject that was rather subtle. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye's standard in poems specializing in scolding was very high, so they were not careless either and did not clash head-on with Zhang Ye. As such, they had chosen the theme of husband and wife for the subject. This theme was something that had never been reflected in Zhang Ye's previous works before. They were trying to limit his skills so that they could beat him. Chapter 705, Little Zhang Unleashed. At the top of the hill, the atmosphere among the teachers was suddenly lively. How interesting. Yeah, a poetry duel? That is playing to Zhang Ye's strength. Teacher Liao isn't bad either. Teacher Liao Qi is not only an associate professor at Tsinghua University, he also holds a position in the Poetry Association, so his standards are really high too. But he still won't match up to Zhang Ye. Don't you know what sort of level Zhang Ye is at? Haha, that may not necessarily be true. Teacher Liao is not weak either. It's just that Teacher Liao's works are more artistic, unlike Teacher Zhang's poems, which are essentially tuned for the masses, so they are not so widespread and well-known by people. That is why we can't say that Teacher Liao's standards are inferior to Zhang Ye. Yeah, I think there could be a little competition between the two of them. Looks like Teacher Liao prepared ahead of time. That's right, to even dare to have a contest in poetry with Zhang Ye. He must definitely have come prepared. Looks like there's something we can look forward to here. Start the duel then. Teacher Zhang, go out. Teacher Liao, come on. Quite a few people started to cheer them on in full anticipation. However, Suna winked a few times at Zhang Ye with full intent. She was also a part of the Chinese literature question-setting team and naturally knew that some teachers had some issues with Zhang Ye. A minority group of Chinese literature teachers from Tsinghua and Renmin University, led mainly by Liao Qi. They were very unhappy with the fact that a tumor of the literary and educational world like Zhang Ye was flourishing so well. So when the few of them suddenly created such a showdown during the contest, she suspected that they were surely up to no good. She wanted to remind Zhang Ye to be careful. As for his poetry, Suna was not the least bit worried since she clearly knew Zhang Ye's abilities. Behind Zhang Ye, two Peking University female teachers quietly tapped on Zhang Ye to remind him as well. From this, it could be seen that even though everyone was getting along harmoniously, speaking and laughing together with all the activities from earlier, it was all just fun and games. Now that this topic had been brought up, the atmosphere was no longer the same. This was the real thing. It felt like they truly wanted to challenge Zhang Ye. Naturally, most of the Peking University teachers were on the side of Zhang Ye. Peking University had long been old foes with Tsinghua University. When something like this happened, it was always clear to everyone where they should stand. Judge Li Rui asked, "Has the male teachers' team chosen their representative for this round?" Liao Qi nodded. "How about the female teachers' team?" Li Rui turned his head and looked at the other side. A female teacher from Tsinghua University smiled and said, "Our side is definitely sending Teacher Zhang out to compete this round. I don't think I need to further explain Teacher Zhang's poetry standards, do I?" On the other side, a male teacher from Tsinghua University also chimed in. "Right, I've long heard of Teacher Zhang's abilities to compose a poem as soon as he lifts up the brush. Come forward then, Teacher Zhang." The several Tsinghua University teachers began echoing each other, some praising first before attacking. But who would have expected the following to happen? When Zhang Ye heard them, he gave a wave of his hands and said, "I'm not going to. I'd said earlier that I would be on this team only to help the ladies drink if they got punished. I'm a guy here and not truly a part of the female teachers team." Li Rui smiled. "The female teachers team has already claimed you, so you're part of the group. Since everyone is recommending you, why don't you step up and take part in this final round?" Zhang Ye was standing in front of the barbecue grill and only cared about cooking. "The meat. You girls go ahead. I just want to eat my meat. My poetry is just SOSO anyway." He was totally unable to garner any interest in this poetry contest. "Oh, right. Teacher Su Na's standard is very high. So why don't we get Teacher Su to do it?" Su Na was speechless. "Why do I have to do it?" Zhang Ye kept pushing it around, not wanting to take responsibility at all. If it were anyone else trying to evade the responsibility, everyone would surely think that the person was not confident, was afraid to lose, or feared losing face, and thus did not dare to take up the challenge. But when it was Zhang Ye doing the evading, no one thought in that way at all. This was because Zhang Ye's poetry composition standards were something everyone already knew about. Those works, like The Furthest Distance in the World, Dead Water, Admiring the Mountains, were there for everyone to see and were brilliant works without a doubt. It was impossible for Zhang Ye to not be confident or afraid to lose. The only reason he did not take up the challenge was he was not interested or wasn't in the mood to do so. Everyone hooted. "Zhang Ye, get up there. If you don't go, there will be no one representing the female teachers. Yeah, you're the only person on the female teachers team who is well-versed enough at poetry. This is the final round. It's even the decider of the overall winner. We're all having so much fun, so Teacher Zhang, you will surely honor that, won't you? Right? Let's have a good contest." After dragging on for a long time, seeing the situation, Liao Qi from the male teachers team suddenly said, "Since there's no decision on who is to represent the female teachers team, then I will just have to shamelessly go first. The theme is husband and wife?" Judge Li Rui said, "Correct." Liao Qi asked, "Do we have a brush and ink?" "Yes," a teacher said with some laughter nearby. "It was specially prepared for the typical contest. I knew that there would surely be something like this today, so I prepared it ahead of time. There, everything is laid out now." He laid them out with the help from a few other teachers, and even the table was set up. Of course, since they were in an isolated location on a hill, they were not too fastidious about the details of these tools and equipment. Everything were just the simplest items they could get their hands on. Everyone was looking forward to the contest. "It's starting. Teacher Liao seems very confident. Who do you all think will win?" If Zhang Ye does it, then the chances of him winning are larger. But if Zhang Ye doesn't want to take part, then there's not likely anyone on the female teachers team who can beat Teacher Liao at this. That's what I think too. The theme of the poem has to be related to husband and wife. This won't be easy. Under the attention of all the teachers, Liao Qi of Tsinghua University's Chinese department slowly walked up to the table and stood there. Stolidly, he composed himself for a moment, and as though with great thought, a glimmer of bright light shone from his eyes as he held the brush firmly in his hands. He looked like he already had something in his mind and began writing. Kaishu, regular script. Characters vividly came to life on the scroll. 1. We tied up our hair to become husband and wife. Our love and affection we never doubted. Without a pause, the poem was written out in one go. When Liao Qi finally lifted his hand and put down the brush, the observing crowd couldn't help but cheer. Great! This poem is too beautiful. It fits the theme perfectly. The couple's mutual feelings for each other were described too vividly. This is so great. This poem is really quite good. It rhymes well. The theme is clear and fits the mood perfectly. There's nothing to nitpick at all. This poem is sure to win. Teacher Liao's really skilled at this. Yeah, even if Zhang Ye were to step forward now, he might not win. That's true. Even if Zhang Ye were to write the next poem, how much better could it get than this? That's not true. Zhang Ye's poems usually bring with them a certain strength I think can be better than this one. For the same thing, the benevolent sees benevolence and the wise sees wisdom, I suppose. When it comes to art, it has always been difficult to say who is better. In any case, I feel that Teacher Liao's poem is as good as perfect. 2. Ma Qi from the Chinese literature team started clapping. Professor Liao, great poem. Judge Li Rue also applauded and gave his acknowledgement. How wonderful. Liao Qi smiled slightly. Thank you, everyone. The mood just came to me, and I was able to freely express it well enough. At this moment, the young male teacher from the judging team looked in the direction of the female teacher's team with a smile and said, "Who will you all be sending out? The topic has a time limit of 10 minutes, so if no one is going to do it, will you be drinking instead?" Liao Qi smiled in the direction of Zhang Ye. The others also mostly focused their attention to Zhang Ye. But it was like Zhang Ye did not notice them at all. His back was still facing them as he continued eating. He gobbled up the scallops and oysters by the mouthful like a glutton who could never eat enough. It was like he was either acting high and mighty or purposely keeping a low profile. It was really just because he could not get into the mood to duel with poetry today. Was there any meaning to this? A big sister figure on the female teacher's team walked over. "Little Zhang." "AI," Zhang Ye mumbled as he continued eating. What's the matter?" The big sis didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Stop eating. We're going to lose if this goes on." It's always been an annual tradition that the losing team also has to perform a group punishment besides drinking. Sometimes we have to do a group dance or a group run, and that's really quite embarrassing. Zhang Ye acknowledged her and just continued to eat. Suna also came over. "Teacher Zhang, go up. It's your turn," Zhang Ye said with some amusement. "You're quite good at poems too. Why don't you do it, and I will support you." Suna could only helplessly smile at that. My level of poetry composition should not be shown on any stage whatsoever. Besides, I've already seen Teacher Liao's poem, and it's at least 5 grades higher than my level. I don't want to embarrass myself. We're all depending on you, Teacher Zhang. You have to win this round for us. Yeah, come on, Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, hurry up. We're relying on you. Stop eating already. Hurry up and go win. Many of the female teachers were constantly nagging him. Some of the younger female teacher might find winning to be more important, probably because they didn't want to perform the punishment and just wanted to quickly win the round. Suddenly, a young male teacher from Tsinghua University shouted from his group, "If Teacher Zhang does not dare to take the challenge, then we should just get someone else." Liao Qi smiled at that. Li Rue and the minority group of people from the Chinese literature team were also watching the fun. Doesn't dare to? Doesn't dare to take the challenge? When Zhang Ye heard that, he looked in the direction of where the voice came from and let out a laugh. "I know you're trying to goad me into taking the challenge. Do you think that this kind of goading will work on me?" Then he put down the food he had in his hands and went over. "Yes, it works very well on me." Suna, Liao Qi, Li Rue. The female teachers were highly amused by this. Wiping his hands clean, Zhang Ye walked up to the table and confirmed with the 3 judges. "The theme is husband and wife, right? There are no other restrictions on the poem type." Li Rue answered, "Yes." Zhang Ye nodded and lifted up the brush. With that, everyone came together to surround Zhang Ye at once, sticking out their necks and trying to glimpse the xian paper. Liao Qi and the others were also in the crowd. Even with so many people watching, Zhang Ye still looked very listless, clearly not too excited by everything that was happening. It was like he just casually picked up the brush without even thinking and just started scribbling onto the xian paper. It was Enkai. 3. Gazing with dried eyes over the span of mountains and rivers. How many a bosom friend have I met thus far? Chapter 706. Husband missing wife. He put down the brush. The composition was complete. When the first line of this poem was initially revealed, no one could see anything good about it. Everyone first noticed Zhang Ye's aesthetically pleasing characters, and when he wrote out the rest of the characters with an unrestrained, elegant motion of the brush despite his body looking extremely relaxed, many of the young female teachers who were observing started exclaiming excitedly. A few of the teachers and professors who were professionally trained in calligraphy also had stunned expressions. They rushed closer to have a clearer look, then looked even more stunned. These words, This calligraphy skill is so high level. An amateur hobbyist would not be able to write in this manner. Is that Enkai? I've never seen such a style of Enkai before. It feels a little similar to the traditional Engshu style, but yet a little different. 1. The characters are beautifully written. I didn't expect that Zhang Ye could write such a good calligraphy piece. It's also my first time learning that teacher Zhang's calligraphy skills are at such a high level. Everyone was stunned at what they were seeing. Liao Qi raised an eyebrow, looking rather surprised as well. The several Tsinghua University teachers all looked at one another. Only Su Na's expression did not change. Previously at the Calligraphy Association's anniversary gathering, which was also a day to celebrate Wu Zuqing and another calligraphy master's birthdays, Su Na and many others from the Calligraphy Association had all witnessed Zhang Ye's calligraphy skills. Su Na felt that the best work by Zhang Ye was that poem called Ode to Mulan. All the unique styles of Zhang Ye's writing were reflected in this work. This was a style unique to Zhang Ye. No one could write in the same way as him even if they imitated such a style directly from his works. Clearly, no one from this world knew that Zhang Ye's calligraphy was imitated from the handwriting style of his previous world's famed calligraphy master, Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy. Even though Zhang Ye had not eaten enough calligraphy skill experience books yet, and was still lacking quite a bit of soul, as long as he could achieve 20% of Wang Shiji's calligraphy style, it would be enough to shock the people of this world. The title of Sage of Calligraphy was not for nothing, and not self-proclaimed by Wang Shiji himself, but affirmed by history itself. It's so good. These words are really feast for the eyes. If this were a contest of calligraphy, Professor Liao would have been utterly defeated. Yeah, but the topic is still on poetry. Many people were full of praise, but after having their breath taken by Zhang Ye's calligraphy skills, everyone slowly began to notice Zhang Ye's poem. They wanted to know how Zhang Ye would perform with the theme of husband and wife he was unfamiliar with. Su Na squeezed to the front. Dean Pan also went forward. The poem read like this: Husband missing wife, gazing with dried eyes over the span of mountains and rivers. How many a bosom friend have I met thus far? The pot empty, afraid of pouring wine. Difficult to pen my reply. Journeyed away from the living for a long time. Without news I slowly return home. The lamp serves as my companion on lonely nights. I am thinking of you, my wife and son. After he finished, Zhang Ye even left his signature on the piece. After a final glance at his work, Zhang Ye nodded with satisfaction and put down his brush. Then he strolled toward the surrounding crowd and squeezed past them to make his way back to the barbecue grill to continue eating, this time attacking the grilled mushrooms. The remaining crowd cheered. Great poem. The entire poem revolves around the missing character. It embodies the husband's thoughts and feelings for his wife, and was described in such a lonely but beautiful manner. Awesome. I'd thought that Teacher Liao's poem had already reached the peak of perfection. Who knew that Teacher Zhang is indeed Teacher Zhang? He thoroughly deserves his reputation. It's not any worse in comparison to Teacher Liao's poem. Moreover, Zhang Ye is not even married yet, so this theme of husband and wife was already a topic not in his area of expertise. If we consider that point and include the fact that this was an improvised work, then it shows even more clearly how skillful Zhang Ye is. Professor Zhang is still so full of literary talent. Well composed. This poem is just like his calligraphy skill. They're both amazing. Beautifully executed, Teacher Zhang. Haha. Dean Pan nodded firmly, giving his approval. Su Na gave Zhang Ye a thumbs up from afar. Most of those in the female teacher's team also happily started dishing out their praise. As expected, Zhang Ye did not disappoint them. He did not let them down at this critical juncture. A female teacher laughed. I guess we won this final round. Ma Qi from the Chinese literature team frowned. What do you mean by you all won it? Teacher Liao's work is also very good. At least in terms of usage of words, I find Teacher Liao's phrasing to be more sophisticated. A male teacher from Tsinghua University nodded with a smile. I also find Teacher Liao's poem to be better and more beautiful. Su Na disagreed. Of course it's Teacher Zhang's poem that's better. No question. A female professor looked at the male teacher's team and said, Whoa, you guys don't want to admit that you've lost now. Why do we have to admit that we lost? Teacher Liao has indeed composed his poem quite well, so it's still very difficult to say who has won or lost yet. After all, when it comes to art, it's very difficult to distinguish who is better. Everyone has their own views and opinions, someone from the male teacher's team said. An older professor who was very qualified commented, "That's true. In my opinion, each of these two poems have their strong points that stand out. It isn't easy to come to a clear conclusion as to which is better, so why don't we leave this to the judges? We will let the 3 judges vote, and whichever work gets more will win." "Sure, let's leave it to the judges then." "Agreed. Zhang Ye will definitely win. It has to be Teacher Liao who wins it." Everyone looked to the judges, eager to find out the result. Liao Qi was also very concerned about the results, but did not show it on his face. But compared to Liao Qi and the few other Tsinghua University teachers, Zhang Ye was even more indifferent. After completing his job, he left it all behind and went straight back to eating and drinking. At this moment, the young male teacher judge said something. "In my opinion, I still think that Teacher Zhang's husband missing wife is better. Compared to the other poem, I enjoyed the mood of this poem more." The female teacher's team suddenly laughed happily at this. "That's how it should be." "Well said." Then the next judge, Li Rui, said, "I don't quite agree as I feel that both poems carry the mood quite similarly. However, I find Teacher Liao's poem to be clearly more suited to the theme of husband and wife. In his poem, it greatly shows the theme with the husband, wife, and love written into it. But Teacher Zhang Ye's poem is more written from the perspective of the husband and only expresses one side of the pair's feelings. The poem is still good, but in the context of the theme, Teacher Liao's poem definitely takes it." Many of those who heard this judgment also thought that this was a logical argument. "That's true. Yeah, Teacher Liao's poem is more complete and in line with the theme. Yes, regardless of how Teacher Liao's other poems are, this one today is really quite well written." Li Rui voted for Liao Qi. Zhang Ye and Liao Qi were now at a draw with the votes at 1-1. It was all down to the last judge's decision. The last judge was the comparatively older professor who walked up over to the 2 poems which had been hung up vertically to take a closer look at them. He then turned around with a helpless smile. "I can't decide which is better. Both are beautiful to read. So why don't I abstain from voting and we'll make this a draw." "Draw? Man. Then who's the winner?" "I guess that just means there's no winner or loser. Then will we be adding another round to the contest?" "Let's just leave it as a draw." "Hi, we nearly did it, I was still hoping to see the male teacher's team perform square dancing." 2. The contest finally ended with a draw. This was a result many people could accept. It was just a game after all, so as long as they were not judged to have lost and had to be punished, then it would be fine. Liao Qi did not have any issues with this either. To be able to come up against Zhang Ye and walk away with a draw was a result he could wholly accept. At the moment, he and a few other Tsinghua University teachers all shot a belittling glance at Zhang Ye. As expected, just like how Liao Qi and a minority of them thought, Zhang Ye did not turn out as legendary as they claimed. If it really had to be said, at most Zhang Ye could be considered a very excellent literary artist. A master? He's not at that level yet. Even Liao Qi's poem could draw level on terms with his. So how could Zhang Ye be considered on the level of a master? His standard was only SOSO. Ma Qi said with the intention of bootlicking, "I can see that Teacher Liao has surpassed himself and gone a level higher already. Will this be the path you will be walking down more often from now on?" Liao Qi laughed and waved it off. "Me? I think it's better for me to keep teaching with honest intentions. Composing poetry and such things should just remain a hobby for me. I wouldn't do this professionally." Li Rui also smiled and said, "For an amateur to write at such a good level, you're making us feel embarrassed." Several of the Tsinghua University teachers also gradually chipped in with their flattery. Over at the other side, Suna had walked up to Zhang Ye from behind. "Still in the mood to eat?" Zhang Ye grunted out a yes. "I've been using my mind too much for the past few days. I don't really know why I am feeling so hungry, but I've probably spent too much energy thinking." Not only was he tired from thinking about the question setting for the exams, he had also done some speed learning this morning using the memory search capsules. Suna pouted. "They've already come to a judgment over there. It's a draw." Zhang Yi smiled. "I heard it. If it's a draw, so be it. This poem of yours today was indeed not bad, but compared to your previous works, I feel that you have not fulfilled your potential," Suna said helplessly. "You're usually more competitive than this, but look at you today. It's Seemed like you didn't care at all. I don't think you even gave it any thought when you were writing this poem, right? You just casually picked up the brush and composed it. If you had been more serious, how could you possibly not beat Teacher Liao? This isn't your usual standard at all. I can't beat him. I composed it offhandedly. Zhang Ye smiled without saying a word. He did not offer any arguments to that. Beside them, a few Peking University female teachers also said, "Hi, Teacher Zhang. You've really underestimated your opponent today. Teacher Liao obviously came prepared, yet you didn't do your best. With your reputation, a draw would already mean that we lost. If it gets out that Teacher Liao's poetry standards are on equal standing with you, Teacher Liao would get all the attention. By then, everyone might even think that we all from Peking University aren't a match for them from Tsinghua University." Suddenly, someone appeared walking up the hill towards them. It was the Chinese literature question setting team's Yu Fan. Prior to this, Yu Fan was busy with the examination work and thus came rather late. When he arrived, he was a little taken aback by the scene. He smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Was there a contest again? Who won this year? How did you all divide up the teams?" Li Rue smiled and said, "It's a tie this year." Yu Fan blinked. "You can even manage to tie?" Ma Chi said. In the final round, both teams finished with a draw. A summary of the situation was related to Chief Yu. Chief Yu's interest perked, and he went forward. "Let me have a look." Chapter 707. Marvelous, Hidden Palindrome Poem. The contest ended. Everyone was back to speaking in joyful manners with each other. Ma Chi said to Chief Yu, "We were divided by gender into two teams, but because the female teacher's team do not really know how to drink, Zhang Ye was pulled over to join their team. The final round was a contest between Teacher Liao and Teacher Zhang." Chief Yu said a little taken aback. "What did they compete on?" Ma Chi said, "Poetry, with the theme of husband and wife." Chief Yu looked to Liao Qi and smiled. "Old Liao is back to writing poetry." Liao Qi smiled and said, "Yes, it was spontaneous and not something that can't be presented on the professional stage. Chief Yu, you're the professional here. Why don't you look over my piece and give me some pointers?" Chief Yu waved it off, feeling flattered. "I sure can take a look, but I don't dare claim to be able to give any advice. If we're talking about writing poetry, you're at a higher level than me." Liao Qi laughed heartily. "Chief Yu, you're being modest." At this moment, Suna came over to join them. "I still feel that Teacher Zhang's poem is better. Chief Yu, since you're here, why don't you give us your opinion? You're definitely the authoritative figure in this area." A female teacher from Peking University also added, "Yes, please take a look." As the Chinese literature question setting team's chief and the supervisor, Yu Fan's qualifications were unquestionable. In the Chinese literature team, he was definitely among the top few members. Whether it was in the education or academic world, he had had many great achievements in them. On the literary front, everyone had complete conviction in Chief Yu. Since nobody could agree on who won or lost, and stuck to their own opinions of whom was better, then why not let an expert give his views instead? Chief Yu agreed, sure. In the blink of an eye, he was walking toward the two poems that were hung up. Everyone else also came up behind, surrounding him not too far away. "We tied our hair to become husband and wife, / our love and affection we never doubted." When Chief Yu read these lines out loud, he couldn't help nodding agreeably. Fine poem. Then he turned his head to look at the other poem, gazing with dried eyes over the span of mountains and rivers. / how many a bosom friend have I met thus far. After reading the poem, Chief Yu was suddenly silent. He stared at the poem for a long time and did not give any comments or say that it was a fine poem like he did for Liao Qi's work. Instead, he seemed to have become lost in thought. Everyone saw, but did not understand what was going on. "What's happening? I don't know. Is there something wrong with Zhang Ye's poem? Why isn't Chief Yu saying anything?" Li Rue from the Chinese literature team blinked, then said to Chief Yu, "Teacher Zhang's poem did not touch clearly on the theme of the subject. It's not complete enough as it only depicts the feelings of the husband and not the wife's. Comparatively, Teacher Liao's poem is complete, and even though it was decided that this was a draw, I still feel that Teacher Liao has won this round." Ma Chi said, "If they were contesting calligraphy skills, then needless to say, Zhang Ye's calligraphy skill is already at a very high level. It's not something an amateur can come up against. But if we are talking about the poem alone, then I also think that Teacher Liao has won." Chief Yu still maintained his silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Chief Yu's gaze lit up, and he unexpectedly turned around to ask, "This was written by teacher Zhang Ye?" Li Rue answered with some reservation, "Yes." Chief Yu sucked in a breath, then turned his head back around and continued staring at that poem. The longer he looked at it, the more shocked he felt, and the more wry his smile became. Everyone was confused as they did not understand what Chief Yu was doing. Dean Pan finally said, "Old Yu, what are you daydreaming about? Which of the poems are better? Spit it out." Dean Pan was not knowledgeable about poetry and such, having only been around numbers all his life. Hearing that, Chief Yu smiled as he shook his head. "Whose poem is better?" "Yeah, that's right. Chief Yu, stop keeping us on our toes. So whose poem is better? It should be a draw, right?" Everyone was extremely curious and wanted to know. When Chief Yu finished listening to all they had to say, he broke out into laughter. "If we're talking about whose poem is better or of a higher standard, then I really am unable to pass judgment on that, because the difference between these two poems are not simply just a grade or two. These two poems are basically worlds apart. A draw? A tie? Which of you decided on that?" he said with an amused expression. Li Rue exclaimed, "Worlds apart." Ma Chi was stunned. "Surely it's not to that extreme? So who won?" Chief Yu did not even think, and just replied, "Do you even need to ask who won? It's obviously teacher Zhang's poem that won, and it won by a difference that one cannot even begin to imagine. The difference between these two poems is not simply just a level or two." When Liao Qi heard this, his expression immediately turned dark. Oh, Zhang Ye, who wasn't too far away from them, also heard this and glanced at them. Sun Hao was also very surprised at this. "I do think that teacher Zhang's husband missing wife is better, but it's still just a little better. Surely it can't be that much better, can it?" Dean Pan asked. "Is there really such a great difference?" A female teacher asked. "Surely that's not true, is it?" A male teacher from Tsinghua University said, "Aren't these two poems quite similar to each other? How did you reach such a conclusion?" Many people were once again looking at Zhang Ye's husband missing wife because of Chief Yu's comments. They wanted to look at it in detail, but could not understand no matter how hard they tried. Moreover, as Li Rue said, if they really wanted to quibble over the matter of the usage of words, then Zhang Ye's husband missing wife definitely didn't suit the theme too well. So why did his poem get so revered by Chief Yu? This poem clearly had a flaw, didn't it? Chief Yu glanced at Li Rue and said, "You were saying earlier that teacher Zhang did not fully touch on the theme? It wasn't complete." Li Rue said, "Yes, I really don't understand why you are praising husband missing wife so much. If this poem had another part depicting the wife's feelings for her husband on top of his feelings for her, then it would be complete and would be able to match up to teacher Liao's work. After all, this isn't an open topic that one can freely decide what to write, but is limited to the scope of the given theme instead." Chief Yu sniggered. "Wife missing husband." Ma Chi said, "Yes." Chief Yu smiled and said, "If I were to tell you that it exists in this poem?" Everyone was stunned. "Huh? There's what? Wife missing husband. Where is it? Yeah, there's nothing that mentions that. Damn, what is Chief Yu talking about? Isn't this just husband missing wife? It's depicting the husband's feelings of missing his wife from beginning till end. Where's the depiction of the wife's part?" Everyone was